Chi Hao was discovered by the elderly director of the Red Star Welfare Institute, who found him amidst the thicket outside the institute in the town of Blue Sea. It was the heart of winter when Chi Hao was found, entirely unclothed and without any belongings or blankets. As the director cradled the shivering child, he was unexpectedly bitten on the hand. The wound was shallow, oozing only a few drops of blood. Poor child, how long has it been since he last had a meal? The old director trembled, not in fear but in compassion, yet he held the child securely in his arms. The little boy nestled against him, his dark, glistening eyes fixed intently upon the director. Alas, this child possesses an irresistible charm, the director murmured, his heart softening at the sight of the boy's cherubic face. He reached into his own pocket and took Chi Hao to the hospital for a thorough examination. The doctor diagnosed the child to be around 5 years old, although he exhibited some developmental delays. Fortunately, he had not suffered any severe ailment from the cold. Upon concluding the examination, apart from a small cyst in his brain, he was deemed a remarkably healthy young boy. After leaving the hospital, the old director brought Chi Hao to the police station. Yet the officers, after thorough investigation, found no reports of missing children, not just in Blue Sea Town, but throughout the entire Nanyao City. Just as the police were preparing to expand their search efforts, a significant event unfolded in Blue Sea Town that captured global attention. In the northeastern corner of Blue Sea Town, a small spacecraft was discovered, having crashed under mysterious circumstances, with rumors circulating that it had come from outer space. Most people dismissed it as a hoax and laughed it off. However, the police department received an urgent directive from the city to deploy the majority of their forces to the crash site. Consequently, the search for Chi Hao's family was temporarily put on hold. After a week of official measures aimed at diminishing the sensationalism surrounding the spacecraft news, the police resumed their efforts to locate Chi Hao's relatives. The challenge was compounded by the fact that the child had no identifiable belongings when he was found, making the search arduous. After more than half a month of persistent inquiries, the police had uncovered no useful information. It was as though the child had emerged from stone. Ultimately, after various discussions, the director brought the child he had personally rescued back to the Welfare Institute and bestowed upon him the name Chi Hao. Before entering elementary school, Chi Hao grew up amidst the taunts of being a mute. He would quietly observe from the fringes, his large, expressive eyes fixed on the other children as they ate, drank, played with toys, and engaged in boisterous games. When called upon, he would merely purse his lips and smile at the speaker. For nearly a year, he had not uttered a single word. The elderly director tenderly held Chi Hao's small hand, becoming a frequent visitor to the hospital. After undergoing various examinations in the otolaryngology department, the doctors were perplexed. The child exhibited no issues with his hearing, nor did he have any problems with his throat. During their next visit, the physicians suggested they consult a psychologist. The psychologist, charmed by the exquisite child, patiently conducted numerous tests, ultimately suspecting that Chi Hao had endured some significant trauma in his early years. She recommended that the director take the child to a larger hospital in the capital for further evaluation. The old director was troubled the orphanage operated on a shoestring budget, lacking both funds and personnel, making such a trip seem impossible. Yet, gazing at the obedient Chi Hao who held his hand, the director resolved to tighten his belt and save money for the journey to the big city. Just as the director was on the verge of despair, Chi Hao broke his silence, uttering his first words since arriving in Blue Star. He called out to the director, "Daddy." Years later, the old director would reminisce about that afternoon, recalling the scene of little Chi Hao standing before him, looking up shyly and calling him Daddy, unable to suppress the tears that welled in his eyes. Overjoyed, he knelt down, embracing Chi Hao and affectionately ruffling his small head, exclaiming, "Our Hao can talk now. Good boy, don't call me Daddy, call me Grandpa." Thus, at the age of 6, Chi Hao shed the title of mute that had followed him for a year, donned a small backpack, and stepped through the gates of Blue Ocean Town Primary School, proudly becoming a student. Over the course of 6 years in primary school, Chi Hao's academic performance was unremarkable, consistently placing in the middle tier. After the 5th grade parent-teacher conference, his homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, called the old director outside the classroom for a discussion while Chi Hao patiently waited inside. Chi Hao's current grades do not qualify him for the public junior high school in town. He might barely manage to enroll in a private one. Please encourage him to strive for the top 5 in his class in the new academic year, as that would allow him admission to the free public junior high. Then, Ms. Wang, what is the tuition for the private junior high? The director asked, a look of concern etched on his face. 5,000 per semester, around 10,000 for the year, Ms. Wang replied sympathetically, patting the director's shoulder. She was aware of Chi Hao's background and held great respect for the old director, which prompted her to share this information. However, she harbored doubts about Chi Hao's ability to leap from 30th to the top 5 within a single year. After discussing Chi Hao's situation, Ms. Wang cast one last glance at the obedient student in the classroom, sighed, and shook her head as she departed. The parent-teacher meeting concluded, and the elderly director gently held Chi Hao's hand as they strolled slowly back to the orphanage. A mix of gratification and melancholy lingered in his heart. In a blink, the little child he had rescued years ago had grown to the height of his shoulder. Over the years, the orphanage had fallen into further disrepair, and the director's hair had turned increasingly gray. He coughed a few times, contemplating initiating a conversation about studies with Chi Hao. However, upon seeing the child's fair, innocent face, the words retreated back into his throat. This child was exceptionally considerate, returning home from school each day to assist with chores, dedicating his free time to reading and studying. He was not particular about his reading material, often scavenging books from the recycling station. Despite his love for reading, the child's academic performance remained lackluster. Perhaps his intellect was simply insufficient. It seemed that the director needed to devise a way to provide the child with better nourishment. As for the middle school tuition, he resolved once more to tighten his belt and save. If necessary, he might even have to swallow his pride and borrow fund from others. Chi Hao walked silently beside the director, holding his hand. He had expected the elder to say something, but upon reaching the orphanage's entrance, the director merely patted his shoulder and said, "Good boy. Tonight, Grandpa will add an extra chicken leg for you." With a slight stoop, the elder entered the orphanage, hands clasped behind his back. Chi Hao stood rooted in place, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Most of the children who had once mocked him as a mute had gradually left this place. New, frail little ones had arrived at the orphanage, and upon seeing Chi Hao, they eagerly rushed into his embrace, calling him brother. Chi Hao responded with a perfectly crafted smile, beginning to help the director care for the little ones. His smile was remarkably consistent, not merely because of his handsome features, though he was indeed striking, but due to the uniformity of his expression. A keen observer would notice that every time Chi Hao smiled, the expression was identical. Even the arc of his lips and the slight curve of his eyes seemed to be molded from the same pattern. Throughout that summer, Chi Hao continued to roam the streets, collecting scrap to sell. The director had once attempted to dissuade him during his first year of doing so, but had since realized that, although the boy was quiet, he possessed a strong will, and thus allowed him to pursue this path. On this occasion, while gathering scrap, Chi Hao intentionally collected a few 6th grade textbooks. The summer after 5th grade passed uneventfully. When school resumed, Chi Hao ascended to the 6th grade. On September 1st, he donned his small backpack and, like every other student, stepped into the 6th grade classroom. Many years later, as people began to reflect on the life of this legendary figure, they would discover that his many extraordinary traits had begun to manifest from this very year. At the Tilon Hightown Primary School, there exists a tradition whereby on the first day of each semester, students are subjected to a full day of examinations. Today is no exception, with morning assessments in mathematics and Chinese, followed by English and history in the afternoon. At 8 o'clock, Class 62 is engrossed in the rigorous mathematics entrance test. Chi Hao meticulously regulates his pace. As the teacher announces that there are only 5 minutes left to submit the papers, he quietly sets down his pen. Unlike his classmates, he has already contemplated the score he wishes to achieve before commencing the exam. For those who struggle academically, attaining high marks is a formidable challenge. Conversely, for the high achievers, mastering their scores is comparatively effortless. At this moment, the majority of students in the class have also ceased writing, not because they have completed their papers, but rather because they find themselves devoid of further content to contribute. The difficulty of this examination paper is intentionally designed to temper the students' fervor, compelling them to transition from the languid state of summer vacation back into a focused academic mindset. The more arduous the exam proves for the students, the greater the satisfaction for the teachers. This is what you get for neglecting your studies over summer break. When the teacher, with a smile, collects the papers, the classroom erupts into a cacophony of lamentations. Chi Hao, the questions this time are utterly bizarre. I couldn't tackle the last two major problems. Did you finish? Su Yu, a plump boy with a spirited demeanor, is one of Chi Hao's few friends in class. Their friendship primarily stems from the fact that Chi Hao is the only student who does not burst into laughter upon hearing Zu's name. This has led Su to believe that Chi Hao is a true friend, someone who can be relied upon. Historically, the two have consistently matched one another in terms of academic performance. Thus, Su naturally assumes that his good friend must also be grappling with numerous challenging questions. Chi Hao casts a slightly apologetic glance in Zu's direction, pursing his lips in silence. Not having received a response from Chi Hao, Su is unconcerned. His mind is already racing ahead. He hastily opens his Chinese textbook, urging Chi Hao to seize the moment for last-minute revision. Sharpening the spear at the last moment may not be swift, but it is still effective. Come on, Haozi, hurry up. Observing his classmates intensely reviewing their materials, Chi Hao follows suit and opens his Chinese textbook, feigning engagement in revision. As the Chinese examination papers are distributed, he places his pen down when the teacher again reminds them that there are only 5 minutes remaining. The same routine unfolds for the English and history tests. When the final assessment concludes, a palpable sense of relaxation descends upon the classroom. Haozi, the results will be out tomorrow. Come over to my house for dinner. I'm relying on you for some meat. Su Yu, whose academic performance is rather average, has a mother who is fervently obsessed with educational success. Her method of punishing her son for poor grades is rather straightforward. She simply refrains from preparing meat dishes for him. As an unabashed foodie, Su Yu finds this tactic particularly effective. Therefore, whenever he is deprived of meat, he invites Chi Hao over for dinner. Although Zu's mother is stringent, she possesses a tender heart. Moreover, her son has taken care to embellish the story of Chi Hao's unfortunate beginnings, recounting how he was abandoned during the frigid winter months, lacking even a single warm garment, nearly succumbing to the cold. This narrative inevitably brings tears to her eyes. Thus, whenever Chi Hao visits, the dinner table is invariably laden with meat. The purpose of a school is to strike a blow to the students through their grades, hence the teachers grade papers at a remarkably swift pace. The following day, as everyone entered the classroom, the mathematics teacher was already waiting at the podium with a stack of exam papers in hand. As usual, we shall proceed from the back to the front. Chen Zian, 61 points. Chen Zian, being at the bottom of the class academically, stuck out his tongue and trotted up to the front to collect his paper. After the teacher called out about 10 more names, it was finally Su Yu's turn. Su Yu, 72 points, a decline. This score was even lower than Su Yu had anticipated, and he dejectedly walked up to retrieve his paper. However, he consoled himself with the thought that Haozi's score would surely be similar, and when they returned home for dinner, he would have Haozi tell his mother that the exam was particularly challenging, thereby hoping to evade scrutiny. Having formulated this plan, he awaited the announcement of Chi Hao's score. Yet, as the teacher approached the end of the list, Chi Hao's name had still not been called. As the teacher reached the second-to-last student without mentioning his name, Chi Hao's typically composed demeanor showed a slight crack. He quickly recalled all the questions and his responses, realizing that he had left the last two fill-in-the-blank questions unanswered, which meant his highest possible score could only be 96. However, students with scores of 97 and 98 had already been named. Could it be that he inadvertently wrote the correct answers? With only one paper remaining, the mathematics teacher cleared his throat and, despite his stern expression, a hint of a smile appeared. Now, I wish to particularly commend one student in our class. In this examination, he has leaped from 30th place to 3rd. I hope everyone can learn from him. Although his score is not the highest, he has shown the greatest improvement in our class. This student is Chi Hao, who achieved a commendable score of 96. Come now, Chi Hao, please collect your paper. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, while Su Yu was so astonished that he momentarily forgot to clap, his eyes wide and mouth agape. This was it would be without meat for a month. Equally astonished was Chi Hao himself. He had not anticipated such a revelation from the mathematics teacher. Stiffly, he stood up and quickly walked to the podium, bowing his head to collect the exam paper and started to return. only to be intercepted by the teacher. The mathematics teacher, with a twinkle in his eye, addressed the diligent student. Chi Hao, this exam was quite challenging, and scoring 96 is no small feat. Your progress is remarkable. Why not share some study tips with your classmates? For years, Chi Hao had maintained a low profile, striving to avoid the spotlight. Sure, teacher, he replied, his hands clenched into fists and then relaxed, as snippets of 5 years' worth of classmates sharing their experiences flashed through his mind, quickly coalescing into a standard speech. Just as he prepared to speak, an incongruous voice emerged from the back of the classroom. Pa, merely a score of 96. Not even first place who would be inclined to heed a sharing? The voice drew the attention of others to the sports representative, Li Bing. Li Bing was a rebellious student, often heedless of authority. Towering in stature, he occupied the last row of the classroom and was now glancing indignantly at Chi Hao, then at the diligent study representative, Lin Shui, seated in front of him. Lin Shui hailed from a family of educators who placed immense value on education. Over the summer break, her parents had invited colleagues to their home to provide her with unknown tutoring. Lin Shui, in turn, did not squander her parents' efforts and dedicated herself to studying throughout the summer. In this particularly challenging examination, she had excelled, missing only the final question, which was beyond the syllabus. Elated after completing the test yesterday, Lin Shui was confident that she would secure the top spot, especially since several questions mirrored those she had practiced over the holiday. Yet, to her dismay, the mathematics teacher offered no praise, instead allowing an average student to share their study strategies. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Shui buried her face in her arms on the desk. Though she felt a pang of injustice, she did not cry, a fact unbeknownst to Li Bing. Li Bing, a tall and handsome boy, already stood over 1.7 meters in the 6th grade. He had harbored a secret affection for Lin Shui since last year. Witnessing her dismay, he impulsively spoke out in her defense. Chi Hao, however, found the current predicament far more daunting than any mathematical conundrum. He was uncertain how an ordinary person would navigate this situation, whether to ignore Li Bing and allow him to continue sharing, or to graciously concede the spotlight to Lin Shui, the rightful first place. As he hesitated, the cacophony of well-meaning advice from friends and family echoed in his mind. Be cautious, remain humble, tread carefully. Survive. Resolute, Chi Hao made his choice. The classmates observed as the boy at the podium appeared increasingly timid, stammering, Teacher, I have no experience. I just spent the summer at home solving problems. Although the mathematics teacher had initially sought to understand how Chi Hao had rapidly improved his scores, the visible anxiety emanating from him rendered the inquiry rather tedious. With a hint of disappointment, the teacher waved him back to his seat and admonished Li Bing to adhere to classroom decorum. Subsequently, the teacher transitioned into the formal lesson, leaving Li Bing feeling triumphant, convinced he had gallantly rescued the damsel in distress, rendering him unable to focus on a mathematics class. After enduring until the dismissal bell rang, he immediately approached Lin Shui. However, the scene he had envisioned Lin Shui blushing and thanking him did not materialize. The young girl cast him a surprised glance, but chose to ignore him, instead walking straight to Chi Hao's desk. With a hint of admiration, she inquired, Chi Hao, the questions were so challenging this time, what method did you use for the last problem? May I see your paper? Chi Hao had previously been an invisible presence in the class, but now, with the monitor and class beauty Lin Shui initiating conversation, the eyes of nearly all the boys in the classroom were riveted upon him. This was undeniably ostentatious. Chi Hao pursed his lips and, in a soft yet resolute tone, replied to Lin Shui, I cannot. Lin Shui stood before him, momentarily taken aback, before feigning nonchalance as she made her way toward the classroom door. Being rejected by a male classmate was mortifying. She needed a moment to compose herself. Meanwhile, Li Bing, who had been covertly watching Lin Shui, was seething. It was infuriating that Lin Shui, who had disregarded him, chose to converse with Chi Hao instead. Now, Chi Hao had the audacity to put Lin Shui in an uncomfortable position in front of him. This was a blatant disregard for Li Bing's face. He was furious. Chapter 3. A sudden confrontation. Li Bing leaped abruptly to the front of Chi Hao's desk. Noticing Chi Hao's astonished gaze, with his delicate eyebrows and striking eyes, Li Bing's irritation intensifia. He silently cursed, I abhor effeminacy. Without wasting words, he swung a fist toward Chi Hao's fair face. Qiao's ses pupilles constricted. The suddenness of the event left him no time to devise a subtle response. Instinct drove him to swiftly extend his right hand, perfectly intercepting Li Bing's incoming punch. In a flash, he retaliated by grasping Li Bing's wrist. Li Bing felt an immense force clamp down on his wrist, rendering him powerless to escape. No matter how hard he struggled, he attempted to push forward while simultaneously trying to retract his hand, but both efforts were in vain. The onlookers observed Li Bing frozen mid-swing, his face flushed, yet his fist remained stubbornly halted. The two remained locked in this tense standoff. As Li Bing troubled Qiao. Many rushed over, eager to assist. Suiyu et Glim, Gundens. I had no idea my friend was such a fighter. Lin Shui, who had just reached the classroom door, turned upon hearing the commotion, realizing, Chi Hao is also a troublemaker who relishes fighting. The other classmates, utterly astonished, whispered in disbelief, Heavens! Come and see. The strongest. Li Bing has met his match. Chi Hao's slight frame was simply incredible. Just as Teacher Wang, the homeroom instructor, pushed open the classroom door and missed the spectacle, she noticed her students were all in a state of shock, staring blankly at a particular spot in the classroom. Following their gaze, she beheld Chi Hao and Li Bing facing each other, each extending an arm, with Chi Hao gripping Li Bing's fist. Teacher Wang's frustration peaked. Were these two fools engaging in performance art? And what are the crowd watching? Day after day, they provided no respite. What are you all standing around for? Class is about to begin. Return to your seats. As her words resonated, the bell rang, prompting the students outside to stream into the classroom. The students within finally began to stir. Amidst the bustling figures, Chi Hao cast a cold glance at Li Bing and released his grip. In an instant, the immense pressure on Li Bing's fist vanished, his arms sagging helplessly as his body lurched forward, on the verge of colliding with the desk. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. In a flash, Chi Hao sprang up, catching Li Bing just before he fell. When Li Bing opened his eyes, he found himself standing dazedly beside Chi Hao's desk. Li Bing, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear the bell? Teacher Wang's sharp reprimand jolted him back to reality. He realized he was the only one still standing, while all his classmates were seated, curiously observing him, including Chi Hao. Chi Hao not only watched, but feigned indifference. Damn it! Li Bing's face flushed crimson. He lowered his head and strode back to his seat, leaning over the table. Noticing that everyone had returned to their seats, Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction and began distributing the Chinese language test papers. As the homeroom teacher, she was well acquainted with the students in her class, offering a few comments for each student who came up to collect their papers. Su Yuyu excelled in Chinese, achieving an exceptional score of 90. Teacher Wang had a fondness for this chubby boy and encouraged him with several words of praise, causing Su Yuyu to feel as if he were floating with joy. Finally, the results for Chi Hao were announced. His Chinese score was commendable, placing him 5th in the class. To attain an ideally balanced ranking, one must not only secure a good score, but also accurately predict the scores of fellow classmates. Particularly in the subject of Chinese, one must consider the teacher's preferences and grading tendencies regarding essays, making it the most challenging subject. Chi Hao aimed for 5th place, and indeed he achieved precisely that, fulfilling his objective splendidly. He felt quite pleased with the outcome. Had Teacher Wang not excessively praised him during the paper distribution, disrupting his carefully maintained low profile, he would have been even more content. During the afternoon class, Chi Hao learned his rankings in the other two subjects, English and History, placing 4th and 6th, respectively. These rankings were also meticulously planned. Having the same position in every subject would seem rather peculiar and could raise suspicions among others. Ultimately, his overall ranking stood at 5th. Perfectly orchestrated. After accomplishing this flawless achievement, Chi Hao waited cheerfully for his friend, Su Yuyu, after school. Su Yuyu was busy boasting about his Chinese score to his classmates when he suddenly felt someone watching him. Turning around, he discovered the newly crowned academic star, Chi Hao, waiting by the classroom door. Knowing that Chi Hao typically rushed back to the welfare home to assist after school, he curiously approached him and asked, How's he? Why haven't you left yet? Are Are you waiting for someone? Chi-Hao tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. I'm waiting for you. Aren't we supposed to have dinner at your house tonight? Seeing Su Yu's eyes widen in surprise, he added kindly, You invited me yesterday, remember? Su Yu's mouth twitched slightly. No, howsy. With your score, going to my house for dinner is, well, it doesn't seem quite right. Chi-Hao blinked in bewilderment. Why not? I did really well this time. Su Yu scrutinized his friend for a while, realizing Chi-Hao genuinely did not comprehend the situation. With a long sigh, he lowered his head and trudged back to grab his backpack. All right then, who are we to let friendship falter? A poor monk will not abandon his fellow monk. That evening, Chi-Hao savored the delectable sweet and sour ribs prepared by Su's mother. In one day, he achieved the dual accomplishments of saving chicken legs for his grandfather and securing a top 5 position in his class. Chi-Hao felt immensely satisfied. The cost, however, was that his friend Su Yu would lose 2 pounds due to hunger over the next month. Chapter 4. True Identity During the Summer Vacation. The old director began to devise various methods to save money. Reluctant to turn on the fan for himself during the sweltering heat, he only allowed it in the children's quarters. While the children were fortunate enough to enjoy some meat, the director subsisted on a vegetarian diet for 2 months. Despite Poolhow's attempts to persuade him otherwise, the old director remained steadfast. Finally, as the school term commenced, Poolhow seized the opportunity presented by the entrance examinations and secured a position among the top 5 students in his class, qualifying for the town's tuition-free secondary school. He eagerly relayed this splendid news to the director, expecting a jubilant response, but was instead met with a puzzled inquiry. How did you come to know that the top 5 could attend the free secondary school? The director then seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, it was Teacher Wong who informed you, wasn't it? Such matters should be left to adults. You are still so young, bearing such immense pressure. Poolhow broke out in a cold sweat. His seat was quite distant from the classroom door, and at the time, Teacher Wong and the director had deliberately lowered their voices, making it theoretically impossible for him to overhear their conversation. Feeling guilty, Poolhow chose not to mention the incident again, yet his academic performance remained consistently within the top 5 thereafter. Upon graduating from elementary school, he successfully gained admission to the prestigious Blue Ocean Town Secondary School, free of charge. As he entered secondary school, the institution organized health examinations for the students. Poolhow's health appeared generally normal, except for his height and appearance. Standing at just 1.6 meters upon graduating elementary school, he found himself surrounded by boys who were already 1.7 meters tall in secondary school. His youthful visage made him resemble an adorable primary school student of merely 8 or 9 years. During a parent-teacher meeting, the new homeroom teacher discussed not his academic performance with the director, but rather his physical development. Perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order to check for any growth delays. Upon visiting the hospital, it was confirmed that his bone age was only 9 years. The doctor recommended growth hormone injections, but upon hearing the exorbitant cost, Poolhow vehemently opposed the idea. This time, the old director fell silent. The annual cost of $30,000 to $40,000 was a figure that could not be amassed through frugality alone. Over the years, Poolhow had perused a multitude of textbooks across various subjects, gaining considerable insights into human medicine. Now, when he sought to dissuade the old director, his arguments were well informed. Grandfather, some boys experience late development and only start growing during high school. Moreover, these injections could have side effects, leading to fluid retention in the knees and potential pain in adulthood. We should avoid this treatment. The director accepted his reasoning, yet Poolhow understood the underlying truth. His current diminutive stature was due to a growth rate that was half that of an average human. His true age corresponded precisely to that of a 9-year-old earthling. He estimated that his eventual height as an adult would approach 2 meters. Fortunate that he resided on a planet where many were tall, by that time, he would likely not stand out. He was grateful to find himself on Blue Star. Had he landed on a planet where the average height was below 1 meter, he would have been an extraordinary anomaly. Indeed, Poolhow was not a native of Blue Star. 7 years prior, the spaceship he was aboard made an emergency landing on Earth, and its doors opened automatically from within, forcibly awakening him from his hibernation pod. Emerging from the spacecraft, He was greeted by the frigid air and swirling snowflakes, surrounded by a landscape of ice and snow. Before he could meticulously observe his surroundings, a cacophony of intermittent electrical sounds resonated within the spacecraft. Escape pod number 100 has successfully arrived in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Blue Star. This escape pod belongs to the young mayor. Mayor, the entire populace of Zeta Star congratulates you on your successful arrival at this new planet. We wish you all the best. May you find safety and health in this new realm. Farewell, our child. This is the final blessing from our home planet. Before Mayor could succumb to sorrow, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. He looked up to see a nocturnal vessel soaring above him. Blue Star is a planet that has already cultivated a civilization. Young Mayor had always adhered to a strict code. If the destination planet possesses its own civilization, one must immediately initiate the self-destruct sequence of the spacecraft. He turned around and pressed the red button, then spun back, summoning all his strength to flee with desperation. A minute later, the spacecraft executed its self-destruction protocol, obliterating any traces of Mayor's existence. Later, during the quiet of night, Chi-Hao often found himself standing in the backyard of the orphanage, gazing silently at the starry sky. In the nocturnal expanse, the stars twinkled brightly. Yet, he knew that his mother planet had forever vanished from the star chart. Zeta Star, like Blue Star, is a planet orbiting the ancient star known as Tian-Bei-Shing. Tian-Bei-Shing is a venerable star, nearing the end of its life cycle, its radius having expanded to hundreds of times its former size. Despite Zeta Star's advanced technology and its early endeavors to develop aerospace technology and life sciences at the onset of Tian-Bei-Shing's expansion, the rate of the star's growth surpassed the scientists' estimations significantly. Time was no longer on the side of the Zeta people to develop a large escape vessel. Ultimately, Zeta Star could not evade the fate of being consumed. In the final few hundred years before the planet's demise, the environment deteriorated drastically. Surface temperatures soared, rendering it uninhabitable. The inhabitants of Zeta Star, though compelled to retreat underground, did not relinquish their hopes for salvation. It was not until less than a century remained before being engulfed that the leaders of the planet's nations finally declared the abandonment of large spacecraft escape plans, opting instead to cultivate the seeds of survival. During this century, each newborn was meticulously assessed for their cerebral development potential. Over the course of 100 years, 100 exceptional geniuses were selected, each possessing a cerebral development potential exceeding 98. Zeta Star encapsulated the vast cultural history of the planet alongside the most advanced knowledge of recent decades within biological chips, which were then implanted into the brains of these 100 prodigies. They would enter a state of dormancy during their protracted cosmic journey, with their brain cells gradually absorbing this knowledge to prevent information overload and potential damage. From the moment they could stand, specialized instructors taught these children to survive independently in various harsh environments, with plans to place each individual into a sleep chamber upon reaching the age of 18, destined for a planet meticulously calculated to be most suitable for the survival of Zeta Star's inhabitants. From the moment of their birth, these 100 fortunate souls were forcibly separated from their biological parents, embarking on a journey of rigorous training during their innocent early years, leading to a monotonous existence. The impending doom facing their planet and the fear of an uncertain future culminated in the tragic breakdown of one child at the tender age of 13, resulting in the vacancy of a precious spark of life. On that very day, Meyer emerged into the world. His cerebral potential assessment yielded a score that was unprecedented in the millennia of Zeta's history, a perfect mark, learning from the misfortunes of the previous child. Meyer's parents were granted the privilege of daily visitation. Thus, Meyer became the most empathetic and emotionally attached among all prodigies. At the age of 5, the expansion rate of Tian-Bei Star accelerated unexpectedly. Following extensive research, scientists concluded that the launch of escape vessels was imperative and could no longer be delayed. Yet, at the mere age of 5, Meyer was unprepared to confront the vast unknown of the cosmos alongside his 99 companions, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. Chapter 5. Li Bing's father. Before entering the escape pod, Meyer's parents held him tightly, repeatedly offering their heartfelt reassurances, though they themselves could scarcely recall the words exchanged. Despite his prodigious intellect, Meyer was merely 5 years old. Would he be fortunate enough to reach his destination? Or would he quietly perish within the confines of the hibernation chamber? The answer remained elusive. Yet, regardless of their reluctance, the moment of farewell had inevitably arrived. As Meyer was lifted from their embrace, his mother trembled, turning away to conceal her tear-streaked visage from him. Under the watchful gaze of the entire planet, 100 small spacecraft, crafted from rare materials, ascended into the sky, embarking on their predetermined trajectories in various directions. After traversing countless epochs and navigating through innumerable portals of time and space, Meyer's spacecraft finally reached the blue planet. Upon emerging from the escape pod, Meyer felt utterly bewildered. No matter how gifted he was, he remained just a 5-year-old child. However, his tender age endowed him with obedience. He diligently remembered the instructions of his mentors. Upon arrival, he must immediately distance himself from the escape pod and, above all, make every effort to conceal his true identity. In a state of panic, he chose a random direction and walked steadily into the darkness. Fortuitously, following that path, he stumbled upon the Red Star Welfare Institute, where a kind-hearted elderly director resided. As dawn broke, they encountered each other at the fence outside the institute. From that moment on, Meyer assumed a new identity on Earth, Chi-Hao. After a year of discreet observation of those around him, Meyer successfully acquired his first earthly language, Mandarin. Subsequently, he uttered his first words upon arriving on Earth, Father. No one ever suspected his origins or identity. The scientists from Zeta had calculated that the most suitable planet for Zeta inhabitants was indeed the blue planet. The elder scientists had once told him, studies of the blue planet indicated that its climate and environment bore a striking resemblance to those of Zeta from tens of thousands of years ago, suggesting that life forms nurtured in such an environment would likely be similar. Due to their preference for the young, they silently designated this most promising planet for Meyer. However, as Meyer stepped into the classroom of Class 1-2, he felt for the first time that perhaps he was not as fortunate as he had believed. His future desk mate glanced up timidly at him, then quickly lowered his gaze. In the center of the last row sat a tall boy, familiar yet brash. Upon seeing Meyer, scoffed and averted his gaze towards the window. Beside the window, a chubby boy with a spirited demeanor was making exaggerated gestures to greet him. For the first time, Meyer felt his astute mind was somewhat inadequate. Lin Shui, excelling in her studies, had also enrolled in this prestigious school, which was entirely normal. However, it was peculiar to see the academically challenged Su Yu and the physically robust, yet intellectually simple Li Bing here as well. What was so strange about it? My mother paid a sponsorship fee, 50,000. Su Yu waved 5 fingers in front of Chi-Hao's face, exclaiming, "Did you not know that one can pay a sponsorship fee for admission to this school?" Chi-Hao pondered for a moment and realized that Teacher Wang, considering the financial circumstances of the former dean, likely never even mentioned the sponsorship fee to him. And what of Li Bing? He is the son of a teacher. His father, Li Haoqiang, is a physical education teacher at our school. Haozi, you must tread carefully. I've heard that Li Bing's father is particularly protective. Given your previous conflicts with Li Bing, be wary of him possibly taking action against you during class. Li Bing's penchant for stirring trouble undoubtedly stems from his father's indulgence. Having never lost a fight since childhood, whenever parents brought their sobbing children to the Li household seeking retribution, Li Haoqiang would graciously apologize and cover their medical expenses, willing to accommodate any demands. Yet, when it came to his son, Li Bing, he could never muster a harsh word. Many might claim that Li Haoqiang is merely protective, but in truth, it has crossed the threshold into sheer pampering. This is the information Chi-Hao had gathered from various sources. As an extraterrestrial concealed among humans, the sole anomaly on the entire blue planet, Chi-Hao remained steadfast in adhering to the admonitions of his mentors and friends, to exert every effort to conceal his alien identity. To reveal his true nature would spell a fate worse than death. During his years at the orphanage, through subtle and cunning trials, Chi-Hao had come to understand the vast disparity in strength between himself and Earthlings. The singular instance in which he nearly exposed his extraordinary abilities occurred during his altercation with Li Bing. When Li Bing's fist suddenly swung towards him, Chi Hao instinctively blocked the attack and attempted to push him away, a reflex born of biological instinct. Fortunately, within less than a second, he overcame this instinct, transforming the push into a grasp, thereby averting the calamity of Li Bing being propelled away. Chi Hao dared not contemplate the consequences had he merely waved his hand, inflicting severe harm upon Li Bing. Yet, while the immediate threat had subsided, a latent danger persisted. Li Bing himself. Unlike others, Li Bing was acutely aware of the situation. As Chi Hao pushed him, he felt on the verge of being thrown. For the first time in his life, he experienced an uncontrollable fear in the face of an overwhelming unknown. However, in the next moment, his wrist was seized and his heart settled. Upon returning home that day, the area around his wrist bore a deep bruise. Despite Li Haoqiang's relentless inquiries, Li Bing never divulged Chi Hao's involvement. He may have been reckless, but he adhered to his own principles. He had instigated the confrontation and had been the one to strike first. In such circumstances, to call for help when outmatched is the act of a coward. Thus, while Chi Hao fretted over the situation, Li Haoqiang had not even heard of his name. Consequently, during the first physical education class in junior high, as Chi Hao observed the imposing figure of Li Haoqiang approaching with his hands behind his back, he felt an unusual tension. Li Haoqiang was indeed something of a legendary figure in their neighborhood. In his youth, he had surpassed his son Li Bing in prowess. He was always at the center of street brawls, and his parents, in a moment of resolve, had sent him to train in sports. The rigorous demands of athletic training have drained his seemingly boundless energy, yet the coach greatly admires his indomitable spirit. Through his commendable performances in several regional competitions, he was specially recruited into a prestigious sports university. Upon graduation, he was assigned to the esteemed Blue Ocean Town No. 1 Middle School, where over a decade has swiftly elapsed. Now, Li Haoqiang has evolved into a seasoned educator. He possesses an uncanny ability to discern whether a student is cunning or not with just a glance. As he ambles towards the boys' team, he notices from a distance a petite boy in the front row who furtively glances at him several times, a look of guilt evident on his face. Chapter 6. The trio. Look at this height. It's evident he's just another pampered student, intending to feign illness to avoid exertion. He glanced at the timid Chi Hao and then at his own son, standing tall like a robust poplar at the rear of the line. A swell of pride swelling within him. Just look at his son. He truly embodies the essence of masculinity. Upon closer inspection, however, he noticed not only was the boy short, but his skin was also remarkably fair, and his features were delicate, resembling a young girl. He silently resolved that regardless of whether this small fellow pretended to have a stomach ache, a headache, or a sprained ankle, he would devise numerous methods to remedy his condition. He was determined to train him to be like his own son. Suddenly, Chi Hao found himself making eye contact with the physical education teacher. Although the teacher quickly averted his gaze, Chi Hao felt an unspoken depth in the teacher's look. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of the first physical education class for middle school. Attention, stand at ease, roll call. After the introductory remarks, Li Haoqiang revealed a peculiar smile at the corner of his mouth. All boys, run 2 laps around the playground. A chorus of groans erupted. What the heck? 2 laps is 800 meters. Has Teacher Li gone mad? Other classes only run 1 lap. Chi Hao glanced around and noticed that everyone remained still, so he hesitated to start running. In that brief moment, Li Haoqiang, frowning, approached him. Why aren't you running yet? Trying to slack off? Chi Hao immediately bowed his head and obediently began to run. Half a lap, 1 lap, 1.5 laps. Out of the corner of his eye, he sensed Li Haoqiang's gaze seemed to follow him, or perhaps it didn't. Right, stay low-key. Chi Hao controlled his speed, gradually making his way to the middle of the pack, aiming to neither lead nor lag behind. Oh, what a misjudgment. Li Haoqiang had indeed been closely observing Chi Hao. To his surprise, the only student unable to keep up during the second lap was a chubby boy named Su Duoyu. The others pressed on, gritting their teeth. Although Chi Hao slowed down during the second lap, his stride and arm movements indicated he still had reserves of energy. While others gasped for breath, Chi Hao maintained a steady pace. Not bad at all. In the very first class, he had discovered a promising candidate for long-distance running. After completing the 800 meters, the boys were utterly exhausted, with a few collapsing onto the ground, only to be urged by Li Haoqiang to get up and keep moving. You're not allowed to sit down immediately. Keep walking. After giving his orders, he waved amiably to Chi Hao. You there, come over. He had indeed been secretly observing me. Chi Hao felt his heart racing. He pretended to be breathless and slowly approached Li Haoqiang, his mind conjuring various terrifying scenarios. Yet, none of those scenarios materialized. Li Haoqiang kindly inquired, "What is your name?" Chi Hao, he replied. With a warm smile, Li Haoqiang said, "Chi Hao, you are quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining our school's long-distance running team?" "Oh." Li Haoqiang feigned ignorance of Chi Hao's confusion and decisively declared, "All right, it's settled then. Chi Hao, you are now registered for the principal's running team." Chi Hao inexplicably became a member of the principal's running team. Finally, the class came to an end, and Su Yu, panting like a fish out of water, exclaimed, "Haozi, teacher Li must be insane. Who practices so rigorously on the very first day of school?" The backs of the other boys' uniforms were drenched in sweat. Throughout the entire class, Chi Hao felt utterly at ease, not a single drop of sweat having escaped him. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted. After school, Su Yu sought out Chi Hao. "Haozi, come on, let's go to my house for dinner. My mom has concocted a new dish." The thought of Su's mother's culinary skills made Chi Hao swallow hard. Lamenting, "I can't go. I've joined the principal's running team, and Teacher Li has ordered me to practice long-distance running after school." Su Yu's eyes nearly bulged out. The long-distance team is grueling. It never manages to recruit enough members each year. "Haozi, what possessed you to sign up for the long-distance team?" Chi Hao replied sullenly, "I didn't sign up. It was Teacher Li who insisted I join." Su Yu suddenly understood. I knew Teacher Li was up to something. After wavering for a long while between the prospect of enjoying a delicious meal at home and enduring hardship with his friend, Su Yu gritted his teeth and declared, "All right, I'll accompany you to the training field. If you can't keep up, I can still plead your case." The two set off to the athletics field, passing by the basketball court where the school's basketball team was practicing. A rookie player lost grip on the ball, which unexpectedly hurtled towards Chi Hao's head. With his exceptionally keen hearing and reflexes far surpassing those of an average human, Chi Hao sensed the impending danger at once. However, Su Yu beside him remained oblivious. While not far away on the athletics field, Li Haoqiang was observing the scene. Chi Hao swiftly assessed the force of the approaching ball and determined that he could withstand it. He let out a soft sigh in his mind, preparing to take the hit. As the basketball hurtled toward him, Su Yu finally heard the commotion and turned in alarm. Chi Hao mirrored his expression of panic, bracing himself for the impact. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a tall figure lunged forward, intervening just as the ball was about to strike Chi Hao's head. "Oh my goodness, you scare me to death. My savior, De Bing." Su Yu was genuinely startled. Once he regained his composure, he grasped Li Bing's hand, showering him with thanks, even affectionately referring to him as De Bing. Taken aback by his unexpected escape, Chi Hao followed suit in expressing gratitude. Li Bing had sprinted over and successfully intercepted the ball, panting as he muttered a few words. "No need to thank me," before cradling the basketball in his arms and heading back to the team. As he neared the basketball team, he couldn't contain himself any longer and shouted, "Which fool just threw that ball?" It nearly hit one of our classmates in the head. Su Yu stared in astonishment at Li Bing's outburst, suddenly exclaiming, "Haozi, for the first time, I find Li Bing quite handsome. Chi Hao, are you all right?" A booming voice unexpectedly called from behind. Chi Hao turned to see Li Haoqiang rushing over, having been startled by the earlier commotion. The swiftly approaching ball caught Chi Hao off guard as he faced away from its trajectory, rendering him unable to react in time. Had it struck his head, despite his quick reflexes as he shouted and dashed towards the scene, the distance between the athletics field and the basketball court proved to be a hindrance. Fortunately, his son was quite capable. He gently ruffled Chi Hao's hair, relieved that the situation had turned out without harm. "Let's head over there to train," he suggested. Casting one last glance at the basketball court, he noticed that his son had not engaged in any physical altercation with the other player, which eased his mind as he turned to head back. In the aftermath of that day, The small group of Su Yu and Chi Hao transformed into a trio. Chapter 7. The incident involving Lin Shui. Chi Hao's deskmate is Lin Shui, the object of Li Bing's unspoken affection from elementary school. In their primary years, Lin Shui once borrowed a test paper from Chi Hao, only to be scolded by him. Subsequently, she witnessed a confrontation between Chi Hao and Li Bing. Realizing Chi Hao's prowess in physical altercations, Lin Shui's parents are exceedingly strict, and having grown up in such an environment, she has always been the model daughter. Her family strictly forbids her from associating with classmates known for their propensity for fighting, fearing that their influence might lead her astray. Consequently, for the entire 6th grade, Lin Shui refrained from speaking to Chi Hao. Upon graduating from elementary school, she believed that entering a new junior high would likely separate them into different classes. To her astonishment, not only were they placed in the same class, but they also ended up as desk mates. As a new school year commenced, Lin Shui found herself troubled by the dilemma of how to switch desks, wishing to avoid sitting next to someone with a penchant for brawling. Aside from her desk mate predicament, Lin Shui was generally content with her junior high experience. She excelled academically, was quite lovely, and had a passion for public speaking, joining the school's publicity department. Every Friday after school, she and her peers would gather to prepare promotional materials for the upcoming Monday morning jog. As she pondered her desk situation, her work pace slowed. By the time they finalized the documents and parted ways at the school gate, she realized it was nearly 6 in the evening. Lin Shui's upbringing had instilled a strict routine. Even a few minutes' delay in returning home would prompt a lengthy interrogation from her parents. While tolerable in elementary school, she found herself increasingly unable to endure her parents' scrutiny and criticism in junior high. She calculated that her mother typically went grocery shopping after work, arriving home around 6:30. If she took a shortcut instead of the main road, she could reach home in 20 minutes. Without further contemplation, Lin Shui hurriedly turned into the small path to the left of the school entrance. Unbeknownst to her, a new bar named Backstreet Bar had recently opened in that alley. Every Friday night, the bar's entrance was a chaotic scene, with patrons often indulging to excess, resulting in rowdy disturbances. As she rushed along, darkness began to envelop the surroundings, heightening her anxiety, prompting her to quicken her pace. Approaching the vicinity of the Backstreet Bar, she encountered a young man clad in a floral shirt, unsteadily stumbling out while clutching half a bottle of liquor. In her haste, Lin Shui did not have time to halt her stride and instinctively veered to the left to avoid him. The inebriated young man, unable to control his movements, swayed in her direction, leading to a jarring collision. The impact sent the young man's bottle flying, and he staggered backward, inadvertently landing on a shard of the broken bottle. Lin Shui fell to the ground, scraping her knees and drawing blood. As she regained her footing, she noticed the floral-shirted youth cursing angrily while attempting to rise. His face contorted with irritation. Being a sheltered girl, Lin Shui had never encountered such an unexpected situation and could only repeatedly apologize. "I'm so sorry. It was an accident. Let me take you to the hospital." The young man, still reeling from the pain and partially sobered by the incident, rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate against the perpetrator. However, upon realizing that his assailant was merely a student, strikingly attractive and clad in the uniform of a prestigious secondary school nearby, his demeanor shifted. His gaze swept over Lin Shui's face and figure, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Little girl, this matter is actually quite easy to resolve. All you need to do is agree to one condition." Lin Shui, with a naive curiosity, asked what condition. The man in the floral shirt grinned mischievously. The school dismissed at 5 o'clock, and both the athletics and basketball teams had an hour of practice. Today was Friday, and it was Li Bing's turn to tidy up the court. After practice, Chi Hao first accompanied Li Bing to return the basketballs to the sports equipment room, and then they headed back to the classroom, where they found that Su Yoyu was already ravenous. Li Bing, feeling a bit embarrassed, but knowing Su Yoyu's fondness for food, suggested, "Fat fish, you often come over to eat at your place. Today, let me treat you." A new hamburger shop just opened on Lin Shui Road, and their burgers are massive, filled with 2 patties. Hearing the words 2 patties, Su Yoyu's eyes lit up with excitement. As the three exited the school gates, Li Bing led them to the left down a narrow alley. "If we cut through this alley, we'll reach Lin Shui Road quicker." They were enthusiastically walking halfway when they noticed a crowd gathered ahead. The alley was already narrow, and with more people, it became congested. All three were hungry and did not wish to squeeze in to see the commotion. So Li Bing called out loudly, "Friends up ahead, please make way. Thank you." Just as his voice faded, a sobbing female voice emerged from the crowd. "Li Bing?" Amidst the noise, Li Bing vaguely heard his name, wondering if someone had called him. Su Yu, preoccupied with thoughts of burgers, heard nothing. Chi Hao, with his keen hearing, immediately affirmed, "It's Lin Shui calling you," from her voice. She is at the center of that crowd. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly pushed through the throng. At the center of the crowd stood 4 individuals. The man in the floral shirt had come with 2 friends to drink, and his hand had already been bandaged by one of them. Now, he and one of his companions crossed their arms, grinning at Lin Shui, while another companion stood behind her, sporting bleached hair and wearing a tight black tank top, holding Lin Shui's backpack in his right hand. Their presence blocked half of the alley, and as more people stopped to watch the spectacle, the crowd grew denser. Lin Shui's backpack was in the hands of the opposing group, and she attempted to snatch it back but failed. She considered fleeing, but found herself obstructed on both sides. The man in the floral shirt, noticing her panic, chuckled and asked, "So, little sister, have you thought it over? Become my girlfriend, and this matter will be settled." Upon finishing his sentence, the individual in the black tank top stepped forward. Lin Shui was suddenly pushed forward by him, stumbling towards the man in the floral shirt. He opened his arms with a playful grin, saying, "Come here, little sister, into your brother's embrace." Flustered and frightened, Lin Shui cried out in desperation. At that moment, Li Bing squeezed through the crowd and witnessed the scene. In an instant, his eyes turned red with anger, and without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, grasped Lin Shui's arm, and pulled her behind him. The man in the floral shirt ceased his laughter, casting a sidelong glance at Li Bing before spitting on the ground. "Ah, you haven't even grown your hair fully yet, and you dare to meddle in your grandfather's affairs. It's still not too late for you to leave." At that moment, Chi Hao had already squeezed his way in. Upon entering, he discovered that the gazes of the onlookers were intensely fixed upon their group, abruptly transforming them into the focal point of the crowd, which instilled in him considerable pressure, causing him to waver. Many you followed closely behind Chi Hao, peering curiously at the scene before them, only to quickly turn and retreat. Chi Hao also harbored a strong desire to turn and follow many you. However, there were 3 individuals opposite him, while Li Bing stood alone. Chi Hao's advancing foot halted, he sighed, and returned to stand alongside Li Bing, positioning himself in such a way as to shield Lin Shui completely. Chapter 8. The brutal onslaught. The man in the black vest hesitated, softly inquiring of the one in the floral shirt, "Xiao Gu, the individuals across from us are students from that prestigious high school. Are we really going to resort to violence?" The floral shirt snorted dismissively, "Of course we will. Just take it easy." With a nod, the black vest hefted his somewhat weighty backpack and swung it down towards Li Bing. However, he did not truly intend to inflict serious harm. In their usual brawls, they would smash bottles as weapons, often drawing blood with a single blow. Seeing that the opponents were dressed in school uniforms, he thought to merely teach them a lesson, to vent some frustration for his older brother. To his surprise, Li Bing effortlessly snatched the backpack with one hand, tossing it aside without a glance back at Lin Shui, saying, "Take the backpack and hurry home." Lin Shui hurriedly bent down to retrieve the backpack. As she stood up, she found the 2 figures, one tall and one short, still firmly positioned before her. Initially trembling with fear, she now crouched down, clutching the backpack, and gazed at the 2 silhouettes in front of her, feeling a sudden surge of courage. "It was my fault. I cannot flee," she thought. "At worst, I will endure a beating alongside them." Once Li Bing made his move, the man in the black vest recognized him as an experienced fighter and ceased to hold back, escalating the intensity of his strikes. The floral shirt and his companion, witnessing Li Bing's efforts to shield Lin Shui, found amusement in his predicament, akin to spectators at a circus show. They collectively overlooked the seemingly small and frail Chi Hao, who stood silently, observing the base expressions of the floral shirt and his cronies, listening to their increasingly vile utterances. An unfamiliar emotion surged within him, akin to a flame igniting, causing discomfort and an uncontrollable urge to unleash his pent-up feelings. Blue Star is a magnificent planet. Its sun is young, of moderate mass, providing just the right warmth for this celestial body. Mountains, grasslands, rivers, valleys, and oceans adorn its surface. Every individual can bask in the sunlight with joy. In such a splendid blue star, why do such grotesque beings exist? By what right do they claim ownership of such a flawless world? Suddenly, Chi Hao murmured something, which Li Bing caught, but could not comprehend. If, at that moment, another Zeta alien existed in the world, they would have understood that Chi Hao was speaking in his mother tongue. Let be destroyed. In the next instant, everyone present felt a blur before their eyes as a blue figure materialized behind the floral shirt, swiftly extending its right hand to grasp his neck. The floral shirt's eyes widened in terror, his face turning a deep crimson as he desperately clawed at Chi Hao's hand, his legs thrashing wildly. His companions rushed to assist him, only to be seized by Chi Hao's left hand around their necks. The black vest and Li Bing were stunned into inaction. But the black vest hurried over to help, while Li Bing, concerned for Chi Hao's well-being, sprinted towards him, shouting, "Haozi, let go." Obediently, Chi Hao released his grip. The floral shirt and his accomplice slumped to the ground, their vision darkening, coughing painfully. The individuals clad in black vests assisted their companion to rise, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed at Chi Hao. "Teacher, hurry, it's right here." At that moment, a cacophony of panicked voices erupted from outside the crowd. Lin Shui turned around with delight, only to behold the school security personnel and several male teachers parting the throng and rushing towards them. Simultaneously, the wail of police sirens echoed from the alleyway. "Didn't he expect it, did you? I called the police," Man Yu declared with a sense of pride. The officers escorted the group back to the precinct, and the trio, in floral shirts, were frequent visitors to the station. Officer Bai frowned upon spotting them. "You three again. Last month, your brawl nearly landed you in jail for public disorder. Now, what trouble have you caused this time?" One of the floral shirt individuals, holding his neck with one hand while raising his injured other hand, hoarsely protested, "Officer, this time we were the ones who got beaten." He pointed a finger at Chi Hao, accusing, "That kid tried to kill us." Officer Bai turned to glance at the slender Chi Hao and scoffed at the floral shirt man. "Chen Xiao, let me remind you, there are surveillance cameras where you fought. At least craft a credible story." The trio expressed their grievances. "We're not lying, officer. That kid attacked us in broad daylight." Amidst their uproar, Chi Hao sat composedly across from another officer, recounting the events. Officer Niu, who had been working at the Blue Sea Town police station for 8 years, was renowned for his remarkable memory. He had an uncanny ability to remember every suspect he had encountered, even years later. As he took notes, a fleeting recognition washed over him regarding the boy's name and appearance. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh with realization. "I remember now. You were the child from the Red Star Welfare Institute, the precious gem that Director Chi found that winter." Chi Hao possessed an extraordinary photographic memory. Shortly after arriving in Blue Star, he had visited this very police station. It represented a regulatory institution, a place where extraterrestrials feared exposure of their identities after arriving on a new planet. Every Zetarian had diligently rehearsed scenarios involving regulatory institutions. At that time, Chi Hao adeptly portrayed a pitiful amnesiac mute before the officers. Upon entering the precinct earlier, he recognized more than half the bustling officers present. Feigning confusion, he asked Officer Niu, "Do you know me? Know you? I even held you in my arms," he replied warmly, when assisting Chi Hao in locating his family. He had spent over half a month at the station. With his innocent and charming looks and a tragic background, the officers had taken great care of him, especially Officer Niu. Having recently joined the force, Niu felt a sense of responsibility for the case, though he ultimately failed to reunite the boy with his family, leaving him with lingering guilt. Seeing the child again after 7 years stirred a wave of emotion within him. "Old Yang, old Feng, come quickly and see who this is." "Niu, with so many people around, are you still playing your guessing game? Get back to work." Officers Yang and Feng laughed as they approached, expecting yet another photo of a fugitive, only to be met by a sweet and innocent visage. Officer Yang furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Chi Hao, And after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, I remember now. Is he the child brought by old Chi? They were over here, identifying relatives. Leaving the trio in floral shirts on the other side bewildered, uncertain of Chi Hao's background, and hesitant to loudly proclaim his intent to commit murder. When the officer responsible for reviewing the surveillance footage returned, everyone gathered to watch the recording, revealing that the incident was ignited by the floral shirt's bullying of a young girl. What? You claim to be injured? The girl has also hurt her leg. Not to mention, she had the foresight to evade you, yet you collided into her. What? You insist it was unintentional and that you were intoxicated? It's evident that you were indeed inebriated. Chapter 9. The debate competition. After a long and arduous mediation by the police, both parties finally reached a peaceful resolution. Once the trio in floral shirts departed, Li Haoqiang instructed the other teachers to return home, choosing to remain at the police station to wait for the children's parents. Unbeknownst to him, he mistakenly believed that his son had valiantly saved his classmate single-handedly against 3 assailants. As he waited, he couldn't help but boast about his son's bravery. Well done, my boy. When you see a classmate in distress, this is precisely how one should respond. Upon noticing the departure of the floral shirt individuals, several officers exchanged glances. And Officer Neo received a subtle nod to approach. Xiao Hao, come here. Uncle wishes to speak with you. With a quick glance at the surveillance monitor, a wave of apprehension washed over Chi Hao, yet he obediently followed Officer Neo to a nearby room. You are a brave child, Officer Neo remarked, observing Ki Ao esipale anxious lips. He gently patted the boy's head. Tell Uncle, do you possess considerable strength in your daily life? Lowering his gaze, Chi Hao avoided meeting the officer's eyes. I usually have some strength, but it wasn't as much as earlier. I just felt a surge of power when I saw them attacking my classmate. Officer Neo nodded in understanding, confirming his suspicion that the boy had experienced a physiological response to stress, resulting in a sudden surge of strength. It was likely that he was now utterly exhausted. Having validated his assumption, he chose not to send Chi Hao away immediately, opting instead for a patient discourse. Having great strength is an asset. It allows you to protect yourself and your friends. However, Xiao Hao, what would happen if you seriously injured someone? Moreover, if you charge into a crowd and someone were to stab you, what would you do? You are still young, and in the future, when faced with trouble, seek out a teacher or a police officer first. Do not rush into danger alone, understood? With that, he stood and moved toward the door. Kiao, relieved, rose to follow. Suddenly, Officer Neo halted in his tracks, causing Chi Hao's heart to race once more. This is my phone number. The officer retrieved a pen and scribbled down his personal number on a piece of paper, tearing it off and handing it to Chi Hao. If you encounter those who fought with you today, call Uncle. Seeing Chi Hao's astonished expression, his eyes sparkling with gratitude, Officer Neo chuckled lightly and ruffled the boy's hair. All right then, you must be starving. Off you go home. Dazed, Chi Hao exited the Blue Star Regulatory Agency. A slip of paper now nestled in his pocket. He felt a wave of relief wash over him for being in Blue Star. The atmosphere of the regulatory agency was undeniably warm and welcoming. Yet, today had nearly led to a significant blunder. However, the lessons learned from this daring experience were invaluable. Lacking social experience in Blue Star, Chi Hao realized for the first time the omnipresence of surveillance cameras. How terrifying! He had been mere inches away from exposure today. From now on, he vowed never to resort to violence again. Following this incident, the trio expanded once more, welcoming the diligent student representative, Lin Shui, into their ranks. The most elated among them was Li Bing, who had long harbored feelings for her. However, before he could revel in his joy for long, he was struck by a piece of devastating news. The incident stemmed from their assistance to Lin Shui. In Lanhai Town's first high school, there are 2 traditional projects of great distinction that rank prominently in the city: the school debate team and the school basketball team. Consequently, joining the debate team is quite challenging. The first step is straightforward: approaching the class teacher to register. Typically, more than half the class would sign up. The teacher would then organize a round-robin competition within the class, from which the top 4 students would emerge as preliminary candidates, representing their class in competitions against others. Only members of the group that secures first place in the grade are eligible to become esteemed members of the debate team. Lin Shui, being part of the school's publicity team, bypassed the round-robin competition and was already a preliminary candidate for Class 1 second. Coincidentally, Lin Shui's mother was in charge of this year's debate competition. After her daughter was assisted by 3 male classmates, Lin Shui's mother had been eager to find a way to express her gratitude. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. With her vigorous recommendation, Qi Hao and his companions were fortunate enough to be exempted from the rigors of the class competition and directly elevated to the status of preliminary debate team members. Feeling as though she had done a noble deed, Lin Shui's mother excitedly shared this good news with her daughter, only to be met with Lin Shui as dismay. Considering her 3 friends' utter lack of interest in the debate team, she could only think of the 2 words, "It's over." As expected, all 3 flatly refused to participate in the debate competition. The most vociferous opponent was Li Bing, who had always adhered to the principle of taking action over idle chatter. The moment he heard that he, a mere warrior, was expected to engage in a battle of wits, he erupted in indignation. "I absolutely refuse to participate in such a ridiculous debate competition. It's laughable. I have no need to reason with my opponents. If there's a disagreement, isn't it far more satisfying to just settle it with action?" Lin Shui turned to Qi Hao, her eyes pleading. Qi Hao was even more resolute in his refusal. "There will be a large audience for the debate competition, and I dislike being in the spotlight." Despairing, Lin Shui looked at Su Yuyu, who seemed indifferent, only concerned with one thing. "Are there prizes for winning? Are the prizes delicious?" Surprisingly, Pang Yu did not outright refuse. Enthusiastic about debating, Lin Shui hurried to inquire about the prizes from her mother. Lin Shui's mother, well-versed in the competition structure and rewards, explained, "If our school secures the championship, the winning team will be awarded a total of 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing about the 1,000 yuan, Lin Shui's face lit up with excitement, prompting her mother to jest, "Isn't it amusing that you're so thrilled over a mere 1,000 yuan? If you manage to win the national championship, the prize is 20,000 yuan." Lin Shui dashed off to share this delightful news with her 3 companions, unaware of her mother's subsequent remark that, despite the school having been established for over 80 years, its best achievement was merely 6th place nationwide. Upon learning of the monetary reward, Qi Hao was the first to waver. In recent years, his grandfather had grown increasingly frail. The wages at the welfare home were meager, and the elderly man had no additional income. Nearly all his funds were spent on the children, leaving him to live frugally. Qi Hao had longed to install an air conditioner in his grandfather's room to make his summers more bearable. Yet, as an orphan with no financial means, he found himself at a loss. "Pang Yu, may I ask you something? How much does an air conditioner typically cost?" "The cheapest option would cost at least 1,000 yuan. Thus, it suffices for us to secure the top position in the school." Mistakenly believing that winning the school championship would entitle each team member to 1,000 yuan, Qi Hao, after a brief moment of hesitation between concealing his identity and competing for the dean, approached Lin Shui, expressing his willingness to participate in the debate competition. "Suiyu Vima? Since Hao has signed up, I might as well join in as well." "Dabing, why don't you come along too?" Li Bing replied, "I have chosen my friends poorly, alas." Ultimately, this trio of novices, entirely unacquainted with the art of debate, along with Lin Shui, who was only a novice herself, formed a small team. Their homeroom teacher and other classmates were quite pleased, as these 4 did not occupy any spots in the class quota. The homeroom teacher selected 4 genuinely capable contestants through a round-robin process, forming another team, and the entire class held high hopes for this second group. At this moment, neither Qi Hao nor his companions could have anticipated that, 5 months later, their makeshift ensemble would bring home the inaugural championship trophy of the Huagua Junior High School Debate Competition for the Blue Ocean Town No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 10. Unfavorable Beginnings. The debate competition at Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School has officially commenced. Given its status as a traditional stronghold of the school, the administration has placed significant emphasis on the event, as is customary, by clearing out the largest gymnasium for the occasion. The finals for the same grade, as well as the semifinals and finals spanning across different grades, are set to take place within this grand venue. However, Prior matches will occur within the classrooms. In accordance with the rules of previous years, any team that suffers 2 consecutive defeats in the preliminary rounds will be eliminated from the competition outright. Pooling their efforts, the 4-member team, led by Chi Hao, after undergoing a 2-day crash course from the somewhat lackluster Lin Shui, is about to face off against Class 1 in their own classroom arena. The debate format at Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School closely mirrors that of national competitions, divided into 4 distinct phases. Lin Shui elaborated on this to her teammates. The first phase involves the opening statements, where the first speaker from each side presents their viewpoint. The second phase consists of a rebuttal, where the second speakers engage in a heated exchange, followed by the third speakers doing the same. Ultimately, the first speakers summarize their respective positions. The third phase is characterized by a free debate, allowing all participants to engage in a back-and-forth dialogue. Finally, the fourth phase features the summary from the 4 speakers of both sides. Considering Chi Hao's usual reticence, Lin Shui thoughtfully appointed him as the first speaker, allowing him to read from a script. Li Bing, known for his aggressive nature, was designated as the second speaker, while Su Manyu, with her nimble intellect and plethora of ideas, took on the role of the third speaker. She confidently asserted her belief in her superiority among the 4, thus claiming the position of the summarizing 4th speaker. With all arrangements set, Lin Shui and her team took their seats at the debate podium, brimming with confidence as they prepare to secure their inaugural victory. Yet, while aspirations soared, reality proved to be unforgiving. As the host, the homeroom teacher, announced the commencement of the debate, Chi Hao stood up, head bowed, and began to read a script. The teachers responsible for judging at the back of the classroom furrowed their brows in dismay. Once Chi Hao hastily concluded his reading, he promptly sat down. The opposing first speaker, a dashing young man with bright eyes and a charming smile, stood up with poise, bowing slightly to the host before addressing Chi Hao and his teammates with a friendly smile, introducing himself as the first speaker for the opposition. He then proceeded to articulate his argument in a measured manner. The contrast in decorum between the 2 first speakers was stark. Upon closer examination of the content, it was evident that the opposing argument was far more comprehensive. A wave of anxiety washed over Chi Hao. Their preparation time had been alarmingly short, and their readiness was inadequate. Moreover, he had merely recited his script while his opponent spoke extemporaneously. In the first phase, Chi Hao faced utter defeat. The bewildered second speaker, Li Bing, then stood up. His task, as assigned by Lin Shui, was to interrogate the opposing second speaker regarding the arguments presented by the first speaker. However, the previous speaker had managed to speak for 3 continuous minutes at a rapid pace, leaving Li Bing struggling to retain only a fraction of the information. With half a minute allotted for questions, he hesitated, managing to utter only a few queries. After merely 10 seconds of time had elapsed, he found himself at a loss for words, standing there like a fool. Some students from Class 2 covered their faces in embarrassment, while others simply rested their heads on their desks, and a group of onlookers from Class 1 stifled their laughter at the doorway. The judging teachers shook their heads once more in disappointment. After enduring a tense half-minute, Li Bing quickly sat down. The second speaker from the opposing team was a sharp-witted female classmate, her joy barely concealed as she stood up. Li Bing watched as she held a card and began to interrogate Chi Hao about the remarks made moments ago. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the girl. "You have a note? You're cheating." This remark elicited laughter from everyone except the 4 of them. The class teacher frowned, urging Li Bing to quiet down. Lin Shui, embarrassed, tugged at Li Bing's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "She has a note card to record the other side's statements." "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell everyone that note cards were allowed." Li Bing was thoroughly defeated. The third speaker, Su Yu, stood up with a mournful expression. His task was to relentlessly pursue the questions posed by Li Bing. With Li Bing's failure, he felt equally incapacitated. Fortunately, the chubby boy, possessing a thick skin, realized their side was unlikely to win and decided to take a gamble, loosely elaborating on the few questions Li Bing had just articulated, completely disregarding any tactical defense. There was no need for the opposing third speaker to respond. Su Yu was utterly defeated. After they sat down, The first speakers from both sides were to deliver 2-minute summaries of their arguments. Shihao stood up once more. Without a note card or pen, he accurately recalled every statement made by each member of both teams. After quickly reviewing the speeches in his mind, he understood the unfavorable position and succinctly highlighted a few key points before sitting down. The handsome first speaker from Class 1 stood up, animatedly reading through his note card with clarity. In this second round, Class 2 was decisively defeated. The student from Class 2, unable to bear the one-sided nature of the competition, had buried their heads in stacks of books. In the third round, a free debate ensued, allowing each speaker 1 minute to express their thoughts. Shihao calmly stood up to reiterate his team's stance. After sitting down, he could hear the opposing team fervently discussing something, but Li Bing was no longer listening. His face turned crimson, feeling like a ridiculous clown. When it was his turn to speak, he stood up, struggling to articulate a thought. "We concede, our team surrenders." That evening, Li Haoqiang returned home from work to find 3 grim-faced students in the living room, with his son glaring angrily, passionately waving his fists. "I say, next time we might as well not even take the stage and just concede. Today was so humiliating." Rarely had he seen his son so despondent, and he stood in the corner of the room, eavesdropping. As he listened, he chuckled. It turned out that the team, which lost the fastest in the first-year debate, was composed of these 4. The 4 children instantly forgot his usual authority. Glaring at him in unison, Li Haoqiang laughed. "If you had that much spirit during the competition, it would have been wonderful. I only have one question. Do you want to win?" All 4 responded in unison, "Yes." The feeling of being relentlessly pressured by their opponents on stage today was truly suffocating. Li Haoqiang raised an eyebrow. The debate competition bears a resemblance to sporting events. It demands both offensive and defensive training, as well as the accumulation of experience through competition. You now have but one opportunity left, and it is impossible to achieve mastery on your own in such a short time. I shall enlist a professional coach to provide guidance. That evening, Lei Boyong, Li Haoqiang's close friend from high school, a former champion debater, and now the youngest professor in the law department at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, received Li Haoqiang's call. Chapter 11. Reinforcements arrive. Upon hearing Li Haoqiang's request, Lei Boyong couldn't help but chuckle and scold. "You really are protective, aren't you? You shield your son and even coddle your favorite students. Do you think I appear so idle as to become a debate coach for middle school children? This time, I'm not being partial. Besides my own troublesome child, there is a student named Chi Hao who is truly exceptional. Just tell me whether you want me to come or not." Lei Boyong glanced at his itinerary and, feeling helpless, began to book a flight. If anyone else made such an outrageous request, I would certainly decline. However, for you, I happen to miss you. I'll come and stay at your place for 2 days this weekend. After hanging up, Li Haoqiang knocked on his son's door. "Tell your 3 classmates to come over for intensive training this weekend. Your Uncle Lei is formidable. He was the best debater during our high school days. Make sure to learn well from him." The formidable Lei Boyong met Chi Hao for the first time in the living room of Li Haoqiang's home, and he was profoundly impressed by the boy. Early that weekend, after meeting with the students, Lei Boyong instructed them to briefly recount the details of their first debate. Li Bing and Su Yuyu turned to Lin Shui. Clearing her throat, Lin Shui recounted the event in a rather dry and succinct manner. Lei Boyong frowned. "Your explanation is too brief. You need to detail the arguments presented by both sides and the points you targeted." Lin Shui blinked rapidly, momentarily at a loss for words. The embarrassment from that debate was overwhelming. She wished to forget every second of it. Lei Boyong expressed his disappointment. "Reviewing is a crucial aspect of debating. A proper review can help you learn from your mistakes and elevate your skills. The first step in reviewing is documentation. If you cannot recall the arguments and points of contention, surely you remember the judge's feedback. Share it with me, and I will assist you in analyzing it." The judges said our arguments lacked support, were logically incoherent, and displayed poor teamwork. This was the first time Lei Boyong had encountered such harsh and unrelenting criticism, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, struggling to fathom how these 4 had performed in the debate. At that moment, the slender boy, Chi Hao, suddenly stood up and handed him a stack of A4 papers. Confused, Lei Boyong accepted the papers and saw that a vertical line divided each sheet. On the left was the speech from Class 2, and on the right, that from Class 1. Every utterance made during the debate, the timing, the rationale for their points, and the arguments employed were meticulously recorded. It even noted the specific data used by the opposing side at the time. Does your school have transcripts of the live recordings? I thought only the debate teams in the Capitol engaged in such thorough research. Your school's debate competition is quite professional. Lei Boyong expressed both surprise and curiosity. By the way, if you have the transcripts, why didn't TU bring them out earlier? Coach, our school does not have transcripts of the recordings. This is something I wrote down last night while recalling the events. Lei Boyong held the record paper, his mouth agape in shock. He pointed to a line in the notes that stated, according to scientific research, approximately 63 of students. You even remember the figures? Chi Hao smiled shyly and remarked, my memory is quite decent. Lei Boyong gazed at him intently for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. You shall not take the position of the first speaker. Instead, you will take the role of the fourth speaker. He turned to Lin Shui. You will be the first speaker. Lin Shui hesitated, pointing to herself. Me, the first speaker? Indeed, your demeanor and voice are perfectly suited for the role, leaving a favorable impression on the judges, which will yield high marks. As for him, he gestured toward Chi Hao. He is a natural at concluding arguments, as if fortune itself has favored him. Initially, he harbored doubts about this unreliable team winning their next match within 2 days. But now he was utterly convinced that they could not possibly lose. Come over here and reenact this according to this paper. The group dared not resist and complied obediently. As Lei Boyong observed and took notes, once they finished, he promptly directed, Su, you will be the second speaker from now on. Bingzi, you will take the third position. With that, he clapped his hands and picked up a box of videotapes. These are cherished recordings of past competitions. Let us learn together. The four were inundated with a wealth of debate knowledge, terminologies, strategies, and teamwork principles. Su Yu felt as if his head might explode. He glanced at Chi Hao, who had brightened up, listening intently, occasionally revealing moments of realization. Finally, when mealtime arrived, Li Haoqiang had ordered from the finest local restaurant. Sui u insta di zila set, his expression brightening as he indulged heartily. Lei Boyong silently observed the four of them, and after a mere 10-minute break post-lunch, he gathered them once more. Now, using the theories learned this morning, reenact the match you lost. You four will still represent the affirmative, while I shall take on the opposing side. Su Yu felt utterly overwhelmed, wishing to abandon his efforts right then and there. Unexpectedly, Lei Boyong beckoned him over, and in a state of confusion, he approached. Lei Boyong handed him a piece of chocolate, saying, Here, take this. It's imported and quite delightful. I'll give you a box after the match. The chubby boy instantly revived, nearly shouting that Coach Lei understood him, only to hear Lei Boyong caution Li Bing. If he doesn't perform well, feel free to give him a sound, thrashing post-match. Upon hearing he had permission to hit someone, Li Bing, who had been lackluster, transformed into an energetic youth. His gaze fixed intently on Su Yu. Chi Hao couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yu's expression of despair. Lei Boyong smiled at the Kiao, the prodigious debater he greatly admired. Now, that is more like a child. You were too restrained before. After the group simulated the debate, Lei Boyong patiently explained how both sides engaged in offense and defense, lavishing praise on Chi Hao. The four sighed in relief, believing they could finally rest, only for Lei Boyong to smile slightly and say, Come, let us debate the same topic once more. This time, you will be the opposition, and I shall take the affirmative. Even Lin Shui, the most passionate about debating, could no longer withstand the pressure. As Lei Boyong observed the spirited Chi Hao, he couldn't help but glance disdainfully at the others sprawled on the ground like lifeless dogs. Just look at Chi Hao, and then at you all, exhibiting such a lack of dignity. Even while lying there, one ought to maintain the effort to argue. Thus, on this Saturday, the four of them, under the intense rigors of their devilish training, not only systematically absorbed knowledge of debate, but were also compelled to engage in several debate contests. By the time dinner was finished, even Lei Boyong himself felt a bit fatigued. He collapsed onto the sofa and kindly suggested to the children, After a long day of exertion, let's unwind this evening and watch some television. The children responded with innocent cheers of delight. Chapter 12. The decisive battle against Class 3 amidst their jubilant cheers. Lei Boyong switched on the television and inserted the tape of the competition he had brought. Thus, we shall not engage in a match tonight. Instead, you shall assume the role of judges. The children felt deceived, exclaiming how ruthless their teacher was. That evening, Su Yu and Chi Hao spent the night in Li Bing's living room, dreaming of debating competitions. The four believed that Saturday had marked Lei Boyang's limits, yet he scoffed. You remain naive. Yesterday, I imparted to you the righteous path. Today, allow me to introduce you to the underhanded tactics. The quartet listened in astonishment as Lei Boyong elucidated various sophistical techniques, deliberately obfuscating concepts, manipulating language, employing the chicken and duck strategy, and utilizing data countering tactics. Li Bing and Lin Shui grew incensed, questioning, isn't this mere quibbling, resorting to unscrupulous means for victory? Rather than responding immediately, Lei Boyong turned to the contemplative Chi Hao, asking, what is your perspective? After a moment's reflection, Chi Hao replied, if sophistry does not contravene the rules, with me on board, victory is assured. Lei Boyong nodded, sighing, I teach you these methods to enlighten you on the lengths to which opponents might go to secure victory, so that you remain vigilant. You need not employ them, but you must be prepared against them. He patted Chi Hao's shoulder, adding, trust me, you are a natural-born debater. There is no need for sophistry. With time, you will inevitably claim the championship. I understand your desire to win, yet I hope for you to diligently excel in each debate rather than relying on trickery to achieve success. The children nodded in agreement, and after granting them a moment for reflection, Lei Boyong clapped his hands. Come now, children, today we shall revisit the most classic debates from your high school years. That Sunday marked the day when Chi Hao and his three companions spoke more than ever before in their lives. As they bid farewell to Lei Boyong, each one found their voices hoarse and barely able to speak. After enduring 2 days of rigorous training, they felt transformed, as if they had shed their former selves. The term debate, which had been foreign just days prior, now felt oddly familiar, as if it had accompanied them for a long time. According to the elimination round groupings, the four were set to face Class 1-3. Both teams had suffered defeats in their initial matches. However, Class 3 had only narrowly lost to Class 4, putting on a rather impressive display despite their setback. In contrast, the four had been utterly humiliated by Class 2, becoming a source of jest throughout the school. Consequently, as the competition approached, nearly all the spectators from Class 3 were from other classes, with none from Class 2 attending. They simply did not wish to witness another humiliation for their four classmates. Chi Hao led the way as the four took their seats at the debate table amidst a chorus of jeers. They could hear the students from Class 3 whispering and laughing. Our class is facing these four. It will be a walk in the park. Indeed, this is the weakest team of the year. Li Bing let out a derisive snort, while the other three merely smiled faintly. The debaters from Class 3, seated opposite them, inwardly cursed as they observed the quartet's confident demeanor, thinking, let them put on a show. Once the debate commences, we shall see if they concede defeat once more. As the competition commenced, the debaters from Class 3 were already drenched in cold sweat. Were these four individuals truly the ones rumored to capitulate without a fight? Their prowess was undeniably formidable. Their arguments were clearly defined, their supporting evidence was ample, and their teamwork was impeccable. Even when Class 3 managed to seize upon a slight flaw, the debater named Chi Hao would swiftly jot down a note and pass it to his beleaguered teammate, instantly reviving their train of thought. It was evident that victory was beyond their grasp. The entire encounter unfolded without suspense. They were thoroughly dominated by the opposing quartet. By the time the concluding arguments were presented, the voice of Class 3's final speaker quivered with emotion. It was overwhelmingly challenging for them. Their intelligence had proven woefully inaccurate. Who had claimed that the four debaters from Class 2 were utterly ignorant of the art of debate, lacking even the most basic etiquette. Yet they were undeniably seasoned veterans, particularly Chi Hao. The Chi Hao team triumphed decisively over Class 3's debate squad. Yet this victory did not resonate throughout the grade. Class 3 felt deeply humiliated, choosing to remain tight-lipped about their defeat. When classmates from other classes occasionally heard of Class 2's effortless victory over Class 3, they merely dismissed it, commenting that it was merely a contest of weak teams, lacking any intrigue. It was only when Chi Hao and his companions secured the championship for the first-year grade, preparing to represent their class against the champions of the second year, that everyone was taken aback by their true caliber. By that time, another team from their class had already been eliminated. Thus, Chi Hao and his trio regained the attention of their classmates, eagerly anticipating the day they would face off against the second-year champions. A victory would not only yield a monetary reward, but also the opportunity to represent their school in the city competition. Chi Hao was particularly pleased with their previously stealthy victories. Winning without drawing attention was truly a stroke of perfection. Alas, the final match was destined to be anything but discreet. However, as it was merely a competition, it would soon be forgotten. He had resolutely decided that after the final debate, once they secured the prize, he would revert to the art of subtlety, just as he had during elementary school. When the time came for the city competition, he would deliberately lose the first match. The topics for the final debate at Yizhong School were typically prestigious, yet this time they opted for a remarkably relatable subject. If a student encounters a thug, would you choose to stand by your classmate or abandon them to seek help? As before, the debaters drew lots to determine their positions. The outcome for Chi Hao's team was to abandon their classmate in pursuit of assistance. Upon seeing the topic in their assigned position, the four felt a peculiar sense of being targeted. An undercurrent of unease began to stir within them. As the debate commenced, this unease manifested into something tangible. Indeed, they were being singled out. After they articulated their stance of abandoning their classmate to seek help, the opposing team's second speaker, a tall and seemingly arrogant young man, sneered and inquired, "But I have heard that your fourth speaker, Lin Shui, once encountered a thug in an alley in the dead of night." At that moment, the opposing third and fourth debaters chose to advance together. Does this not indicate that their actions inadvertently lend support to our argument? Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's face turned as pale as snow. Li Bing slammed his fist onto the debate podium in frustration. The male debater smirked darkly, feigning a bow towards them. "May I remind the opposing debaters to observe the decorum of debate?" Sui whisper indigante, Xiao Mao. Among the four, only Chi Hao appeared unaffected. He pressed his lips together, slowly lifted his gaze, and for the first time, scrutinized the male debater across from him with earnest attention. Chapter 13. Confrontation. The contours of the boy's face and his features were vividly reflected in his eyes, transforming into a flurry of data that swirled rapidly within his mind, eventually overlapping with another visage etched in his memory. According to the brain's analysis, the biological similarity between the two faces exceeded 91, indicating a fraternal connection. Chi Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing the boy once more. Imitating the other's sardonic smile, he lazily diverted his gaze. The finals were held in the school auditorium, with Lin Shui's mother seated at the back. Concerned for her daughter, who was a girl, and fearing the whispers of gossip, she implored the teachers present to refrain from mentioning the incident at school. Chi Hao and Li Bing also made it a point never to discuss the matter on campus. This secret, which they had diligently safeguarded together, was now deliberately undermined by the opposing debater during the finals, as he audaciously suggested to the audience of hundreds that the afternoon incident had occurred at midnight, intentionally leading their thoughts astray. This was precisely what Lin Shui's mother dreaded. Overcome with a mixture of anger and fear, she trembled, momentarily tempted to rush the stage and confront that insolent boy. Observing her daughter biting her lower lip, swaying precariously as if struggling to maintain her balance, Lin Shui's mother steeled herself and prepared to rise, only to be interrupted by Chi Hao's voice. The youth's clear tone resonated throughout the auditorium, striking a chord in her heart. "First and foremost, I would like to correct my opponent. My companions and I have never encountered ruffians, as we firmly believe that if faced with such an individual, we would promptly seek assistance. However, one day after school, we encountered your brother, who made some overly friendly propositions. Given that he is your brother, we did not perceive him as a ruffian and thus treated him with the respect due to a senior. My opponent just claimed that his brother is a ruffian. I apologize, but we were unaware of this at the time. Should we encounter your brother again, we will immediately report it to the authorities. Furthermore, I would like to remind my opponent that the positions in a debate are determined by a draw. The debater must argue from the perspective they are assigned. I am astonished that my opponent lacks this fundamental understanding of debate etiquette. As Chi Hao spoke, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. He spread his hands in a gesture of exasperation. The boy across from him, flushed with anger, unable to contain himself, shouted, "You little punk." Chi Hao mimicked his earlier demeanor, exaggeratedly bowing. I kindly asked my opponent to observe the rules of debate. Laughter erupted from the audience, causing Lin Shue's mother to turn away, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes amidst the mirth. The debate was intensely fervent, the atmosphere crackling with palpable energy. The 8th grade debate team was indeed formidable. Last year, they had clinched first place in the 7th grade, led by that cool second speaker. At this moment, he was infuriated by Chi Hao's remarks, rallying his team for a tempestuous assault. Their synergy was impeccable, and their points of attack were relentless. Had they been facing any other debate team, they might have been caught off guard. Regrettably, they encountered Chi Hao, no matter how cunning the attacks were. Chi Hao effortlessly deflected them all. At this moment, Li Bing, Su Yu, and Lin Shui gradually regained their composure. Just as the rebuttal phase concluded and the debate transitioned into the free debate stage, the four of them exchanged glances, confirming their unspoken understanding. They began to exert their collective effort. During the free debate phase, Li Bing focused on pursuing the battlefield. Lin Shui concentrated on concluding it, while Su Yu occasionally interjected to shift perspectives, diligently working on undermining the opponent's mindset. The adversary's original rhythm was disrupted, causing them to break into a cold sweat. As they floundered in confusion, they looked up only to find that it was once again Chi Hao's turn to speak. In the face of the opponent's fearful gazes, Chi Hao slowly rose, his right hand poised near his mouth as he cleared his throat and unleashed a barrage of succinct questions. Each inquiry was brief, yet targeted, exposing the challenger's weaknesses and previous statements' inconsistencies. After delivering an exhilarating onslaught of questions, Chi Hao returned to his seat with a smile, leaving the opponents utterly shattered. The male debater serving as the third speaker began to stutter, while another female debater broke down in tears. Ultimately, the debate team from Class 1-2 triumphed over Class 2-8 with overwhelming superiority, securing the championship of Blue Sea Town's #1 middle school. Chi Hao was crowned the best debater. As soon as the competition concluded, Lin Shui, choked with emotion, embraced Chi Hao. Li Bing hesitated momentarily before rushing over to join them, wrapping his arms around the two. Su Yu, elated, began to bounce in place. Upon seeing the trio in an embrace, he joined in the celebration. The four of them held each other tightly, overjoyed, shouting and leaping in delight. This moment was captured by Lin Shue's mother and later featured in the school publication. Following the debate, Chi Hao and his companions became the talk of the class. The day after the competition, Chi Hao went to school, as usual. Upon stepping into the classroom, a series of loud bangs startled him, causing him to flinch as a cascade of colorful streamers and glittering confetti showered down upon him. Dazed, Chi Hao wiped the streamers from his face and found himself just a meter away from his homeroom teacher, Pan Yu, who smiled at him and began to applaud. His classmates formed a semicircle around the classroom door, and as the teacher led the applause, everyone, except for a few holding confetti cannons, enthusiastically clapped their hands while chanting, "Best debater, Chi Hao! Best debater, Chi Hao!" Chi Hao had hoped that once the debate concluded, he could return to his previous low-profile existence. However, the other three members of the debate team faced a similar celebratory spectacle. While Chi Hao accepted the cheers with a stoic expression, the others quickly joined in the festivities. The class meeting for Class 1-2 transformed into a grand celebration for the four of them. The spotlight shone brightest on Chi Hao, primarily due to the success of his cultivated image as a reticent individual. Thus, the transformation from a quiet person to the best debater created a striking contrast that doubled his allure. Chi Hao thought to himself, "I miscalculated. Yet, considering the prize money, I can endure this." As soon as the class meeting concluded, he discreetly inquired of Lin Shui, "When will the bonuses be distributed?" "My mother said it would be tomorrow." she replied. The following day, the class teacher, Pan Yu, indeed summoned the four of them to his office, beaming as he handed them a certificate and an envelope. Lin Shui, overwhelmed with excitement, trembled as she accepted the certificate, nearly dropping it. Man Yu and Li Bing proudly gathered around the certificate, while Chi Hao's gaze was solely fixed on the envelope. With a beaming smile, Pan Yu surveyed the four students who had brought honor to both the class and himself, reminding them, according to regulations, the envelope must be opened publicly for inspection before signing for it. All right. Chi Hao promptly opened the envelope. Inside were 10 crisp bills, each worth 100 yuan. Chi Hao was taken aback. He counted them again, confirming there were precisely 10. Shouldn't it be 1,000 for each person, totaling 4,000 yuan? Why was there only 1,000 in the envelope? Confused, Chi Hao glanced at his three teammates. The others, having never encountered money before, were elated. Man Yu exclaimed, "Wow, a fortune. We struck gold." "How's he, Dabing? Tonight we must dine at the finest restaurant in town." Lin Shui playfully chided, "Fat fish. Have you forgotten about me?" Li Bing grinned foolishly, lost in his joy. Pan Yu chuckled, urging them, "Class is about to start. You've received your money. Sign here and hurry back to the classroom." As he spoke, he handed the signature document to team leader Chi Hao. Chi Hao looked down and saw clearly written on the document, "Champion team bonus, 1,000 yuan. Each student receives 250 yuan. He was momentarily stunned. Chapter 14. No dreams. The four of them divided the 1,000 yuan equally. In the end, Chi Hao chose not to join the other three at the restaurant. Instead, he decided to return the money intact to the elderly director. The old director clutched the thin stack of bills, turned away, and wept. Watching the old man wipe away his tears with his back to him, Chi Hao was reminded of the moment before his departure, when he was taken from his mother's embrace. She too had turned away, silently crying. The regret of not being able to hug his mother one last time lingered deep within Chi Hao's heart. Unable to restrain himself, he stepped forward and gently embraced the old man from behind. The next day, after school, Chi Hao returned to the orphanage as usual and discovered a brand new pair of running shoes neatly placed by his bed. He recognized that the cheapest pair from this brand cost over 500 yuan. Sitting on his bed, he removed his old, worn-out shoes that were falling apart and slipped on a lightweight new pair. To his surprise, they fit perfectly. For the first time since arriving at Blue Star, he felt warmth swell in his eyes, and his vision became slightly blurred. Wearing the new shoes, Chi Hao sat on the bed for a long time before silently taking them off, wrapping them in old newspapers, and carefully placing them under the bed. Sighing, he thought to himself, for Grandpa's sake, he should perform well in the upcoming debate competition. His goal was to achieve national champion status. Just this once, he would make an exception. This time would surely be the last. The next day, as Lin Shui entered the classroom, she felt Chi Hao's gaze fixed intently upon her. She had secretly harbored feelings for him, and her heart raced uncontrollably at that moment. Instinctively, she ran her fingers through her hair, trying to appear more composed as she walked. Upon reaching her seat, Chi Hao immediately leaned closer to her, inching closer and closer. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, sending tingles down her spine. Lin Shui's heart raced. It was both sweet and a bit nerve-wracking. The school seemed to frown upon early relationships. If Chi Hao were to confess to her, how would she decline gracefully? Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Chi Hao whisper in her ear, "Lin Shui, the prize for the national champion in that debate competition is 20,000, right?" Lin Shui. After all that, he only wanted to know this? She lowered her head, responding weakly, "Yes, 20,000, 5,000 for each of us." Chi Hao clenched his fist. "Since we're going to the city for the competition next month, to uphold the school's reputation, I propose that the four of us dedicate one day each weekend to practice debating." Lin Shui suddenly felt her affection for this boy wane. After school, before practicing long-distance running, Chi Hao approached Li Haoqiang earnestly, saying, "Mr. Li, we owe our success in the debate competition to you." Li Haoqiang beamed with joy, delighted by such a thoughtful student, truly deserving of his admiration. Ever since his son's debate team won first place, Li Haoqiang had been overjoyed. Unfortunately, his son had not come to thank him, opting instead to dine out with his classmates, even neglecting to invite his father, who was it that had arranged for their coach after their initial defeat. Yesterday, He was seething with anger, vowing that the insolent boy would no longer receive his assistance in future debates. Chi Hao truly felt grateful towards Li Haoqiang. After expressing his thanks, he turned and walked towards the track, intending to resume his training. Li Haoqiang hurried after him, saying, "You are set to compete in the city next month. Come to my house every weekend for debate team training." Thus, Chi Hao secured Lin Shui's participation, while Li Haoqiang managed to convince Li Bing. As for Su Yuyu, he was a close friend of Chi Hao, requiring no persuasion. When Li Haoqiang called Lei Boyong again, Lei Boyong was incensed by his audacity, laughing in disbelief. "Old Li, do you truly think I have nothing but free time every day? The last time I came to see you, it was to teach the kids. Flying over every weekend for training. Have you lost your mind, or have I? I know you, Lael, are a busy man. Do you really think I am so oblivious?" He recalled how Li Haoqiang had praised that boy, Chi Hao, and inquired if they could report their progress to him after each weekend's training for guidance. Chi Hao mentioned that should they advance to the national finals, he will be their sole coach. "So what do you say? Remote guidance?" Lei Boyong pondered for a moment. "All right, give me Chi Hao's phone number. Before each training session, I will speak with him, and after they finish, we can have a debrief." On the other end of the line, Li Haoqiang fell silent. Lei Boyong scolded. "What is this? You can call me any time, yet you hesitate to share a phone number? It's not that I want to give it. It's just that Chi Hao lives in a place with only one phone, which is communal." After some internal conflict, Li Haoqiang briefly recounted Chi Hao's circumstances. "How pitiful," Lei Boyang remarked. "Indeed, that is why I have them come to my house for practice every Sunday, to also help that child regain some strength. He is so thin and clearly undernourished. I expect him to excel in long-distance running. Just call me. Then every Sunday morning, I will discuss the training methods with him. Once they finish, we can debrief." On Sunday, Chi Hao arrived at Li Bing's doorstep. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Li Bing, clad in pajamas and rubbing his sleepy eyes, pulled Chi Hao inside. "How's he? Have you had breakfast? My dad saved a chicken leg for you." Chi Hao sensed that Teacher Li was intentionally looking out for him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he declined the lavish breakfast, and Li Haoqiang didn't press him, reminding him to skip breakfast next time. He then handed his phone to Chi Hao. "Say hello to Coach Lei." Chi Hao was taken aback. "Teacher, after our training, I can write up a debrief and ask for the coach's guidance. This way, it won't take up too much of his time and energy." Li Haoqiang firmly placed the phone in Chi Hao's hand. "Don't worry, your Coach Lei has plenty of time. He is quite idle." On the other end of the line, Lei Boyong was fuming, but as soon as Chi Hao took the phone, he became all business. "I have compiled the competition record from Nanyao City over the past 3 years, including highlights from previous competitions and the habitual strategies of each participating school team. Teacher Li has already printed the materials. You should ask him for them. This week, Chi Hao has been diligently searching for these documents, acutely aware of the time and effort required to gather and organize such information. He held the microphone in a daze, absorbing every detail as Lei Boyong instructed him on how to structure training sessions and document reflections. After clearly imparting the crucial points, Lei Boyong casually remarked, "By the way, I purchased a few books on debate for the 4 of you. Make sure to study them diligently." Just as Chi Hao ended the call, the door swung open, and Li Bing entered, clutching several hefty volumes, which he deposited in a pile before Chi Hao. Peering down, Chi Hao noted titles such as Deep Thinking, Debater's Principles, and The Power of Data in Debates, each tome thick and weighty. He flipped open one book, rapidly scanning the table of contents, precisely the material he needed to comprehend systematically. As he perused, Li Bing lamented nearby, "My dad insists that I carry this enormous stack of heavy books to your house. It feels like he wants to wear me out." Chi Hao looked up in astonishment. "Carry them to my house? So these books are all handpicked by Uncle Lei from the bookstore just for you," Li Bing replied, regarding Chi Hao with sympathy. "So many books and so thick. How's he? You're in for it." Chi Hao, unconvinced, countered, "The coach bought these for all of us." "No, I heard it clearly on speaker. Uncle Lei specified that the books are meant solely for you. They suit you perfectly." Indeed, the content was ideal for his needs. A fleeting thought crossed Chi Hao's mind. Isn't it somewhat unfair to receive such wonderful books all to myself? After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about we keep the books at your place and study together?" Li Bing recoiled, taking a significant step back. Howsy, we're good friends, but don't put me in that position. Lin Shui and Su Yuyu, who arrived later, similarly declined Qi Hao's generous offer. After practice that day, Li Bing shouldered a large bag of books to escort Qi Hao home. As soon as they stepped outside, Qi Hao effortlessly took the hefty bag in one hand. Li Bing exclaimed, Howsy, heed my advice. Abandon long-distance running and take up weightlifting. You'd surely win a gold medal. Qi Hao shook his head. No way. Champions attract too much attention. I prefer to remain low-key. Li Bing chuckled. I don't see that happening. My dream is to become a world champion in basketball. When reporters interview me, I'll say, I have a buddy far more impressive than me, named Qi Hao. Ha ha ha. By the way, what else you dream? I don't have a dream, but I do have a small goal. What small goal? To be the national debate champion. Upon hearing this, Li Bing laughed even harder, assuming Qi Hao was joking. Initially, no one believed that their team could be contenders for the championship. After all, they were only in the first year of junior high, while most results came from the second year. Furthermore, champions typically emerge from a select few prestigious schools over the years. The prevailing thought was to take it one step at a time, at least to gain some experience. This was the mindset of the school leaders, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, and the team members themselves, except for Qi Hao. He perused the information from other schools in Nanyao City and thoroughly examined all the books purchased by the coach, imprinting this knowledge in his mind. Subsequently, he engaged in weekly training sessions, communicating with the coach and diligently reviewing their strategies. Qi Hao tailored the most suitable playing styles for each team member and systematically implemented these strategies through rigorous training. Amidst the busyness, the municipal debate competition commenced. At the beginning of the month, Lin Shui's mother led the team to the city for their first match. By the end of the month, she knocked on the principal's office door in a daze. Principal, our Blue Sea Town #1 high school has triumphed in this year's Nanyao City debate competition, she exclaimed. Next month, we will participate in the provincial semifinals. The principal, taken aback, stood up in shock, exclaiming, support, unequivocal support. The accommodation for the contestants will be upgraded to a higher star rating, and the school will cover this expense. 2 weeks later, Lin Shui's mother knocked on the principal's office door once more. Principal, our Blue Sea Town #1 high school is set to head to the capital for the finals. Chapter 15, National Competition Finals and the Grand Finale. A total of 16 teams from across the nation gathered. The contestants filed into the competition venue, poised to commence a 3-day battle. A nameless team from Blue Sea Town High School unexpectedly secured a spot in the top 16, albeit at the tail end of the rankings. The participants from metropolitan cities donned matching formal attire, their hairstyles impeccably arranged. They hailed from the most elite high schools in their urban locales, with some teams accompanied by multiple faculty advisors. The contestants exchanged courteous pleasantries, many of whom had faced each other in numerous prior encounters, with the least experienced boasting at least 60 or 70 matches under their belts. Amidst this assembly of formidable competitors, a few members were engaged in hushed whispers, expressing surprise that a debate team from Blue Sea Town had made its way here. Blue Sea Town? Which province is that? I have never heard of such a place. To the privileged youths of these first-tier cities, Blue Sea Town epitomized the countryside. The contestants searched for this dark horse and quickly identified the obscure team from the rural outskirts, as they were strikingly unique. The debaters wore mismatched attire, sporting blue and white school uniforms that appeared rather rustic. The tall debater wore his uniform loosely, resembling a basketball player more than a debater. The portly debater was incessantly munching on snacks, while a female debater, though possessing delicate features, appeared so anxious that she seemed on the verge of fainting. Among them, the only one exuding a semblance of professionalism was a short, handsome boy. However, since entering the competition hall, he had been preoccupied with a lengthy phone conversation, demonstrating a lack of professionalism. What was even more astonishing was that this team comprised only 4 members. They had no reserve debaters, nor did they even have a coach. The elite contestants chuckled and shook their heads, diverting their attention to teams deemed more worthy of consideration. In their eyes, this rural team had already been eliminated. At the center of the brilliantly lit competition hall stood last year's champions, the debate team from Huada Affiliated High School in the capital, Huashan City. It is well known that Huashan University and Qingyun University are the two finest institutions in the entirety of Huaguo. The Huada affiliated high school debate team boasted a prodigious debater, Shi Yang, who had led them to triumph over the Qingyun University affiliated high school team in the previous year's finals. Shi Yang himself had been awarded the title of Best Debater last year. The crowd's attention inevitably gravitated towards Shi Yang, including that of Qi Hao. This was largely due to Lei Boyong, who was passionately on the phone, introducing Shi Yang to Qi Hao. Shi Yang is an exceptionally skilled debater with a distinct personal style. His reasoning is meticulous, and he adeptly employs quotations in his arguments. To defeat him, one must possess an even more rigorous logic. He excels in densely woven references, and one must utilize allusions with greater finesse than he does. Yusai. Allusions require prolonged cultivation. If you face him the day after tomorrow, it's impossible to outmaneuver him in that regard. We must contemplate alternative strategies. For instance, your ability to substantiate arguments with data is exceedingly remarkable. Lei Boyong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation when suddenly, from a microphone, Qi Hao's voice emerged. Coach, when it comes to the accumulation of illusions, no one can surpass me. Would you kindly find a video of Shi Yang's debate? I wish to learn how he employs illusions in his arguments. Lei Boyong had always held Qi Hao in high esteem, particularly admiring his logical reasoning and formidable memory. However, one trait he abhorred most in life was arrogance and boastfulness. Shi Yang's parents were both esteemed intellectuals, and he had been immersed in books since childhood. Kiao, I understand your desire to win, but when it comes to the reservoir of illusions, you cannot possibly rival him. Coach, Qi Hao replied calmly. When I was in elementary school, I would collect discarded items every day after class. Collecting discarded items every day, and then what? Lei Boyong was genuinely puzzled about what Qi Hao was trying to convey. The most common items I found were various dictionaries. Each graduation season, I would discover thick dictionaries. I have come across at least a dozen volumes of idiomatic dictionaries alone, some thin, some thick. The largest and thickest one is titled the Grand Dictionary of Chinese Idioms. I also collected numerous ancient texts, including several versions of selected ancient prose. Upon reaching this point, Qi Hao smiled shyly. I have read these dictionaries and ancient texts diligently, and I still remember their contents. Unbeknownst to Qi Hao, the Grand Dictionary of Chinese Idioms is renowned for its comprehensive collection, being so voluminous and heavy that it is deemed an inexhaustible resource in the realm of Chinese literature. Even linguists utilize it merely as a reference tool. It was merely that Qi Hao, being new to this environment and apprehensive of revealing his identity, fervently absorbed all the information around him at every opportunity. The contents of this dictionary had been etched into his mind. It is indeed astonishing that there exists someone who, out of sheer leisure, has taken the time to thoroughly study such a dictionary. And remarkably, he has finished it? The three companions gazed at Qi Hao in astonishment. Having witnessed Qi Hao's extraordinary memory, Lei Boyong now believed that Qi Hao had not been boasting earlier, but rather displaying humility. If he had indeed memorized the contents of those dictionaries, he possessed far more illusions than all the debaters present combined. Qi Hao sensed an unexpected silence from across the microphone, assuming it was a result of poor signal reception in the auditorium. He raised his voice and called in the microphone. Coach, can you hear me? Coach. Chapter 16. Advancing to the finals on this side of the microphone. Lei Boyong swallowed hard and cleared his throat. Ahem, no need to shout, I can't hear you. I just sent you a video featuring Shi Yang single-handedly turning the tide in that legendary battle. In just 3 minutes, he utilized over a dozen illusions, each intricately layered and resonating with one another. Qi Hao, take a note. By the way, I have some good news. I have nearly wrapped up my affairs and will arrive at your competition venue by tomorrow afternoon. I shall be present before your final match. However, you must fend for yourselves in the quarterfinals tomorrow morning and the semifinals in the afternoon, just as you have before. But fret not, for you have already familiarized yourselves with each opponent and undergone intensive, targeted training regarding their characteristics, so there should be no issue. Thus, your ultimate adversaries will be either the debate team of Huada Affiliated High School or that of Qingyun University Affiliated High School. I wish you all the best for a victorious outcome. As Lei Boyong spoke with increasing fervor, his excitement palpable, he finished his lengthy, motivational speech, only to be met with cheers from Lin Shui on the other end of the microphone. That's fantastic. We finally have a coach for our competition. Wait, wasn't Shi Hao just on the line? Lin Shui pondered. Where is he? Oh, Shi Hao is studying the video you just sent, Lei Boyong responded. Sui Yu took the phone from Lin Shui's hands. Coach, today is the elimination round. What if we do not make it until you arrive and get eliminated? Lei Boyong replied, what can we do? I shall impose a year-long meat ban on you. Receiving this playful threat, Sui Yu trembled as he ended the call. Li Bing, observing his expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, fat fish. With Haozi here, we cannot possibly lose today. Lin Shui reassured him as well. Today, as opponents have been thoroughly analyzed by Haozi, you can rest easy. We have no reason to lose. Indeed, as she had said, they successfully advanced to the top 8. By the time Lei Boyong arrived at the competition venue in the afternoon, he caught the tail end of the semifinals. Bending slightly, Lei Boyong entered the venue and quietly took a seat in the last row. The host, clad in a white suit, occupied the center stage, with Chi Hao's team on the left and the Chongjun High School debate team on the right. The two teams engaged in a fierce exchange. As Lei Boyong settled in, he glanced up and locked eyes with Chi Hao from afar. Chi Hao imperceptibly nodded at him before retracting his gaze. Lei Boyong was taken aback. This child, so focused on the competition, possessed remarkable psychological fortitude. Behind the debaters and the host, a massive screen displayed the semi-final topic. Should high school students be grounded or aspire to great heights? Lei Boyong nodded slightly. It was a common topic, neutral, and one they had prepared for. At this moment, they had reached the rebuttal stage. Chi Hao stood up gracefully. He had performed exceptionally well in the previous stages of attack and defense, drawing the attention of the entire audience. The venue fell into an intense silence. In a tranquil atmosphere, Chi Hao gently spoke. Esteemed judges, fellow debaters, and all present students, our side steadfastly upholds the belief that the youth should aspire to lofty ideals. As the ancients wisely proclaimed, where there is a will, there is a way. Without ambition, nothing can be achieved in this world. Such profound aphorisms resonate deeply, underscoring the significance of aspirations in attaining success. Middle school students are at a golden juncture for establishing their ambitions and charting their life paths. If one does not set high and far-reaching goals at this time, it would be akin to sailing without a rudder, inevitably leading to disorientation. Lai Poyang raised an eyebrow in astonishment. This young man has significantly deviated from their prepared remarks. Perhaps he was spurred on by Shi Yang. Indeed, the use of those quotations is remarkably apparent. As the competition concluded, the judges anxiously scored the performances. The two debates held this afternoon occurred simultaneously in two distinct auditoriums. Chi Hao's team triumphed over their opponents and would face another advancing team the following morning. When the judges announced the best debater, their tone was filled with excitement. In this fierce and captivating debate, debater Chi Hao displayed extraordinary talent, meticulous logic, keen insight, and impeccable debating skills, particularly with his effortless and well-timed references, which not only captivated his adversaries, but also profoundly impressed each one of us judges. Among the audience sat several teachers from the Huada-affiliated high school debate team, exchanging glances. The four somewhat inexperienced debaters from Lanhai Town know. One high school had emerged as dark horses in this year's debate competition. In Chi Hao, there seemed to be a reflection of the prodigious debater Shi Yang. One teacher whispered to another, this lad must have been secretly studying Shi Yang's debating techniques. We must inform Shi Yang at once. The other teacher nodded in agreement. Indeed, yesterday Chi Hao hardly utilized references, yet today his performance was reminiscent of Shi Yang at the podium. It appears tomorrow's battle will be a formidable one. Who do you think has the upper hand for tomorrow? Is that even a question? It must be our Huada-affiliated high school. The review session before the finals is the most critical phase. Generally, debate teams showcase their best strategies during the semifinals to gauge their effectiveness. Thus, each team dispatches members to observe their opponent's semifinals. The fact that Lanhai Town know one high school lacks both a coach and substitute players means they will be entirely unaware of our latest tactics. Had they sent someone to observe our semifinals, they would know that this year in the finals, Yang would not rely on references as a primary strategy, but rather employ an entirely new approach. The more Hao studies Yang's past methods, the greater the shock will be tomorrow. He was not mistaken. The external coach of Lanhai Town No. 1 High School, Lai Poyang, understood the significance of tonight's review and had set aside his other commitments to hastily assist the students in the preparations. As soon as the semifinals concluded, upon learning that Huada-affiliated high school had advanced, he quickly gathered the team to analyze their opponents for the following day. Li Bing expressed confusion. "Coach, why didn't you share the video of Huada-affiliated's matches with us for study before? If only we had prepared in advance. How effortless it would be now." Lei Boyong couldn't help but tap the big fellow's head. "You practice only once a week. Do you really have that much time? Moreover, a team of Huada-affiliated schools' caliber can only be encountered in the finals, so it is only natural to prepare when we have the strength to stand before them." Su Man Yu, while snacking, comforted her companions. "Everyone, just relax. When we set off, didn't the principal say we could secure a place in the top 4? That would be a record in itself. In my opinion, it wouldn't matter if we conceded tomorrow." "Huh? Why are you all staring at me? Please don't hit me. Help." Chapter 17. The night before the finals, with Su Duiyu's light-hearted banter, the atmosphere noticeably relaxed. After a day filled with intense competition, a suitable reprieve was indeed necessary. Once the tension dissipated, Lei Boyong turned serious and addressed the 4 participants. "I watched this afternoon's match. First and foremost, I must commend you all. You have matured into competent debaters, and the teamwork among you is commendable. However, there are a few points to heed. For tomorrow's match and the finals, here is how we shall proceed. First speaker, Lin Shui. You possess a pleasing appearance, a sweet voice, and commendable organizational skills in your speech. Remember to firmly hold onto your viewpoint and not be swayed by others. You must captivate the judge's attention right from the outset. Second speaker, Su Duiyu. I have often believed that the role of the second speaker is challenging, yet your unique attributes align perfectly with this position. Your task is to interrogate and uncover the opponent's weaknesses, allowing them to surface. Exercise restraint in your desire to attack. Instead, encourage your opponent to elaborate on their flaws, revealing as much as possible. Let Li Bing handle the offensive. Your role is not to lead the charge. You've done well in this regard. But the competitors from Wadafu are adept at provoking the second speaker's aggression, so it is imperative that you maintain your composure. Third speaker, our formidable attacker, Bing Bing. Your imposing physique alone can intimidate the opposition. This segment serves as a small climax, requiring a one-on-one rebuttal that tests both sides' responsiveness and logic. Weaker debaters can easily lose morale. Bing Bing. While your logical reasoning may not be your strongest suit, your tenacity in battle is commendable. Therefore, I have no concerns regarding your responsiveness or morale. However, Hao, you need to provide timely cue cards to Bing Bing, as this remains your weakest link, and I harbor some reservations. You all should seize the opportunity to practice this evening. Fourth speaker, Hao, you performed admirably, displaying a steady presence. Your use of quotations and references during your concluding remarks was impressive. He exuberantly articulated an extensive discourse, successfully stirring his own enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. Observing his 3 serious companions, Hao smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, with me here, the competition will be effortlessly managed. Just adhere to our previous training. After Hao's words, Lin Shui and Su Duiyu visibly relaxed, while Li Bing remained tight-lipped. Hao, perceiving his friend's lingering anxiety, approached and gently patted Li Bing's head. Relax, De Bing. Just follow the 3-step approach I've taught you. I assure you, before each of your segments, I will provide you with cue cards. If you have your own thoughts, articulate them. If not, simply expand upon the points I've outlined. Li Bing's eyes brightened instantly. Then I shall fear nothing. I'm counting on you, Haozi. Lei Boyong observed Hao and Li Bing with satisfaction. Once they concluded their discussion, he beckoned Hao outside. My child, have you contemplated what profession you might pursue when you grow up? Hao instinctively glanced at the sky, lightly biting his lip, and remained silent. Ray Bayong patted him on the shoulder and said, Child, you are the most suited person to become a lawyer that I have ever encountered. It seems that fate has favored you. Just think about it. Various legal provisions. You can remember them with just a glance. All cases become logically clear once you analyze them. Truly, believe me, I have a keen eye for talent. Chihao remained silent for a while before softly responding, Coach, in the future, I aspire to be an astronaut. I want to venture beyond our blue planet and explore the universe. Ray Baiyong was taken aback. Wow, I did not expect you, being so slender, to have such lofty aspirations. An astronaut? Your small frame may pose a challenge. Moreover, astronauts tend to be recruited from the sciences, while you are inherently a liberal arts student. No, Coach, I am actually a science student. Ribayano laft e artidi. Ah? You have a competition tomorrow. Focus on that first. After the competition, we can have a proper discussion. Seriously, consider law. Your absence from the legal field would be a loss for academia. After a brief rest, everyone reconvened to simulate a match against Huada-affiliated school. Ray Baiyong was exceedingly pleased with their performance and encouraged them to rest early to conserve their energy. As long as Huada-affiliated does not present any unexpected tactics tomorrow, we should be secure. In a room shared by Chihao and Su Yuyu, Chihao found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning, his mind preoccupied with Ray Baiyong's final words. Hey, fat fish, these past few days, whenever we are not competing, I've been attending Huada-affiliated's matches. Their performance seems rather subdued, neither hot nor cold, almost as if they are holding back. Do you think we might be underestimating them? Will they unveil surprising strategies in tomorrow's finals? Su Yuyu, half asleep, heard Chihao speaking to him but could not grasp it fully. In his drowsiness, he sensed that his companion seemed worried about the upcoming match. He turned over and mumbled incoherently, Howsy, don't fret. If worst comes to worst, you can simply overwhelm them with data and arguments. The essence remains unchanged. In the darkness, Chihao's eyes brightened. Indeed, he had been overly concerned. In prior matches, he had advanced smoothly by analyzing his opponent's strategies. However, this had led him to focus too much on their tactics. The truth was, as long as his own abilities were formidable enough, it mattered little what debating techniques the opponent employed. Look at the Huada-affiliated debate team. They never concerned themselves with the tactics of other teams. Fat Fish was right. His trump cards were his extraordinary memory and formidable logical analysis skills. Even if he encountered a perplexing situation tomorrow, he could still shake the arena with precise data and arguments. These were his true winning strategies. Having realized this, Chihao finally felt a semblance of drowsiness. He gratefully said to Su Yuyu, Thank you, Fat Fish. From Su Yuyu's bed came the sound of even breathing, a gentle snore. Chihao smiled, turned over, and soon fell asleep, while the four competitors from Lanhai Town No. 1 High School drifted into sweet slumber. The Huada-affiliated debate team was collectively reviewing their match footage in a medium-sized conference room at the hotel where they were staying. About 10 people were intently watching the recordings of their matches. At this moment, the screen in the conference room is displaying Chihao's speech from the semifinals this afternoon. In the front row, a strikingly handsome youth with fair skin and gold-rimmed glasses sits, furrowing his brow in earnest concentration. As the video concludes, he pushes off the ground, swiveling his chair to face the rest of the room. Instantly, all eyes are drawn to him. The youth lets out a soft whistle, nods affirmatively, and states, He is indeed imitating me. The atmosphere in the room grows somewhat tense. The youth slowly smiles, nonchalantly rising to stretch and yawn as he makes his way toward the exit, saying, But it is of no consequence. After a day of competition, I am quite fatigued. I shall take my leave. The others exchange glances, and a cautious substitute player timidly inquires, So, Coach, should the rest of us continue practicing? Their coach, surnamed Jean, ponders for a moment before murmuring, I have reviewed the video from Lanhai Town's No. 1 High School. They possess a keen understanding of each team's characteristics and have strategically deployed their tactics accordingly. Tomorrow, we shall implement an entirely new strategy. As of now, we can confirm that our opponents are oblivious to our novel approach. Let us not forget how unprepared they were against our new tactics this afternoon when facing Xinyan. The other teachers and players share this sentiment, whispering amongst themselves. It seems that Lanhai Town's No. 1 High School has merely relied on luck to reach this stage. After all, they have neither a coach nor substitute players, and their absence from our match in the semifinals speaks to their overconfidence. If they lose tomorrow, they will have it coming. Coach Jean, feeling the weight of their reasoning, concludes, in that case, everyone should return and rest well. This meeting is adjourned. Chapter 18. My choice, the auditorium for the finals, was spacious and bright. Here, the debate team from Blue Sea Town No. 1 high school was finally facing their ultimate challenge. In the audience sat all the eliminated teams, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and anxiety as they watched the team led by Chi Hao make their way down the central aisle towards the front of the hall. As the two teams took their seats, the resonant voice of the host filled the room. This year's final debate topic was, if Planet Blue is on the brink of destruction and only one person can escape, would you choose to perish alongside humanity or venture into the vast unknown of the universe alone? The contestants were given an hour to prepare, and now, the captains of the debate teams, Shuyang from Huada Affiliated High School and Chi Hao from Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School, were invited to draw lots to determine their respective positions. A youth wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a well-tailored suit from Huada Affiliated immediately stood up with a confident stride, walking towards the host. In stark contrast, Chi Hao remained seated, seemingly frozen in place. Li Bing, sitting beside him, noticed his subtle tremors. As the seconds ticked away, the gaze of the audience gradually converged upon Chi Hao. Many, including Yu Yu and Lin Shui, sensed something amiss and anxiously turned their eyes towards him. His complexion was pale, and a fine sheen of cold sweat glistened on his forehead. In a moment of urgency, Yu Yu whispered, "Haozi, are you feeling unwell? If it's too much, we can forego the debate." Though his voice was low, Shuyang, positioned not far away, caught every word and couldn't help but let out a derisive snicker. It was evident that Chi Hao had relied on luck and the identification of his opponent's weaknesses to reach this point. How could he be considered a top debater when faced with someone like himself? He appeared so shaken that he could barely stand. The host, having overheard this exchange, recalled Chi Hao's remarkable performance from a few days prior. Concerned by his pallor, he inquired, "Chi Hao, are you feeling unwell? Do you need a substitute?" His words echoed through the microphone, eliciting a ripple of laughter from the audience. The host was bewildered, unaware that Chi Hao's team did not have any substitute members. Meanwhile, Lei Boyong, seated calmly below, initially thought the topic this year was innovative and engaging. However, upon witnessing Chi Hao's apparent distress, he grew increasingly anxious, contemplating whether the child's health was at risk. What if it were a medical emergency? Just as he resolved to request a pause in the competition under the guise of being a coach, Chi Hao took a deep breath and stood up. His face still bore a hint of pallor as he approached the host, managing a strained smile. The host, concerned, regarded him with sympathy and announced, "Captains, please proceed to draw lots." Chi Hao and Shuyang reached out simultaneously, each grasping a blue envelope. Chi Hao trembled as he opened his envelope, revealing a bold line of text inside. "Your argument. Venture alone into the universe." With both sides having established their respective positions, the preparation commenced and the countdown began. The audience was invited to freely choose a stance and jot down their debate strategies. As in previous years, staff members will collect and award prizes to the outstanding participants. After returning to his seat, Shuyang found that the other 3 team members had already opened their computers. He tossed the envelope in front of them, leaned back comfortably against his chair, and said, "Take it, adopt the new strategy, and start preparing the necessary materials." He then squinted his eyes and scrutinized the team seated opposite him. As he observed, he couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. What a pack of impoverished simpletons. 4 individuals and only 1 computer. That Chi Hao looked as if he didn't even know how to use it. How amusing. He curled his lip and averted his gaze. When Chi Hao returned to the debate podium, Li Bing had already powered on his computer, while the other 2 sat on either side, anxiously looking towards the team's brain. "Hiao." The 3 spoke in unison, though their topics were unrelated to the competition. Li Bing asked, "Haozi, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Shui added, "We could withdraw from the competition." Su Yiyu fervently nodded in agreement. The idea of withdrawing, surprisingly voiced by the debate-obsessed Lin Shui, was quite astonishing. Chi Hao stood before the 3, lowering his head to scan their youthful faces, and his turbulent emotions seemed to find an outlet. Rest assured, I'm fine, he assured them, bending down to embrace each of his three companions before returning to his seat, raising the piece of paper in his hand. Our choice is to venture alone into the cosmos. Li Bing, relieved to hear that Chi Hao was well, joyfully slammed his fingers on the keyboard, exclaiming, "Awesome! We should choose to venture alone into the cosmos." Su Yu echoed, "Yes, if we don't leave, we'll all perish together, and humanity will face extinction." Lin Shui, with a girl's characteristic sensitivity, remarked, "But the one who leaves alone is truly pitiful. In the vast universe, he will be all alone. It's so lonely." Chi Hao glanced at the three and softly said, "But he might also be very fortunate. He could reach a new place and make new friends." Li Bing, noticing the fervent discussions of the opposing team, felt a sense of urgency. "Let's hurry and start our preparations." Kiao sighed deeply, leaning back against a chair like Shuyang. "Dabing, there's no need to rush. I prepared for this question." The three were astonished. "No way. You managed to predict a question like this? That's incredible. How long did you prepare?" Chi Hao replied gently, "I prepared for a very long time." An hour swiftly passed. With the sound of a clear bell, the finals officially commenced. As the first speaker from both sides stood up, the debate quickly escalated into a heated confrontation. Lin Shui, filled with emotion, stated, "In the face of the impending destruction of Blue Star, burdened with the heavy responsibility of being humanity's sole chance for survival, our choice, to venture alone into the vast universe, is not born of selfishness. It embodies the hope for the eternal existence of human civilization. The universe is vast, filled with wonders. Perhaps amidst the boundless sea of stars, other intelligent life forms exist. I choose to bear this loneliness and fear alone, to leave behind a glimmer of hope for those who remain on Blue Star, to send mayflies into the vastness of heaven and earth, to be but a grain amidst the boundless ocean. Though I may be merely a grain, I carry the memories and innovations of the entire Chinese nation. I can convey this invaluable heritage to extraterrestrial civilizations, allowing the flame of my people to continue to burn throughout the cosmos." As Lin Shui recited the manuscript, she silently marveled. Chi Hao is truly remarkable, managing to compose such a moving piece without any search. As she continued reading, she felt her eyes grow warm. The sincerity of the writing was so profound that it felt as if she was truly bidding farewell to her loved ones, drifting alone in the universe. It was unbearable. Tears threatened to flow. Upon reaching the conclusion, Lin Shui could not help but choke up. After she sat down, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, captivated by the intense emotion in her speech. Debates are typically known for their rigorous logic, and no contestant had ever dared to appeal to emotion in the finals. Shuyang could not suppress a derisive smile. Even the first speaker has begun to employ literary allusions. It's a pity that this group of provincials does not realize our new strategy relies on data and logic." A speaker from Huada affiliated school rose to present their case. "Our decision to forego this opportunity is based on a series of logically sound and data-supported reasons. First, the entire blue planet has a population exceeding 6 billion. Every individual's existence is intertwined with the collective. Second, over 300 million individuals suffer from depression, with loneliness being a primary catalyst. Third, I must express my concerns regarding our situation upon reaching a new planet and being discovered by the indigenous inhabitants. Historically, encounters between differing civilizations have proven perilous. Sociological studies indicate that cultural disparities carry a 97% probability of leading to conflict. On this new civilized planet, we may be perceived as a threat or subjects for experimentation, facing the risk of imprisonment or even extermination. Such a fate, worse than death, solidifies my resolve to confront the impending doom alongside all of humanity." Upon concluding his remarks, Lei Boyong from the audience was left dumbfounded, as whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "No literary luchens. They've changed their strategy. Last year's champion is truly formidable. It seems Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School is doomed this time." Huada-affiliated school had not employed a single reference. Their entire argument was grounded in precise data. In the context of this sci-fi-infused debate topic, their approach was particularly convincing. In the audience, Lei Boyong was engulfed in profound regret. The accompanying teacher from Blue Sea Town was attending such a grand competition for the first time, lacking experience, and failing to send anyone to observe Huada, affiliated school's semifinal. It was a lapse on his part. He scolded himself for being so negligent. Chi Hao also promptly recognized this oversight. Yet at that moment, he was unfazed. Whether the opponent employed literary references or solid arguments, the outcome had already been determined the instant the debate topic was announced. Both teams engaged in fierce contention over their respective points, each performing admirably. Finally, the two heavyweight debaters, the captains of both teams, stepped onto the stage. Shi Yang truly deserves the title of the best debater from the previous competition. His eloquence is incisive and relentless. And what is most formidable is that each argument is fortified by substantial data. Had he faced any opponent other than Chi Hao, they would likely have surrendered by now. Yet, Chi Hao effortlessly wields an array of data. His team possesses merely a single computer, and it is evident that the other three debaters have memorized numerous classical references. Chi Hao, however, refrains from employing any of them, instead adeptly utilizing precise data to counterattack. As the contest progressed, a flicker of unease stirred within Shi Yang for the first time. Amidst his apprehension, the competition finally reached the closing argument phase. Chi Hao rose slowly, his gaze resolute yet moist. As the blue star approaches its demise, I, despite harboring profound sorrow, will choose to forge ahead alone. Indeed, unknown civilizations may harbor hostility and peril. I am acutely aware of the significance of discretion and caution. In this new environment, I shall strive to avoid unnecessary attention, respecting every form of life I am fortunate to encounter. Simultaneously, I shall continuously strive for progress to confront all challenges. I fear neither, nor do I regret. His words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the auditorium. Lai Poyang was taken aback, the audience was astounded, and even the judges were left speechless. A brief silence enveloped the room, followed by a thunderous applause. An elderly judge, with silver hair, could not restrain himself and rose to his feet while clapping. The competition concluded, and Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School was declared the champion of this year's Huagua Middle School debate competition. The title of Best Debater was awarded to Chi Hao. When the host announced that Blue Sea Town No. 1 High School had secured victory in the final, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The tears that Chi Hao had been accumulating since hearing the final debate topic finally streamed down his face unabashedly. Chapter 19. A new arena after the finals. In the taxi back to the hotel, the companions began to address Chi Hao differently. Brother Hao, I declare that you are the deity of debate in my heart. Brother Hao, even with such an ethereal topic, you managed to prepare in advance. Impressive. Throughout the ride, Chi Hao maintained an unusual silence. Upon arrival at the hotel, everyone cheered as they gathered their belongings. Lei Boyong called Chi Hao aside, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How, do you now believe in your own talent? Have you considered studying law in the future? No, I'm even more resolute in my dream of becoming an astronaut, Chi Hao replied. What I expressed on stage were my genuine thoughts. Lei Boyong felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Chi Hao becoming an astronaut would be a loss for the field of law. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger. Since you don't enjoy debating, why did you sign up for the competition in the first place? To make money. What? Lei Boyong could hardly believe his ears. Is it really worth that little? Chi Hao responded earnestly. It's not insignificant. Winning the championship can earn a person 5,000. If this were to get out, no one would believe it. The dedicated debaters would be envious to the point of despair. Fuming, Lei Boyong called Li Haoqiang. Oldly, you must persuade Chi Hao. It will be a travesty if he doesn't study law. Besides, with his slight build, an astronaut? Isn't that just a dream? To his surprise, Li Haoqiang chuckled. Don't let his slender appearance fool you. He is actually quite fit. If you ask me, he should train for long-distance running instead of pursuing anything in the humanities. While becoming a world champion may be ambitious, the national championship is certainly within reach. Lei Boyong was taken aback by this revelation. What else could this boy not excel at? As Chi Hao began to pack his belongings, preparing to reunite with the school teachers and return to Lanhai Town, Lei Boyong genuinely appreciating talent, was in a flurry. Fortunately, he was quick-witted, and when Chi Hao came to bid him farewell, he finally devised a plan. Becoming an astronaut is indeed not a bad choice. Chi Hao's eyes sparkled with interest at his words. With a hint of embarrassment, Lei Boyong began to weave his tale. Do you remember when I mentioned that China selects astronauts based on exceptional mathematical skills? From what I understand, your math grades are only average. That's simple. I can study hard and gradually improve. Haha, Lei Boyong couldn't help but chuckle. Child, you misunderstand. The aerospace industry is overflowing with talent, and they exclusively cultivate individuals from the genius class. If you take your time learning, you might miss your opportunity. Uncertain, Chi Hao pressed, then what should I do? Simple. Participate in a world-class mathematics competition, just like you did in the debate contest, to prove yourself. Chi Hao hesitated, but will many people know about the competition results? I don't want to draw too much attention. Is it your concern? Lei Boyong assumed Chi Hao was worried about scoring too low and embarrassing himself. He delightedly thought that the worse Chi Hao performed, the better it would be. The greater the blow, the more likely he would consider studying law in the future. While contemplating this, he consoled him with, "Do not worry. Many global competitions are now conducted online, designed to facilitate participation for mathematical prodigies around the world. These contests are brimming with talent, so even if one's results are outrageous, no one would bother to investigate the identity of the underachiever." He was not entirely wrong. If one performed poorly, indeed, no one would seek to uncover the identity of the academic slacker. But what if I were to achieve commendable results? Well, if the grades were satisfactory, one merely needed to submit them directly to the relevant department's email. Lei Boyong, with his eyes closed, rambled on. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao felt a surge of excitement. To him, mathematics in Blue Star seemed exceedingly simple. The technological level of Blue Star lagged significantly behind that of his home planet, Zeta Star. The cyst on Chi Hao's head was, in fact, an ultra-microscopic biological chip containing the scientific and cultural knowledge of his home planet. The advanced technology of Zeta Star was the result of a millennia-long endeavor, during which the entire planet channeled all its resources towards scientific research in a desperate bid for survival. Conversely, the inhabitants of Blue Star lived an entirely different lifestyle, one that was leisurely, relaxed, and somewhat indulgent. Chi Hao envied the state of the Blue Star people. In discussing mathematics, Zeta Star did not possess the subject as it is known. Chi Hao perceived mathematics as a fusion of number theory and interstellar spatial configuration. The former bore resemblance to algebra, while the latter encompassed geometric knowledge. However, due to Blue Star's rudimentary understanding of the universe, all the geometry books Chi Hao encountered while scavenging were confined to the specific spatial context of Blue Star. While reviewing the knowledge of his home planet, he had attempted to connect this knowledge with the technology of Blue Star, only to discover it was quite challenging. If the technological prowess of Zeta Star resembled a person scaling a mountain, nearing its peak, then Blue Star's technological state remained at the foot of the mountain. Those atop could clearly discern the path forward, while those at the base remained oblivious, still groping in the dark. Chi Hao once contemplated constructing a ladder that would bridge the base to the summit. However, such a leap in scientific advancement would inevitably entail the validation of numerous theorems and the establishment of extensive theoretical frameworks. During this process, how could a mere teenager command respect? He would likely be deemed a madman and apprehended immediately. Yet, participating in a mathematics competition, merely tackling the problems within the competition's question bank, posed minimal risk. For Chi Hao, the sciences on Blue Star appeared far simpler than the humanities. His mind was a repository of millennia of civilization from his home planet, a vast ocean of brilliant culture. Blue Star, too, had its share of remarkable talents throughout history. Chi Hao's brain functioned like a supercomputer, tirelessly endeavoring to systematically organize this wealth of knowledge. However, the sheer volume of information made it all too easy to inadvertently conflate the civilizations of the two planets. There were moments when Chi Hao experienced a peculiar sensation. Once, he inadvertently stumbled upon a book that depicted the ancient cave paintings left by our primordial ancestors. In the very first moment of gazing upon those murals, Chi Hao felt a peculiar resonance with certain markings that bore a striking resemblance to the script of Zeta. Yet, upon closer inspection, the similarities dissipated entirely. Perhaps it was merely his fervent desire to encounter kindred spirits. At the very least, it signified that he was not the sole survivor of the Zeta race in the vast expanse of the universe. Chi Hao stood there, lost in thought, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Not far away, the leading teacher from Blue Ocean Town Middle School began to call the students to gather. Kiao, Kiao, Lei Boyong called out several times before Chi Hao finally emerged from his reverie. Coach, I have made my decision. I wish to enroll in a mathematics competition. Initially, Lei Boyong thought he would need to offer further persuasion. Excellent. Chapter 20. Teacher Pan Yu, what? Chi Hao is applying to withdraw from the debate team? Why? The voice of astonishment belonged to the homeroom teacher of Class 1, 2, Teacher Pan Yu. Prior to taking over this class, Pan, you seem to be plagued by misfortune. Regardless of the effort he exerted or the diligence with which he taught, every class he managed either struggled academically or exhibited a lack of discipline. It was as if he were cursed. Ever since his assignment to Blue Sea Town No. 1 middle school, any class he led became a stranger to accolades in all school activities. Pan Yu was on the verge of resigning himself to this fate when he took on Chi Hao's class. From that moment, Lady Luck finally began to smile upon him. As Chi Hao and his debate team soared to success, Pan Yu's once stooped posture gradually straightened. When they clinched the national championship, Pan Yu was filled with pride, resembling a triumphant gander, even more elated than the students themselves. The principal specifically praised Pan Yu at a faculty meeting, commending his talent for discovering and nurturing potential. Determined, Pan Yu resolved to encourage and support Chi Hao, even if it meant practicing debate during his mathematics lessons. At Blue Sea Town No. 1 Middle School, withdrawing from the debate team requires the homeroom teacher's signature. However, over the years, he had only witnessed students striving to join, never one seeking to leave. Therefore, when Chi Hao approached him with a withdrawal application, Pan Yu was left momentarily speechless. A myriad of questions surged to his lips. How can I explain this to the principal? How will our class compete in debates next year? Didn't you love debating? Pan Yu opened his mouth, swallowing hard, ultimately managing to utter a dry "Why?" Kiao, with sparkling eyes, responded enthusiastically, because I prefer mathematics over debate. Pan Yu thought to himself, I never noticed your passion for mathematics. A mathematics enthusiast himself, he found solving mathematical problems in his leisure time more gratifying than scrolling through short videos. Yet, the Chi Hao before him clearly appeared to be a humanities student. Puffing out his chest, Pan Yu attempted to adopt an authoritative demeanor as a homeroom teacher, trying to reason with Chi Hao. Liking mathematics does not conflict with debating. You can easily pursue both hobbies simultaneously. Chi Hao resolutely declined. No, teacher, I don't have enough time to allocate. I've registered for a mathematics competition, and it's in a month. I'm withdrawing from the debate team to devote all my time to studying mathematics. I also want to borrow reference books from you. As he spoke, Chi Hao cast a longing glance towards the drab metal bookcase behind Pan Yu, its glass doors revealing an array of substantial mathematics tomes. Pan Yu glanced at the bookcase, filled to the brim, yet seldom visited, then slowly turned back to meet Chi Hao's gaze. In that moment, those eyes brimmed with fervor. Although he had seen this student countless times before, it felt as if he were witnessing Chi Hao for the first time. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Yu resolutely bit his lip and signed his name on the application form. Hasten to withdraw from the debate team, lest I find myself regretting it. Kiao chuckled, expressing gratitude to the teacher before darting away with the application form in hand. Given his capabilities, he could undoubtedly manage both. Yet participating in debates was far too conspicuous. It was best to seize this opportunity to withdraw. Seated across from Pan Yu at his desk, the homeroom teacher, who had feigned slumber moments earlier, could no longer restrain himself. Old Pan, you've fallen into your old habits yet again. Your flaw is your excessive softness. You cannot command the students' respect. They must fear you and heed your words for you to maintain order. Your error lies in always yielding to the students. After all these years, haven't you suffer enough? Moreover, the teachers overseeing the debate team at our school, who among them is easy to deal with. Even if you sign the form, he cannot withdraw. you'll still face criticism. Why endure that unnecessary trouble? In truth, Pan Yu harbored a twinge of regret. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Didn't Chi Hao mention he enrolled in some mathematics competition that begins next month?" His energy is limited. The homeroom teacher could not help but scoff, interrupting Pan Yu. "Old Pan, you teach mathematics, so you should know better than I. The only major mathematics competition next month is the Global Hope Star Mathematics Competition. While there are no registration barriers, it is because the problems are exceedingly challenging. The preliminary rounds reach the difficulty level of undergraduate mathematics, and the finals might stump even doctoral candidates in mathematics. As for Chi Hao, being merely in the first year of junior high, his usual mathematics scores are merely average in class." At this point, the homeroom teacher could not suppress a laugh. "If he manages to pass the preliminaries, I shall call you father." With that, he picked up his lesson plan, humming a tune as he exited to teach. Pan Yu, feeling somewhat disheartened, remained seated, contemplating the truth of the matter. Just as he was engulfed in regret, a gentle knock sounded at the office door, revealing Chi Hao's beaming face. "Teacher Pan, I've come to borrow some reference books." Pan Yu abruptly stood. "Chi Hao, you truly registered for the mathematics competition?" Chi Hao nodded affirmatively. "Is it the Hope Star Global Mathematics Competition?" After recalling the name provided by Lei Boyong, Chi Hao affirmed with a nod. "Do you understand this competition?" Having only just learned the name before arriving at school, Chi Hao shook his head. A sigh escaped Pan Yu. It seemed he had hastily registered for a mathematics competition merely to escape debate practice. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he sighed internally, rising lethargically to approach the bookshelf. "Feel free to take whichever book you wish. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask me." As the school bell rang, Pan Yu turned to retrieve his lesson plan, heading toward the office door while advising, "Chi Hao, return to class for now. It's wonderful to have an interest in mathematics, but you must first grasp the material taught in class. Otherwise, you won't be able to solve even a single problem from the preliminaries before he could finish." Chi Hao gently interrupted him. "Teacher, I hope you can keep my participation in the Hope Star competition confidential. Isn't that's self-evident? Given your current level, if you were to score a 0 on the exam, would it be something to boast about?" Pan Yu bitterly wiped his face. "Rest assured, I will keep it a secret. I won't divulge anything to anyone who inquires." During mathematics class, Pan Yu frequently found his mind wandering, instinctively glancing at Chi Hao to see what he was doing. Each time he turned to Chi Hao, he noticed that Chi Hao's eyes were fixated on him, the teacher, displaying a commendable attentiveness. In the past, Pan Yu would have felt quite pleased. However, now, the more concentrated Chi Hao appeared, the more despondent Pan Yu became. This only served to reinforce his belief that Chi Hao's mathematical skills were merely at a first-year junior high level. After class, as Pan Yu organized his lesson plans and exited the classroom, Chi Hao closely followed behind him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Pan Yu halted, turned around, and looked down at the shortest boy in the class. "What do you want from me?" Chi Hao responded, puzzled. "I'm going to your office to borrow some reference books. The books in that cabinet are my professional textbooks for my undergraduate studies in mathematics. Do you truly wish to borrow them?" Chi Hao nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, there are a few books in there that I'm very interested in." A flicker of faint hope ignited within Pan Yu. "Did you comprehend everything the teacher covered in class just now?" "Yes, I understood about 80 of it." Chi Hao was fully leveraging every mathematics class offered at the school, aligning the mathematical theories from Blue Star with the knowledge framework of his home planet. He had left his home planet at a very young age, although his mind had been infused with knowledge. True understanding and the ability to apply it flexibly still required time and practice. Yet, while an ordinary person might struggle for days with a challenging problem, the intellectually gifted Chi Hao could arrive at the solution in an instant. Thus far, the integration of the knowledge systems from the two-star systems had been remarkably smooth. Approximately 80 of Blue Star's mathematics could be comprehended within the framework of his home planet. However, to Pan Yu's ears, Chi Hao's response implied that he could not fully grasp even the content covered in class. Pan Yu thought, "Fine, I will lend it to him. If he finds it incomprehensible, he will naturally retreat." However, the office was crowded, and should the head teacher of Class 1 decide to mock the child, it would be problematic. Pan Yu fell back into his old habit of considering problems from the student's perspective, come to my office after school to collect the books. Only after speaking did he realize that this meant he would be working late. Wanting to retract his statement, he noticed Chi Hao had already responded loudly and was running off. Pan Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He should be more concerned about the issue of Chi Hao potentially withdrawing from the team. How would he explain it to the principal during the weekly meeting next Monday? Chapter 21. Just pretend at this moment. Lin Shui's mother was equally troubled. As the head of the debate team, she possessed the authority to approve withdrawals. Her daughter had given her a heads-up in advance. Thus, she had indeed sanctioned Chi Hao's request to leave the team. However, how would she explain this matter to the principal during the meeting next Monday? Chi Hao had been forthright with her. Teacher, I don't actually enjoy debating. My true passion lies in mathematics. I am set to participate in a math competition next month. Please keep this confidential. Lin Shui's mother pondered how to maintain confidentiality in front of the principal while concocting a reasonable excuse for Chi Hao's withdrawal. It was quite urgent, and she awaited assistance. Ultimately, it was teacher Li Haokong who resolved the dilemma. Next Monday, someone from the city will visit our school to scout long-distance running talent. Just inform the principal that I recommended Chi Hao, and he has left the debate team to focus on training for long-distance running. Hiao, is he particularly good at long-distance running? Lin Shui's mother recalled Chi Hao's slight physique and found it hard to believe. Haha, you might be surprised, but Chi Hao is the top in endurance in his grade. Li Haokong, being a close friend of Lei Boyong, had already learned from him that Chi Hao no longer wished to participate in debates. Having witnessed Chi Hao's extraordinary reading and learning abilities, he concurred with Lei Boyang's assessment. A debating genius, a legal talent destined for greatness. The two middle-aged men conspired to devise a cunning plan. They would enroll him in the most challenging mathematics competition, hoping he would find it overwhelming and thus turn his focus to law. This would resolve the issue in one fell swoop. Consequently, Lei Boyong registered Chi Hao for the Hope Star competition and casually mentioned, the exam is in a month. He refrained from discussing the exam's difficulty and did not offer any assistance akin to their debate training, such as gathering materials or conducting analyses. When Chi Hao sought information about the competition, Lei Boyang's response was always the same. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that field. It was then that Chi Hao considered borrowing books from his homeroom teacher and mathematics instructor, Pan Yu. Pan Yu intentionally waited until other teachers had left the office before heading to the classroom to find Chi Hao. Upon entering the classroom, he was surprised to find Chi Hao alone, engrossed in a book. Startled by the sound of the door, Chi Hao looked up, quickly closed the book, and stood up. What book are you reading? Pan Yu casually inquired as he approached Chi Hao's desk, only to discover it was a first-year mathematics textbook. For a moment, he struggled to articulate his feelings. It seemed this child truly had a love for mathematics, yet his mathematical skills were undeniably lacking. Perhaps he was grappling with the 20 of material he had not comprehended in class. Chi Hao, in 6 months, our city will organize a mathematics competition for middle school students. I believe this competition is more suited for you than the Hope Star. Chi Hao smiled shyly and replied softly, Thank you, teacher, but for me, a middle school competition might be a bit too simple. Pan Yu abruptly turned and left, saying, You want to borrow books, so hurry up and fetch them. Once you have them, come straight home. Just the sight of this fool is bothersome. Finally, standing in front of the bookshelf nestled in the most secluded corner of the office, Chi Hao reverently opened the cabinet door, his eyes gleaming as he gazed upon the array of professional texts. Calculus caught his attention. It was invaluable for studying the structural integrity of spacecraft during cosmic exploration, particularly when calculating forces and moments, necessitating integral methods. Linear algebra and systems and control theory, he mused, has Blue Star already embarked on the practical applications of systems and control engineering? This book was a must-have. As he enthusiastically flipped through the pages, Pan Yu observed him with increasing annoyance, perceiving Chi Hao's casual approach as he selected a book, skimmed the table of contents, and hastily flipped through a few pages before setting it aside. Pan Yu picked up the book Chi Hao had chosen. Calculus, a freshman-level text. Analytic Geometry, another collegiate title, which indeed had featured in previous university mathematics competitions. As he continued to peruse, he found the complexity of the content escalating. Some portions even delved into the realm of graduate-level mathematics. His irritation mounted, and his temples throbbed as he watched Chi Hao feign seriousness in his book selection. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Enough! This is sufficient for you." Startled by the sudden outburst, Chi Hao, engrossed in a hefty tome of advanced algebra, looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend why the usually affable Professor Pan had erupted in anger. Pan Yu, now unwilling to engage further, snatched the book from Chi Hao's hands, stacking it with the others, and packed them into a bag before ushering Chi Hao out the door. "You can borrow these books, but you must protect them. No writing with ballpoint or fountain pens. Only pencil if you must write at all, and do not stain or crease them. Once you're done, return them swiftly." Oomph. The two parted ways at the school gate, Pan Yu storming off in a huff. Chi Hao, glancing at the darkening sky, began to understand the source of his teacher's ire. It was indeed his fault for having taken up so much of Pan Yu's time. Gratefully, he called out to Pan Yu's retreating figure, "Thank you, teacher." Chi Hao, burdened with a large bag of books, turned towards the orphanage. The distance from Blue Sea Town High School to the orphanage spanned 5 kilometers. Although he walked briskly, it would still take him over half an hour to reach home. With early winter upon them, the darkness descended swiftly, and the cold wind whipped into Chi Hao's collar, yet his heart burned warmly. After a few steps, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. As the sound grew closer, he assumed someone was in a rush and stepped aside. However, the person reached for the bag he was carrying. With a sudden pivot, Chi Hao was taken aback to find Pan Yu returning. Pan Yu, with a stern expression, inquired, "Where do you live? I'll walk you home." Regret washed over him as he took hold of the books. They were numerous and heavy, causing his shoulder to sag under the weight. Chi Hao understood that his teacher had come back out of concern for him, worried about the encroaching darkness. He smiled and took the book from Pan Yu's hands, cradling it in his arms as he exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher. My home is not far, goodbye." With that, he turned and dashed away, clutching the book tightly. "Hey, slow down. Be careful." Pan Yu, with a body unaccustomed to exercise, could only chase after Chi Hao for a few steps before stopping, breathless. He suddenly felt as though he and Chi Hao were performing a scene of a police chase after a thief, and he couldn't help but chuckle, his irritation towards Chi Hao gradually dissipating. Despite Chi Hao's penchant for theatrics, his nature was not malevolent. After all, what youth is devoid of a touch of rebellion? Perhaps gentle guidance would suffice. Chi Hao returned to his modest room in the orphanage, carefully placing the book aside before retrieving an envelope from his backpack. Filled with joy, he made his way to the director's dormitory to find the elderly director. The light was on inside, and the door was slightly ajar. As he called out Grandpa, he pushed the door open. The room was empty. This was a small studio of barely a dozen square meters, featuring a single bed against the wall, and beneath the south-facing window stood an old, paint-chipped brown desk. On the desk lay the director's green enamel mug and several books. A chill wind from early winter seeped through the window, causing the pages of the books to flutter uncontrollably. Chi Hao approached the desk, tidied the books, and placed them neatly to the left, then gently set the thick envelope atop the desk. Just as he finished organizing, another gust of wind swept in, rustling the books once more. Deciding it best to secure the envelope, he opened the desk drawer and placed it inside. As he was about to close the drawer, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a piece of paper beneath the envelope. Chi Hao's body froze, a wave of chilling dread washing over him from deep within. By the time the director returned, Chi Hao had already departed. On the director's pillow lay an envelope containing 5,000 yuan. Chapter 22. The Computer on Monday. As Chi Hao encountered Su Yu, he promptly pulled him into the corridor. Having spent the previous night sleepless, Chi Hao had been aimlessly flipping through a plethora of books he had collected, his eyes reddened from exhaustion. Su Yu was taken aback by Chi Hao's pallor. "How's-y? You seem frantic. What's transpired? Fat fish, isn't your uncle a doctor? Could you inquire for me how long it would take for someone on Blue Star to become a surgeon capable of performing operations on patients? That's simple. No need to ask my uncle, just ask me. He loves to recount his experiences as a doctor at the dining table, so I know everything." Su Yu puffed out his chest with pride. It takes 7 years of combined undergraduate and graduate medical studies, and after working for another 2 or 3 years, one can perform basic surgeries. So, From the start of learning to being the lead surgeon, it's about a decade, I'd say. Why, how's he? Do you wish to become a doctor? I advise against it. My uncle says once the knife goes in, it's a bloody mess. The chubby boy began to ramble. 10 years, Chi Hao muttered softly, his face pale. Su Yu, carried away by his enthusiasm, continued, you also need to be courageous and physically fit. Chi Hao interrupted. But if someone is gravely ill, how can we ensure they will be cured? Su Yu paused momentarily and instinctively replied, there are no guarantees for severe illnesses. The best course is to seek treatment early, use the finest medications, and consult highly skilled doctors. Upon realizing Chi Hao's grim expression, he inquired, how's he? Are you suffering from an incurable disease? Chi Hao hesitated before responding, it's not me. It's my grandfather. Your grandfather is ill? Is it serious? Hurry and take him to the hospital. Chi Hao nodded. Yes, I will accompany him. How's he if your grandfather is seriously ill? It's best to prepare some funds in advance. The chubby boy cautioned, I've heard from my uncle that there's a certain injection that costs tens of thousands, but works wonders. I've also heard of medications that can amount to several thousand a month. Money, yet again, money. Chi Hao clenched his fists tightly. After school, after grading assignments, Pan Yu stretched and declared, finally off duty. He gathered his belongings and strolled leisurely out of the office. Just outside the door, a squatting student quickly stood up and followed him, softly calling out, Teacher Pan, I have a question regarding the Hope Star competition. Pan Yu turned to see it was Chi Hao. He paused for a moment, then felt a sense of gratification. It seemed that although Chi Hao was somewhat slow-witted, he was a diligent learner, having clearly put in effort over the weekend to come with inquiries on Monday. He always favored earnest and hard-working students and smiled warmly, saying, Good child, what question do you have? Chi Hao looked up. Teacher, is there a prize for the Hope Star mathematics competition? How much is it? Pan Yu Fangfedi. He maintained his composure. After answering Chi Hao's query, he stormed off in frustration. In the evening, Chi Hao diligently recorded in his notebook. The Hope Star mathematics competition offers a substantial prize pool divided into 5 tiers. The first prize, a staggering 500,000, is awarded solely to one individual. Thereafter, 4 gold medals are bestowed, each accompanied by a reward of 250,000. 6 silver medals follow, each worth 150,000. 10 bronze medals, each yielding 100,000. And finally, 50 honorable mentions, each receiving 50,000. Beneath the phrase 500,000, he emphatically drew a bold line with a red pen. However, as he began to prepare for the competition, he encountered a formidable obstacle right from the start. To succeed, one must understand both oneself and the competition. Thus, comprehending the scope and approach of the questions posed is essential. Given that Hope Star is a global online contest, past examination questions have been published on the organizer's official website. Yet, Chi Hao lacked access to a computer. With a sense of embarrassment, he beseeched Pan Yu to download and print last year's questions and their solutions from the internet. Unfortunately, certain theorems and formulas referenced in the solutions were absent from the borrowed books, and the explanations merely skimmed the surface without delving into details. The underlying issue was that some concepts belonged to high school curriculum, which the question setters assumed all participants would be familiar with, leaving Chi Hao, an outsider, at disadvantage. Fortunately, he mustered the courage to peruse all the mathematics texts at the local bookstore, and with daily inquiries directed at Pan Yu, he managed to address a portion of his confusion. However, there remained a segment of complex analyses that were far too advanced, and neither the bookstore nor Pan Yu possessed the necessary resources to elucidate them. Chi Hao felt a sense of despair. Early Saturday morning, Su Yui arrived bearing delicious treats prepared by his mother for the principal and Chi Hao. Upon visiting his friend's home, he was taken aback to find Chi Hao's room overflowing with books and calculation papers, with Chi Hao himself sitting amidst the chaos in a daze. Su Yui exclaimed in shock, How's he? You've been acting suspiciously lately, and now you look like a ghost. Have you encountered something troubling? Speak up, let's lighten the mood. Chi Hao hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Growing frustrated, Su Yui insisted, We are best friends. Is there anything you can't share with me? Finally, Chi Hao revealed his predicament regarding the exam and his lack of a computer. Su Yui puffed out his chest, declaring, This is no challenge. I have a desktop computer. You can come over after school, every day to study. You can even stay at my place over the weekend. It's settled. As the two friends deliberated in the room, Chihao suddenly heard a faint sound at the door. He promptly stood up, walked to the entrance, and opened the door, only to find nothing. A bewildered Su Yui remarked, "What was that?" Outside, the elderly principal stood with a warm smile, holding 2 cartons of milk. "Little Hao, have some milk with your friend." Chihao recognized the principal's efforts to help him grow stronger, given his short stature. He lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and accepted the milk. The principal affectionately ruffled his hair, advising him to enjoy his time with his friend before slowly making his way back to the front yard, coughing softly as he walked. Upon hearing the principal's cough, Chihao instinctively took a step forward but then hesitated, returning to his room to quickly gather a few books. "Fat fish, let us go to your home at once. I need to tackle some problems." Su Yu, more bewildered than ever, exclaimed, "Is this real, Haozi? You startle me. I feel as though you're even more frenzied than when preparing for a debate. I came to hang out with you." "Hang out?" At this moment, my mind is solely occupied with mathematics. Su Yu raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "Upon arriving at my house, you absolutely must not utter this phrase to my mother. Alas, how did I end up with such a friend? This is truly tragic." Upon their arrival at Su Yu's home, Su's mother was astonished to see her son, who had originally planned to return home late, entering with a bag full of mathematics books. "Oh dear, how fortunate that little Yu has such a wonderful friend like Chihao." Chihao studied at Su Yu's house until evening, and when it was time to leave, Su's mother, filled with gratitude, insisted that Su's father drive him home. Kiao protested in vain. At the entrance of the orphanage, after expressing his thanks to Su's father, Chihao carried the books back to his room. Turning on the light, he immediately spotted the pristine object positioned squarely at the center of his desk, an unopened, brand-new laptop. Chapter 23. The Mathematical Prodigy. What is the purpose of returning this computer? I cannot agree to it. The elderly dean chuckled, facing the flustered Chihao. How? I heard you mentioning to your classmates that you need to take an exam and that doing the exercises requires a computer. You've been borrowing from others daily. If the computer is so beneficial for you, why would you consider returning it? Moreover, it is purchased with your own funds." As he spoke, the dean, visibly moved, carefully retrieved an envelope from his drawer. Chihao recognized it well. It was the very envelope he had used to contain his debate competition prize. How? This is your reward from the competition, and your grandfather is immensely proud and delighted." After saying this, the dean lovingly placed the envelope back in its original spot. Money ought to be utilized where it is needed to truly fulfill its purpose. How? Just keeping this envelope brings me great happiness. You are still young. Your primary focus should be on your studies, rather than constantly thinking about earning money for your grandfather. Our welfare institute is not in need of funds. After a night of contention, the dean emerged victorious. With a resigned demeanor, Chihao clutched his new laptop as he walked towards his room. Before entering, he gazed up at the night sky, where countless stars twinkled gently, seemingly transcending the vastness of the universe, silently greeting him with warmth. "Hello, Mayor, are you well? Is there anyone on this strange planet who cares for you?" Upon entering his room, Chihao softly replied within himself, "Yes, I am well." That night, as he lay in bed, cradling the laptop, he resolved, "Tomorrow, right after school, I shall return it." The following afternoon, as soon as the school bell rang, Chihao sprang to his feet, clutching the laptop and hastily making his way out of the classroom. "Chihao, the homeroom teacher is looking for you. He wants you in his office immediately." Several classmates called after him. "What does the teacher want?" He wondered. "I have no idea. He just asked for you to come by as soon as school is out." Anxious to return the computer, Chihao hurriedly sought out Teacher Pan. "Excuse me, Teacher Pan, you called for me?" Unbeknownst to him, Pan was deeply engrossed in a stack of draft papers filled with intricate problem-solving processes. Chihao hesitated to interrupt. Yet as each second passed, he realized he would soon run out of time to return the computer. Gathering his courage, he raised his voice slightly, calling out again, "Teacher Pan, I'm here. You called for me?" This time, he successfully disrupted Pan's concentration. As Chihao observed, Pan cradled the papers as if they were precious jewels. Slowly turning to meet his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This math-obsessed teacher finally rose and asked Chi Hao a singular question. Did you do all this? As Chi Hao approached, he realized that the papers Pan held were indeed his drafts from working on problems at home. Yes, but how did these end up with you? Did you truly solve all these problems? Indeed. Had you been working on these since you began middle school? Chi Hao glanced at the contents and shook his head. No, these are for last week. He felt a hint of confusion. Strange, these papers should be at home. How did they end up here? Pan Yu pointed at the papers on the table, his fingers trembling slightly. You mean all of these were completed in just 1 week? Indeed. Impossible. Pan Yu raised his voice. He arranged several sheets in order on his desk. From left to right, the topics ranged from elementary geometry to advanced geometry, culminating in differential geometry. Knowledge of elementary geometry can be encountered as early as the 3rd year of middle school. However, advanced geometry and differential geometry require an understanding of higher algebra, and the latter even necessitates some knowledge of mathematical analysis. The problem-solving process clearly illustrates the learning trajectory of the individual. No one could master all this content in a mere week, not even the most prodigious genius. It is absolutely inconceivable for anyone to grasp this knowledge within such a short span, unless they are not human, but divine. Chi Hao swiftly retracted his statement. Teacher, I was just joking. In reality, I have been fascinated by mathematics since elementary school. I have studied this material for several weeks, no, several months. You mastered all this in just a few months? Pan Yu's excitement was palpable, his gaze fixed on Chi Hao with fervor. Differential geometry was a course I encountered only in my sophomore year, yet you have already self-studied a portion of it. By the way, there is no longer a course titled Advanced Geometry, as the axiomatic method of elementary geometry has been supplanted by analytical methods. During my time in university, geometry had already fused with algebra and analysis, becoming integrated into those disciplines. When I was a freshman in the mathematics department, I was already learning spatial analytical geometry. Cool, come, Chi Hao, take a seat and let me explain it to you properly. Your attitude towards learning is commendable, but self-study like this can lead you astray. He pulled Chi Hao over, firmly placing him in his seat while he leaned over, pointing to a problem on the paper. Look, although your conclusion is correct, you took the wrong path in your process. Chi Hao, clutching his laptop, attempted to stand several times, only to be swiftly pressed back down by Pan Yu. As the clock on the wall approached 5:30, Pan Yu became increasingly animated in his explanations. With no other option, Chi Hao reluctantly set his laptop aside, redirecting his focus to the study session. The two became increasingly engrossed in their discussion. Pan Yu even fetched a chair, took up a pen, and began to write as he spoke. It was not until their stomachs growled in unison that they glanced at the time, realizing it had surpassed 7 o'clock. Is it already so late? Pan Yu's voice had grown hoarse. Oh no, my grandfather must be worried, Chi Hao said, looking out the window at the now pitch-black sky. Feeling a sense of urgency himself, Pan Yu surveyed the cluttered desk, covered in sheets densely inscribed with formulas and diagrams. He meticulously organized the papers, stapled them together, and solemnly handed them to Chi Hao. It is perfectly fine. The teacher will ride you home. Along the way, we can revisit the points that were not clearly articulated earlier. Where do you reside? Thank you, teacher. My home is not far away, and I can return by myself. At present, to Pan Yu, Chi Hao appears as a precious gem, gleaming with brilliance. Moreover, it has grown dark, and considering that Chi Hao is merely 13 years old and rather diminutive in stature, Pan Yu feels a sense of unease. No, it is too late. The teacher must accompany you home. Where do you live? Hongxing Welfare Institute. What? Pan Yu gazes at Chi Hao in astonishment. You walk 5 kilometers to school every day? That is not the main issue. Pan Yu had previously been unaware of Chi Hao's background, yet it is common knowledge in Blue Sea Town that the Hongxing Welfare Institute is dedicated to sheltering orphans. Thus, Pan Yu quickly comprehended Chi Hao's circumstances. He has never been particularly eloquent, although he conjured a multitude of tragic scenarios from Chi Hao's childhood in an instant. He could only utter a single phrase. Child, it is all in the past. Your future will only improve. Chi Hao sits on the back seat of Pan Yu's bicycle, cradling a brand new laptop. Pan Yu had initially intended to discuss various academic concepts while cycling, but he now finds himself enveloped in silence. After a while, it is Chi Hao who breaks the quietude. "Teacher, how did these calculation papers come into your possession?" "Oh, those were delivered by your grandfather this morning." "Wait, Chi Hao is an orphan. Where would he have relatives? If he had a grandfather as a guardian, he would not meet the criteria for the Welfare Institute's admission." This thought crosses his mind, and he unconsciously voices his curiosity. Chi Hao instinctively clutches the laptop tighter. "No, he's my grandfather, and he's also the grandfather of all the children at our Welfare Institute." Chapter 24. A confrontation in a narrow path upon returning home. Chi Hao immediately seized his computer and sought out the dean. In the distance, he spotted the warm, golden glow emanating from the dean's dormitory, and a smile instinctively graced his lips as he quickened his pace. Shadows flitted past the window. With his keen eyesight and exceptional memory, Chi Hao swiftly recognized the old dean among them, along with a few others he had encountered during his frequent visits to the hospital as a child. Momentarily taken aback, he quieted his steps and stood outside the dean's door, straining to listen to the conversation within. The occupants remained blissfully unaware, engaged in a relaxed exchange. However, due to the low volume and the tightly shut doors and windows, he could only catch snippets of their dialogue. No need to worry about the surgical fees. There are policies in place. It will be resolved. The dean seemed to murmur a soft thank you. Then, he heard a few indistinct phrases. "Worried. Came to check on you. You must rest well and pay attention to your nutrition. Take good care of yourself." The sound of a chair being pulled and footsteps approaching the door prompted Chi Hao to quickly retreat into the shadows beside the building. The door swung open, and the occupants filed out, the dean following behind, cheerfully exchanging pleasantries as they gradually moved away. After contemplating for a moment, Chi Hao returned to his own room. Except during holidays, the cafeteria at the welfare home ceased serving meals after 7 in the evening. Upon entering his room, he noticed a plate of dinner left on the table, which he discovered had already gone cold. The kitchen housed a microwave, and Chi Hao picked up the chilled meal, intending to reheat it. Just then, the door creaked open behind him, and the dean stepped in. "Chi Hao, why are you back so late? Have you encountered any difficulties with your studies?" "No, I was discussing some math problems with my homeroom teacher." Upon saying this, a thought struck him. "By the way, Grandpa, did you send my calculation paper to school?" "Indeed, I notice you have been cooped up in your room lately, looking troubled and not going out to play. Are you struggling to keep up with schoolwork? If you come across any challenging questions, just ask your teacher. Do not burden yourself excessively. After all, you are still a child and should enjoy yourself." "So, you thought I was facing challenges in my studies and purposefully sought out the teacher?" The dean nodded in response. "But you yourself are unwell, and the doctor has instructed you to rest properly." This statement lingered on the tip of Chi Hao's tongue, but was swallowed back. In the dean's eyes, he remained a child. He had deliberately concealed his illness from the children at the welfare home, so it was best to feign ignorance. "Thank you, Grandpa. I resolved all my issues with the teacher today." "That is good to hear. There is little else I can assist with." As he spoke, the dean coughed a few times, hastily covering his mouth with his hand as he moved towards the door. "Make sure to eat and do not stay up late studying. Get some rest." After the dean departed, Chi Hao turned his gaze towards the calendar on his desk. Less than 2 weeks remained until the competition. He quickly finished his dinner and opened his planner. The document contains a table systematically organized by examination dates. Since the inception of this competition, all syllabi and knowledge points have been meticulously listed on the left side of the table, while the right side indicates completion dates. Chi Hao marked a check under geometry, indicating it was completed, and after a moment's reflection, he inscribed today as date, November 5th. The examination is scheduled for Saturday, November 16th, a mere 2 weeks away. With only 1 weekend remaining before the exam, he must master all content in advanced algebra. Chi Hao's time management plan is precise to the minute, according to his schedule. This Saturday will demand a night of toil. However, should he stay up late, his grandfather would undoubtedly worry about him. After much contemplation, Chi Hao devised a clever strategy. For the subsequent days of the week, he would extinguish the lights and retire to bed promptly at 11 o'clock, which is the dean's psychological threshold. Then, he quietly adjusted his wake-up time to 1 hour earlier. On Friday evening, he informed the dean in advance that he would be visiting Su Yu's home and might not return that night. This scenario had occurred before, and the dean, not suspecting anything amiss, readily consented. Early Saturday morning, Chi Hao greeted the dean, donned his backpack, and carried a large plastic bag as he departed from the welfare institution. He explained to the dean that his backpack contained a change of clothes, while the plastic bag held some snacks. Half an hour later, Chi Hao's figure appeared at the entrance of an internet CAF. This CAF is the only establishment in town that operates 24 hours a day, often frequented by individuals who engage in all-night gaming sessions. The CAF's proprietor is a burly middle-aged man, reputed to have considerable connections. Chi Hao arrived early. The expansive CAF was sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals engrossed in their games. Occasionally, one could hear exclamations of joy or the frustrated clattering of keyboards amidst curses. Chi Hao surveyed the surroundings and chose a computer desk nestled against the back wall. As he passed by the proprietor, the man cast a surprised glance at the enormous backpack on Chi Hao's back. It is uncommon for gamers to bring such a large bag, as it resembled preparation for an outdoor expedition. Unbeknownst to Chi Hao, he had captured the attention of the CAF owner. Upon reaching his desk, he set his backpack and plastic bag on the floor. The contents of the backpack were not a change of clothes, but rather an extensive collection of mathematics reference books. He extracted a notebook and pen, powered on the computer, and logged onto the simulation examination webpage of the Hope Star. According to his plan, he would first dedicate 4 hours to completing a mock exam, subsequently reviewing all relevant knowledge points systematically. Should he encounter any knowledge gaps, he would consult his textbooks for clarification. The hefty mathematics tomes serve him as an English dictionary does for a language learner, readily accessible for reference, easily comprehensible at a glance. In the morning, the CAF was relatively empty, and since he had seated himself towards the back, no one occupied the adjacent space, thus drawing little attention to him. By noon, as others ordered takeout or ventured out for meals, Chi Hao remained unnoticed among the comings and goings, having brought along 2 bread rolls and a large bottle of water. It was only after completing the mock exam that he retrieved the bread, hastily consuming a simple lunch. Subsequently, he shouldered his hefty backpack and made a trip to the restroom. Upon his return, he quietly settled down, unzipped his bag, and retrieved several thick volumes enveloped in protective covers. With a focus on the areas of weakness identified during the examination, he commenced a vigorous study session. In the afternoon, the internet CAF began to fill with patrons. A spirited young man with bleached blonde hair sauntered in, humming a popular tune. The CAF was nearly full, with only a few seats remaining by the entrance, a situation that the young man found unappealing. He ventured further inside and discovered an unoccupied seat. Though it was not ideal, it offered a modicum of tranquility away from the entrance. He approached and sat down, continuing to hum as he powered up his computer. While waiting for the system to boot, he glanced around. To his left sat a rotund individual, wholly engrossed in a game where a monkey clad in rudimentary gear wielded a stick, relentlessly driving back a formidable tiger sprite. The individual on the left is quite skilled, engaged in a well-known and exhilarating game that the young man had played before. After observing the left side, he turned his gaze to the right to discern the game being played there. The individual seated to his right was remarkably quiet, his head bent low as he scribbled on the table. Curious, the young man leaned over to glimpse the screen and was astounded by the sight before him. The screen was filled with an array of mathematical problems. Goodness, could this individual be some sort of eccentric? I must investigate which fool has come here to study. Just then, Chi Hao completed a problem and lifted his gaze to the screen, only to find the young man staring intently at him, his profile clearly visible. Wait a moment. Isn't this the very individual who previously assaulted that little ruffian Chun Xiao outside the bar on Backstreet? Chapter 25. Intentional provocation. The young man with the yellow hair hurried outside the internet CAF to summon assistance. Brother, yes. It's that little brat from Blue Sea Town Middle School who assaulted you last time. Yes, the one who choked you. Just him, he is all alone. All right, gather your brothers. I'll keep an eye on him here, and I won't let this kid escape. Qui possessed extraordinary senses, with hearing far more acute and powerful than that of an average human. Even though he was currently engrossed in a mathematical conundrum, deliberately tuning out the surrounding clamor, The mention of Blue Sea Town Middle School captured his attention. He glanced at the screen, where he had only completed half of the problem. Then at the pile of treasure math textbooks borrowed from his homeroom teacher, Panyu, and sighed softly. He was not afraid of a fight with his skills. Taking on a ragtag group like the yellow-haired youth and his friends was a trivial matter. However, it was daytime, and there was a surveillance camera nearby. Yes, Chi Hao had developed the habit of checking for cameras wherever he went. If he were to single-handedly defeat a group of adversaries, would it not reveal his exceptional abilities? Such exposure would be detrimental to his efforts to conceal his true identity. Moreover, his primary focus at present was the exam scheduled for next Sunday. With today being November 9th, only 7 days remained, leaving him no time to indulge in brawls. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chi Hao shut down his computer, rose, and ambled toward the CAF entrance. Outside, the yellow-haired youth was on the phone, observing each person exiting the CAF. When he saw Chi Hao emerge, fearing he might flee, he gritted his teeth and charged directly toward him, deliberately blocking his path with his body. Chi Hao furrowed his brows, seemingly deep in thought, when suddenly, someone dashed out from the side, colliding directly with him. It was evident that Chi Hao had not been able to evade the encounter and collided with the individual. The yellow-haired youth felt as though he had run into an unyielding iron wall, causing his nose to ache. He staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance, and in the process, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, only to find it had inexplicably flown from his hand to land at Chi Hao's feet. Just as he stumbled, Chi Hao stepped on the phone, producing a distinct, crunching sound beneath his foot. My phone. The yellow-haired youth was on the verge of a meltdown. He rushed to reclaim his device, only to find the screen shattered and the display dark. Holding the power button down proved futile. It would not restart. Enraged, he stepped forward and seized Chi Hao by the collar. I just replaced this phone last month. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chi Hao, feigning fear, repeatedly waved his hands. No, it was you who came rushing at me and collided with me. Don't you dare make excuses. Listen, you owe me for the phone. If you don't pay up, you won't be leaving today. The yellow-haired youth threatened, raising his fist in anger. Upon hearing the commotion, the internet CAF owner stepped outside and exclaimed, Hey, don't cause a ruckus at my doorstep. If you want to argue, find a deserted spot to do so. Don't disrupt my business. Huang Mao surveyed the curious onlookers drawn to their conflict, finding the scene eerily reminiscent of a previous encounter outside a bar. The slight figure before him, though seemingly frail, possessed considerable fighting prowess. If he were to heed the CAF owner's advice and retreat to a secluded area, he likely would not only fail to recover the money for the phone, but also risk a beating. Thus, he resolved to wait for his older brother to arrive with reinforcements. Spitting on the ground in frustration, he muttered, You'd better wait, kid. He then crossed the street. Squatting on the curb, his gaze fixed intently on Chi Hao. Chi Hao appeared equally at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head and returned to the CAF. Approaching the owner cautiously, he asked, Uncle, may I borrow your phone for a moment? Although the CAF owner was not one to shy away from trouble, he preferred to avoid unnecessary involvement. He glanced at Chi Hao without responding. Noticing the indifference, Chi Hao retrieved his student ID from his pocket and timidly stated, Uncle, I am a student from Lanhai Town High School. I think I may have caused a problem by accidentally stepping on someone else's phone. Could I borrow your phone? I need to call an adult for advice on what to do next. Realizing the child likely wished to consult his parents about potential compensation, the owner recalled having noticed Chi Hao earlier that morning. Throughout the day, Chi Hao had been tucked away in a corner, diligently working on his studies, while the owner patrolled the CAF twice. Initially surprised, he soon grasped the situation. Occasionally, students from less privileged backgrounds would come to study here, unable to afford computers, yet needing internet access to complete their assignments. The owner couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill towards such diligent youngsters, as Chi Hao seemed only slightly older than his own child. Observing the boy's troubled expression, the owner eventually yielded to compassion and handed over his phone. Here, go ahead. Thank you, Uncle. Chi Hao expressed his gratitude loudly before dialing a number. Possessing a remarkable photographic memory, he recalled the phone number Officer Neo had written down for him. believing he would never have the opportunity to call it. The call connected swiftly. "Hello, who is this?" "Nyo, uncle, it's me, Chi Hao." A voice filled with distress reached Officer Nyo Yongin's ears through the phone line. Chi Hao succinctly recounted the sequence of events before inquiring, "Uncle, do I need to pay for the phone?" Officer Nyo initially struggled to remember who Chi Hao was. "Hiao? Which one?" Then, recognition dawned upon him. He recalled the boy from the orphanage. The image of the elderly man and the young boy emerged in his mind, and he felt an involuntary shift in his sympathies. However, sympathy aside, as a law enforcement officer, he was bound to act impartially. Clearing his throat, Officer Neo addressed the matter with professionalism, stating, "If the other party collided with you, then you are not required to provide compensation. However, the police cannot solely rely on one-sided statements. You mentioned that you were struck at the entrance of the Morning Light Internet Cafe. There is a surveillance camera nearby, which was recently upgraded last year and offers high clarity." Officer Neo felt reassured. "Chi Hao, if the other party is at fault for the collision, there will be no need for compensation. However, if you are the one who caused the accident, you will have to bear the costs. If both parties share responsibility, compensation will be allocated proportionally." "Uncle, it was he who hit me. I am frightened. What if he insists that I pay?" "Rest assured, there are cameras around the Morning Light Internet Cafe. If liability cannot be determined, we can review the footage for analysis. But he is currently waiting across the street, preventing me from leaving." A tremor of distress laced Chi Hao's voice. "Preventing you from leaving?" Officer Neo began to take this matter more seriously, as it sounded suspiciously like an attempt at extortion. The Morning Light Internet Cafe is merely a street away from the police station. Officer Neo exchanged a few words with his colleagues. "Let us proceed to investigate." Chapter 26. A bloodless confrontation. Chun Xiao arrived with 3 of his brothers, roaring in on their motorcycles. Upon seeing them, Huang Mao rushed forward, excitement evident on his face as he clutched his tattered phone. "Big brother, that kid just tried to flee. I tried to stop him, and he wrecked my phone. I was wondering why I couldn't reach you earlier. Don't worry. Soon he'll compensate you with a brand new Kirin phone." The Kirin phone, renowned as the finest and most expensive brand in Huagua, filled Huang Mao with delight. Chun Xiao had been nursing a grudge against Qi, however, since the latter had choked him last time. It took him over half a month to recover. Thus, he had come seeking vengeance, bringing along his most formidable brothers. With a fierce demeanor, they stormed into the Internet CAF. The CAF owner, upon noticing their presence, immediately barred their entry. "Hey, looking to cause trouble? Don't you realize whose territory this is? These computers are my livelihood. You can't afford to pay for any damage. If you want to fight, take it outside." Chun Xiao, familiar with the owner's background from their shared street life, understood that this owner had some clout. He was here specifically for retribution and had no intention of making enemies indiscriminately, but leaving quietly would be too humiliating. He paused and exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Mao. As soon as they entered, Huang Mao had fixated on Chi Hao's seat, where Chi Hao appeared unfazed, calmly engrossed in his work, seemingly indifferent to the earlier altercation. This only fueled Huang Mao's fury. "Hey, you in the back, come out." The patrons immersed in their games were startled, glancing over to witness the brewing confrontation. Some, fearing trouble, began to rise and leave. The CAF owner, now alarmed, lost any sympathy he had for Chi Hao. "Everyone, continue enjoying your games. I'm here to ensure your safety. No need to leave, just relax and play on." Having reassured the customers, the owner bellowed at Chi Hao, "Stop your studying and come out. Resolve this matter before returning." All eyes in the CAF turned to the slight figure huddled in the corner. Chun Xiao and his crew had arrived slightly earlier than Chi Hao had anticipated. Calculating the speed of Officer Nyo's arrival, Chi Hao resignedly stood up, bowing his head and shuffling towards the exit. His frail silhouette contrasted starkly against the muscular figures blocking the door, rendering him somewhat pitiable. "Quit dawdling, hurry up," Huang Mao urged. The owner, witnessing Chi Hao's compliance and recognizing the intimidating nature of the group at the entrance, softened slightly and interjected, "What's the rush? Can't you see he's on his way out?" "Fine, I'll wait a bit longer," Huang Mao conceded, as Chi Hao dragged himself to the doorway. Chun Xiao seized his collar and forcefully propelled him outside. "Get out, you! Chi Hao stumbled out of the CAF, colliding with another person who had not anticipated the sudden encounter, causing that individual to stagger back several steps before regaining balance. As Chun Xiao and his companions rushed out of the internet CAF, they were met with the sight of Officer Niu, clad in police uniform, assisting the fallen Chi Hao. Why is there suddenly a police officer here? The group stood there, bewildered. Once Chi Hao managed to rise, he immediately pointed at the blonde-haired youth, exclaiming, "Officer, it was him who knocked me down and is demanding compensation for his phone." He then pointed at Chun Xiao, adding, "He was the one who pushed me out just now." Upon recognizing Chun Xiao, Officer Niu's expression shifted to a stern demeanor as he surmised the situation. "You lot can't seem to stay out of trouble," he remarked. Chun Xiao inwardly lamented his misfortune. It felt as if this boy had a knack for summoning the police every time they crossed paths. He remained silent. The blonde-haired youth, flustered, retorted, "What do you mean I knocked you down? It was clearly you who ran into me. Stop pretending to be innocent and pay for my phone." Officer Niu chuckled. "Your accounts do not align." "Very well. Let me inquire further." Unfortunately, both the CAF owner and the patrons claimed they had not witnessed the specifics of the altercation. Officer Niu sighed, "This complicates matters." "Huh. Look, even the police are at a loss." The blonde youth gloated at Chi Hao, only to find Chi Hao completely ignoring him. Officer Niu continued, "Fortunately, there is surveillance at the entrance of the CAF. You all need to accompany me to the station while I review the footage to ascertain who is lying." The blonde youth was taken aback. "What? There are cameras here?" Seeing the blonde's reaction, Chun Xiao and his friends understood that he was indeed in the wrong. Otherwise, he would have made a scene. Gritting his teeth, Chun Xiao declared, "Forget it. He doesn't need to pay for the phone. Let us go." Noticing the distressed look on the blonde's face, Chun Xiao gave him a light smack on the head. "Chuanzi, let us go. Brother Qian will cover your phone expenses." The group, who had arrived with bravado, left in a state of disarray. Officer Niu wore a smirk as he watched the motorcycles roar around the corner before turning back to Chi Hao. "What brings you here? Playing games?" "No." Chi Hao sheepishly scratched his head, responding with a grin. "Uncle, I wasn't gaming. I have an exam and needed to take an online mock test. I was working on my problems here." Officer Niu's demeanor softened upon hearing this. "Make sure to head home early and avoid any more trouble." After his admonition, he noticed that although Chi Hao nodded in agreement, his expression suggested he was not taking it to heart. Unable to resist, he added, "Return home soon. The principal will be reassured." Once Officer Niu departed, Chi Hao re-entered the CAF, where the owner looked at him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "Who is this child?" The officer mentioned a principal. Which principal? Could he be more than just a poor kid, perhaps a second-generation heir observing the common folk? Recalling his previous interactions with Chi Hao, the owner felt relieved that they had not clashed. He slightly eased his mind, yet privately decided to leave the seat next to Chi Hao vacant. This way, the child's study environment can be a touch quieter. The inner thoughts of the internet CAF owner, Chi Hao, were neither understood nor cared for. After spending a few minutes resolving the minor incident involving the boy with yellow hair, Chi Hao immediately immersed himself once more in the sea of questions. As time gradually passed, at 6:30 in the evening, the night shift employees arrived, signaling the end of the owner's workday. Unable to resist, the owner cast a glance towards the small figure in the corner. Since the afternoon, the child had remained silent, only occasionally leaving for the restroom. Fully engrossed in his studies, his level of concentration even surpassed that of the gamers around him. Initially, the owner had reserved a seat next to Chi Hao out of uncertainty regarding his identity, despite the lack of profit. However, by the end of the day, he had begun to admire this child. Regardless of whether he hailed from a wealthy or impoverished background, anyone capable of enduring such hardship was destined for greatness. He quietly instructed the night shift staff that, regardless of who inquired, they should say that the seat next to Chi Hao had already been sold. Chi Hao twitched his ears, surprisingly glancing up towards the owner before resuming his focus on the questions. The following morning at 9, as the owner yawned while coming to take over the shift, he found the CAF filled with gamers sprawled in various positions from an all-night session. This was a common sight, one he had witnessed many times. As he casually surveyed the room, he was astonished to discover, in the far corner, that slender figure sitting upright before the computer, still diligently working on problems. The owner realized that this child had studied the entire night through. Chapter 27. Staying up late to study, the night shift employees were taken aback by the sight of their boss, who appeared equally astonished. Unable to restrain his curiosity, one of them remarked, "I took a look at the problems he was solving last night. They were exceedingly difficult. I couldn't comprehend a single one." The boss surveyed the other players, who were sprawled in various ungraceful positions, before glancing at the alert Chi Hao, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. Goodness! Chi Hao seemed to have entered an extraordinary state. After prolonged and diligent study, many of the challenges that had perplexed him for several days were effortlessly overcome. Upon solving yet another complex problem, his stomach grumbled, drawing his attention to the fact that it was now Sunday morning and time for breakfast. Having already consumed the bread he had brought last night, Chi Hao rose, rubbed his weary eyes, and stretched his stiff neck, intending to purchase breakfast nearby. Suddenly, a hand reached over, placing a plastic bag on his desk. Chi Hao turned to see it was the Internet CAF owner, who had kindly brought him some steam buns and soy milk. Noticing the puzzled expression on Chi Hao's face, the owner quietly explained, "As a complimentary service for our overnight guests." Looking around, Chi Hao observed that the tables of the other late-night patrons were barren, while his own bore a bag of breakfast, making it clear that the owner had made a special effort just for him. He smiled, graciously accepted the food, and quickly devoured the buns before resuming his studies. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the scruffy-haired youth entered the CF, clutching a newly purchased smartphone. A devoted gamer, he had initially come to play yesterday, only to find his gaming session thwarted and his phone lost. As he approached the CAF, he had mused on the serendipity of encountering that young man the previous day, confident that the boy would not be present today, who would spend every day in an Internet CAF studying. Surely, one must be unwell. To his astonishment, he spotted Chi Hao still seated at the same spot from yesterday, a formidable stack of books beside him. The youth gasped. "No way. He is back here to study again?" The CAF owner snorted dismissively. "He didn't come back today. The lad never left yesterday." "What?" The youth struggled to grasp this revelation, his shock evident, observing the expression of disbelief on the young man's face. The CAF owner felt an inexplicable sense of equilibrium within himself. "By the way, which seat will you take today? Just to be clear, you cannot sit next to that boy." "Uffed. I wouldn't dream of sitting beside him," the youth retorted, opting for a seat slightly behind Chi Hao's, where he could easily glimpse his silhouette with a slight tilt of his head. After settling in, he hesitated between engaging with others or diving into a game, ultimately deciding to play a few rounds first, reasoning that Chi Hao seemed engrossed enough to remain for a while. As soon as he entered the game, he quickly became fully immersed in its virtual realm. Occasionally, he stole glances at Chi Hao, who remained unchanged in posture. Gradually, the youth surrendered his entire focus to the game, lost in its captivating allure. As the yellow-haired youth successfully completed the siege battle, he allowed a long sigh of relief. However, when he glanced back at Chi Hao's seat, he suddenly sprang up from his chair. Chi Hao's chair was empty, and the desk, once piled high with books, was now bare. This mischievous lad had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to slip away. Clever boy. Kiao, completely unaware of the yellow-haired youth's return, would not have cared even if he had known. At 5 in the afternoon, he had finished studying all the necessary topics. By this point, he had explored every direction outlined by the Hope Star Mathematics competition. The remaining intricate problems were to be discussed with Pan Yu the following week. Closing his computer, Chi Hao strolled out of the Starlight Internet Cafe with a light step. As he passed by the owner of the cafe, he paused to express his gratitude sincerely. The owner, for reasons unknown, spontaneously wished him success in his upcoming exam. Chi Hao smiled in response, saying, "I appreciate your kind words." Upon returning home, Chi Hao indulged in a long, restorative sleep. On Monday, he gathered most of the books that Pan Yu had lent him, carrying them back to school to return them. Pan Yu accepted the hefty bundle of books and flipped through them. Mathematical analysis, complex variables, real analysis. Indeed, one should not be too ambitious. However, it was understandable. These volumes were textbooks for undergraduate mathematics, and it was perfectly normal for Chi Hao not to comprehend them. At the very least, he had the courage to borrow them, which deserved encouragement. After a moment of contemplation, Pan Yu spoke to reassure him. These books are quite challenging. Do not be disheartened. Especially this one, Real Analysis. I had to read it several times before I grasped how to prove the countable additivity of measures and the dominated convergence theorem. When you eventually enroll in the mathematics department, you can take your time with these. Chi Hao, his eyes sparkling, interrupted, Teacher, I already know how to prove it. I just don't fully understand the relationship between outer measure, inner measure, and measure itself. I couldn't find a detailed explanation in the book. Pan Yu, momentarily taken aback, replied, All right then, after school today, come to my office, and I will explain it to you. Elated, Chi Hao headed off to class, leaving Pan Yu standing there in stunned silence. Could it be that Chi Hao had already finished this book? In a flurry, Pan Yu opened the book and examined it closely. This Real Analysis was the textbook from his third year of undergraduate studies. Apart from the notes he had taken during class, there were faint pencil markings on the most challenging pages, with some formulas annotated and various points marked with question marks. The handwriting was faint, indicating that it had been intentionally written delicately. Yet, as the homeroom teacher, Pan Yu recognized at once that these markings belonged to Chi Hao. If Chi Hao had indeed completed even the most difficult book, could it be that he had also finished the first-year textbook Mathematical Analysis and the second-year textbook Complex Variables? Pan Yu quickly picked up the other two books to inspect them. As expected, Chi Hao had marked the difficult points in all the returned texts with pencil annotations. This was utterly astonishing. In the days when Pan Yu attended school, during the frenzied preparation for final examinations, his classmates were overwhelmed by the daunting task of mastering 4 or 5 subjects simultaneously. The pressure was such that one could either go mad from learning or become utterly foolish. Now, however, Chi Hao is not merely studying 4 or 5 subjects. He is grappling with an extensive curriculum that spans from middle school to university. Even if Chi Hao were an unparalleled genius who comprehended everything at a glance, the sheer volume of material would demand considerable time to assimilate. Where then does he find such time? Is it possible he forgoes sleep, burning the midnight oil in pursuit of knowledge? Pan Yu chuckled at his own wild imaginings. After school, Chi Hao eagerly sought out Pan Yu. Pan Yu meticulously explained the questions from the morning, believing that their session would conclude there. However, Chi Hao produced a notebook from his backpack. Teacher, this contains all the difficult concepts and unsolved problems I've encountered over the past few weeks. Could you please take a look? Pan Yu accepted the notebook and opened it, only to find that he could not solve the very first problem. He closed the notebook with a sigh, on the verge of admitting his inability. But then he met Chi Hao's hopeful gaze. The words lingered on his tongue before he swallowed them back down. No one understands better than he does the discomfort of being without a teacher willing to provide guidance. If he could not enlighten the boy, whom could he turn to for answers? I have something to attend to tonight, so I must leave. You can leave these problems with me, and come back tomorrow for further discussion. Pan Yu hurried home, immediately rummaging through his university textbooks, concentrating intently. Fortunately, his passion for mathematics had never waned over the past decade since graduation, and he had consistently pursued learning. He managed to solve a significant portion of the problems in the notebook. Yet, the last 2 questions proved to be exceedingly challenging. Pan Yu spent the entire night in his study, mulling over them, but as dawn approached, he remained at a loss. Time slipped away rapidly, and before long, it was nearly 6 in the morning. Furthermore, Pan Yu had to set off for school by 6:30 at the latest. After a sleepless night, as the clock inched closer to 6, Pan Yu finally conceded defeat. He decided to seek external assistance. Since turning 50, Mr. Liang Hezhong, the vice president of Huan University, had begun to prioritize his health. Each morning at 6, he would rise punctually, jog a lap downstairs, and then casually pick up breakfast on his way home. On this Tuesday morning, when the alarm rang at 6, Liang Hezhong, as usual, got out of bed on time. Just after completing his morning routine, the landline on the table rang. Liang Hezhong and his wife exchanged surprised glances. In an age where everyone owned a mobile phone, the landline had become almost obsolete, rarely receiving calls. Moreover, it was only 6 in the morning. Who would call so early? With a sense of curiosity, Liang Hezhong picked up the receiver. Hello, who is this? Chapter 28. Vice Principal Liang Teacher, it is I, Pan Yu. Pan Yu. The name indeed sounded somewhat familiar. Yet Vice Principal Liang Hezhong could not immediately recall who it was. Teacher, I was the student who applied for your graduate program 10 years ago and faced failures for 2 consecutive years. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Liang Hezhong suddenly recalled. Fan Yu, a student not particularly gifted, yet remarkably diligent and hardworking. Throughout his 4 years of undergraduate studies, he devoted himself to his studies with unwavering determination. He managed to pass every course, but only just. Huan University is one of the most prestigious institutions in the nation, with its mathematics department ranked first. Here, one could find both prodigies from various regions and students like Pan Yu, who gained admission solely through relentless effort despite their average aptitude. At that time, the hidden hierarchy within the mathematics department was that the brightest students pursued pure mathematics. The next tier opted for applied mathematics, followed by those who gravitated towards financial mathematics or statistics, and those who struggled often transitioned to computer science. Pan Yu harbored a genuine passion for mathematics, yet his intellect was somewhat slow. Liang Hezhong specialized in pure mathematics and was the head of the mathematics department. The most brilliant students aspired to study under him. However, each mentor could only supervise 3 to 5 students at most. Moreover, Liang Hezhong had little faith in Pan Yu's ability to excel in fundamental mathematics. Given his intellectual capacity, it seemed unlikely that he would achieve meaningful results or have a promising future. When Pan Yu first applied to his graduate program, Liang Hezhong earnestly advised him to pursue financial mathematics instead. Stubbornly, Pan Yu declined. The following year, Pan Yu returned once more. After teaching for many years, Liang Hezhong had developed a keen insight into people's potential. He genuinely did not believe in Pan Yu's prospects. Out of concern for Pan Yu's future career development, Liang Hezhong resolutely refused him again and suggested he consider computer science. Pan Yu, in my opinion, the field of computer science is poised for remarkable growth in the coming years. With your steadfast dedication, you are bound to achieve great success. After that encounter, Pan Yu did not apply to Liang Hezhong's graduate program again. To Liang Hezhong's knowledge, he also did not apply to anyone else's. The landline number he provided was from that time, and it was surprising that after so many years, Pan Yu still remembered it. Holding the microphone, Liang Hezhong was filled with emotion. Who could have anticipated that the most brilliant students, upon graduating, would discover that pursuing pure mathematics yielded less financial reward compared to financial mathematics, actuarial science, and far less than computer science? Eventually, more than half of them switched careers. He couldn't help but wonder if Pan Yu had made any notable achievements in the field of computer science, as he might have been one of the earliest entrants into that arena. However, Pan Yu's next words swiftly made Liang Hezhong realize that Pan Yu had not heeded his advice all those years ago. Teacher, may I ask you 2 mathematical questions? Liang Hezhong, how absurd. Who has ever seen a graduate, 10 years post-graduation, call their former teacher at 6 o'clock in the morning to request solutions to problems? Pan Yu sensed the teacher's discontent from Liang Hezhong's silence. Fearing that the teacher might hang up the phone, he hurriedly spoke. Teacher, I never grasped the concepts of these 2 problems during my university years. After all these years, I've come to realize that I am indeed not cut out for pure mathematics. But now, things have changed. I have a student, a genius, a true prodigy. My own capabilities may be limited, yet I cannot let him down. He is simply born for mathematics. Teacher, I just asked the class monitor, and he mentioned he has long since switched fields and no longer studies mathematics. I truly have no one else to turn to. Could you perhaps assist me? Oh, Liang Hezhong's interest was piqued. A genius student? Could it be that Pan Yu continued his studies in the mathematics department and later became a lecturer at some university after completing his master's and doctoral degrees? Xiaopan, which university are you teaching at now? Teacher, I am not at a university. I am teaching in my hometown, at Lanhai Town's number 1 middle school. Pan Yu felt a bit embarrassed, unconsciously lowering his voice. Oh, so you're teaching high school? No, I teach middle school. Pan Yu's voice dropped even further. In that moment, Liang Hezhong began to suspect that Pan Yu might be experiencing some sort of mental issue, commonly referred to as a nervous disorder. Middle school students, no matter how talented, would hardly be able to pose questions to someone of Liang Hezhong's stature, who was almost a master in the Chinese mathematical community. This Pan, you seem to be losing his grasp on reality. He hesitated, contemplating whether to hang up the phone, but Pan Yu had already begun to recite the problem. Oh, it's a differential equation? That was content for a third-year undergraduate course in university. This middle school child, likely in the 9th grade, was tackling problems meant for third-year students. Quite intriguing. Liang Hezhong paused in his motion to hang up. Wait a moment, this problem isn't merely for third-year students. It resembles a challenging question from the Hope Star competition. Some of his graduate students had participated in that competition and had stumbled on this very question, asking themselves about it afterwards. Liang Hezhong's expression grew serious. I'll give you a phone number. Send me a photo of this problem. Pan Yu hurriedly noted the number and sent the problem over. Liang Hezhong glanced at it and confirmed, yes, this is indeed the problem. It is exceptionally clever, leaving a profound impression on me. Pan Yu, you mentioned this child is how old now? 13 years old. Teacher, Pan Yu excitedly replied. He just started the first year of middle school this year. 13. At such a tender age, even Liang Hezhong, who had encountered many prodigies, was somewhat astonished. Very well. I shall make an exception and explain it to you. Now, remember this. On Tuesday morning, Chi Hao arrived with several books to return to Pan Yu. Upon reaching the school, he went to the teacher's office to find Pan Yu, but he was absent. The teacher seated across from him mentioned that Pan Yu had taken a brief leave and would not be present for the first 2 periods of the morning. No wonder Pan Yu hadn't had time to help him with problems last night. It seemed family matters were quite busy. Chi Hao, being a considerate child, hesitated, wondering if seeking Pan Yu after school would interfere with his important affairs. As the school day came to a close, Chi Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to seek out old Pan, who had personally come to the classroom in search of him. Pan Yu, bearing the marks of 2 dark circles under his eyes, was nonetheless brimming with enthusiasm. Chi Hao, come here. Let me explain yesterday's problems to you. This explanation stretched on for more than 2 hours. As they approached the final 2 questions, Chi Hao's expression transformed to one of enlightenment. So that's how it is. Understanding these 2 problems also unraveled several other perplexities he had. Unable to contain his revelations, he eagerly shared his insights with Pan Yu. Pan Yu, after listening, glanced down at the notes he had taken of the teacher's problem-solving steps, then looked up at Chi Hao with a complex expression. So this is what the teacher referred to as a genius? Able to infer and connect concepts seamlessly. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge to cry, unsure whether it was for Chi Hao's joy or something else entirely. He realized that he had reached a standstill in mathematics and could only hope that this young student might journey further. Chi Hao, if you have any questions, jot them down in this notebook. I will explain them to you in detail the following day. All right. Chi Hao nodded gratefully, then asked with concern, Teacher, I hope this isn't taking up too much of your time? Not at all. I am delighted to have this opportunity. Pan Yu only completed half of this sentence. He smiled, glancing at the now darkening sky, and reached for his coat. It's dark now. Let me walk you home. No need, teacher, I can walk by myself. Oh, let me accompany you a little way. That evening, Pan Yu opened the few books that Chi Hao had just returned. These books were in pristine condition, devoid of any of his own annotations. They were not Pan Yu's undergraduate textbooks, but rather the materials from the graduate program he once aspired to join. Among them was a book authored by Liang Hezhong himself. After being rejected by his admired mentor for the first time, the resilient Pan Yu sought out the textbooks used by Liang Hezhong's graduate students, purchasing them in hopes of self-study. Yet, upon acquiring the books, he found them difficult to comprehend. Now, these volumes bore faint pencil markings from Chi Hao. From beginning to end, Pan Yu stared blankly at the annotations, which he struggled to understand, and recalled Liang Hezhong's reluctance when answering questions earlier that day. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he opened the textbook written by Liang Hezhong and photographed all the pages marked by Chi Hao, sending each image to Liang Hezhong. As far as he knew, Liang had always been particularly fond of talent. After completing this task, Pan Yu felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Having stayed awake throughout the previous night, he was utterly exhausted and, after a hasty wash-up, turned off his phone, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Little did he know, after viewing the photographs, Liang Hezhong had attempted to call him repeatedly, ringing him over a dozen times. Chapter 29. I want to see him. Pan Yu enjoyed a blissful slumber. His wife, Li Jingru, also taught at the Blue Sea Town No. 1 Middle School, where she instructed a class of 9th graders in physics. The demands of the graduating class were particularly overwhelming. Thus, Li Jingru arose at 6 o'clock to prepare breakfast hastily. At 6:20, just before she departed, she roused Pan Yu from his sleep. After replenishing his rest and savoring a lovingly prepared breakfast, Pan Yu leisurely rode his bicycle to school. Once he settled in his office, he finally switched on his phone. Almost immediately, a call came through. To his surprise, the caller was Teacher Liang. Despite having graduated many years ago, he felt a twinge of inexplicable anxiety. Flustered, he answered the call, inadvertently activating the speakerphone. Consequently, Liang Hezhong's voice, laden with frustration, reverberated throughout the office. "Xiao Pan, your phone is truly difficult to reach." Pan Yu was momentarily taken aback. After more than a decade, being scolded by his teacher again felt oddly nostalgic. Not really. After unleashing a torrent of reprimands, Liang Hezhong, who had been trying to reach Pan Yu since the previous night and had scarcely slept, finally composed himself and addressed the matter at hand. "Xiao Pan, please provide me with your address. I shall visit you this Saturday. Make the necessary arrangements. I wish to meet this young friend of yours." Pan Yu listened, though he did not immediately grasp the full implications of the request. What? The busy Vice Dean Liang was coming all the way to see him? According to the class monitor, Liang Hezhong was currently swamped with teaching and administrative responsibilities, alongside a multitude of school affairs. Securing an appointment to meet with Vice Dean Liang required advanced scheduling. Why would he be afforded such a privilege, allowing a teacher to carve out time for a visit? Oh wait, the focal point was the young friend. Which young friend? Could it be referring to Chi Hao? Pan Yu opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Liang Hezhong was renowned for his appreciation of talent, especially in mathematics. However, the notion that a revered master of mathematics with a multitude of students would personally seek to visit a 13-year-old child left Pan Yu astonished. Was this the treatment reserved for geniuses? At that moment, Pan Yu found himself at a loss for words. After making his request, Liang Hezhong remained silent on the other end for an extended period. Assuming a signal issue, he moved to the window and called out, "Hello, Xiao Pan, can you hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you," Pan Yu quickly replied. "What does your schedule look? Is there any issue with timing?" Pan Yu was about to acquiesce when his gaze fell upon the calendar on his desk. This upcoming Saturday, November 16th, was circled in red ink with a notation, Hope Star Competition. Pan Yu. Meanwhile, Liang Hezhong found himself waiting in silence again and expressed his annoyance. "Xiao Pan, the signal on your end is quite poor." Pan Yu swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "Teacher, this Saturday, regarding this young friend, the timing is not very convenient." Liang Hezhong had postponed a lecture scheduled for Saturday just to fit this meeting into his calendar. In recent years, no one has ever declined Liang Hezhong's invitation. The other party is merely a first-year student, and he did not anticipate the current situation, thus lacking a contingency plan. This poses a dilemma. What were my original plans for Sunday? Perhaps I could postpone them. After Pan Yu uttered this thought and noticed the silence from the other side, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that the teacher might be displeased. He quickly covered the microphone and stepped out of the office, finding a secluded corner of the corridor to whisper, "Teacher, here's the situation. Chi Hao has registered for this year's Hope Star competition, which is scheduled for this Saturday." "What? You mean he signed up for Hope Star?" The examination content encompasses algebra, geometry, and analysis, covering every facet of fundamental mathematics. Not only is the scope extensive, but the depth of the examination is also profound. What middle school student would participate in such a thing? Isn't this absurd? You should have intervened. Though he recognized the validity of the teacher's remarks, the image of Chi Hao's thick stack of meticulously written draft papers and the bookshelf brimming with reference books compelled Pan Yu to softly retort, "Teacher, you might not be aware, but several years ago, there was indeed a middle school student who registered for Hope Star." "I'm well aware. The individual you refer to is Sure Yu, who, while in high school, was a student in the gifted class of Qingyun University affiliated high school. He was merely 16 when he applied for Hope Star, making him the youngest participant to date. He achieved a remarkable global ranking of 19th in the finals. A rare prodigy who was admitted to the mathematics department of Chinyun University through special consideration. 19th in the finals globally. That is truly impressive. Pan, you couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Humph, if the photo you sent me yesterday is authentic, then in the geometric section alone, you, a 13-year-old student, could teach Shiryu when he was 16. Pan Yu. All right, I will arrange my schedule once I return to the office and get back to you. After Liang Hezhong finished speaking, he paused and added, Xiao Pan, you are a commendable student. Thank you for never giving up on mathematics. Once Pan Yu ended the call, he stood dazed at the corner of the corridor, motionless for quite some time. The class bell rang, and a student, hurrying to the classroom, accidentally bumped into him at the turn, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't see you. Teacher, why are you crying? Did I hurt you? Tears lingered at the corners of Pan Yu's eyes, yet his face bore a smile. He wiped his face and reassured the somewhat flustered student. No, you should hurry to class. Don't be late. Pan Yu had no classes during that period, so he lingered in the hallway for a while, waiting for his emotions to stabilize before returning to the office. Just as he reached the office door, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Instinctively, he stepped aside to allow the anxious individual to pass, only to be abruptly patted on the shoulder. The newcomer, with a booming voice, exclaimed, Teacher Pan, I've been looking for you. Oh, it's the physical education teacher, Li Haoqiang. Oh no, has something happened with a student in class during physical education? Pan Yu immediately shifted into an alert state, ready to address any potential crisis. Li Haoqiang observed the sudden tension etched on Pan Yu's face and could not help but chuckle. Rest assured, Teacher Pan, there has been no trouble with the children. I have come to you today with good news. It seems that fortunate events have been arriving in rapid succession. Earlier this month, when the key high school from the city visited our institution to scout for long-distance running talent, I recommended 2 students from your second class. After a thorough assessment, the list has finally been released today. Congratulations. One of your students has successfully passed the evaluation and will be exempt from examinations to enter our city's premier high school, Wuzhong. Tuition fees will be waived and scholarships will be awarded. Pan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid. Each year, only the top 10 of students from Lanhai Town No. 1 high school gain admission to Wuzhong, and those who receive scholarships are even fewer than 1%. If a student can secure a position as a sports specialty student in the first year of junior high, it is indeed monumental news. A broad smile spread across Pan Yu's face. Li Haoqiang, equally elated, waved the document in his hand. Wuzhong has requested that we complete a process to submit the student's information. Teacher Pan, let's fill out the forms, and once the students finish their classes, we must inform them and their parents to sign. Certainly, let us get to it. By the way, why is Wuzhong requesting this so urgently? I recall it used to be that we reported students only in the 3rd year. Upon mentioning this, Li Haoqiang could not suppress his pride. It's because our school has truly outstanding candidates this time. This particular student completed the 1,000-meter run in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, breaking the record for male students at our school. How impressive! Pan Yu was taken aback. It seemed that his class indeed harbored hidden talents. Indeed, during the first physical education class, I recognized his potential immediately. Do not be deceived by Chi Hao's height and slender frame. He is an exceptional long-distance runner. Just as Pan Yu found a pen and was about to begin filling out the form, he suddenly lifted his head. Wait, which student passed the evaluation? Hiao, Li Haoqiang replied, noticing the bewildered expression on Pan Yu's face, assuming he was unfamiliar with the students. He is the student who led our school's debate team to victory last month. Are you not acquainted with him? Let me tell you, not only is he athletic, but his language skills are also commendable. Pan Yu set down the pen, his mind now swirling in confusion. Chapter 30. The Star of Hope. Teacher Li. When is the latest deadline for this form at number 5 middle school? Li Haoqiang was momentarily taken aback. Observen pan yqs demeanor. He suspected that he intended to delay matters for Chi Hao. Such an opportunity was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Who would dare to withhold it? If it were any other homeroom teacher, they would be eager to resolve it immediately. What was the situation with Teacher Pan? Li Haoqiang was particularly protective. During Chi Hao's training for the debate competition at his home, he had been left with an exceptionally positive impression of him. Coupled with Chi Hao's tragic background, Li Haoqiang had instinctively included him in his circle of protection. Consequently, he darkened his expression and coldly inquired, "Teacher Pan, what do you mean by this?" Seeing Li Haoqiang poised for a confrontation, Pan Yu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Teacher Li, you misunderstand. I have no intention of making things difficult for the student. It's just that." Li Haoqiang noted Pan Yu's inability to articulate a response, and with a derisive laugh, he pulled out a chair and firmly settled beside Pan Yu's desk. "Teacher Pan, I shall wait for your signature on this form before I take my leave." It was evident that he was being pressured into signing. Left with no options, Pan Yu, observing the absence of others in the office, divulged that Chi Hao was set to participate in a mathematics competition on Saturday. He concluded with a wry smile, "Teacher Li, the student has expressly requested confidentiality. If he performs exceptionally well, wouldn't pursuing a path in athletics be somewhat of a loss?" So, Pan Yu was indeed considering Chi Hao's best interests. Li Haoqiang's expression softened. "Ah, I was wondering what your concerns were. I am aware of the Hope Star Global Competition. In fact, it was my suggestion to enroll Chi Hao in the most challenging category. Rest assured, this competition is beyond the capabilities of a middle school student. Chi Hao is unlikely to achieve noteworthy results." The mystery was solved. No wonder Chi Hao had registered for a competition clearly unsuitable for him. It was the sports teacher's idea. "Teacher Pan, you are aware of Huazhong University of Political Science and Law, the foremost institution in legal studies in the nation, aren't you? I have a classmate who is the youngest professor in the law school and wishes for Chi Hao to consider this university in the future. My classmate believes that Chi Hao possesses an innate aptitude for law, whether it be jurisprudence, criminal procedure, or civil and commercial law. He is destined for greatness in this field." Typically mild-mannered Pan Yu grew agitated upon hearing Li Haoqiang's words. "Chi Hao is meant for mathematics, Teacher Li. If you don't believe me, look at this." He opened his drawer and retrieved a hefty stack of draft paper, alongside several comprehensive mathematics reference books from his left side. "These are the advanced problems from the Hope Star competition that Chi Hao has solved on his own. These are my undergraduate textbooks, which Chi Hao has completed in the past few weeks." Finally, Pan Yu delivered a decisive blow to the now somewhat dazed Li Haoqiang. "Teacher Li, you are aware that Huazhong University boasts the top mathematics department in the nation, correct? I have a colleague who is the vice president, known for nurturing talent, and he plans to visit our Blue Sea town this weekend to meet Chi Hao." After a mutual exchange of powerful arguments, both parties sustained significant blows, but ultimately reached a tenuous consensus. The form would not be signed just yet. It will be postponed for the time being. Everything shall be discussed after Chi Hao completes his examination on Saturday. As Li Haoqiang exited Pan Yu's office, he felt somewhat disoriented. That evening, when Li Bing returned home from school to have dinner, he glanced at his son, who was voraciously devouring meat while blissfully watching television. And for the first time, Li Haoqiang found his son less appealing. How could there exist such an exceptional child as Chi Hao? Proficient in running, debating, and mathematics, he was a paragon of talent. It was incomprehensible how his biological parents could abandon such a remarkable child. They must be regretting their decision. With Chi Hao's methodical approach, November 16th finally arrived. Considering the abysmally slow internet speed at the welfare institution, Chi Hao heeded Pan Yu's advice and arrived at the school early in the morning. The Hope Star Global Mathematics competition spanned 8 hours. After 7:30 a.m., candidates could log into the system, familiarizing themselves with it and preparing for the exam. The examination commenced at 8 o'clock a.m. and concluded at noon, with a 1-hour break for lunch. From 1 p.m. to 5 o'clock p.m., the examination continued. Throughout the exam, candidates were under constant surveillance via cameras, and online proctors were present to eliminate any possibility of cheating. The camera had to be mobile, and prior to the examination, it was required to showcase the room to the proctor in a complete 360 view. Only the candidate was permitted in the examination room. The format was open book, allowing reference to both online and offline materials. The use of artificial intelligence to aid in answering questions was strictly prohibited, as was having others respond on one's behalf. During the examination, questions were not to be disseminated. Participants could click the withdrawal button to forfeit the exam at any moment if they found themselves unable to solve the problems. At 8 a.m., with his computer properly configured, Chi Hao logged into the examination system punctually. The screen abruptly turned pitch black, and a blue planet began to rotate slowly at the center. A line of green text gradually emerged above the planet. This competition aims to select the hope of humanity. Those who do not qualify may withdraw at any moment. Chi Hao was accustomed to practice exams, where he would directly encounter the questions upon logging in. He did not anticipate this peculiar interface during the official examination. Upon seeing it, an odd sensation surged within him. The screen, these words, this manner, he felt he had encountered it before. Surely he had. Where had he seen it? If this line of green text were not in Mandarin, but translated into the language of Zeta Star. Suddenly, he leapt from his seat. Was this not precisely the follow-up assessment interface for selecting geniuses from his home planet? Every chosen prodigious child underwent testing every 6 years to ensure their cerebral development could sustain rigorous training. Intelligence, physicality, mental fortitude, psychological resilience, and survival skills in extreme conditions. The opening animation at the start of each test showcased their green planet floating amidst a sea of fiery red cosmos. A line of blue text symbolizing hope would gradually materialize. This test aims to select the seeds of the planet. Those who do not qualify, please withdraw immediately. He had departed from the planet before turning 6, lacking first-hand experience, yet he had occasionally witnessed older boys performing similar tests at the base. The memory is too distant and vague. Had it not been for the striking similarity of the surroundings, he would have been utterly unable to recall it. After standing in a daze, Chi Hao's head moved out of the camera surveillance range, triggering a sharp alert. Please return to the monitored area immediately. During the examination, only the candidate was permitted to remain in the room, so after ensuring that Chi Hao's equipment was properly configured, Pan Yu exited the chamber. The upper half of the office door was made of glass, and Pan Yu had initially gazed through it with a sense of relief as he observed Chi Hao, only to be startled by Chi Hao's sudden movement. The alert had now sounded 3 times, yet Chi Hao remained motionless. Pan Yu, in a state of urgency, swung open the office door from the outside, slamming it shut behind him. Hearing the resounding bang, Chi Hao looked up. Their eyes met through the glass, and Pan Yu could not suppress a shiver. He had never witnessed such a look in Chi Hao's eyes, one that seemed to be a blend of confusion, helplessness, emptiness, and despair. The alert echoed once more. Countdown initiated. Please return to the monitored area. The examination will automatically terminate at the end of the countdown. The cold countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Chi Hao remained transfixed. 7, 6, 5. Pan Yu in despair shut his eyes. Meanwhile, a sound of a chair being moved resonated within the room. 4, 3, 2, 1. Just before the countdown concluded, Chi Hao sat upright in his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the camera. The examination had officially commenced. Chapter 31. Decapitation before reporting. So, what exactly happened when you logged in this morning? After submitting his exam in the afternoon, Chi Hao, while savoring the sumptuous dinner Pan Yu had procured for him, found himself besieged by Pan Yu's relentless inquiries. Chi Hao remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Pan Yu was on the verge of exasperation. Once he finished eating, brushing off the crumbs from his hands, Chi Hao said, "Teacher, I am at a loss for words and do not wish to fabricate a lie, so, you have chosen to say nothing at all?" Hao nodded. Pan Yu replied, "All right, let us leave it at that, as long as it hasn't affected your performance. How did you fare on the exam?" Chi Hao maintained an unwavering focus throughout the grueling 8-hour examination, regardless of who had altered the selection interface on his home planet. It affirmed his earlier suspicions. He was not the sole Zeta alien residing on Blue Star. To seek out this individual, the Star of Hope served as a crucial opportunity. From the moment he beheld that interface, the exam transcended its ordinary nature. Thus, Chi Hao poured all his energy into the endeavor, feeling his mind exceptionally clear and his problem-solving abilities almost divinely inspired. Now, confronted by Pan Yu's probing, he calculated briefly and confidently asserted, "I should be able to achieve full marks." Pan Yu responded, "This child truly possesses a sense of humor." A perfect score has never been recorded in this examination, so it is likely he did not perform well. Yet, he conceded that the boy had indeed faced considerable strain. In the days leading up to the exam, Chi Hao had visibly waned, and even he felt utterly exhausted. It was best not to dwell on his performance. Relaxation was in order. Just as Pan Yu contemplated escorting Chi Hao home for some rest, he suddenly recalled the matter concerning the athletic students and mentioned that Chi Hao could be exempt from the entrance exam to the 5th high school. He had always been curious about Chi Hao's running achievements. Chi Hao, did you participate in a selection assessment for athletes earlier this month? The leadership of the 5th high school conducted the evaluation on site. No, Chi Hao replied, bewildered, I did not. However, Teacher Lee from the physical education department claimed you ran 1,000 meters in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, breaking the record. Upon hearing the specific figures, Chi Hao vividly recalled the circumstances. At the beginning of the month, when I requested to withdraw from the debate team, the school insisted I provide a valid reason. Teacher Lee called me to run 1,000 meters, urging me to speed up to facilitate my withdrawal. There were 2 unfamiliar teachers nearby. Pan Yu clapped his hands. That must have been the occasion. Now that you've completed your math exam, why not discuss the athletic opportunity with your grandfather? I inquired on your behalf. Upon entering high school, all tuition and living expenses are waived, and the 5th high school grants you an annual scholarship of 20,000 yuan. At the mention of money, Chi Hao, who had remained somewhat listless since finishing the exam, perked up. Teacher, when will the competition results be announced? Pan Yu smiled gently. No matter how high his intellect, he was still a child, eager to know his results immediately after the exam, unwilling to wait even a moment. He understood all too well, having been the same way in his youth. Chi Hao then inquired, is the 50,000 yuan prize awarded on the day the results are announced? Pan Yu responded, oh, I see you want to know when the prize will be distributed. This scene felt somewhat familiar to Pan Yu, as if he were transported back to the day the debate team from Class 1, 2, won the championship at Blue Sea Town Middle School, when the school distributed the prize money. After receiving his award, Chi Hao had once chased after him to confirm why each person received only 250 yuan when it should have been 1,000. Reflecting on Chi Hao's background, Pan Yu believed he had discovered the reason. Chi Hao was an orphan, and perhaps due to a lack of security, he was inclined to save money. After all, wealth can provide a sense of safety. The multiple-choice questions in the morning were graded by computer, allowing for immediate results. However, the proof questions in the afternoon were more time-consuming, necessitating a week's wait. The prize money would be distributed within a week after the results were announced. Therefore, to receive the prize, one would have to wait at least half a month. Half a month. He wondered if his grandfather's health could hold out that long. Yet, at present, there seemed to be nothing he could do but wait. Fortunately, attending high school would incur no expenses, and they even provided allowances. Teacher, there's no need to consult my grandfather. I will go to the 5th high school. Ah, are you not going to reconsider? Chi Hao shook his head firmly. Pan Yu expressed his regret, murmuring, but if you could enter the gifted class based on your mathematics scores, the scholarship could be doubled. Is there such a good opportunity? Teacher, I will discuss it with my grandfather first before making a decision. Pan Yu remarked. I can see it now. You value money more than mathematics. Due to Liang Hezhang's packed schedule, he could not find time to visit Blue Sea Town on Sunday. And since the results for the Star of Hope would only be available a week later, he was eager to see how Chi Hao would perform. Consequently, after several weeks of exhausting work with little sleep, Chi Hao suddenly found himself with ample free time this Sunday. Many friends pulled Chi Hao to their home, where Mama Su personally cooked a grand meal to nourish him. By the time he returned to school on Monday, Chi Hao's complexion had noticeably improved. After school, upon returning to the orphanage, Chi Hao, as usual, rushed to greet the director. He searched everywhere, including the director's dormitory and the backyard she frequented, but found no sign of her. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he dashed toward the front office area. Inside the office, Zhang Miao, the administrative staff of the orphanage, was busy at work. Chi Hao entered without knocking. Upon seeing him, Zhang Miao looked up and asked with concern, "Oh, it's Hao. What brings you here? It's so cold. Why aren't you wearing a coat while running around?" "Auntie Zhang, where's the director?" Another child inquiring about the director, she thought. Zhang Miao patted Chi Hao's head, The director has been hospitalized. If all goes well, she should return next week. Which hospital is she in? Zhang Miao hesitated momentarily. Among the other children, some were crying while others were clamoring to know when she would return. But this was the first child to ask where she was hospitalized. She lifted her smiling face, deftly diverting the conversation. The hospital is in the city. It will take quite a while to get there. By the way, how? The weather forecast predicts snow in a couple of days. The director bought you a new down jacket a few days ago. Why not try it on to see if it fits? Chi Hao obediently allowed her to fuss over him, silently donning the jacket. The down jacket was a vibrant red, quite thick and somewhat rustic, aligning perfectly with the director's usual taste. Ah, it's a tad big. I should exchange it for a different size tomorrow. Chi Hao twirled in the jacket, making an effort to express his fondness for it. It's not too big. It's very warm. No need to change. Zhang Miao glanced at the clearly oversized jacket, then at the understanding Chi Hao, and sighed with a sense of relief. When purchasing the clothing, she and the director had considered the children's growth rate, not anticipating that Chi Hao was growing slower than the others. It seemed that once the director's matters were settled, she would need to take Chi Hao for a checkup. After all, not growing at all was also a concern. Seeing that she could not extract any further information from Zhang Miao, Chi Hao slipped out of the office with the jacket in tow and headed straight for the kitchen. Uncle Li, the cook, was quite the chatterbox, unable to keep secrets. Chi Hao easily learned from him that the director had gone to the city's Nanyao Cancer Hospital, the only cancer hospital in Nanyao City. Upon returning to his room, Chi Hao opened his computer and began searching for bus routes to the Nanyao Cancer Hospital. On Tuesday, Chi Hao did not attend school. The regulations at Blue Sea Town Middle School were strict. Students who were absent must request leave, and Chi Hao had not done so. When the school called the Welfare Institute to inquire about his absence, Zhang Rui was taken aback. Every morning, she stood at the entrance of the Welfare Institute, watching the children leave for school with their backpacks. She distinctly remembered that this morning, Chi Hao had shown no signs of abnormality, leaving the Welfare Institute with his backpack, chatting and laughing with the other children. Since Chi Hao did not have a mobile phone, no one knew where he had gone. When the school inquired whether they should report him missing, a ludicrous thought suddenly crossed Zhang Rui's mind. She hurriedly called the caregiver at the Nanyao Cancer Hospital. Hello, is there a child visiting old Chi there? No. If someone comes to visit shortly, please call me immediately. The caregiver agreed. Zhang Rui pondered for a moment before heading to Chi Hao's room. Knowing Chi Hao as she did, she understood that he was not the type to cause trouble. If he had sneaked off to see the director, he would have left a note to avoid causing them worry. Sure enough, on Chi Hao's desk lay a neatly placed piece of paper with a bold message. Aunt Zhang, please don't worry. I have gone to the cancer hospital. Oomph. This child clearly knew she would disapprove, yet chose to act without her consent. Zhang Rui felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. She requested leave from the school on Chi Hao's behalf, afterwards feeling somewhat unsettled in all her subsequent tasks. The journey to the city hospital would take nearly 3 hours by bus. Chi Hao, at his age, had never traveled far alone. Would he encounter any unexpected situations along the way? Would he manage to find his way? Surely, he wouldn't get lost. Fortunately, after more than an hour had passed, the caregiver made a phone call, informing that a student named Chi Hao had come to visit Elder Chi. Only then did Zhang Rui feel relieved. She resolved to have a serious conversation with Chi Hao upon his return. At the Nanyao Tumor Hospital, in the oncology ward, Chi Hao was unable to meet his grandfather. Elder Chi Chapter 32. The surgery was successful. Director Chi's ward is located in the second hospital area, room 3. Family visiting hours are limited to 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. Visitors are not permitted at other times. Chi Hao arrived at an opportune moment, as today was the day of his grandfather's surgery, allowing family members to enter the ward at any time. Nervously, Chi Hao sat in the corner of room 3 by the edge of the director's bed, holding an apple that a kind nurse had given him. As the nurse poured him a cup of hot water, he chuckled and remarked, "You young lad, braving the cold all by yourself has certainly worried the adults. Your grandfather has just been wheeled into the operating room, and it will be several hours before the surgery concludes. Even if you wait by the operating room door, you won't be able to see him. It's best to wait here in peace. But if I'm not by the operating room door, what if something happens during the surgery and the doctors need to find a family member?" Kiao queried anxiously. The nurse looked him over and replied, "Your grandfather is a distinguished figure in the city, a model worker for many years. There are city officials standing guard at the operating room entrance. Besides, you're still quite young, aren't you? Still in elementary school?" Chihao pressed on. "Uncle, what illness does my grandfather have? Is it serious?" The nurse scratched his head. "I overheard the doctors during their rounds saying it's early-stage lung adenocarcinoma. It shouldn't be anything too grave." Having perused numerous books, Chihao felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing the term early stage. He sat in the corner, facing the entrance of the ward. In the corridor outside, several patients ambled slowly back and forth, bags hanging from their waists containing brown substances. Curious, Chihao asked, "Why aren't they resting? What are those bags for?" Casting a glance outside, the nurse nonchalantly explained, "Oh, those are patients with colon cancer. They need to walk. The bags are, well, that sounds quite painful," Chihao said with concern. "Does my grandfather need to do that too?" "No, your grandfather should only need a drainage bag, and, at most, a catheter," the nurse assured him. Although Chihao didn't fully comprehend the details, he was somewhat comforted by the nurse's casual demeanor. Yet, his thoughts remained firmly on the director. After finishing his apple and sipping some hot water, he thanked the nurse, inquired about directions, and promptly made his way to wait outside the operating room. The nurse had not misled Chihao. The old director had never married, dedicating all his energy and resources to the welfare home, earning recognition as an exemplary individual from the city for many consecutive years. Following his illness, the city had dispatched personnel to assist with his medical needs. When Chihao arrived, a middle-aged man was leaning against the wall outside the operating room, engrossed in his phone, occasionally answering calls concerning work and inquiring about the director's surgery. Hearing the man mention that the best doctor in the hospital was performing the surgery provided Chihao with a slight sense of reassurance. He had barely slept the previous night and was feeling a bit dizzy. With no chairs available outside the operating room and the floor cold, he mimicked the posture of the middle-aged man, leaning against the wall. Initially unaware of Chihao's connection, the man glanced at him. At that moment, Chihao also turned to look at him. The man paused for a moment before politely nodding in acknowledgement towards Chihao. 2 hours later, when the director was wheeled out of the operating room, Chihao rushed to the stretcher, calling out for his grandfather. It was then that the others realized Chihao was a child from the welfare home. Individuals like Director Chi are truly admirable in our society. Yet one cannot help but ponder whether it is truly worthwhile for a person to dedicate their entire life to selflessly aiding others. Seeing Chihao's anxious expression, the middle-aged man felt an inexplicable stir of emotion. After the surgery, Director Chi awoke from anesthesia, still somewhat dazed, when he suddenly heard Chihao's voice. Instantly alert, he struggled to open his eyes, and there was Chihao's small face beside him. This child, at that moment, a torrent of emotions surged within the old director's heart. Once the nurses had transferred him from the stretcher to the hospital bed, the middle-aged man and Chihao stood by, unable to assist. Remember, the patient has just awakened from anesthesia. He must not fall asleep or drink any water for the next 2 hours. No matter how thirsty he feels, he cannot drink. If there are any issues, call us at any time, the nurse instructed before hastily departing. A caregiver gently moistened a cotton swab and wiped the old director's lips, overwhelmed by fatigue and drowsiness. He was on the brink of drifting off when Chihao gently roused him. "Grandpa, don't sleep. Let me tell you a story about the stars." And you won't feel sleepy anymore. In the distant depths of the universe, there exists a planet remarkably similar to the blue planet, adorned with azure oceans, lush forests, vast grasslands, and a thick atmosphere. On this planet lived an exceptionally intelligent species, possessing technology that surpassed the ages. However, this planet eventually met its demise. Yet all the wise beings successfully boarded a cosmic starship before its destruction, and not one perished. "Grandpa, you won't die either." The middle-aged man, standing behind Chihao, could not help but murmur softly, "Good boy, do not worry." The surgery was a complete success. The old gentleman's pathology was in situ cancer, and he has been cured post-operation. "Really?" Chihao asked, eyes wide with hope. "I wouldn't deceive you," the man replied, growing increasingly fond of the child. Adopting a serious expression, he remarked, "You must still be in elementary school, right? Just now, the caregiver told me you sneaked out on your own. I'll arrange for a car to take you back, and you must promise not to sneak out again. It worries the adults." The short middle schooler, Chi Hao, glanced around the room. It was a single room equipped with monitoring devices, nurses bustling in the corridor, and the caregiver appeared quite responsible. Yes, he thought. Perhaps he truly could not be of any help. Chi Hao was a rational person. He understood that he should leave. Yet emotionally, he was reluctant to depart. The significance of Director Chi to him was unlike that of anyone else. Just then, the middle-aged man's phone rang. After finishing his call, he urged Chi Hao, "Child, the car has arrived. It is time to go home." As Chi Hao approached the door of the hospital room, he abruptly turned back to the bed of the director, cautiously grasping the hand that was not connected to N4. Leaning close to the director's ear, he whispered, "Grandfather, the down jacket you bought for me is wonderfully warm. I shall return home and await your return." After bidding farewell to the director, he looked up and inquired of the middle-aged man, "Uncle, do you know when my grandfather's surgical fees are to be paid? I may have money soon." The middle-aged man, Gao Junfeng, the mayor of Nanyao City, who had already settled the surgical fees for Director Chi, chuckled and teased Chi Hao. "Very well. When the hospital notifies us to pay, I shall come to you for the funds." Only then did Chi Hao feel reassured. After Chi Hao left with the driver, Mayor Gao visited the doctor's office to inquire about the surgical situation. Before departing, he repeatedly instructed the nurse, "Make sure to care for Elder Chi diligently. Should any unexpected situation arise, contact my secretary immediately." Once Chi Hao settled into the car, he began to feel drowsy, and when the driver roused him, they had already arrived at the entrance of the welfare home. After expressing his polite gratitude, he exited the vehicle only to find Zhang Rue standing outside, hands on her hips, glaring at him with an austere expression. The typically composed young Chi Hao, acutely aware of his misstep, felt an unprecedented flush of embarrassment. Chapter 33. Trending topic. After enduring Zhang Rue's admonitions and then being subjected to Pan Yu's incessant reminders the following day, Chi Hao pledged never to leave without notice again. The school, acknowledging the circumstances, chose not to impose any penalties on him. However, the week was far from pleasant for Chi Hao. A constant sense of unease lingered in his heart. Equally tormented were Pan Yu and Li Haoqiang. The two concocted a myriad of feeble excuses to delay the submission of their forms, and the teacher liaising with them from the 5th middle school began to exhibit signs of impatience over the phone. Thus, the three of them endured the week in a state of anxious anticipation. On November 25th, a Monday, Pan Yu awoke at his usual time of around 6 o'clock. After savoring the heartfelt breakfast prepared by his wife, he unlocked his phone just before stepping out. Following the reprimand he received from Liang Hezhang concerning the previous shutdown incident, he dared not turn on his phone upon arriving at school. Fortunately, he powered it on. Within 5 minutes of doing so, a call came in. Just as Pan Yu reached the ground floor, pushing his bicycle out of the building, the phone rang. He absent-mindedly retrieved his phone from his pocket and was astonished to see that the caller was none other than the principal. Pan Yu barely had time to stabilize his bicycle before answering the call, his heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that the principal had discovered his procrastination regarding the 5th middle school forms? "Hello, Teacher Pan, this is Wang Hongliang." The principal's voice radiated an unmistakable joy. Pan Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed the matter was not one of grave concern. Hello, Principal Wang. How may I assist you?" "Teacher Pan, you are an exceptionally rare educator. It is because of outstanding teachers like you that our school is able to nurture exceptional students like Chi Hao. On behalf of the school's leadership, I wish to express our gratitude for your dedication." Pan Yu was taken aback by the praise. He had received more accolades in this single phone call than in all his years as a homeroom teacher combined. Wang Hongliang, accustomed to delivering reports, was adept at showering compliments without redundancy. While Pan Yu was aware of Chi Hao's brilliance, he was puzzled by how the principal had knowledge of him. The mathematics competition had been meticulously kept under wraps. Even during tutoring sessions held after school, he had only mentioned that students were seeking clarification on class-related queries. Then the realization struck him. Surely the principal had learned of Chi Hao's record-breaking achievement in long-distance running. After patiently waiting for the principal to finish his effusions, Pan Yu interjected, "I am truly flattered. It's also thanks to Teacher Li from the Physical Education Department, who has an eye for talent." Wang Hongliang was momentarily caught off guard by this remark. How did Chi Hao's accolade of being the first in the Global Hope Star Mathematics competition relate to the physical education teacher? Teacher Pan, have you not been online this morning? You should check the #1 trending topic today and prepare a speech for me to review. A reporter from the Nanyao City television station is already en route to the school. A television reporter? An interview? This couldn't possibly be related to the running event. For words began to coalesce in Pan Yu's mind. Hope Star. Upon completing the examination, he inquired about Chi Hao's performance. How did Chi Hao respond? Ah, yes. Chi Hao claimed he had answered all questions correctly. All correct? After ending the call with the principal, Pan Yu hurriedly opened his browser. His hands trembled slightly. The web page loading seemed unusually sluggish today. At last, he beheld the prominently featured trending news. 13-year-old genius Chi Hao achieves the sole perfect score in the history of Hope Star. Pan Yu's mind went blank. This defied logic. Chi Hao, 13 years old? He had only begun self-studying a month before the exam, even borrowing textbooks. Initially, he struggled to comprehend many concepts. He had only completed his study of all knowledge areas the week prior to the exam. It is worth noting that the Hope Star is a global examination. Chi Hao certainly exhibited diligence, yet there are countless industrious students worldwide. He was undeniably intelligent. But those bold enough to register for this examination were far from foolish. In a daze, he mounted his bicycle and wobbled toward the school. Not to mention drafting a speech, he felt as if he were still ensnared in a dream. After cycling for just a few minutes, his phone rang again, prompting Pan Yu to stop in resignation. The caller was Liang Hezhong. "Xiao Pan, I have canceled all my appointments for today. I will come to see you tonight. Please make arrangements for me to meet Chi Hao." Pan Yu quickly agreed. No sooner had he hung up with Liang than the school's publicity department called. "Teacher Pan, Mayor Gao of Nanyao City and the main leaders of the education committee will visit our school this afternoon for an inspection, followed by a banquet tonight. Principal Wang suggests you attend the banquet as well." Pan Yu and Chi Hao arrived at the school almost simultaneously. Upon their arrival, both were promptly invited to the principal's office. Chi Hao had arrived first. After entering the school gate, every teacher he encountered treated him with unusual warmth. The head of the first-year research group, a typically stern teacher, paused to exchange several words with him upon seeing him. Confused, Chi Hao entered the classroom, and just as he settled into his seat, he was summoned to the principal's office. Fortunately, as he stepped into the office, Pan Yu arrived right behind him. Principal Wang was dressed impeccably in a navy blue suit, exuding elegance and poise. His hairstyle appeared meticulously arranged, and he wore a beaming smile, radiating vitality. Upon Chi Hao's entrance, Principal Wang surprisingly emerged from behind his desk, approached him, and shook his hand. Chi Hao, still unaware of the situation, stood in stunned silence as the principal praised him. "Student Chi Hao, what a splendid name. Truly remarkable. The school leadership has been quietly attentive to your growth. You are a paragon of comprehensive development at our Blue Ocean Town #1 high school, a veritable hexagonal warrior." The more Chi Hao listened, the more bewildered he became, casting a pleading glance toward Pan Yu. Following Chi Hao's gaze, Principal Wang turned to Pan Yu, finally releasing Chi Hao's hand. He stood there smiling and extended his hand toward Pan Yu. Pan Yu took a couple of swift steps forward and grasped the principal's hand. Xiaopan, an exceptional young teacher, often remains unnoticed until he astounds everyone with his remarkable talents. Over the years, he has meticulously nurtured each student, safeguarding their holistic development. Having served diligently for many years, Pan Yu is well aware that such praise is an official acknowledgement, yet he cannot help but mentally commend the principal for his eloquence. The principal's oratory skills are truly impressive. After the principal finished his cheerful commendation of Pan Yu, he swiftly changed the subject. "So, Teacher Pan, have you brought your manuscript?" The abrupt shift caught Pan Yu off guard, causing him to sweat nervously as he stammered, "Principal, I just arrived at the school and haven't had the chance to write it yet. I will get right on it." The principal, still wearing a warm smile, kindly replied, "Indeed, time is rather pressing, Teacher Pan. Please go to the publicity department and seek assistance from Teacher Zhang Su, who usually handles this. I have already spoken to him, and you two can collaborate on the writing. Zhang Su is responsible for external relations and possesses exceptional writing skills. Upon hearing this, Pan Yu felt a surge of relief, and, after expressing his gratitude to the principal, hurried off to seek Zhang Su's help in drafting the speech. Once Pan Yu left, the office was left with only Principal Wang and Chi Hao. The principal securely closed the office door, returned to his desk, and gestured for Chi Hao to take a seat across from him. Noticing the principal's smile fading and his demeanor turning serious, Chi Hao raised an eyebrow. He had sensed that the principal intentionally dismissed Pan Yu to speak with him privately. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, the principal addressed Chi Hao. Student Chi Hao, first and foremost, on behalf of the school, I would like to congratulate you on achieving a perfect score in the Hope Star Global Mathematics Competition last Saturday. Since the inception of this competition, no one has ever managed to complete all the questions within the allotted time. As the first student in the world to achieve a perfect score at such a young age, your accomplishment has sent ripples through the global mathematics community. I have received notification that the city will send someone to conduct a special interview with you. This morning, our school's leadership convened an urgent meeting. Student Chi Hao, I must ask you a question that may come across as somewhat intrusive, but after much deliberation, the school leadership has unanimously decided to confirm with you before the reporter arrives. Were the examination questions for the Hope Star Mathematics competition solved by you alone? Did you utilize any outside assistance? This is a polite way of inquiring whether you engaged in any form of cheating during the exam. Chapter 34. Is this possible to say? The results of the competition have been announced. Scoring full marks? It seems I truly answered every question correctly. It appears that the stimulating opening animation of the examination has inspired an extraordinary performance from me this time. After posing his question, Principal Wang fixated his gaze on Chi Hao, scrutinizing every subtle expression that crossed his face. When he observed Chi Hao initially displaying a look of astonishment, which then transformed into a smile without offering a response, a sense of unease gripped his heart. What if the analysis made by the head of the third-grade research group and the esteemed mathematics teacher of our school was indeed true, that he had cheated? Fortunately, Chi Hao soon provided reassurance. Rest assured, teacher, I did not cheat. I answered all the questions myself. Relieved, Principal Wang placed a hand over his heart. As a former language teacher, he was not particularly versed in the subject of mathematics. However, during the morning meeting with the school leaders, the two mathematics teachers unanimously expressed skepticism about the possibility of Chi Hao achieving such a result on his own. The head of the third-grade research group spoke bluntly. It is absolutely impossible for a first-year student to attain a perfect score. Even I could not achieve such a result. There must be some hidden agenda at play. The vice principal echoed these concerns, stating, we must handle this matter with utmost caution, and further caution. If it turns out to be cheating, we cannot be caught off guard. This is a personal issue for the student, and we must extricate the school from any involvement. Their demeanor indicated that they had already arrived at a conclusion without even consulting Chi Hao directly. As the principal of the school, Wang understood the apprehensions of these teachers, yet he possessed his own approach to resolution. His principle has always been to prioritize evidence over speculation. With a background in language education, he was acutely aware of the adage that words can shape reality. Thus, he refrained from drawing conclusions before obtaining solid evidence. The results of the Hope Star examination were disclosed in the early hours. While the nation lay in slumber, the international community was already abuzz with excitement. At 4:30 in the morning, an urgent phone call roused Principal Wang, informing him of the situation. He promptly rushed to the school, simultaneously instructing others to convene a meeting with the school leadership and deploying additional personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage from the school corridors. One particular camera was positioned directly opposite the office of the first-year class teacher. After several teachers collaborated to segment and fast-forward the footage from that Sunday, they had reviewed all the recordings prior to Chi Hao's arrival at the office. The footage revealed that Pan Yu had not set foot inside the office at any point during the 8 hours of the examination. Even during the lunch break from 12 to 1, upon returning from purchasing food, Pan Yu merely knocked on the door to call Chi Hao outside, handed him the meal, and then moved a chair from another classroom to sit outside the office, engrossed in reading. Principal Wang shared the findings of the surveillance with the school leaders, and a collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. Although the two mathematics teachers remained unconvinced that Chi Hao could have achieved such a score without cheating, even declaring that if he had not cheated, they would eat their words. At least it was confirmed that Teacher Pan was innocent, and thus the school remained untainted. Even if issues arise in the future, they will be solely the students' responsibility and have no bearing on the school. Once this principle was established, Principal Wang consented to the interview with the journalist and made that early morning call to Pan Yu. However, upon observing the youthful and innocent face of Chi Hao, who resembled an elementary school student, Dean Wang could not restrain himself from posing a question. Fame and fortune are a double-edged sword. If one possesses sufficient strength, one can relish in their benefits. Yet if one resorts to deceit in pursuit of acclaim, the outcome is often dire. If Chi Hao truly cheated, the current situation had not yet descended into the abyss. However, should he agree to the interview and it be widely publicized across the nation, or even globally, the trajectory of events would spiral entirely out of control. Principal Wang gazed at Chi Hao, who sat calmly across from him. Recalling the resume provided by his teacher that morning, this child had achieved remarkable feats, including breaking the long-distance running school record, leading the debate team to victory in the National Junior High School Debate Championship, and most astonishingly, becoming the first person in the history of the Hope Star Global Mathematics Competition. Each of these accomplishments, when considered individually, was impressive. The convergence of all three in a single individual was simply unbelievable. At this moment, within the tranquil confines of the office, the principal was suddenly struck by an inexplicable intuition. This child might possess not only the achievements currently on display, but could potentially astonish the world again in the future. This thought flickered through the principal's mind, and he found it absurd. Checking the time, he realized the journalist should be arriving soon. He stood, straightened his attire, and confirmed with Chi Hao one last time. Chi Hao, if you have cheated, now is the time to inform the teacher. There is still a chance to redeem yourself. If your results are genuine, come with me to meet the reporter from the city television station. Chi Hao was taken aback. Reporter? What reporter? The principal patiently clarified. As I mentioned earlier, your achievements are astonishing. It is likely that the entire nation, no, the entire world, is awaiting your interview. However, this was undeniably too ostentatious. Chi Hao's initial reaction was to refuse. Yet, upon reflection, if this competition was organized by people from his home planet, would he not take notice of someone who had placed first and subsequently reach out to him? Contemplating this possibility, Chi Hao reluctantly nodded. The principal, perceptive as he was, sensed Chi Hao's evident discomfort at the mention of the interview, and his previously settled heart began to race again. What was troubling this child? Why did he appear so reluctant and burdened at the mere thought of an interview? Just as he was about to engage Chi Hao in further discussion, the internal phone rang. Principal Wang, the journalist, has arrived and is currently in the reception room. Chi Hao immediately stood up, obediently following Principal Wang. The principal found himself puzzled. Why did the boy now seem somewhat eager? Never mind, they would proceed directly. Upon entering the reception room, they spotted Pan Yu standing outside, peering anxiously inside. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned and, upon seeing Principal Wang and Chi Hao, looked as though he had found salvation. Principal Wang, witnessing the situation, shook his head in silence and pushed open the conference room door, stepping inside first. The television station placed great importance on this interview, sending 3 journalists, one for the interview, another for written records, and a third for videography. As the videographer entered the campus, he had already captured a considerable amount of footage along the way. Upon entering the conference room, he scanned the surroundings to find the perfect shooting angle. Meanwhile, the other 2 journalists were engaged in casual conversation with the reception staff from school. As Chi Hao and his companions entered, the 3 journalists' gazes converged, almost instinctively, on the diminutive figure behind the principal. The written journalist and the interviewing journalist exchanged surprised glances. Prior to their arrival, they had done their homework and were aware that the interviewee was merely 13 years old, just beginning his first year at junior high school, and thus quite young. They had not anticipated that this boy appeared to be no older than a 4th or 5th grader, with an innocent countenance. After exchanging pleasantries with the principal, both parties took their seats, and the interview commenced officially. The interviewing journalist greeted esteemed Principal Wang, Teacher Pan, and our little prodigy, Chi Hao. Good day. I am Bai Yutong, a reporter from Nanyao Television Station. It is a great honor to engage in face-to-face dialogue in the intellectually enriching environment of Lanhai Town No. 1 High School. With the opening remarks concluded, the journalist turned to interview Principal Wang, who spoke eloquently, effortlessly commanding the attention of the room. Next, it was Teacher Pan's turn. He stammered through a few sentences before resorting to reading from script prepared by Teacher Su, delivering it flawlessly, a remarkable performance. The videographer felt somewhat disheartened, resolving to refine the footage during post-production. Finally, they arrived at the highlight of the day, the exclusive interview with the genius student, Chi Hao. Observing the young boy sitting obediently between two adults with his fair and tender features, Bai Yutong smiled, her voice unconsciously softening. Chi Hao, as Principal Wang just mentioned, you have achieved remarkable success in mathematics and have also demonstrated exceptional talent in literary reasoning. As the team leader, you led this year's National Junior High School Debate Competition to victory, earning the title of Best Debater. May I inquire, Chi Hao, what initially motivated you to participate in the debate competition? To make money, he replied. What? Bai Sidong thought she had misheard. Wasn't this the moment to provide a more conventional response, such as for collective honor or self-improvement, allowing the journalist to then lavish praise before transitioning to the main topic? The notion of making money seemed utterly absurd. Realizing he had misspoken, Chi Hao turned to Teacher Pan, asking, Teacher, can I say that? Pan, you glanced at Principal Wang, and Chi Hao followed suit. Why are you both looking at me? Principal Wang, who had never anticipated the topic could lead to such an awkward moment, maintained an appropriately warm smile and, with a hint of encouragement, replied, It's all right. Speak your mind freely. Chapter 35. The broadcast the principal wore a forced smile. Chi Hao turned around, offering an apologetic grin to Bai Yutong. I'm sorry, Miss Reporter. I was a bit nervous earlier and made a small joke. I registered for the debate competition for the sake of our collective honor. Ah. Indeed, classmate Chi is both humorous and passionate about teamwork, Bai Yutong praised dryly. At that moment, the three journalists simultaneously thought, this segment must be cut out upon return, to avert any further incidents. Bai Yutong swiftly transitioned to the main topic of the day. As we all know, the Hope Star Mathematics competition is renowned for its extensive knowledge coverage and high level of challenge. Among the participants, there are many outstanding mathematics majors. Yet none have managed to conquer all questions within the limited 8 hours. You're not only the youngest participant in history, but also the first to achieve a perfect score, thus creating a remarkable milestone. Could you share when you first developed a passion for mathematics, how you prepared for the competition, and if you employ any unique study methods? She delivered her inquiries in one breath, posing 3 questions consecutively. The principal maintained a smile while inwardly lamenting. This is not how interviews should be conducted. Such questions ought to be asked one at a time. Although Chi Hao had agreed to the interview, he adhered to the principle of speaking as little as possible. I have harbored a strong interest in mathematics since elementary school. He answered the first question. I prepared for the competition through the official website, Mathematics Supplementary Materials. An extensive practice. He concluded the second question as well. I do not possess any unique study methods. After answering all 3 questions, Chi Hao sat quietly, refraining from further comment. Dean Wang pondered for a moment, nearly moved to tears. Indeed, he had answered, but it was scarcely better than not answering at all. The reporters had traveled a great distance for this exclusive interview, and this was the meager fare he offered them? Bai Yutong thought to herself, this does not resemble someone who has participated in a debate competition. Such responses are exceedingly bland. Very well, if you choose not to speak. I shall inquire of others. Bai Yutong turned to Pan Yu. Teacher Pan, I've heard from your office colleagues that after school each day, you take time to provide Chi Hao with additional tutoring. Given his outstanding achievements, would you say a significant portion of this success stems from your assistance? Pan Yu shook his head. Not at all. Initially, I could explain some problems to him. However, eventually, I found that I could no longer tutor him. There were certain concepts he wrote about that I could scarcely comprehend. Bai Yutong felt exasperated. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase oneself. With such a remarkable student in the class, even if Pan Yu had not truly tutored him, he ought to have climbed the ladder of praise at this moment. What was the dynamic between these two? With a sigh, Bai Yutong posed the final question from her interview outline. As we understand, the first-place reward is quite substantial, amounting to 500,000. Does classmate Qi have any plans on how to spend this money? Upon hearing the figure of 500,000, Qi Hao's face illuminated with a genuine smile as he responded cheerfully, "I shall donate the entire prize." The reaction of those present was one of astonishment. After all, 500,000 is no trifling sum. A few reporters exchanged glances. The ease with which he pledged such a donation made them reconsider his earlier assertion that he participated in the debate competition for monetary gain. It seemed rather childlike. Bai Yutong was quite moved and posed a follow-up question. "It appears our little prodigy is quite selfless. May I inquire, Qi, have you determined the direction of your donations?" "I will be donating it all to Director Qi of the Red Star Welfare Institute." Although Bai Yutong had prepared for the interview, time constraints had only allowed her to gather information on Qi Hao's various accomplishments, leaving her unaware of his background. However, Director Wang was well informed. Director Qi happened to be Qi Hao's grandfather. To donate to him was akin to retaining the funds within the family. He felt his smile beginning to wane. Would this interview, when aired, lead to an online uproar once Qi Hao's background was uncovered? Should he say something to clarify? Would revealing Qi Hao's lineage now be beneficial or detrimental to the boy? This had not been discussed with Qi Hao beforehand. Should he reveal it or remain silent? Amidst Director Wang's turmoil, the interview concluded hastily. After bidding farewell to the somewhat melancholic television reporters, Qi Hao and Pan Yu planned to return to their classes. Believing their involvement had ended, Director Wang hurriedly intercepted them. "Mr. Pan, after lunch, the mayor and leaders from the education committee will arrive. Why not memorize your speech now? I have arranged for another teacher to cover your class today." With a grimace, Pan Yu began to rehearse his notes. "Qi Hao," he continued, "you mentioned preparing for the Hope Star competition through the official website, supplementary materials, and practice problems. If the leaders inquire this afternoon, please elaborate on how you utilized the website, which supplementary materials you consulted, and the number of problems you solved." Upon receiving Qi Hao's nod of agreement, he attempted to return to class, but Director Wang stopped him once more. "Perhaps you should also take a cue from Mr. Pan and draft a speech in advance." "No need, Principal. My memory is exceptional. I can accurately recount this information at any time." The principal retorted, "If you were so proficient, why didn't you articulate that when the reporters asked you earlier?" Observing the two young men before him, Director Wang felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Even more exhausted than the principal were the three reporters. Upon returning to the television station, the leadership reviewed their interview notes and erupted in fury. "Do you wish to see what you've written? The entire world is watching this prodigy, and we, with our geographical advantage, secured the first interview. What a splendid subject. What soaring interest. Yet look at the drivel you've produced. Why did he participate in the debate competition? To earn money. Then he wins 500,000 and gives it all away. Does that make sense? Now, reflect on what the public truly cares about. How did he achieve victory? And the answer is through the internet, reading, and problem solving. I suggest you simply write, study diligently, and strive for progress each day." It infuriates me. After Bai Yutong and other leaders have finished their outbursts, one cautiously inquires, "Should I cut out the part from the previous debate?" Cut what? The total duration is merely this brief. I suspect this prodigy is more of a facade, perhaps even having purchased their accolades. Let air as is. The leader responds, "What if the program reveals unexpected twists after airing? Then we shall produce a follow-up interview to counter the criticism. Any backlash will merely generate buzz. Air it as it stands." Mayor Gao Junfeng is an exceptionally low-key leader who eschews ostentation and rarely engages in inspections or visits. Nevertheless, he places immense importance on education. The emergence of a prodigy in Lanhai Town, under the jurisdiction of Nanyao City, has even stirred the interest of officials in the capital's educational sector. Among the leaders accompanying him for an inspection at the first middle school today, there is a comrade with the surname Shi, reportedly from the capital's educational circle, who is particularly intrigued by Qi Hao. Chapter 36. come to Qingyun Gao Junfeng deliberately scheduled the school visit for after lunch, allowing the school officials to enjoy a hearty meal. During this lunch, Chi Hao and Pan Yu relished their food, while Principal Wang and the other leaders lacked appetite. Unlike the reporters from the morning, the afternoon visitors were their direct superiors. The leaders were here to assess work they were entirely unfamiliar with, leaving them feeling rather uncertain. At last, Mayor Gao and his entourage appeared at the school gate, beaming with smiles. The school leaders, who had been waiting eagerly, greeted them warmly. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Wang introduced, "Esteemed leaders, this is our promising young teacher, Mr. Pan, and behind me is the prodigious Chi Hao." However, where was Chi Hao? Upon glancing back, Principal Wang realized he was missing, causing a bead of sweat to form on his brow, straining to maintain the smile plastered on his face. Just moments ago, he was right there. Where could he have gone? Turning back, he found Chi Hao engaged in conversation with Gao Junfeng, who had taken his hand. Gao, who had been dutifully standing behind the principal, became noticeably unsettled upon recognizing the prominent figure approaching him. Gao Junfeng also spotted Chi Hao immediately. Based on the welcoming formation outlined by the school, he quickly deduced that the child he had visited in the hospital was not merely an elementary student, but indeed the rising child prodigy. The connection was clear. Chi Hao shared the same surname as Director Chi. It was something Gao Junfeng should have realized sooner. Director Chi had brought back a prodigy. His previous encounter with Chi Hao in the hospital left a remarkable impression. After exchanging pleasantries with the adults, Gao Junfeng beckoned to Chi Hao. "Come here, young man." Ever since he laid eyes on Gao Junfeng, Chi Hao had been eagerly watching him. Responding to the call, he promptly stepped out from behind Principal Wang and ran over. Principal Wang was taken aback. Was this the same reticent Chi Hao from the morning? Upon reaching Gao Junfeng, Chi Hao exclaimed, "Uncle, I have money to help Grandpa with his medical bills." This was not an opportune moment for reminiscence, but Mayor Gao smiled and nodded, casually praising, "Is that so? You are truly remarkable." He then took Chi Hao's hand and addressed the group of school officials. "The teaching work at Banhai Town No. 1 High School has consistently maintained an exceptionally high standard, thanks to the efforts and dedication of all the leaders and frontline teachers. You have all worked hard, so there's no need to accompany us further. Please leave Mr. Pan and Chi Hao with us, and prepare an empty classroom for a casual discussion." Leaving these two alone, Principal Wang was filled with unease. After his insistence, it was ultimately 3 of them versus the city's leaders, echoing the configuration from the morning's reception of reporters. Because Mayor Gao was approachable and the highest-ranking official present, the atmosphere of the meeting was quite congenial. Principal Wang, seasoned in such affairs, adeptly ensured every leader felt included in the conversation. Even Pan Yu performed admirably, largely thanks to his thorough preparation of notes. However, the most remarkable individual turned out to be Chi Hao. The leader from the capital, named Shi Yifei, was reputed to be a mathematics professor. When Shi Yifei inquired about the details of Chi Hao's preparations, Chi Hao recited the titles of all the books he had studied. Upon hearing this impressive list, Shi Yifei cast a sharp, skeptical glance at Chi Hao, his expression unmistakably conveying disbelief, as if he were on the verge of accusing him of deceit. Even Principal Wang appeared flustered by the tension. Calmly, Chi Hao took a blank sheet of paper and swiftly inscribed a proof on one side. He then flipped the paper over and wrote a multiple-choice question on the reverse. Upon completion, Chi Hao pointed to the proof on the front and said, "Professor, this problem can be found on pages 128 to 129 of Algebra Comprehensive. The third multiple-choice question in this examination utilized this concept. I have transcribed the exam question on the back of this paper and documented my approach beneath it." He handed the paper to Shi Yifei, saying, "Please have a look." "Professor." Shi Yifei adjusted his glasses, pressed his lips together tightly, and took the paper with both hands, examining it intently. After perusing the front, he looked up at Chi Hao in astonishment, then turned the page to scrutinize the question on the back. The question was cleverly devised, prompting Shi Yifei to involuntarily commend. "This is a well-crafted problem, and the method of solution is quite ingenious. Indeed, very impressive." After finishing, he carefully folded the paper and placed it into his briefcase. Following this small interlude, Chi Hao distinctly sensed a softened gaze from the leadership group directed towards him. Principal Wang, initially anxious, was pleasantly surprised by the harmonious atmosphere. Sensing that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion, he cheerfully suggested, "Esteemed leaders, I believe you have yet to sample the specialty dishes of Lanhai Town. Allow me to host this evening. Let's dine while we converse." Just as Mayor Gao was about to nod in agreement, Pan Yu unexpectedly faltered. With a troubled expression, Pan discreetly tugged at the principal's sleeve. Mayor Gao's eyes slid over Pan's hand, and he altered his response, saying, "That is very considerate. We shall certainly find an opportunity to sit together next time." Mayor Gao displayed remarkable grace. Even when faced with the prospect of abruptly altering his schedule and canceling the dinner, he maintained a courteous demeanor. However, this sudden shift displeased one of the leaders from the Municipal Education Committee. With a flicker of annoyance in his eyes, this leader forced a smile and questioned, "Is there an issue, Teacher Pan?" Pan Yu glanced at Principal Wang, who felt a pang of frustration for him. Hadn't this banquet been arranged well in advance? "Teacher Pan, it seems you wish for my downfall." Seeing that Principal Wang was unresponsive, Pan had no choice but to silence his incessantly vibrating phone, which displayed dozens of missed calls. There are some questions I couldn't resolve during my preparations. I consulted my teacher about them. He has now arrived in Lanhai Town and wishes to speak with Chi Hao this evening," Pan quietly added, casting a pleading glance once more at Principal Wang. Oh, what a battleground of emotions. Principal Wang resolutely refused to intervene, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Ultimately, it was Mayor Gao who extended an olive branch to Pan Yu. "Ah, so your esteemed teacher is indeed a distinguished figure. Might I inquire who this teacher is and where they are currently employed?" The vice president of Huazhong University, Professor Liang Hajong from the mathematics department, replied Shi Fei. Shi Fei suddenly lifted his head. "Professor Liang has also mentored Chi Hao?" Mayor Gao inquired with a smile. "Do you know each other?" Shi Fei chuckled lightly. "Professor Liang is a world-renowned mathematician. We encountered one another at a seminar." It was only at this moment that his doubts about Chi Hao dissipated upon learning that Liang Hajong had indeed guided him. That old fellow Liang, as expected, possessed a keen intuition and had even deigned to travel to Lanhai Town in person. Regrettably, he still arrived a step too late. Reflecting on this, Shi Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Clearing his throat, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Principal Wang, and, with a hint of apology, remarked, "Principal Wang, I sincerely apologize. I actually arrived here on a mission today to recruit talent." After delivering this statement, Shi Fei produced a crimson invitation embossed in gold, rising to personally hand it to Chi Hao. Principal Wang's heart sank, a foreboding feeling creeping in. This was indeed an attempt to poach talent before his very eyes. While the harm might be minimal, the insult was quite profound. "Chi Hao, on behalf of Qingyun University, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join the genius class at Qingyun University affiliated high school. We shall not only provide you with the finest faculty, but also craft a personalized growth trajectory tailored to you. Upon graduation, you will be guaranteed direct admission to Qingyun University. Qingyun University believes that your talents and potential can only be fully realized within its halls." Initially intent on retaining his students, Principal Wang fell silent upon hearing the name Qingyun University, one of the top 2 prestigious institutions in Huagua. Renowned for its strength in the sciences, it was undoubtedly the most suitable place for Chi Hao. The assembly had long been aware of the voracious appetite for talent at both Qingyun University and Huazhong University. Yet this was the first instance they witnessed such an overt act of recruitment. It appeared that the vice president of Huazhong University had arrived a tad too late. Chapter 37. The absence of mathematical learning, the anticipated dinner ultimately did not materialize. Professors from the capital school intruded upon the territory of others. In the presence of the mayor, the education committee, and the current principal, poaching talents. It was only due to Mayor Gao's remarkable composure that the atmosphere did not turn even more awkward. As Mayor Gao and his entourage prepared to depart, Chi Hao hurriedly pursued them. He had now learned that Gao Junfeng was the mayor, and that the mayor's words carried significant weight. "Uncle, could you please speak to the hospital on my behalf and ensure that my grandfather receives the best medication? I am uncertain about the costs of his treatment." The competition prize is 500,000, but I do not know if that will suffice. However, I can earn more. The mayor, observing the frail child before him, was deeply moved. He gently patted Chi Hao's head and reassured him, "My dear child, you have been worrying about this all along. Haven't you? Fear not. The treatment expenses are not exorbitant. Insurance covers the vast majority, and we shall take care of the remainder. Your sole task now is to focus on your studies and contribute to the development of our nation when you grow up. Do you understand?" After praising Chi Hao a bit more, Mayor Gao finally departed with the city officials. Shi Yifei parted ways with them, remaining behind. He possessed both good news and bad news. The bad news was that Chi Hao had yet to agree to attend Qingyun affiliated high school. The good news was that, at the very least, he had secured that invitation letter. Typically, Qingyun University had dedicated teachers tasked with recruiting students. Given Shi Yifei's stature, it was rare for him to personally make such visits. In the past, his involvement had almost guaranteed success. Although he had yet to achieve his goal this time, he had not relinquished his efforts and had now introduced the scholarship aspect. Pan Yu, beside them, was anxiously pacing, thinking, "Teacher, if you do not arrive soon, the opportunity will slip away." Finally, his phone rang. After answering, Pan Yu exclaimed with excitement, "Teacher Liang has arrived. He is downstairs." Shi Yifei then smiled slightly, stood to take his leave, and said, "Chi Hao, please trust me. Qingyun University is undoubtedly the best fit for you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out." Once he turned to leave, the smile vanished from Shi Yifei's face. What was happening? Had Liang Hajong tutored Chi Hao? How shameless of Huazhong University to resort to familial ties. Liang Hajong was well prepared, bringing along several textbooks he had authored, which bore relevance to the material Chi Hao had previously studied. Upon their meeting, he presented the books to Chi Hao. Liang Hajong had a strategy. Instead of discussing Chi Hao's future, he engaged him in dialogue regarding the questions he had marked in the book he had read. While elaborating on these queries, he adeptly wove in Huazhong University's esteemed faculty, various honors, and their emphasis on nurturing talent. Pan Yu, observing this interaction, was utterly captivated, wishing he could divide himself in two, one half accompanying Shi Yifei to Qingyun, and the other half following Liang Hajong to Huazhong. It was today that Chi Hao learned that the questions he had struggled with in the final days before the exam were answered by Liang Hajong, with Pan Yu relaying them to him afterward. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to both teachers. However, he still did not accept Liang Hajong's invitation. Liang Hajong was perplexed. The high school division of Huada affiliated school ranks as the premier institution in the capital. Its youth class lasts only 3 years, after which students are directly admitted to Huazhong University. The mathematics department at Huazhong University boasts the highest national ranking and stands third globally. "Child, do you truly have a better option?" Chi Hao lowered his head, remaining silent. Liang Hajong turned to Pan Yu with a questioning glance, to which Pan Yu shrugged, indicating his ignorance on the matter. At this point, Liang Hajong felt at a loss. It was not the audacity of the other party that troubled him, but rather the absence of any demands. Liang Hajong, in a state of resignation, assured Chi Hao, as the vice president of Huazhong University, "I guarantee you that if you wish to pursue a future in mathematics, our mathematics department is undoubtedly your finest choice." Finally, Chi Hao lifted his head. "Teacher, I'm sorry, but I fear I must disappoint your expectations." Hearing the unexpected turn, Liang Hajong hastily replied, "In truth, with your grades and talent, you could still pursue the special talent pathway. I will apply for it first thing tomorrow. You could learn under my guidance in the future. The special talent pathway would allow him to bypass even the youth class and gain direct entry into university. However, this approach could be detrimental to the normal development of a young person. Besides mathematics, Chi Hao needed to acquire knowledge in other foundational subjects, and he required healthy interpersonal relationships, engaging with peers his own age. Entering university at the age of 13 would create a significant age gap with other students, potentially leading to social difficulties. Furthermore, university courses do not encompass the foundational subjects taught in high school, thus prioritizing Chi Hao's best interests. Both institutions were reluctant to hasten his progress unduly. Liang Hezhong's proposal was a desperate gamble made out of sheer helplessness. Pan Yu, standing nearby, muttered anxiously to himself. This truly is what exactly he could not articulate. He recognized the teacher's sincere desire to nurture Chi Hao and wished he could immediately agree on his behalf. He was utterly frantic. Liang Hezhong continued, "As long as you choose to study mathematics in the future," Chi Hao shook his head and gently dropped a bombshell. "Teacher, I do not intend to study mathematics in the future." Liang Hezhong. If at this moment Lei Boyong were present, he would resonate most deeply with Liang Hezhong's plight. Chapter 38. Encountering cyberbullying. Liang Hezhong had not relinquished hope. Although he was a mathematician, he had indulged in a few philosophical tomes during his leisure time. A philosopher once proclaimed that no genius is devoid of a hint of madness. Thus, it was no surprise when a child occasionally spoke nonsensically. The fundamental reason lay in the sheer brilliance of Chi Hao. The book written by Liang Hezhong would not be comprehensible to more than a few hundred individuals worldwide, and those capable of understanding and engaging in profound discussions with him would likely number fewer than 100. In his eyes, Chi Hao was destined for mathematics. Liang Hezhong exchanged a knowing glance with Pan Yu, and they concocted an excuse to step outside. They found a secluded spot in the corridor to confer. Given the gravity of the situation, we must consult with the adults at home before making any decisions, Liang Hezhong asserted. He then inquired about Chi Hao's residence. Where does Chi Hao live? Would it be feasible to visit his parents? Pan Yu responded with a wry smile. Chi Hao is an orphan. He resides in the Hongxing Welfare Institute in our town. He has no relatives left and has adopted the director of the institute as his grandfather. Oh, what a tragic background, Liang Hezhong lamented, momentarily distracted by the sorrowful tale. Before pressing further, would it be possible for me to visit the director of the Welfare Institute? Pan Yu's smile faded slightly as he replied, I'm afraid that may not be convenient. Teacher, I just heard that the director is hospitalized due to illness. Liang Hezhong was taken aback, pondering the misfortunes of such a strong yet pitiable protagonist. Meanwhile, Chi Hao sat in the reception room, bemusedly listening to their conversation. At times, having an overly acute sense of hearing could be a burden. The hour was growing late, and Chi Hao and Pan Yu had hosted several visitors since morning. Fatigue evident on their faces, Liang Hezhong decided to temporarily retreat, planning to ponder a solution back at the hotel. Pan Yu intended to escort Chi Hao home, but was halted by Principal Wang. What nonsense! It's late, and you're riding a bicycle in this cold wind. You might catch a chill. Get in the car. I'll drive you both back. This was the first time in his life Pan Yu enjoyed the privilege of the principal's car service. Indeed, riding in a small sedan was far more comfortable than cycling. After a long day of exertion, they could finally rest. Meanwhile, the staff at the Nanyao City television station were fervently working overtime. In the early hours of Tuesday, they were rushing to complete a feature interview titled The Pride of Huagua, an exclusive dialogue with the 13-year-old perfect scorer. The three journalists felt the title was somewhat inflated. However, their initial drafts were swiftly dismissed by the leadership. The original draft, titled The Future Star of Mathematics, a record of the perfect scorer interview, received feedback that it lacked excitement. Bai Yutong then concocted a title that could incorporate trending phrases, The Brilliant New Star of the Cup of Hope, unveiling the story behind the perfect scorer. This infuriated the leadership, who retorted, Look at your interview script. Where is the story behind it? Ultimately, they had no choice but to settle for a lack of substance, resulting in the final version, The Pride of Huagua, an exclusive dialogue with a 13-year-old perfect scorer. Bai Yutong discreetly queried the cameraman. Why does the leadership insist on adding Huagua at the beginning? The stakes are exceedingly high, intertwined with national implications. One wonders if this child can withstand the potential fallout should circumstances take a turn. The cameraman remarked, with your profound sense of justice, why not approach the authorities and urge them to erase those two words? Bai Yutong recoiled slightly, retorting, Puffed, I have no intention of courting trouble. This is hardly my concern. Yet, I cannot shake off an ominous premonition. History has shown that seasoned media professionals often possess an uncanny intuition, just as their superiors anticipated. The entire world now awaits the unveiling of this individual hailed as the foremost figure globally. Following the exclusive interview, the fervor surged dramatically, with the topic soaring to the pinnacle of trending searches by morning. However, alongside this escalating excitement, doubts regarding Chi Hao's achievements began to swirl. Liang Hezhong awoke to a barrage of notifications across various social media platforms, each presenting a slew of news articles. Without needing to delve deeper, he could surmise the essence of the headlines: mathematical prodigy or fabricated claims. Authenticity of the Hope Cup results under scrutiny. And prominent figures in mathematics voiced doubts regarding the 13-year-old's perfect score record. While these first two articles remained focused on Chi Hao, he felt a sense of relief, believing that if Chi Hao could validate his claims, the skepticism would soon dissipate. However, upon reading the last headline, Liang Hezhong's composure faltered. Chinese mathematics under fire. Can the perfect score record withstand scrutiny? The subject of this statement was misaligned. How had the discourse escalated from an individual to a national level? Promptly, he called Pan Yu, urging him to exercise utmost caution that day. The television interview featured your school's name and your photographs. I fear someone might come looking. Please ensure both your safety and Chi Hao's. Poor Pan Yu, having just risen from slumber, was met with such disheartening news that it left him visibly distressed. With a furrowed brow, he inquired of Liang Hezhong, "Teacher, could the situation truly be this dire?" Liang Hezhong, seasoned in such matters, sighed. Our nation has always placed great importance on education, and the academic community abhors deceit. This is a global incident drawing attention from multiple countries. The situation will only intensify. Pan Yu, taking this to heart, neglected his breakfast and hurriedly mounted his wife's bicycle. Racing towards the school, Chi Hao, lacking a mobile phone and generally disengaged from the internet, except during exam preparation, was vulnerable to any unforeseen troubles. After all, he was merely a slight bookworm, standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, weighing under 110 pounds, and possessing no physical strength whatsoever. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware, Chi Hao, as was his custom, slung his backpack over his shoulder and, with Zhang Rui bidding him farewell, set off towards school, greeted by the morning sun. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he found chaos unfolding. Fortunately, the instigators had a clear target and did not harm the students. The unfortunate individuals caught in the fray were merely the 3 who had appeared during the news interview: Principal Wang, Pan Yu, and Chi Hao himself. Principal Wang was entirely caught in the crossfire. It was a tradition at Blue Ocean Town No. 1 High School for a school leader to welcome students each morning. And this week, it was Wang's turn. As usual, he drove into the school, parked his car on Batoon, and stepped out, taking his position at the center of the entrance, greeting the students with a warm smile. Winter has already arrived, and the weather is quite frigid. Principal Wang contemplated standing for merely 10 minutes before retreating. As he spotted Pan Yu seated on the back of his wife's bicycle and was about to raise his hand in greeting, a group of individuals sprang forth from the alley beside the school, hurling a handful of rotten vegetable leaves directly at his face. At that moment, he had yet to connect the incident with Chi Hao. His immediate reaction was one of alarm, fearing that trouble was brewing and hoping fervently that no students would be harmed. The ramifications of such an event would be grave. Fortunately, it was still early, and only a scant few students had arrived at school. He hurriedly brushed the vegetable leaves off his face and urged the students to hasten through the school gates. Given that Lanhai Town is a remarkably peaceful third-tier town, instances of violence are exceedingly rare, and the school was equipped with merely 2 security guards. These guards, typically languid, stood idly at either side of the entrance, but upon witnessing the commotion, they swiftly rushed towards Principal Wang. At this juncture, Pan Yu arrived. As bicycles were prohibited within the school grounds, he had just dismounted when he was bombarded with several raw eggs to his chest. The eggs shattered, splattering him with their contents, and to his surprise, it was indeed rather painful. Stunned by the sudden attack, Pan Yu was taken aback. One of the assailants, wielding an egg, raised his hand towards Pan Yu's wife. Suddenly, Pan Yu felt a firm grip on his wrist from behind, rendering him immobile. The strength of the assailant was immense, and the pressure at the point of contact caused him excruciating pain. The individual immediately cried out in anguish, begging for release, claiming his hand was about to break. In response, he was flung through the air like a projectile, crashing heavily into the area where bicycles were parked outside the school. The formerly orderly line of bicycles was toppled in disarray. The remaining assailants exchanged glances and swiftly retreated into the alley. Chi Hao observed their retreating figures, but chose not to pursue them. Instead, he approached Pan Yu and said, "Teacher, may I borrow your phone?" Pan Yu mechanically retrieved his phone, and Chi Hao dialed Officer Nyo's number. Chapter 39. I don't care. Unlike Liang Hezhong, Shi Yifei harbored no affection for early mornings and possessed a hint of bourgeois flair. Taking advantage of a business trip, he indulged in a long slumber, rising only as the clock approached 8. After savoring a meal in the dining hall and relishing a cup of coffee, Shi Yifei leisurely checked his phone. At last, a professor from Qingyun University had reached out to him, opening with the query, "Professor Shi, do you still have that invitation letter in your possession?" "What? A surprise inspection?" Shi Yifei replied with a hint of pride, "I sent it out yesterday." "Huh. This time, Qingyun University has finally outpaced Huan University." The professor on the other end, clearly anxious, interrupted him, "Please retrieve it." "What?" Shi Yifei thought he must have misheard. The professor reiterated, "I implore you to bring back the invitation letter at your earliest convenience today." Realizing that something significant must have transpired the previous night, Shi Yifei quickly accessed several familiar websites, the news glaringly displayed on the homepage. Clicking in, he read swiftly, "Chi Hao accused of cheating?" To be honest, he had once questioned that himself. He finished the article in haste, relieved to find it was merely speculation without any substantiated evidence. On the line, the professor had yet to receive a response and raised his voice. "Professor, are you still there? Can you hear me?" The signal was poor earlier. "Did you say we should retract the invitation?" Indeed, Shi Yifei couldn't help but scoff. When did Qingyun University start engaging in such antics? Is a solemn promise so easily discarded? The professor paused before murmuring, "In truth, there have been precedents for rescinding agreements, though you might not be aware of them." Shi Yifei was genuinely taken aback. The professor continued, "Qingyun University has always valued its reputation. We cannot afford to be associated with any academic dishonesty. Therefore, I must ask you to. But as of now, there is no evidence to prove that Chi Hao cheated during the exam. Yet, there is also no proof that he did not cheat." Shi Yifei smiled faintly. "I possess evidence." He promptly photographed the 2 handwritten pages by Chi Hao and sent them over. On the other end, the professor sounded somewhat elated. "I will submit this material to the authorities immediately. Please await my update." It would likely take a considerable amount of time. Thus, Shi Yifei opened his computer and began to address the work he had postponed due to the sudden business trip the day prior. However, before he could finish composing an email, his phone rang once more. This time, the professor's demeanor was decidedly more assertive. The leadership conveys that these 2 photographs do not suffice to prove that Chi Hao did not cheat. Any student in the mathematics department could recite the proof of the theorem and recall a question related to it. Shi Yifei felt a surge of anger, but he had no idea he would encounter that question before the exam. It could merely be coincidence, or perhaps that question was never on the test at all. We are all aware that Hope Star possesses an extensive question bank, for which exam questions are randomly selected. Professor Shi Yifei remains resolute, eager to ascertain whether this particular question has been previously examined. It is quite simple to verify. One could directly contact the Hope Star officials, or post the question online to inquire among those who have participated in the same exam. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, a different instructor answered the call. "Professor Shi, I appreciate your approach. However, your method requires time, and we at Qingyun University cannot afford to wait. To uphold the reputation of our century-old institution, even the mere suspicion of misconduct is unacceptable." Yet the instructor on the other end did not afford him the opportunity to continue. "Professor Shi, let us consider this hypothetically. Can you personally guarantee that Chi Hao did not engage in plagiarism?" Professor Shi Yifei was poised to defiantly assert, "I can." However, the other party anticipated his reaction and promptly rephrased the inquiry. "Are you willing to stake your reputation and future to vouch for Chi Hao?" Naturally, he was unwilling. He had no familial ties with Chi Hao. Merely offering a supportive word was already a considerable gesture. After a brief pause, observing that Professor Scher had ceased to counter. The instructor continued, "The school leadership has decided we may continue to monitor the situation. If, by 3 o'clock this afternoon, there is news to refute the allegations, you need not take further action. However, should there be no developments by that time, I would appreciate your assistance once more." Following the call, Professor Scher Yifei was utterly distracted from his work. He intermittently checked the time and scrolled through the news. He had anticipated enduring until 3 o'clock to clarify the next steps. To his astonishment, merely 2 hours later, a video of Chi Hao engaging in a physical altercation surfaced, rapidly ascending the trending charts and securing the second position in that day's Hot Topics. It was nearly impossible to feign ignorance. Professor Scher stared agape at the screen, which displayed the diminutive figure effortlessly lifting a towering individual and tossing him backward. The man soared through the air. It was a painful sight to behold. The video concluded with a thoughtful addition of a photograph, the background revealing a police station adorned with the sign of the Blue Sea Town Police Department. Chi Hao was seen entering the station, closely followed by an officer. Had Chi Hao been apprehended immediately after the incident? The police response was astonishingly swift. Before he could process this video, the phone from Qingyun University rang for the third time. This time, without waiting for the other party to speak, Professor Scher proactively stated, "I have seen the video of the altercation. I shall depart immediately to obtain the invitation letter." Although his timing might seem opportunistic, at least he had a legitimate rationale. After all, it was Chi Hao's own misconduct that had instigated this situation. Qingyun does not welcome perpetrators of violence. Upon completing his statement at the police station, Chi Hao returned to Blue Sea Town High School only to be informed that Professor Scher Yifei from Qingyun University was once again present, waiting in the reception room where they had met the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the exquisite invitation letter from his backpack and handed it to Teacher Pan. "Teacher Pan, Professor Scher is certainly here for this. Please return it to him on my behalf." During this moment, Chi Hao spoke without regard for those around him, as it was the school's lunch break and the classroom was bustling with students enjoying their meals. Upon finishing his statement, everyone paused, their chopsticks suspended in midair, eyes fixed on Pan Yu as he accepted the invitation letter and exited the classroom. Chi Hao, seemingly unfazed, sat down to continue his lunch. A muffled sob escaped from an unknown classmate, prompting Lin Shui, Chi Hao's deskmate, to follow suit with a soft whimper. Soon, many students in the classroom succumbed to tears. They had, through various whispers, pieced together the unfortunate events. Just yesterday, they had learned that a classmate was a prodigy sought after by 2 prestigious universities in the capital. Yet today, that very prodigy faced allegations of cheating and accusations of violence. Some students who had arrived early witnessed Chi Hao's actions. He had intervened to prevent a wrongdoer from assaulting a teacher. It was indeed the aggressor who had struck first, attacking both the principal and Teacher Pan. However, the video captured only the moment of Chi Hao's retaliation. One student shared this account with others, and together they resolved to defend Chi Hao online. Those with mobile phones discreetly accessed the internet during the break, only to be met with an overwhelming tide of vitriol directed at Chi Hao. Each supportive post they made was met with a barrage of harsh replies. Several girls were so overwhelmed by the backlash that they nearly broke down. If this was the reaction for merely speaking up for Chi Hao, how would he feel upon encountering such hostility? They silently agreed to keep Chi Hao in the dark about the online discourse, believing that if he remained unaware, he would be shielded from its impact. Yet, in this moment, the students realized how naive that hope was. How could it not affect him? Look, a prestigious school in the capital had already rescinded its promise to Chi Hao. It was truly unjust, unbearable, and many were in tears, with you crying the loudest. Lin Shui, amidst her sobs, continued to shovel rice into her mouth. Li Bing, however, did not weep. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with anger. As the weeping crescendoed, Chi Hao set down his chopsticks and surveyed the room. Time and again, he was astonished by the complexity of human emotions. Just yesterday, the subtle expressions on his classmates' faces revealed their admiration for him, perhaps even a hint of envy. Yet today, that envy had transformed into genuine tears of sympathy. After a prolonged silence, He abruptly stood up, surveying the classroom. Thank you, everyone. Standing at a modest height of 5 feet 6 in that moment. He emanated an aura of someone towering at 6 feet. Please, no more tears. In truth, there is little to mourn. Honestly, I do not care about any of this. You, still sniffling, protested, but they say online that you cheated and that they took back the invitation. Chi-Hao shrugged. It matters not. I am indifferent to their words. They cannot harm me. I only hope that I do not bring any harm upon you. The sobs gradually subsided, interspersed with occasional sniffles. Suddenly, Li Bing asked, How's he? I will ask you this once. Did you cheat? Of course not. Li Bing exclaimed loudly. All right, I believe you. For a brief moment, the classroom fell silent before erupting into a chorus of cheers. Chapter 40. The award ceremony in stark contrast to the warm atmosphere of Class 1-2. The online realm had erupted into chaos. Various prominent figures took to the stage to analyze the situation, presenting myriad examples to assert that Chi-Hao must have cheated. A small faction of netizens who believed in Chi-Hao fervently tagged the official account of Hope Education, urging them to make a statement. However, the official account remained as silent as a grave. At this critical juncture, news leaked that Xinyan University had rescinded its offer, igniting a fervor akin to a droplet of water hitting hot oil. This was almost universally regarded as conclusive evidence. After all, if there were no solid proof of Chi-Hao's alleged cheating, why would Xinyan University retract its offer? An increasing number of professionals publicly weighed in, articulating just how absurd it was for a 13-year-old to achieve a perfect score. In response, the leadership of Nanyao City Television expressed immense satisfaction, wishing for the controversy to escalate even further. The ratings for the special interview with Chi-Hao had initially failed to surpass 10, yet thanks to this wave of excitement, they astonishingly surged to an impressive 15. It had been many years since any program had achieved ratings above 10. On Wednesday morning, upon arriving at the office, the first inquiry from the leadership was directed to Bai Yutong. Have we received any updates from Chi-Hao? Bai Yutong, perplexed, replied, No, not at all. The leader, puzzled, remarked, That's impossible. If he hadn't cheated, he would surely be eager to reach out to us for another interview, or, at the very least, publicly demonstrate his skills. Conversely, if he did cheat, he would be desperate to contact us to apologize. Why is there no response? Bai Yutong suggested. He could post online himself. Upon hearing this, the leader grew anxious. The soaring ratings depended entirely on Chi-Hao's involvement. Contact the first high school of Lanhai Town immediately. Bai Yutong rolled her eyes, but reluctantly complied. The call was passed up through the ranks until it finally reached Principal Wang. At this moment, the spotlight was shared solely by Chi-Hao and Lanhai Town's first high school. Principal Wang personally inquired with both Chi-Hao and Pan Yu, both of whom adamantly denied any wrongdoing. Pan Yu, particularly agitated, emphatically stated, I vouch for Chi-Hao's integrity with my character and work. Chi-Hao simply remarked, I have a clear conscience. For reasons unknown, Principal Wang found himself persuaded by their assertions. After receiving the call, Principal Wang pondered for a moment before directly approaching Chi-Hao. Are you willing to participate in another interview to clear your name? How would I do that? Chi-Hao inquired. The television station proposes to invite several renowned experts to pose questions for you to answer live, Principal Wang explained. Chi-Hao smiled faintly. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. The previous interview was solely to convey a message to my home planet, to signal my position. If they are truly interested, they will come to me in due time. This was the only rationale behind his previous interview, which starkly contradicted his desire for a low-profile existence. Another interview? No. He had no inclination to entertain the public. Principal Wang, however, genuinely believed this could be a viable solution. What about the comments online? It doesn't matter. I'm indifferent. Let them say what they wish. When Bai Yutong reported the results to her superior, the leader initially expressed disbelief, then dropped a harsh remark. Humph. Let him put on a show. Just wait. If this continues, they will be the ones begging us. On Wednesday, the leader anticipated Chi-Hao would come to plead for his favor. Early Thursday morning, as Principal Wang yawned and entered his office, the phone on his desk rang. Surely, it was not another call from the television station. He muttered to himself while answering the phone. The caller was exceptionally polite. Hello. May I speak with Principal Wong of Blue Ocean Town Number 1 High School? We are staff members from the Star of Hope, seeking to arrange a time to present the first place award to your student, Chi Hao. Additionally, we have invited a distinguished guest for the award ceremony, Mr. Liang Hezhong, the Vice President of Huan University and a renowned mathematician. The entire ceremony will be broadcast live. Could you please assist us in contacting Chi Hao? We have been unable to reach him. This was indeed a timely blessing. Was this not the official affirmation from the Star of Hope? Principal Wong joyfully agreed. Please extend my gratitude to Chi Hao. There have been some rumors online in recent days, and for his protection, the school has advised him not to go online. Shall we arrange for the live broadcast to take place at our school? Is there anything we need to prepare, such as contacting the television station? The Star of Hope staff politely declined, stating, "We will handle the live broadcast." They discussed the specific time and location, and the award ceremony was thus confirmed. Before hanging up, the staff hesitated for a moment and added, "In fact, when the perfect score was first announced, even our own staff could hardly believe it. Over the past few days, we have organized personnel to analyze the footage frame by frame, and our conclusion is that Chi Hao could not have cheated. This can only indicate one thing. Chi Hao is indeed a true genius." Both parties were eager to swiftly resolve the online chaos, and the award ceremony was scheduled for the following afternoon. The Star of Hope subsequently announced this news on their official website in multiple languages and immediately dispatched staff to Blue Ocean Town. Once this news broke, the online sentiment began to shift. Netizens were primarily left bewildered. What was happening? From Qingyan Huan. What? The Star of Hope was going to award Chi Hao? Could it be that he had not cheated at all? Some previously confident experts, sensing the tide turning, chose to delete their posts immediately, while others decided to wait and see. Additionally, some netizens who had joined the fray to insult Chi Hao discreetly deleted their comments. With each refresh of the computer screen, the derogatory remarks dwindled. The classmates who had quietly defended Chi Hao online finally felt vindicated, yet they tacitly refrained from mentioning any online discourse in front of him. After school, Chi Hao appeared blissfully unaware, bidding them farewell with a smile. He returned to the Welfare Institute in silence, finished dinner, and opened his computer, immersing himself in browsing the web. He did not turn on the light. The blue glow of the screen illuminated his expressionless face. He quietly observed each expert and authority figure criticizing his statements, scrolling down the progress bar to continue to the next one after finishing each. He disregarded those who conducted a serious analysis of his level, even if their conclusion was that he had cheated. However, he would pause for a moment when confronted with harsh words, mere venting of anger. It was only after perusing dozens of web pages that Chi Hao finally shut down his computer, closed his eyes, and clasped his hands behind the back of his chair. He had pinpointed several individuals. Despite the apparent fervor surrounding the discourse, it was primarily fueled by the malicious, leading remarks of these few, which incited the emotions of the masses. While online comments can be erased, once they have lodged themselves in his mind, they cannot be expunged. He would be able to accurately recognize anyone and anything he had encountered in the future, just like those ruffians who threw eggs at the school gate, just like the mysterious person who anonymously provided the video of the fight. Chi Hao had been involved in the Zeta Star project for too short time. Others had undergone training for over a decade, and thus he had not yet had the opportunity to participate in many training programs, including the one focused on endurance. After being berated for a full 2 days, the child began to harbor a grudge. Chapter 41. Off to Huazhong on Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. In the grand auditorium of Blue Ocean Town's first high school, amidst the witness of all teachers and students, Chi Hao received the golden first prize certificate from Liang Hezhong. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, with many clapping until their hands turned red. The Hope Star organization had engaged a highly professional live-streaming team to broadcast the entire award ceremony. Panyu had specially prepared a PowerPoint presentation showcasing Chi Hao's past examination papers, books he had read, notes he had taken, and difficult problems he had encountered. Following him, Liang Hezhong took the stage to present his own textbook to the audience. Next came a representative from Hope Star, who displayed selected surveillance footage from the examination venue. Along with the company's final conclusion after a thorough investigation, Chi Hao was innocent. When all possibilities were eliminated, the remaining option, no matter how improbable it may seem, is often the correct answer. After the award ceremony concluded, Liang Hezhong once again sat opposite Qi Hao. Mr. Pan informed me that you personally called Hope Star to help secure the live broadcast of this award ceremony. Liang Hezhong chuckled and shook his head, saying, I do not believe I possess such influence. Rather, it was a harmonious agreement between both parties. However, I truly cannot pursue mathematics. Liang Hezhong keenly noted that Qi Hao used the term cannot, not does not wish to. His smile turned slightly bittersweet. After having reached this point, could he still not move the other party? In the future, I plan to apply for the aerospace program. When I grow up, I aspire to pilot a spacecraft and venture into space to discover the true nature of the universe. Upon acquiring a computer and gaining internet access, Qi Hao researched and realized that Lei Weiyang's suggestion was unreliable. Initially, Lei Weiyang had misled Qi Hao, insisting that to become an astronaut, he must first enter a mathematics competition and then present his competition results to various aerospace research institutes. And, to his astonishment, he had actually believed it. Reflecting on it now, Qi Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He had been so easily deceived just a few months ago. As Liang Hezhong observed Qi Hao's expression of hopefulness upon mentioning aerospace, his heart ached. It was over. The young man truly did not intend to pursue mathematics. Thinking back to his exceptionally talented students who had switched majors midway, Liang Hezhong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Mr. Liang, you have helped me immensely. I truly apologize. Everyone has their own aspirations. With the conversation reaching this point, it signified there was no room for negotiation. After finishing his cup of tea, Liang Hezhong stood up and extended his hand to Qi Hao. Then let us part ways for now. We shall meet again in the capital next semester. Qi Hao was left confused. This time, it was his turn to be perplexed. Liang Hezhong laughed heartily. Our Huazhong is not as petty as Qin Yun. My invitation still stands. Qi Hao, if your future dream is to venture beyond Blue Star, then Blue Ocean Town is no longer suitable for you. Our Huazhong University offers more than just mathematics as a major. You are welcome to enroll in the junior class at Huazhong's affiliated high school as a transitional step. By the time you graduate, you can make your final decision. Perhaps by then, you might change your mind again. This time, Qi Hao nodded heavily and reached out to grasp Liang Hezhong's hand. A soft click echoed as a photo was taken. Both turned their gazes towards the entrance, where Pan Yu stood, grinning widely with a phone in hand. Qi Hao, you might become my junior in the future. Let us take another picture. Smile. After obtaining mutual consent, the photo was shared online. This revelation sent a few tenacious netizens, who had eagerly anticipated Qi Hao's downfall, into a frenzy. What was going on? Qi Hao did not attend Qingyun. Perhaps it was due to his own reluctance. After the winter break, the classmates at Lanhai Town No. 1 middle school returned to school. Class 1-2 was now one student short. Meanwhile, the youth class at Huada affiliated high school welcomed 2 new transfer students this semester. In the family compound of Qingyun University, Shi Yifei's wife smiled radiantly as she helped their second son organize his boarding school luggage. Mom, I'm 15. Not a child anymore. I can handle it myself, Shi Yang replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. He even adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, mimicking his father's serious demeanor. Shi Yu, enjoying his breakfast, couldn't suppress a chuckle at his younger brother's antics. Shi Yang's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment and annoyance. Brother, what are you laughing at? Shi Yu sobered, adopting a serious expression. Yang, the students in the genius class tend to have strong personalities. If you keep acting so aloof, you might find yourself isolated. We'll see who isolates whom, Shi Yang retorted. Their mother murmured in agreement from the side. Shi Yifei, leisurely sipping his coffee, beamed with pride at his 2 sons. Even within the Qingyun University family compound, the Shi family was a source of envy. The eldest son, Shi Yu, aged 19, attended the genius class at Qingyun University affiliated high school and is currently in his 3rd year at the university's mathematics department. The younger son, Shi Yang, aged 15, had applied to the same genius class his brother once attended, but was rejected. After a struggle, he finally gained admission to the genius class at Huayan University during the winter break. The family celebrated this joyous occasion with a special trip abroad. Shi Yang was a commendable son, Yet since entering his teenage years, his temperament had become somewhat peculiar. His words often carried a sharp edge, which could be quite unbearable. It was necessary to offer a few words of advice. Yang, when you get to school, make sure to get along with your classmates. Don't throw tantrums as you do at home. Your classmates are not your brother. Oh, by the way, I heard that besides you, there's another student transferring this semester named Chi Hao. He is exceptionally gifted in mathematics. Perhaps you could befriend him. Upon hearing Chi Hao's name, Shi Yang's expression turned complex. Dad, have you forgotten? I met Chi Hao. Shi Yifei raised his eyebrows in surprise. When? Have you visited Lanhai town? Did you go on a trip with classmates? I don't recall. His wife gently nudged him. You spend all your time locked in your study, immersed in your problems, completely neglecting the children's affairs. Yang lost the final debate competition last year to this Chi Hao. Ah, this is even better. You have participated in the same competition, share a common language, and thus find it easier to get along. Shi Yang pressed his lips together. I do not like that bumpkin. After he spoke, he noticed Shi and Shiyu looking at him disapprovingly, while only their mother nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Yang is a city dweller, well-exposed and knowledgeable. Those children from small towns have seldom ventured far. How can they have any common ground? Moreover, I have heard that this Chi Hao is an orphan. He must be quite filthy and possibly infested with lice and fleas. It is wise to keep our distance from him. Chi Hao, having traversed half a universe to arrive on Blue Star. I hear I have never traveled far. She could no longer bear to listen. He shook his head, glanced at the time, and stood up. It's about time. I will drive Yang to school. Shiyu picked up a down jacket nearby and took the luggage from their mother. Dad, it's snowing today, and it's cold outside. I should take my brother. She looked on with satisfaction as his two children walked out side by side, before he finally took his coffee to the study. His study was tastefully decorated, with an entire wall lined with towering bookshelves. He pulled a book from the shelf and bent down to delve into its pages. Chapter 42. A Change of Dormitory? The gifted class at Huada Affiliated High School boasts its own distinct campus, situated in the northeastern corner of Huazhong University. Shiyu parked the car at the lot outside and led his younger brother through the northern gate into the university. Following the address provided in the enrollment notice, they swiftly located the classroom building for the youth class. A teacher from the Student Affairs office patiently assisted Shi Yang in completing the enrollment procedures, then handed him a key. Smiling as she introduced, our affiliated school's dormitory conditions are quite favorable. Each room includes a small balcony and restroom, accommodating 4 students. Currently, one room houses only 3 students. But considering that 2 new freshmen are enrolling this semester, we have arranged for the 2 of you to share a dormitory for companionship. In other words, he would be sharing a room with that unsophisticated bumpkin, Shiyu. Shi Yang furrowed his brow at the thought of his mother's disparaging remarks about rural folk. Noticing the teacher's puzzled glance at his brother, Shiyu quickly stepped forward, grabbed the dormitory key, thanked the teacher, and pulled Shi Yang along, chiding, Yang, you appear rather ungrateful. The school has made special accommodations for you, and yet you wear such a glum expression. Shi Yang shrugged off his brother's grip, retorting, don't drag me along. I'm not a child and won't get lost. Shiyu could tell his brother was in a sulky mood again and not wishing to argue in public. He merely shook his head with a wry smile. Although his brother was inherently good-natured, he had been somewhat spoiled by their mother, resulting in his temperamental disposition. Following the directional signs on campus, the duo walked northward for a short while before encountering a 3-story red building. The building had only 1 unit, and a short boy in an oversized red down jacket was hurrying inside, carrying a kettle. The brothers followed him into the unit. The building lacked an elevator, and the boy ahead ascended the stairs with remarkable speed. By the time Shiyu huffed and puffed his way to the 2nd floor, the boy had already reached the 3rd. Upon finally arriving at the 3rd floor, Shiyu observed the boy standing in front of the 2nd dormitory on the left, unlocking the door. Glancing around, Shiyu realized that the door the boy was opening belonged to room 302. What a coincidence! Had he just met a future roommate? He hurriedly approached, arriving just before the boy closed the door and greeted him with a smile. Hello, classmate. We are also assigned to this dormitory. Chi Hao looked up, seeing a tall, slender boy who appeared a few years older than himself. Wearing black-framed glasses and possessing a gentle demeanor, He smiled warmly at Chi Hao. This must be his future roommate. Stepping back a pace, he gestured welcomingly. Please come in. I am Chi Hao, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Chi followed Chi Hao into the room. The dormitory was modest in size, featuring a small balcony outside and a small restroom to the right of the entrance. Along the walls were 4 sets of bunk beds, with the upper bed serving as a sleeping area and the lower one functioning as a study desk. Notably, the bed nearest the balcony was already adorned with brand-new bedding, and a red down jacket lay atop the desk below, indicating that Chi Hao had already claimed this bed. Shiyu surveyed the remaining 3 beds, contemplating choosing one at random. But upon recalling his brother's fastidious nature, he decided against it. He turned back and urged from the corridor, Yang Yang, hurry up. The door creaked open once more. Shi Yang entered the dormitory at a leisurely pace. Chi Hao glanced at Shi Yang, then at Shi Yu, realizing that the newcomer was indeed his roommate. He smiled and said, Hello, I'm Chi Hao, your roommate. Nice to meet you. Before he could finish his sentence, Shi Yang surveyed the room and pointed at Chi Hao's bed, declaring, Brother, I want to sleep in that bed. Both Shi Yu and Chi Hao were taken aback. Shi Yu, with a pained expression, replied, Yang Yang, Chi Hao has already chosen that bed. You should pick one from the other 3. They all seem fine to me. No, I want that one, Shi Yang insisted. Shi Yu felt increasingly awkward. He rubbed his nose and instinctively glanced at Chi Hao. The smile faded from Chi Hao's face as he pulled out a chair from his desk, sat down leisurely, and began to focus on his own tasks. Ignoring the 2 brothers, Shi Yu felt a flush creeping onto his face. He placed his luggage on the table closest to the door, pulled his younger brother aside, and whispered urgently in his ear, I'm begging you, don't make a fuss. Choose a bed quickly, and I'll help you set it up. Shi Yang abruptly broke free from him, shouting in anger, The bed by the door is too close to the corridor. It's too noisy. The one facing the balcony door will be freezing in winter. The one on the right is too near the restroom. It stinks. That bed is the best. Why can he stay there while I can't? I want that bed. That's absurd. He arrived first. Look, the bed is already made. Siyang blinked nonchalantly. Then let him make it again. It's no trouble. Chi Hao set down his pen, turned around, and scrutinized Shi Yang as if observing a peculiar species. After a moment, he resumed his work. Shi Yang felt stung by Chi Hao's gaze and raised his voice. Hey, what is with that look? I'm willing to swap with you. I haven't complain about your mess. Who knows if there are lice or fleas on your bed? Upon seeing Chi Hao ignore him entirely and his brother glaring in disapproval, he grew even angrier and stepped forward to grab the bedding on Chi Hao's bed. If you want switch, I'll do it myself. Chi Hao swiftly stood up, taking a step to the right, effectively blocking Shi Yang from reaching his upper bunk. He slowly raised his head and, looking down at Shi Yang, coldly uttered a single word, Get out. Meanwhile, Mr. Ma from the Student Affairs office was organizing some documents when he suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. However, only 1 freshman had reported for enrollment today, and that had already been completed. He pondered, wondering who it could be. Gumin, the person who entered, was the older brother of the freshman who had just completed his registration. He offered a sheepish smile to the teacher, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Excuse me, teacher, is it possible for my brother to have a separate dormitory room? The smile on Mr. Ma's face faded slightly. Sorry. But according to school regulations, only doctoral students are permitted to have individual dormitory rooms. Even graduate students share rooms. Shiyu's face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from posing a second question. Shi Yang, growing impatient outside, pushed the door open and entered. Teacher, did you not mention earlier that there was a dormitory with unfilled spaces, accommodating only 3 individuals, with 1 bed still available? If Chi Hao moves in, this dormitory will consequently have an opening. I would gladly reside in this dormitory alone. The smile on Teacher Ma's face vanished entirely. She first lowered her gaze to peruse Shi Yang's enrollment file, muttering, this student is named Shi Yang. Lifting her head, she addressed Shi Yang in a formal tone. Shi Yang, your suggestion is indeed feasible. An underoccupied dormitory can accommodate 1 more person. Chi Hao, who registered yesterday, has already completed his check-in and expresses no dissatisfaction with his current accommodation, unless he personally requests a change. We lack both the authority and rationale to compel him to switch dormitories. If you find your present accommodations utterly unsatisfactory, you might consider transferring to a four-person room. Shuyang gazed at Teacher Ma in disbelief. Teacher Ma, maintaining her politeness, smiled at him. So, Shuyang, do you wish to change your dormitory? Chapter 43. My name. Half an hour later, the door to room 302 swung open once more. Before departing, Shuyang, with a scowl on his face, had vowed that stepping into 302 again would render him akin to a dog, yet he begrudgingly followed behind Shiryu as they returned. As they entered, Chihao sat composedly in his chair, his eyelids remaining undisturbed. Prior to this, after uttering the word "get lost," Chihao had provoked Shuyang to roll up his sleeves and confront him. Thankfully, Shiryu had intervened just in time. Although Shuyang failed to land a blow on Chihao, he did not come away empty-handed. He effectively utilized his skills as the previous year's best debater to deliver a scathing retort to Chihao. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Shiryu eventually dragged his younger brother to the student office. Aware that his brother had initiated the provocation, Shiryu cast a sheepish glance at Chihao upon entering, rubbed his nose, and murmured an apology. After that, he fell silent, concentrating on helping Shuyang organize his belongings. Ultimately, Shuyang settled into the bed furthest from Chihao, near the door. By the time Shiryu had arranged the bedding and organized the luggage, it was nearly lunchtime. Prior to their arrival, the family had agreed that Shuyang would stay in the school dormitory today to acclimate to the environment and foster a bond with his roommate. However, given the current situation, he dreaded that the moment he left, the two boys would immediately be at each other's throats. From what he had seen of Chihao's prowess in the videos, it was all too clear who would end up on the receiving end of a beating. Thus, Shiryu helplessly brought Shuyang back home. After all, Qingyan University was not far from Huan University, and it would be no trouble to drop him off the next morning. Their comings and goings had no impact on Chihao. He was indifferent to those he did not care for and was unwilling to expend even a modicum of attention on them. Chihao had been brought to the capital, Huan City, by the father-son duo Li Haoqiang and Li Bing. Pan Yu had originally intended to personally escort Chihao to the capital for his enrollment, and afterward, he planned to visit his mentor, Liang Hezhang. However, he was unable to outmaneuver Li Haoqiang. The old dean's surgery had been remarkably successful, and by the time Chihao departed, the former dean had largely returned to a normal life. Yet, as Chihao had feared, he adamantly refused to accept Chihao's donations. Ultimately, it was only after persuasion from Mayor Gao that he reluctantly agreed to deposit the funds into a newly opened account. I see that Chihao is resolute in his intention to give. You might as well feign acceptance and help him deposit the money. After all, Chihao is only 13. Holding on to such a substantial sum is not safe. The old dean found this reasoning sound. Thus he deposited 450,000 into this new account. And upon returning to the Welfare Institute, he promptly locked the passbook in a drawer. He even took the liberty of providing Chihao with a passbook containing 50,000 yuan. Consequently, Chihao, clutching this significant amount of money, arrived at his new school amidst the company of the Li father and son. The trio had arrived in Huan City 2 days early. After Li Haoqiang completed Chihao's enrollment procedures, he immediately rented a car, treating the two boys to the capital's local delicacies, and they visited several renowned tourist attractions. The following morning, he accompanied Chihao to purchase a mobile phone, reminding him to stay in touch whenever possible. Once everything was settled, he returned to Lanhai town with Li Bing, who kept glancing back. Upon arriving at Blue Star, Chihao found himself devoid of any relatives or friends for the first time. When the student affairs teacher informed him that he would have a roommate, he felt a flicker of anticipation. However, he was taken aback to discover that his roommate would be the arrogant boy he had encountered during the debate competition. If his roommate were to be Shuyang, he would have preferred solitude. Aside from this minor lodging incident, Chihao was thoroughly content with everything regarding the youth class at Huada Affiliated High School. All the students in this class were handpicked from across the nation, each having exhibited remarkable talents in various subjects. The school adopted a distinctly different educational approach for these prodigies. intentionally situating the campus within a university to facilitate their access to the exceptional teaching resources of Huan University. The curriculum of the youth class was notably diverse. In addition to the standard subjects such as mathematics, English, and science, it included astronomy, archaeology, geology, computer science, music, art, and drama, subjects that were absent in ordinary high schools. Students were afforded the liberty to select courses according to their interests. The youth class comprised 3 grades, with only 2 classes in the 3rd grade, 3 in the 2nd, and a maximum of 5 classes in Chi Hao's current grade, each containing approximately 20 students. Both Chi Hao and Shi Yang belonged to Class 5. After the school commenced on Monday, the homeroom teacher, Wang Meixin, briefly introduced the new students before distributing the course selection forms. She instructed the 2 newcomers to mark their preferred courses. Chi Hao skipped over music, art, and drama, marking all remaining courses with enthusiasm. Once Wang collected the forms, she couldn't help but chuckle. Chi Hao, you have selected too many courses. Allow me to provide you with a new form to make a more concise selection. Hao, slightly puzzled, replied, Teacher, I am genuinely interested in all these subjects. Indeed, he was merely another curious child. Wang, having acclimated to the fervent curiosity and thirst for knowledge of these gifted students, patiently explained, the courses you have chosen have overlapping schedules. Please refer to the class timings on the back of the selection form. Upon flipping to the back, Chi Hao discovered that many popular courses indeed had conflicting schedules. For instance, astronomy and computer science were both scheduled for Wednesday afternoons from 1:30 to 3 o'clock. The children from Zeta Star had grown up perusing star charts, well-versed in various cosmic knowledge. He surmised that the collective understanding of the universe by all cosmologists on Blue Star could scarcely rival that of a single child from Zeta Star. Initially curious about Blue Star's comprehension of the cosmos, he promptly struck astronomy from his list. Both archaeology and geology appeared quite enticing, yet their class times also overlapped. This time, Chi Hao hesitated a tad longer before reluctantly crossing out geology. After completing his selections, he presented the form once more to teacher Wang. Wang examined the 2 course selection forms laid before her. Chi Hao, computer science, archaeology, Shi Yang, music, drama. The preferences of the 2 new students were indeed vastly different. The efficiency of the genius class is remarkable. On their first day of school, the homeroom teacher swiftly outlined the school rules and important matters during the first period, distributing textbooks. From the second period onwards, they commenced their formal studies. The inaugural lesson for Class 5 was history, taught by a spirited elderly gentleman named Su Anji. He was lean and had a rather serious demeanor. Upon entering the classroom, he briefly introduced himself as a distinguished professor from the history department of Huazhong University and promptly prepared to begin the lesson. Having heard that new students had joined the class, he took a moment to remind them, the 2 new students must meet with me this weekend to catch up on last semester's material. We won't cover this content in class to avoid wasting other students' time. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao had no objections, but Shi Yang was displeased. He had meticulously planned to return home immediately after school on Friday, determined to avoid spending even a second in the dormitory with Chi Hao. This way, he would only need to share 4 nights with him throughout the week. However, if both weekend days were to be dedicated to supplementary lessons, he would end up seeing Chi Hao every day. That was simply intolerable. With this thought in mind, he raised his hand high. Teacher, I completed all the middle school history curriculum during the winter vacation, so I won't need supplementary lessons. Let Chi Hao attend by himself. After saying this, Shi Yang felt a surge of satisfaction as he cast a triumphant glance at Chi Hao. Yet, this sense of pride lasted merely a fleeting moment. Professor Su's response was resolute. No, both of you must come to me for supplementary lessons. The textbook you are using is one I personally compiled, containing many insights from the latest archaeological research that are not available elsewhere. After stating this, he did not grant Shi Yang another opportunity to speak, instead turning to the blackboard to inscribe a prominent title, The Enigma of Human Origins, The Leap of Evolution. Apart from Chi Hao, the other students looked perplexed at this title. Hadn't they already been examined on human origins last semester? The evolution of ancient apes into humans had been established. What more was there to discuss? What did leap signify? After writing this line, Professor Su turned back to face the class, his hands propped on the podium, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Dear students, today's lesson encompasses a highly forward-thinking scientific hypothesis that, if validated, could rewrite the history of human evolution. As you all know, we previously believed that human ancestors could be traced back to the southern apes of Africa, which began to diverge approximately 600,000 years ago, gradually developing traits such as bipedalism and increased brain capacity, alongside complex social behaviors. Note that this evolutionary process was slow, gradual, and natural, without any external intervention. However, in July of last year, archaeologists in our country unexpectedly unearthed a wealth of precious fossil specimens in a cave in southern Anyang. These new specimens unveil a startling chapter of history. 10 millennia ago, the behavioral patterns of primates experienced a remarkable leap, marked by a significant enhancement in cognitive abilities and a notable transformation in conduct within a mere century. This revelation has given rise to novel hypotheses, suggesting that human evolution may not be confined solely to the natural progression of early apes, but rather influenced by certain external factors that catalyzed this extraordinary advancement 1,000 years ago. Currently, renowned archaeologists and anthropologists from around the globe have converged near the cave in Anyang, dedicating themselves to relentless study day and night. As of now, we remain unaware of the precise external influences that instigated this astonishing leap in human evolution, accelerating its pace by decades, if not millions of years. Perhaps, in the near future, we shall unravel this enigma. At that juncture, the sections of our history textbooks concerning human origins may very well require a rewrite. Goodness, is this truly the case? It is utterly enchanting. The students, with faces awash in disbelief, were profoundly shaken. Chi Hao held little interest in the history of human evolution, yet he found himself captivated by teacher Su's eloquent lecture, which felt akin to listening to a captivating narrative. Unbeknownst to him, he was drawn in. As teacher Su animatedly spoke at the lectern, he cautiously retrieved a USB drive from his bag. The cave walls bore numerous engravings, severely weathered and eroded. Yet some patterns remained discernible. The structure of these patterns exhibited characteristics starkly distinct from the hieroglyphs commonly recognized, representing almost entirely disparate systems. After thorough examination, archaeologists surmised that this likely represents an entirely new form of writing, previously undiscovered. As he spoke, he inserted the USB drive into the computer, and soon, a blurred image materialized on the screen before the blackboard. The cave's interior appeared in shades of earthy yellow, interspersed with brown and green stones, adorned with myriad patterns. Though the majority remained indecipherable, teacher Su directed the cursor to the lower left corner of the cave, indicating a row of indistinct designs. Among these, 2 patterns recurred with the greatest frequency. Through piecing together the fragments, we arrived at a comparatively clearer depiction. Chi Hao glanced at the photograph with indifference. What clarity! It was merely a haze, and he could discern nothing. After showcasing the image for a while, teacher Su closed it and opened another file. Dear students, behold, he announced. Through the meticulous assembly and synthesis of multiple patterns, employing specialized techniques for reconstruction, we have ultimately derived the following 2 symbols. Without any forewarning, 2 structurally intact zeta symbols abruptly invaded Chi Hao's unprepared gaze. With a thud, the pen in his hand fell to the ground. The 2 incomplete zeta symbols, rendered in earthy yellow upon the screen, bore his name, Meyer. Experts have analyzed that these 2 frequently occurring characters may be akin to the modern greeting hello, or perhaps they serve as expressions of well-wishing. Some experts also posit that these characters symbolize a form of belief held by primitive humans, such as reverence for the sun. Meanwhile, on the podium, Professor Su's lips continued to move, yet Chi Hao could no longer discern the content of his lecture. Chapter 44. At a loss, Chi Hao could hardly comprehend how he managed to endure until the end of class. Teacher Su spoke with great enthusiasm, sharing the exhilarating discovery of ancient cave sites in Anyang City, a jubilant event for all history enthusiasts. Teacher Su had been reveling in this excitement for nearly half a year, Once class concluded, he hummed a tuneless melody, tidying up his materials, when a boy stood silently in his path. The newcomer was unfamiliar to him, one of the new students who had joined this semester. Teacher Su suppressed a smile, reverting to his customary seriousness when addressing students. "Is there something you wish to discuss, young man?" Chi Hao eagerly inquired. "Teacher, I am quite fascinated by the cave relics you mentioned in class. During today's class meeting, our homeroom teacher mentioned that our school frequently organizes study tours. May I ask if there is an opportunity for our school's faculty and students to participate in archaeological explorations at this site? Archaeological exploration is arduous work, particularly for the excavation of newly discovered sites in remote areas, a task rarely endured by those lacking genuine passion. The school had once established an archaeology club and organized a few field exploration activities, but the turnout had been dismally low. Eventually, the club was disbanded. It had been several years since any student had inquired about field explorations. A rare smile flickered across Teacher Su's typically austere face. This cave is indeed a groundbreaking discovery that has astonished the world, and our Huazhong University will certainly be involved. In fact, I am leading the expedition. In January of this year, I submitted an application to the Provincial Cultural Relics Administration in Anyang City, and I anticipate swift approval. As he spoke, he patted Chi Hao on the shoulder. Who would have thought that amidst a sea of students buried in their studies, there would be one willing to brave the wilderness? Chi Hao quickly asked, "Teacher, when you receive approval, may I accompany you?" Teacher Su chuckled. "You? I'm afraid that's unlikely. Firstly, all members of the team must obtain the necessary qualifications beforehand. Our applications have already been submitted and are nearing approval. Secondly, you are too young. Even if you were to apply, I doubt it would be granted." Upon hearing this, Chi Hao's spirits plummeted, resembling a wilted plant. Teacher Su, sensing his despondence, offered several words of encouragement. After the history teacher departed, Chi Hao stood forlornly in place, yearning to fly to the site and witness it with his own eyes. If his name was inscribed on the cave wall, then the other symbol spoken of by humanity must surely be the script of Zeta. His intuition had proven correct. There were indeed others like him on this blue planet. But how could he possibly reach the site? Even if he pinpointed the cave's location, he would not be permitted to enter. Alone in the capital city of Anhua, devoid of connections, whom could he possibly turn to for assistance? Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was one person he knew who might be able to help. After school that afternoon, Chi Hao retrieved his phone and dialed Liang Hezhang's number. Liang Hezhang was entertaining an old classmate he hadn't seen in years. When the phone first rang, he glanced at the unfamiliar number and dismissed it, returning to his conversation. However, the phone rang again almost immediately. Liang Hezhang exhibited a hint of impatience. "Hello? Who is this?" "Professor Liang, it is I, Chi Hao." Instantly, Liang Hezhang's demeanor transformed, becoming both benevolent and patient. "Ah, it is you, Xiao Hao. The new semester has commenced, has it not? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I reside in the family quarters of Huan University, not far from your gifted class. I have a matter I wish to ask for your help with." Liang Hezhang thought to himself, "Are today as children so forthright?" Despite his internal musings, he promptly sent Chi Hao his address. Seated across from him, his old friend Xiao Jianhong could not suppress a chuckle. Well, old Liang, you have always been averse to trouble, typically forbidding students from visiting. Who is this that holds such sway? Ah, a rare mathematical prodigy who, for some reason, does not wish to pursue mathematics. How could I possibly let him slip away? Besides, I need to keep him under my watchful gaze. Enough of him. Did you not join that aerospace project group? How is the progress coming along? Any promising developments? Xiao Jianhong shook his head. It is exceedingly challenging. This month, we have observed the second group of asteroids, and the good news is that we successfully intercepted it before it could collide with the blue planet. The bad news, however, is that the largest of these asteroids approaches a diameter of 50 meters. This was a rather alarming figure. Historically, the probability of an object of nearly 50 meters in diameter colliding with the blue planet is once every 3,000 years. Liang Hezhang was taken aback. So frightening. I had assumed they would disintegrate upon entering the blue planet's atmosphere. Is interception truly necessary? Xiao Jianhong smiled wryly. What you refer to are asteroids of only a few meters or smaller in diameter. The larger the asteroid, the more perilous it is to the blue planet. Have you forgotten how the dinosaurs met their demise? The asteroid that caused their extinction was merely 8 kilometers across. In fact, even an asteroid with a diameter of 30 meters could wreak havoc upon the blue planet. Last year, the explosion in Vance Bay, America, was due to a failed interception of a 30-meter asteroid with a force equivalent to thousands of atomic bombs. To think this asteroid, nearing 50 meters in diameter, is hurtling toward our nation. Should we fail to intercept it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The more he pondered, the more anxious Liang Hezhong became. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling Liang Hezhong. Xiao Jianhong laughed heartily. Go answer the door. Perhaps your mathematical genius has arrived. Could it be? So soon? It takes at least 20 minutes to cycle from their dormitory to my place, and it has barely been 10 minutes. Muttering to himself, Liang Hezhong proceeded to open the door. Standing outside was a breathless Qi Hao. Upon seeing Qi Hao, Liang Hezhong exclaimed in surprise, Qi Hao, have you grown taller? Yes. During the school health check, I measured 165 centimeters. It is evident that you have been enjoying nutritious meals lately. Liang Hezhong, with a cheerful demeanor, welcomed him in and inquired, What brings you here in such a hurry? Just as Qi Hao was about to respond, he suddenly sensed someone in the room scrutinizing him. He swiftly turned around and met a pair of inquisitive eyes. Allow me to introduce you. This is my old classmate, Professor Xiao from the Aerospace Engineering Department. And this is the mathematical prodigy I mentioned earlier, Qi Hao. After politely greeting Professor Xiao, Qi Hao fell silent. Under ordinary circumstances, Professor Xiao might have taken his leave upon encountering such reticence. However, today he had come to see Liang Hezhong on important mission. And with that mission yet to be articulated, leaving was not an option. If anyone were to depart, it would be the newcomer. With a smile, Xiao Jianhong poured himself another cup of tea. Liang Hezhong found this amusing, realizing that old Xiao was clearly in the mood to observe the unfolding situation. He guided Qi Hao to a nearby single sofa and poured a cup of hot water on the coffee table before him. It's chilly outside. Take a moment to enjoy this hot water and warm up. There's no rush. Qi Hao cradled the steaming cup in his hands, the warmth gradually dispelling the coldness that had settled in his body. The room fell into a contemplative silence, with no one speaking for a while. Liang Hezhong glanced around and, with a resigned cough, broke the stillness. Ahem, Xiao Hao, today marks the first day of the new semester, doesn't it? Have you encountered any academic challenges? Qi Hao quickly set down the cup, placed his hands on his knees, and obediently nodded. Teacher Liang, have you heard about the ancient cave relics recently discovered in Anyang last year? What cave? Ancient? This topic was beyond Liang Hezhong's area of expertise. However, Xiao Jianhong, who had been quietly sipping his tea, raised his head in surprise upon hearing the words Anyang Cave. Chapter 45. Connecting the dots as Xiao Jianhong lifted his gaze. Qi Hao immediately turned his attention towards him with keen awareness. Typically composed and unflustered, Qi Hao now found it increasingly difficult to maintain his usual demeanor. Initially, Xiao Jianhong paid little heed to Qi Hao as he reminisced about a particularly amusing incident, sharing it with Liang Hezhong in a light-hearted manner. They say interdisciplinary collaboration is the way forward. I never imagined that archaeology would intersect with our endeavors in aerospace. One is in the heavens and the other beneath the earth. Intrigued, Liang Hezhong inquired, how so? Xiao Jianhong replied, it's about the cave in Anyang that this young man mentioned earlier. Upon hearing about it, I recalled that this cave was discovered last year, and it is said that the walls are inscribed with peculiar symbols. Those antiquarians have treasured these symbols, claiming they have uncovered a new linguistic system, and reported it with great enthusiasm, only to be met with rejection. Can you guess which department dismissed their findings? Quietly attentive, qui au listen intently, Liang Hezhong casually remarked. It was likely the State Administration of Cultural Heritage that rejected it. They have always overseen such matters. You're referencing outdated information. It used to be under the purview of the Cultural Heritage Bureau. A few years ago, for reasons unknown, the management was suddenly diversified. Now, any significant archaeological discoveries must be reported simultaneously to the Cultural Heritage Bureau, the Public Security Department, and our Aerospace Administration. In this instance, the other two departments had no objections, yet it was the Aerospace Administration that dismissed the discovery, truly a rare occurrence. Skeptical, Liang Hezhong responded, "Wasn't your Aerospace Administration only established 8 years ago? Such authority. Furthermore, you primarily oversee aerial matters. How can you manage terrestrial findings? Isn't that an instance of an outsider overseeing an expert field? Not at all. It's not a matter of simply dismissing findings at will. The administration apparently submitted some evidence proving that these symbols have alternative origins. It is said that all characters unearthed from that cave are backed up in their records. Even the two most frequently occurring characters were restored with assistance from the administration. Isn't that absurd? That truly is astonishing," Liang Hezhong remarked. "Where did you acquire this information? Have these symbols ever appeared in outer space? I wonder if the cave might be the work of extraterrestrials. Ha ha ha. Unlikely. The cave also contains numerous skeletal fossils of primitive humans. I suspect this will remain an enigmatic conundrum. However, our Aerospace Administration wields considerable authority, overseeing a multitude of matters. Beyond archaeology, it is said that even the dietary provisions for astronauts aboard their spacecraft are dictated by the administration." Engaged in their lively discussion, Liang Hezhong noticed Qi Hao's earnest demeanor and gently inquired, "Have you warmed up? Can you now share what brings you here?" Setting down his cup, Qi Hao replied, "I initially came to inquire about the cave in Anyang, but since the Aerospace Administration already possesses extensive knowledge of Zeta script, my visit to the cave is no longer of paramount importance. Teacher, I have always harbored a keen interest in aerospace. I came to ask if there are any related clubs at Huan University. If you inquire about mathematics-related clubs, I can promptly recommend several. Regarding aerospace, however, my knowledge is somewhat limited." Upon hearing this, Liang Hezhong immediately recognized that Qi Hao had shifted the topic after arriving at his home, knowing that his original intention was not to discuss this matter. He held a deep appreciation for talent and had never considered reallocating Qi Hao to another department. Thus, even with Xiao Jianhong from the Aerospace College seated on the nearby sofa, he refrained from initiating any conversation in that direction. As long as it did not facilitate any connection for Qi Hao, the two would remain unassociated with aerospace. To his utter astonishment, despite his silence, the typically trouble-averse Xiao Jianhong unexpectedly engaged in conversation. "There is an aerospace club at Huan University that is open to undergraduates. I will inquire shortly to see if they accept students from the gifted program. I occasionally offer guidance there and am quite familiar with the club. It is rather commendable." Liang Hezhong was infuriated by this unexpected interjection from Xiao. "What do you mean by this, old Xiao? Are you trying to poach my prize student?" In truth, he misjudged Xiao Jianhong's intentions. Xiao had made that statement primarily to spare Liang's feelings, as he had completely misunderstood Liang's motives. In his eyes, he had come to consult Liang on challenging issues pertaining to their project, and it was purely coincidental that he encountered a student with such a keen interest in his field. Surely, Liang intended to facilitate this child's connections and provide him with internship opportunities in aerospace. What could be more convenient than that? Realizing that he was in need of Liang's assistance, Xiao Jianhong reluctantly retrieved his phone. "Come, Qi Hao, let us exchange contact information." He thought to himself, "Old Liang, see how far I am willing to go for you. Do ensure to assist me with the project matters later." Liang Hezhong, feeling exasperated, lamented the perils of ill-considered associations. After Qi Hao's departure, Liang confronted Xiao with a stern expression. "Old Xiao, what precisely brings you here today? Are you here solely to vex me?" "No, old Liang. I actually have a request for you." Xiao Jianhong became earnest as he broached the subject. "Our department's research institute was originally focused on the capture and defense against asteroids. Correct? Over the past 2 years, there's been a noticeable increase in near-Earth asteroids, prompting a shift in our research emphasis towards defense. The crux of defense lies in astronomical observation and orbital calculations. Old Liang, You authored a textbook on how to utilize mathematical modeling to extrapolate the semi-major axis and inclination of orbits based on existing observational data. We are currently engaged in this endeavor, but are encountering numerous challenges. The myriad factors to consider during orbital calculations, such as the gravitational influences of planets and perturbations from other celestial bodies, significantly affect the trajectories of asteroids. We urgently require more accurate computation results and thus plan to establish a panel of experts. You are an expert in this field, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our team. However, I am uncertain about your interest and availability. Additionally, as this is a nationally prioritized project, the leadership has been appointed from above, and unfortunately, you would not be able to assume the role of team leader. Furthermore, this is a challenging task that may require frequent overtime, and the compensation may not be particularly competitive. You would also be required to sign numerous confidentiality agreements. To summarize succinctly, there is much to do, little pay, and no authority or benefits. As Xiao Jianhong's voice dwindled, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, he had sensed the gravity of the situation even before arriving. Lao Yang is a pure mathematician, wholly devoted to fundamental mathematics. However, this project is in dire need of talent, which compelled him to muster the courage to reach out. As expected, upon his utterance, Liang Hezhong shook his head. I am unable to assist. My expertise lies solely in mathematical modeling, and I lack the requisite knowledge in physics and cosmology. You may need to seek someone more qualified. While this was a refusal, it also revealed a fragment of truth. Xiao Jianhong let out a long sigh. Where could one possibly find an individual who possesses Liang Hezhong's mathematical prowess, has ample free time, is passionate about aerospace science, appreciates the cosmos, is obedient, diligent, and does not demand high salary? Such a person surely does not exist in this world. He stood up in despair, preparing to bid farewell to Liang Hezhong. Liang Hezhong, with his brows furrowed, suddenly struck his thigh with a forceful clap. I have a candidate. This individual has notably studied the textbook I authored, and I have engaged in a thorough discussion with him face to face. He is readily available and possesses ample time. The matter of remuneration is at your discretion. He is currently situated within our institution, making future collaboration convenient. As Xiao Jianhong listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing excitement. Lao Liang, can it be true that we have such a remarkable figure at Huazhong University? Which professor from which college is it? Please assist me in making an introduction. I shall visit immediately. Liang Hezhong glanced at him and suddenly smiled, his grin somewhat peculiar. This individual, do you possess his contact information? Chapter 46. It was you. Xiao Jianhong felt a twinge of irritation. Old Liang, why are you still playing coy with me? I've thoroughly investigated every professor at Huan University, from the esteemed elder scholars to the promising young talents. There is no one fitting your description. Come on, just tell me who this person is. To be frank, this project is of utmost importance, and it could determine the fates of many. I'm anxious to the point of my lips blistering. As Xiao Jianhong expressed his urgency, Liang Hezhong grew even more enigmatic. Calm down. Let me first introduce you to this person's professional capabilities. He stood and made his way to the adjacent study, swiftly returning with a book in hand. Opening it to the middle, he presented it to Xiao Jianhong. Turn to page 189. His inquiries and responses are detailed there. The entire thought process is recorded within. I have discussed this issue with him, and his insights have greatly inspired me. Taking the book, Xiao Jianhong noticed a slip of paper tucked beside Liang Hezhong's original formulas. He unfolded it to reveal a page densely covered with calculations and a final conclusion. After considering factors such as gravitational forces between planets, perturbations from other celestial bodies, and orbital eccentricity, mathematical modeling could yield the precise orbital radius and inclination angle of the asteroid Wanderlustja. Furthermore, by integrating the orbital period of Wanderlustja with the longitude of its ascending node, it could be inferred that Wanderlustja would potentially intersect with the orbit of the blue planet in 10 years. Beneath this statement lay a set of equations, a transformation of the formulas from Liang Hezhong's book. This new formula not only accounted for the aforementioned factors, but astonishingly also incorporated the respective velocities of the W asteroid and the blue planet in their orbits. Xiao Jianhong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly as they grasped the note. Could it be the very equation we have been relentlessly pursuing? The W asteroid is indeed the critical challenge we face in this project. To accurately compute its orbit and predict the timing of a potential collision with the blue planet. Our task force has not returned home for months, living at the project site. If it weren't for the purpose of inviting you today, I would still be on duty. But now, you tell me there's a professor at Huan University who can make such precise predictions. Please, reveal his identity at once. I must seek him out immediately. Xiao Jianhong was overwhelmed with excitement, swaying slightly as he spoke. Liang Hezhong, startled, rushed to support him, but Xiao Jianhong grasped his hand firmly. Old Liang, please tell me who this person is. Xiao Lao, do not rush. When I handed you the book, I sent a message to this individual. He should be arriving at my home shortly. You will meet him very soon. Xiao Jianhong anxiously exclaimed, such a talent. In this frigid weather, how can I expect him to come see me in person? Please provide me with his phone number. I shall ascertain his availability and personally visit him. If he consents to join the project team, even if just occasionally to offer guidance, the progress of our project will be significantly accelerated. This would be monumental news for our entire nation. The gravity of the situation struck Liang Hezhong, who had previously only known of Xiao Jianhong's involvement in a major project. Now realizing the paramount importance of the subject at hand, he replied earnestly, rest assured, he possesses a profound interest in aerospace. I have perused some of his mathematical manuscripts, and he has applied numerous formulas within the realm of space exploration. He is likely to agree. Old Liang, Xiao Jianhong continued. You mentioned that you had sent him a message and that he would arrive shortly. Why has he not yet come? Perhaps it is inconvenient for him. I think I should bring some gifts and personally invite him to come forth. In a flurry, Liang Hezhong rose to intercept Xiao Jianhong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Liang Hezhong was about to answer the door when Xiao Jianhong had already dashed past him, hurrying to the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found Qi Hao, who maintained his knocking posture, standing outside. Xiao Jianhong's initial excitement evaporated instantly. He peered over Qi Hao's shoulder into the corridor, which was eerily quiet, with the chilly winter wind swirling through the stairwell. Clad only in a sweater, he felt a sudden chill and shivered. Disappointment clouded his heart, and he harbored a slight resentment towards Qi Hao. How overly solicitous this connection of old Liang seemed, arriving at the house twice in one day. He had clearly seen that there were guests just moments ago. However, he maintained his composure, suppressing the urge to shoo Qi Hao away, lest he disturb the imminent arrival of the esteemed old professor. He nodded politely at Qi Hao. Within the room, Liang Hezhong observed that Xiao Jianhong was blocking the door, preventing entry for Qi Hao, who stood outside in the cold. Puzzled, he inquired, Old Xiao, weren't you awaiting Qi Hao? Please let him in. You both ought to have a thorough discussion about the asteroid's orbit. I shall prepare you a cup of hot tea. It is freezing, and we wouldn't want the child to catch a cold. Awaiting Qi Hao, waiting for Qi Hao? Xiao Jianhong thought, realizing that this lad, named Qi Hao, was indeed the old professor he had been eagerly anticipating. With his mouth slightly agape, he took a step back, then another. Qi Hao followed him into the room, closing the door behind them. Standing in the foyer, Qi Hao shyly smiled at Xiao Jianhong, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Professor Xiao, greetings. Teacher Liang mentioned you wished to discuss the calculations concerning the orbit of asteroids near the blue star. Coincidentally, I have recently conceived a new idea. Would you care to hear it? Chapter 47. The perfect equation until he sat face to face with Qi Hao in the tea room. Xiao Jianhong was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. In his hand, he unconsciously clutched the note penned by Qi Hao. Just moments earlier, as Qi Hao was nearing the dormitory building, Liang Hezhong had suddenly sent him a brief message. Upon receiving this, return to my home promptly to discuss the asteroid orbital issues with Professor Xiao. For Qi Hao, who was troubled by how to approach the space agency, this was akin to finding a pillow when one was weary. He immediately hurried back. Unbeknownst to him, in Xiao Jianhong's mind, he had already been elevated to a pedestal. Previously, during his interactions with Liang Hezhong, Qi Hao had distinctly sensed that these seasoned professors despised ambiguity and indecisiveness when engaged in professional discourse. Therefore, upon settling in the tea room, Chi Hao promptly retrieved a pen from his pocket and snatched a blank sheet of paper from the tea table, beginning to write and calculate directly. Professor, here are my thoughts. I have categorized the asteroids approaching the blue planet into 3 classes. The small ones, which burn up mostly in the atmosphere and pose no threat even if remnants fall to the surface. The medium-sized ones, which may cause considerable damage near the impact site but are manageable. And the large ones, such as the Wanderlust asteroid, which exceeds 1 kilometer in diameter and would have catastrophic consequences. Based on my calculations, in 10 years, the W asteroid will intersect with the orbit of the blue planet, with the intersection point located above the southeastern region of our nation. What? An orbital intersection? Above our nation? The exclamations, uttered in unison, interrupted Chi Hao. Liang Hezhong, entering with a cup of tea, was so taken aback by this deduction that he nearly spilled the drink, a few droplets of scalding tea splattering onto Xiao Jianhong's hand, which he remained oblivious to. Chi Hao, my young friend, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Before your arrival, I reviewed your calculations. The formula you derived is nearly identical to the one we ultimately obtained. Our formula simply accounts for 1 less parameter. According to our calculations, approximately 10 years from now, the W asteroid will indeed approach the blue planet, which aligns with your conclusion. However, our results suggest that the W asteroid will merely graze past the blue planet rather than collide with it. Are you confident in your calculations? Chi Hao immediately nodded with unwavering certainty. I am confident. I cannot be mistaken. He did not speak boastfully. The cosmic environment that Zeta Star faced in its time was several thousand times harsher than that of the current blue planet. Its star, Polaris, upon beginning to expand, caused the nearest planets to partially vaporize and transform into various sizes of meteoroids. Among them, there were hundreds of sizable meteoroids. Should any one of them strike Zeta Star, it could spell utter catastrophe. During that time, Zeta Star's first challenge was to accurately calculate the velocities, trajectories, and impact points of these meteoroids within a limited time frame. Then, employing various methods, they sought to neutralize the threats in advance. Faced with an almost insurmountable predicament, the Zeta beings unleashed an unimaginable surge of energy, giving rise to countless exceptional scientists over the millennia. Time and again, in the face of nearly insolvable crises, they salvaged the fate of Zeta. Had it not been for the sudden accelerated expansion of the Northern Star in later years, Zeta, which had already developed super spacecraft and human hibernation fluids, would have undoubtedly witnessed a greater number of survivors. Regrettably, while calculating the mortality rate of the Northern Star, they made a critical error, overlooking a seemingly trivial parameter. This oversight ultimately led to the planet's demise. Just a trivial parameter. These lamentable yet commendable paths have been inscribed onto chips and implanted into the minds of 100 planetary seeds, resembling small cysts. Now, Chi Hao is able to decipher most of the information, rendering him more cautious in making predictions than all the scientists on Blue Star. He understands better than anyone that if his forecasts are inaccurate, preparations must be made for the worst-case scenario. For the Zeta beings, even prenatal education is imbued with various cosmic knowledge. Calculating the orbits of asteroids and precisely estimating impact points fall well within Chi Hao's realm of comfort. His prior diligent study of mathematics was merely an endeavor to merge the knowledge systems of Blue Star and Zeta, employing the mathematical and physical lexicon of Blue Star to elucidate Zeta's knowledge. Chi Hao esse remarkable proficiency in deriving formulas, and his ability to propose angles that Liang Hezhong could scarcely conceive, which astounded Xiao Jianhong, stem from this foundation. Before him, humanity's grasp of the universe resembles that of an infant standing before a scholar steeped in cosmic science for centuries, utterly incomparable. Xiao Jianhong sat in a daze, staring at the damp calculation paper on the coffee table, feeling a chill envelop him. Emotionally, he was reluctant to accept the results derived by Chi Hao. Yet rationally, he recognized the high probability that Chi Hao was indeed correct. Deep down, he understood that the formulas synthesized by their research institute were incomplete compared to Chi Hao's. The parameter they had overlooked was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability to incorporate it into their calculations. It seemed that introducing this parameter would result in conflicts with other conditions, until he glimpsed Chi Hao's equation. Perfect. It was a flawless equation. Therefore, it was highly probable that Chi Hao was the one in the right. However, if Chi Hao was indeed correct, then in 10 years, that cursed W asteroid, exceeding 1 kilometer in diameter, would be barreling toward the southeastern part of their homeland. Currently, the only method available to Huagua to mitigate asteroid impacts is to launch a nuclear bomb. By detonating a nuclear device, they could attempt to shatter the asteroid. Yet, a 1-kilometer asteroid is immense. The resulting fragments would still hurtle toward Earth, potentially wreaking even greater havoc. This had been debated by the scientists in the group countless times. However, due to their predictions indicating that W would merely graze past Blue Star, there was little fear among them. We still have time to discover more effective methods. However, now, the time left for our nation is merely a decade. He murmured unconsciously, only 10 years. Not enough time, not enough. Liang Hezhong fully comprehended his panic. Yet, as he was not an expert in this field, he could only anxiously follow along, offering haphazard suggestions. If all else fails, should we seek assistance from America? Do they have any solutions? Xiao Jianhong snorted disdainfully. America? If W were to collide with our country, let alone whether they would be willing to help. Even if they wanted to, they would be of no assistance. Ever since our explosive development in aerospace 50 years ago, our nation has become the leader in cosmic science and aerospace. The technology that America currently employs is merely what we have discarded. Liang Hezhong sank helplessly onto the sofa. Then what should we do? Shall we just wait for it to collide? At this moment, Chi Hao raised his hand and timidly suggested, I have a way to deal with asteroid impacts. Xiao Jianhong was taken aback and suddenly stood up. What did you say? I said, I have a method to tackle asteroid collisions. We could launch a nuclear bomb to destroy the asteroid. Ah, so Chi Hao had also considered this approach. Xiao Jianhong sighed. This is a last resort. Using a nuclear bomb has significant drawbacks. For instance, we could also launch a spacecraft to collide with the asteroid, altering W's trajectory through momentum transfer. Xiao Jianhong's eyes gradually widened. Indeed, this was also a viable idea. Some comrades had proposed it. We are currently researching the feasibility of spacecraft collisions with asteroids. However, we may run out of time but I believe the best method would be to install a thruster on W, allowing continuous thrust to change its trajectory and redirect it. Xiao Jianhong's eyes widened in astonishment. Installing a thruster on an asteroid. What a brilliant idea. No one had ever thought of this before. How did Chi Hao come up with such an ingenious solution? The consequences of a nuclear explosion are exceedingly difficult to control, and implementing a spacecraft collision with the asteroid is even more challenging. Firstly, one must ensure that the spacecraft can accurately aim and collide while in an unmanned state. Secondly, the mass of the spacecraft is utterly insignificant compared to that of the asteroid. How many spacecraft would need to be dispatched? How many batches of collisions would it take to achieve an effect? No one knows. Moreover, the financial expenditure required for this endeavor is an astronomical figure that is beyond estimation. Installing a thruster on the asteroid. What a brilliant concept. Is not our nation's strongest technology precisely rocket propulsion? Although this method still faces numerous challenges, it at least possesses the potential for realization. At this moment, Xiao Jianhong looked at Chi Hao with increasing admiration, finding him ever more endearing, almost wanting to embrace him and plant a kiss upon his cheek. He made an effort to calm his excitement, lifting his teacup. Chi Hao, my young friend, allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. Having spoken, he took a hearty sip. Alas, do not drink it, it is scalding. Liang Hezhong attempted to intervene, but was unable to stop him, watching helplessly as Xiao Jianhong poured the boiling water into his mouth. Chapter 48. Seeking an Undue Advantage. Cheng Tianyu, the director of the Aerospace Department of the Ministry of National Defense of Huagua, was meticulously reviewing a report recently submitted by the Project Task Force. In recent years, Huagua has vigorously promoted young commanders, among whom Cheng Tianyu stands out as one of the most exceptional. 8 years ago, a new aerospace department was established under the Ministry of National Defense, and after undergoing a series of rigorous assessments, Chung distinguished himself and was exceptionally promoted to the position of deputy director. 5 years later, through his remarkable performance, he ascended to the role of director. Given his personal journey, Cheng's approach to personnel management is notably bold. Important positions within his team are filled by those who demonstrate capability. The project undertaken by Xiao Jianhong and his research institute falls directly under the purview of the aerospace department, with Chung serving as their ultimate superior. The selection of all team members is conducted through a rigorous evaluation process and must ultimately be reported to Chung Tianyu for approval. Without his endorsement, no matter how elevated one's social status, such as being the president of Huan University, which is Xiao Jianhong's direct superior, one would be barred from entering the research institute associated with the project. The report in Cheng's hands represents the culmination of the project team's efforts over the past 3 months, detailing their predictions regarding the trajectory of the Wanderlust asteroid, which they have closely monitored for several years. After thoroughly reading the document, Cheng's furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. Excellent. Truly splendid. The project team has succeeded. They have ultimately derived the necessary formula. According to this formula, although the W asteroid will revisit the blue planet in 10 years, it will merely pass by without intersecting with its orbit. The absence of intersection is a relief. Chung Tianyu finally exhaled, his taut nerves easing slightly. For the sake of this project, he had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for months. The aerospace department he led, established merely 8 years ago, is the youngest department within the entire Ministry of National Defense, lacking both accumulated experience and influential connections. Yet, it is a remarkable department. Chung Tianyu is an exceptionally intelligent and astute individual. Since joining the aerospace department, he has often experienced an inexplicable and peculiar sensation. It is as if, despite being a young department without a strong backing, they have managed to navigate challenges with an unsettling ease. When funds were scarce, the Ministry of Finance willingly allocated resources. When personnel were needed, elite professors from the 2 top universities, Huan and Qingyun, were available for selection. When space was required, the Ministry of Land and Resources generously designated a parcel of barren land in the northern suburbs of Huan City, adjacent to the university town, exclusively for the aerospace department's use. It is worth noting that he had never dared to even dream of requesting that land. Numerous ministries had nearly become adversaries in their efforts to secure it. Yet, without uttering a word, he merely indicated a desire for a piece of barren land to establish a research institute, regardless of how remote it might be. That land ultimately fell into his possession. When the approval results were announced, not only did he find it hard to believe, but the entire network of ministries across Huagua was astounded. There are still many individuals, both overtly and covertly, inquiring about his background. What kind of background could he possibly possess? An ordinary individual, yet all these matters require layers of reporting and approval. None of them are easily resolved. In their department, as long as it pertains to a genuine need, affairs are quietly and efficiently managed in no time at all. The smoothness of it all is almost disconcerting, as if there exists an unseen observer, ready to extend a generous hand whenever they face difficulties. Chung Tianyu is an astute individual, markedly different from the former director who attributed all achievements to personal prowess and exhibited blind optimism. He buried his doubts deep within, approaching his work with increased diligence, caution, and meticulousness, adhering strictly to rules and processes, unwilling to overstep any boundaries. Consequently, after 5 years as deputy director, when the former director was reassigned, he ascended to the helm of the department. On that very day, he was summoned to the office of the Minister of Defense, where he signed a confidentiality agreement. At that time, the then Minister of Defense, General Huang Yunze, conveyed to him, "Given your current rank, you would ordinarily have no access to these state secrets. However, your department is intricately linked to these matters. Thus, after extensive discussion and a 5-year evaluation, the organization has deemed you worthy of knowing the truth. General Chung Tianyu, cherish the trust placed in you by the organization. Remember, your predecessor did not have this opportunity. It turned out that for the past 5 years, the leadership had been continuously assessing him." Trembling, Chung Tianyu opened the confidential document. Upon reading it, The myriad questions he had long buried finally found their answers. No wonder the aerospace industry and astronautics in Huagua began to flourish at a remarkable pace 50 years ago, with groundbreaking achievements emerging in just a few short years. Innovative aerospace materials, new rocket propulsion systems. Despite Huagua's efforts to remain discreet, the major powers abroad, akin to vultures sensing the scent of blood, persistently dispatched agents to investigate. Ultimately, however, all operatives returned empty-handed. Cheng Tianyu recalled a famous anecdote from his childhood, which circulated internationally, claiming that Huagua had downed a UFO and captured the extraterrestrial occupants, subsequently subjecting them to severe interrogation to extract advanced technologies that propelled their aviation industry. This tale had become a humorous staple at dining tables across Huagua, accompanying his generation into adulthood. No one took this joke seriously, and even he had encountered several variations of it. As Cheng Tianyu's generation matured, Huagua's dominance in aerospace grew increasingly formidable, compelling major powers, led by the United States, to gradually acknowledge the burgeoning might of Huagua and make conditional concessions. Consequently, Huagua ascended to the status of a genuine superpower. Thus, his generation emerged as the one imbued with the strongest sense of national pride and honor. Yet, who could have anticipated that the origins of all this lay inscribed within the document he held in his hands? 50 years ago, 8 years ago, this is a monumental secret and what profound trust it entails. He, Cheng Tianyu, a man of ordinary origins, having just reached the age of reason, wonders what merits he possesses to earn such trust. Cheng Tianyu felt a surge of emotion, his entire being tightened, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I, General Cheng Tianyu, shall undoubtedly remember the organization's mandate, live up to the high expectations placed upon me, and vow with unwavering fervor to uphold my position. As his thoughts coalesced, he took up his pen, poised to inscribe his name upon the report. A gentle knock resonated at the door. "Come in." His aide entered, holding a mobile phone. "Director, a call from the task force." "Oh, the report from the task force arrived this morning. Could it be that some vital information was overlooked?" "Quickly, hand me the phone." "No." The aide hesitated. "It is Professor Xiao Jianhong, the deputy leader of the project team. He wishes to introduce someone for inclusion in the project." Cheng Tianyu's displeasure was palpable. The evaluation process for newcomers was already well established. He insisted it should be handled accordingly, and they could seek his approval at the appropriate time. "You handle this call," he concluded, waving his hand to dismiss the aide. Indeed, his refusal cast a shadow of regret upon the aide for having run this errand for Xiao Jianhong. Director Cheng was renowned for his strict adherence to protocol, conducting all matters by the book. How audacious of Professor Xiao to attempt to insert a mere 13-year-old into Cheng's project to gain experience. Truly a far-fetched notion. He muttered his agreement as he retreated. On the other end of the line, Xiao Jianhong, with ice cubes lodged in his mouth, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Although Chi Hao is just 13, his expertise and capabilities are more than sufficient for the task force's demands. "Please, I urge you to approve his inclusion at the earliest opportunity." His oral mucosa had been scalded by hot water, and with his mouth filled with ice. His words were somewhat garbled. The aide, now outside the door, listened intently to his exaggerated claims, and with a hint of irritation, replied, "Professor, please stop your embellishments. Director Cheng will not entertain your call. According to protocol, candidates under 18 cannot even pass the initial resume screening. Spare me this trouble." Xiao Jianhong, in a state of urgency, insisted, "No, this individual must be granted an exception. Please consult Director Cheng once more. I will personally speak to him on the line. Ed, please do not put me in a difficult position. Director Cheng will not take your call." Professor, I have other matters to attend to. Unless you have anything further, I shall hang up." Suddenly, the voice on the line escalated, causing the aide's ears to ache. "Just tell Director Cheng that the report I submitted this morning regarding the trajectory prediction of the Wanderlusha asteroid contains issues." Chapter 49. The origin of the matter. After the adjutant departed, Cheng Tianyu picked up his pen and solemnly inscribed his name at the bottom of the report. The significance of this document was immense. Tomorrow was Tuesday, and he intended to present this file to the Ministry of National Defense as soon as he arrived at work. In addition to this report, he had further matters to address. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping echoed at the door once more. Cheng Tianyu furrowed his brow. Come in. The adjutant reappeared at the door, holding a mobile phone. Upon seeing the expression on Cheng Tianyu's face, the adjutant immediately spoke without waiting for an inquiry. Report. Professor Xiao, the deputy leader of the task force, claims there are issues with the report submitted this morning. Cheng Tianyu replied, "Please hand me the phone." The adjutant hurriedly approached, extending the phone with both hands, and then stood by, breath held in anxious anticipation, silently praying. Professor Xiao, I sincerely hope there is indeed a problem with the report, or I shall be in grave trouble. Once Cheng Tianyu received the call and exchanged greetings, Professor Xiao Jianhong's excited voice came through the receiver. Leader, the equations we employed considered a total of 7 parameters, leading us to conclude that W star would merely pass by blue star. However, someone has developed a new equation that encompasses all interference factors. The result of this new equation indicates that, in 10 years, the trajectory of W star will intersect with that of our blue star. And the point of intersection will be in the southeastern region of our great nation. Although Professor Xiao spoke with some urgency, Cheng Tianyu comprehended the essence of his message instantly, as well as the reason behind Zhao's insistence on calling. Firstly, their project had failed, and the results they were about to report were likely erroneous. Moreover, a new professor had emerged, positing an opposing conclusion. Secondly, this individual was not yet a member of the project team, and many details were not convenient to disclose, prompting Xiao to seek a backdoor method to expedite the approval of this newcomer. Indeed, time was of the essence. He sighed, casting a complex glance at the already signed report resting on his desk. He spoke gently into the phone. I understand, Professor Xiao. The path of scientific research is invariably fraught with challenges. Every step forward is a testament to our arduous efforts. The members of the project team have faced great difficulties these past few months. It is all right. We shall commence anew. No, leader, you misunderstand my intent. There is no need to start over. This new equation, having undergone rigorous validation, is flawless. Its predictive results are credible. In other words, in a flash, Cheng Tianyu interjected, in 10 years, W star will collide head-on with our nation? On the other end, Xiao Jianhong sighed indeed. In that instant, Cheng Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine, his body turning cold. He had frequently interacted with Xiao Jianhong, and he noted the acceleration in Zhao's speech, the heightened emotion, and the raised voice. These traits indicated a profound conviction in his statements. In other words, Xiao was not fabricating the truth. As a researcher, Xiao had always conveyed an impression of reliability. He never spoke without certainty. Cheng Tianyu steadied himself. As a leader, one must serve as the stabilizing force when subordinates are in a state of confusion. Professor Xiao, please send the information of this new colleague to Xiao Zhao immediately. In terms of salary and benefits, we will adhere to the highest level. On behalf of the nation, I express my gratitude to you and all comrades for your contributions. Cheng Tianyu possesses a remarkable quality. He can manage affairs competently and take responsibility should something go awry. This is also why the exceptional individuals from Huan and Qingyun are willing to follow his lead. With this reassurance, Xiao Jianhong expressed his gratitude before conveying the good news to Qiha. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Tianyu closed his eyes, wearily rubbing his temples. The aide stood nearby, observing quietly, internally praising Xiao Jianhong's prowess. He had followed Cheng Tianyu since entering the aerospace department 8 years ago, and this was the first time he had witnessed the director make an exception. Xiao Zhao, go liaise with old Xiao now. Once the first process is completed, hand the materials to me. Is it that urgent? Director, Professor Xiao had already sent Qi Hao's resume earlier. I have reviewed it. It was only because I returned it that he insisted on you personally answering the call. It was quite rare for Xiao Zhao to outright reject any case. Such occurrences had previously happened occasionally, often due to the old professor's advanced age and poor health. It was likely the same situation this time. Is there any issue with this individual's resume? He is too young. He is only 13. Our regulations state that applicants must be at least 18 years of age. 13? Even for the well-experienced Chung Tianyu, this was hard to believe. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately commanded his aide. Make an exception for this special case, and proceed with the process immediately. Yes. An hour later, a thick stack of documents lay on Chung Tianyu's desk. Is it really this thick? Chung Tianyu's brows furrowed. The aide who delivered the documents was equally surprised. Indeed, I did not expect it either. At just 13, he has already achieved so much. Chung Tianyu curiously opened the cover of the document. The first page contained Chi Hao's personal information. On the right side of the A4 paper, there was a photograph of Chi Hao. In the image, a remarkably handsome young boy wore a subtle smile, gazing serenely ahead. This photograph was taken when Chi Hao applied for the gifted class at Huada affiliated high school, casually captured by Li Haoqiang at a local photo studio. Director, look at this child. He is truly good-looking. The aide had been wanting to say this ever since he received the photograph. Chung Tianyu ignored the aide, his gaze fixed on the personal details on the left side. Name, Chi Hao. Age, 13. Place of birth, unknown. Ethnicity, unknown. Parents' names, employment. Age, and address, all unknown. Family address, Hongxing Welfare Institute, Lanhai Town, Nanyao City. Upon seeing the words Lanhai Town, Chung Tianyu's brow twitched violently. The sight of so much information marked as unknown made his expression grow increasingly grim. The aide, perceptive of the atmosphere, assumed that the director was dissatisfied with his capabilities, and hurriedly clarified, Director, this individual is an orphan. Even the local police department lacks information on him. An orphan, with an obscure background. Chung Tianyu's expression grew increasingly grave. Do we have his medical examination report? The aide appeared somewhat taken aback. The report, Director, is available. As per protocol, all candidates must submit their most recent medical examination report. It is located in the latter part of this document. Upon hearing this, Chung Tianyu bypassed the intermediary sections and flipped directly to the end. The aide, wishing to interject regarding the accolades and achievements of Chi Hao noted in the middle, refrained from doing so upon observing his superior's countenance. Chung Tianyu swiftly located the medical examination report, which had been conducted alongside Li Haoqiang. The entrance examination was quite straightforward, merely a procedural formality involving vision checks, height and weight measurements, color blindness tests, and possibly an electrocardiogram. The report contained precisely these details. Chung Tianyu's gaze fixated on Chi Hao's height, and he exhaled softly. Name, Chi Hao. Height, 165 centimeters. The aide glanced at the report as well. For a 13-year-old boy, 165 centimeters was slightly below average. Why did the director seem relieved upon seeing this height information? The director then instructed Xiao Zhao, investigate this individual. He glanced at the name on the resume, retrieve all previous medical examination reports for Chi Hao, and arrange another examination for him. Expedite the process. Schedule it for tomorrow morning. You devise a reason that won't raise his suspicions. The location will be our own hospital. Inform the liaison there that this person requires a top-tier medical examination. They will understand the implication. Oh, and when obtaining his blood, saliva, hair, and other samples, ensure that 2 copies are retained. Additionally, conduct a comprehensive scan of his entire body, with the reports on brain and skeletal structures sealed immediately upon completion. No. Instruct the hospital to seal each examination result as soon as it is available. After sealing, all results must be submitted to me collectively. Now go attend to this. The aide replied affirmatively, understood, and thereafter remained silent, not daring to pose further inquiries. Chung Tianyu observed him with satisfaction, noting the aide's nervousness as he exited, almost clumsily. Amused, he shook his head and, in a rare moment of leniency, added, There's no need to be overly anxious. This is merely a standard investigation process for individuals emerging from Lanhai Town with uncertain parentage. The aide subsequently relaxed a bit, though he remained oblivious to the rationale behind investigating orphans from Lanhai Town, nor did he wish to delve deeper. Regarding Chi Hao, all information collection and disclosure processes must adhere to confidentiality protocol number 1. The aide gasped in astonishment. Goodness! Confidentiality Protocol No. 1 is the highest standard of secrecy within the Aerospace Authority. This is the first instance it has been invoked since the establishment of the agency. Who precisely? Is this Chi Hao? Chapter 50. Knowing people and faces in the midst of all this, Chi Hao, blissfully oblivious, felt as joyous as a little bird. Xiao Jianhong had made a clear promise to him, assuring that he would be brought into the project team. Even Liang Hezhong, who was notoriously reticent, had for the first time expressed his support for Chi Hao's immersion in the aerospace industry. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he unraveled these mysteries and reunited with the surviving companions from his home planet. Would they remember him, the youngest member of the Fireseed team? That evening, Chi Hao drifted off to sleep with sweet dreams in his heart. Early Tuesday morning, upon arriving in the classroom, Chi Hao was summoned by his homeroom teacher. Chi Hao, Professor Xiao from the Aerospace Engineering Department urgently wishes to speak with you. So soon, Chi Hao appeared bewildered. Receiving the call. Oh, all right. A pre-employment physical examination? Where's the address? Do I need to go now? All right, I'll set off immediately. What? A dedicated vehicle for transport? Thank you very much. After hanging up, he politely informed his homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, Professor Xiao has an assignment for me to learn from, but I need to undergo a physical examination this morning. Ms. Wang nodded in agreement without hesitation. Before Professor Xiao called you, he had already arranged for your leave. You need not worry about the classes you'll miss. If necessary, the teachers can find time to offer you one-on-one tutoring later. Having spent considerable time with the gifted class, she had grown accustomed to her students occasionally soaring to remarkable heights. Whether participating in prestigious international competitions or joining various research teams, they were constantly on the move. These were not ordinary children. They were the pillars of the nation's future. Exceptional talents deserved exceptional treatment. Chi Hao smiled shyly, intending to attend class until his ride arrived. However, just as he finished speaking with Ms. Wang, a dark figure emerged from the corner of the hallway, slowly approaching. This figure seemed to have been present in the corridor since he arrived at school. For some reason, passers-by had hardly noticed him until he stepped forward. The newcomer was a young man, seemingly in his 30s, with a round face and a friendly smile that instantly fostered a sense of familiarity. Even from several meters away, he extended his hand towards Chi Hao. You must be Chi Hao, right? What a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Zhao. We'll be in the same project team from now on. Let's go. I'll accompany you for the physical examination. Hello, Uncle Zhao. I can manage on my own. I'm already a high school student, Chi Hao replied. Young Zhao thought to himself. A 13-year-old high school student? Quite a rarity indeed. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked outside. Zhao was quite talkative, keeping Chi Hao engaged in conversation. And before they even reached the hospital, he had learned that Chi Hao wore size 38 shoes. Having lived on Blue Star for 8 years, this was the most compatible person Chi Hao had encountered. It seemed that whatever topic he broached, Uncle Zhao could effortlessly connect and resonate with, creating a natural camaraderie. With the joy he had felt over the past few days, he found himself skipping alongside Xiao Zhao after exiting the vehicle, revealing a youthful exuberance rarely seen in him. Uncle Zhao was remarkably considerate, staying by his side during every examination rather than waiting outside in the chairs. This attentiveness made Chi Hao, who seldom troubled others, feel rather guilty. His previous close companions, like Su Man Yu and Li Bing, were all of similar age, while the person he shared the deepest bond with, the dean, had already entered old age. Although Li Haoqiang and Pan Yu cared for him, their concerns stemmed from a teacher's perspective. This was indeed the first time in Chi Hao's life that he encountered an adult who resonated so profoundly with him, offering genuine care and consideration in every aspect. He felt a sense of regret for not having met Xiao Zhao sooner. Ever since shaking hands with Uncle Zhao, a smile had graced his face throughout the morning, only fading when he went for a blood test. In the blood collection room, 2 nurses were present. The younger one, upon seeing him, greeted him rather indifferently, instructing him to hand over the form and roll up his sleeve. Just as he was about to do it himself, Uncle Zhao stepped forward to assist him. The young nurse inadvertently glanced up and called out, "Director Zhao," instinctively. Uncle Zhao remained silent, and the nurse wore an expression of embarrassment for having mistaken him. Yet, Chi Hao distinctly felt Uncle Zhao's hand pause momentarily as he rolled up his sleeve. In that fleeting moment, his mind was struck by a sudden realization. As if a lightning bolt had illuminated something he had overlooked, revealing a sinister truth lurking beneath. He felt his body stiffen, cold sweat trickling down his back. At that moment, he was merely grateful that Uncle Zhao's hand had already departed from his arm. The young nurse patted his arm a few times, locating a vein before picking up the needle and offering him a faint smile, saying, "It'll hurt a bit, young man." Like a typical teenager, he instinctively turned away, slightly fearful of the needle, and shut his eyes. Director Zhao. Earlier, when Uncle Zhao introduced himself, he had mentioned being an ordinary member of the project team, just like Chi Hao. Yet, it was uncommon for a research institute to send a director specifically to accompany a newcomer with no background for a physical examination. Chi Hao was certain that even Professor Xiao would not receive such treatment. As the nurse filled a vial with blood and switched to another collection tube, Chi Hao kept his eyes shut and his head bowed, too afraid to look at the needle. Xiao Zhao chuckled softly at his tightly closed eyes, observing the blood flowing from his arm into the vacuum tube. It seemed this child had a slight aversion to blood. After completing the blood draw, the nurse placed a medical adhesive bandage over the puncture, advising Chi Hao press down for a while, firmly. Gratefully, he thanked her and then sat down on a nearby bench in the waiting area, looking rather pitiful as he pressed on the wound. Xiao Zhao glanced toward the restroom and then back at Chi Hao, who was obediently sitting and applying pressure to his injury. He emerged early, keeping a vigilant eye on Chi Hao throughout the journey. Now, he was attentively watching as the blood was drawn, noticing that the next examination would require a brief wait. "Xiao Hao, I shall step into the restroom for a moment. I'll be back shortly." Chi Hao smiled and replied, "Uncle, go ahead. I will wait for you here." With a sense of reassurance, Xiao Zhao departed, and Chi Hao closed his eyes once more. The hospital was relatively quiet today, with only him in the blood draw room. After the young nurse finished drawing his blood, she retreated into the inner room. The expansive laboratory was devoid of any presence. As the young nurse entered the inner room with Chi Hao's blood, she cautiously closed the door before saying to the senior nurse, "Nurse Chief, the special individual has arrived. Personally accompanied by Director Zhao. He appears to be just an ordinary child. I wonder what brings him here." The nurse chief gestured for silence, indicating with her lips to keep quiet. No discussions. Let us focus on our work." The young nurse, dismissive of the concern, replied, "Nurse Chief, rest assured. The walls and doors here are crafted from special materials. Once secured, even an explosion within would not be heard outside." The nurse chief considered this and realized she had been overly cautious, thus engaging in conversation. It is indeed peculiar. Previously, only astronauts returning from space missions would come here for such specialized health examinations, scrutinizing every detail from hair to toe. This child is truly the first ordinary person to undergo such an assessment. Their conversation wafted faintly into Chi Hao's ears. So that was it. No wonder he felt such tranquility upon entering this hospital. Now fully concentrated, he strived to eavesdrop on their dialogue. "Xiao Hao, does it still hurt? Is the wound still bleeding?" The concerned voice of Uncle Zhao suddenly resonated beside him. At the moment the voice reached his ears, Chi Hao, engrossed in his eavesdropping, couldn't suppress a violent shudder. At this instance, he was immensely grateful for the rigorous training his home planet had once imposed upon them. He endeavored to quell his inner trepidation and slowly opened his eyes. Uncle Zhao was leaning slightly towards him, peering at his arm, evidently intent on examining his wound. Despite still wearing a warm and amiable smile, Uncle Zhao exuded genuine care and concern. Yet, Chi Hao had to summon every ounce of his strength to manage a smile reminiscent of their initial encounter that morning. In front of Xiao Zhao, he cautiously peeled back the adhesive bandage, revealing the wound. It's no longer bleeding. Xiao Zhao leaned in for closer inspection. It seems to have stopped bleeding. Shall we proceed to the next examination? Certainly. Chapter 51. Do you want leftovers? Xiao Zhao accompanied Chi Hao for the entirety of the morning. Once all the examinations were completed, he kindly escorted Chi Hao back to school. Through their prolonged interaction, the two found themselves increasingly in sync. Before stepping out of the vehicle, Chi Hao reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao Zhao, who responded with a beaming smile, assuring him, "Don't worry, we shall have opportunities to meet again." After the car door closed, the vehicle did not immediately set off. Xiao Zhao's smile faded as he gazed through the window. watching Chi Hao skip away. "Director, shall we return to the office now?" the driver inquired. "Not to the office, but to the hospital," came the reply. The car smoothly embarked, swiftly departing from the school. Once the sound of the engine had completely faded from his ears, Chi Hao halted his exuberant steps. Leaning weakly against the wall, passing students, some of whom were in the same grade, recognized him and cheerfully greeted him. "Chi Hao, have you had lunch yet?" Chi Hao lifted his gaze, the midday sun blinding him momentarily, rendering everything around him bright and indistinct. The smiles and voices of his classmates felt somewhat ethereal and distorted. He closed his eyes, forced a faint smile, and shook his head. "Let us go together. The cafeteria is running low on food." Chi Hao dazedly shook his head again, managing to utter a faint response. "Not hungry yet." "All right then," his classmates laughed as they walked away. Chi Hao lingered for a moment before straightening himself and slowly making his way back to the dormitory. The steps he once climbed effortlessly now felt particularly laborious. He greeted everyone he encountered in the hallway with an expression of normalcy. Upon reaching the dormitory door, he mechanically retrieved his keys, aligning them with the lock, inserting them, and turning. The door swung open. He stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue and slid down to the floor. At lunchtime, the cafeteria had served particularly delightful dishes, many of which were favorites of Shuyang. He had taken a portion of braised ribs and an additional serving of sweet and sour fish. The chefs at Huazhong University's cafeteria had a special fondness for these young prodigies. The 2 servings amounted to enough food for 3 people, leaving Shuyang quite stuffed. In the past, Shuyang would have scorned the idea of eating leftovers. However, today's meal was simply too delectable. What if dinner consisted solely of vegetables? After much internal deliberation, Shuyang purchased a takeout container and packed the untouched sweet and sour fish. Humming a popular tune, his belly pleasantly full, he returned to the dormitory, content with his takeout. The room was dim, with the curtains drawn. Shuyang found it odd. He distinctly remembered Chi Hao having opened the curtains that morning before class. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as he felt drowsy from his meal and decided to take a nap. He placed the takeout container on his desk and leisurely climbed to the upper bunk, stretching contentedly as he glanced over at Chi Hao's bed. Suddenly, he was startled into a shudder. "Alas, Chi Hao, are you unwell? Your silence has thoroughly alarmed me." A small mound has formed upon Chi Hao's bed, remaining utterly still despite Shuyang's loud calls. "Are you intentionally concealing yourself beneath the covers to frighten me?" The mound remains unresponsive, provoking my ire. Just as I prepare to unleash another tirade, I recall my father's disappointed expression after learning about my performance at school upon my return home a few days ago. I have always held my father in high regard. The audacious young master, unafraid of reprimands from my mother or my brother, fears only the disappointment in my father's gaze. Memories of my father's recounting of Chi Hao's tragic past, abandoned at a welfare institution in the dead of winter, silence me. How curious it is that Chi Hao, usually so brash, appears so dejected today. Could he be unwell? "Hey, what troubles you? Are you feeling ill? Have you eaten? Do you lack funds for a meal?" Glancing at my packed lunch, I indulge in an internal struggle before reluctantly asking, "Would you care for my leftovers?" Hello. Chi Hao, curled beneath the covers, trembles uncontrollably. Prior to Shuyang's entrance, he had been on the verge of tears, aware that crying would only lead to swollen eyes. Yet he could not suppress it. Upon Shuyang's arrival, the young master swiftly ascends to the opposite bed, chattering incessantly, much to Chi Hao's annoyance, compelling him to stifle his tears. Seeing Chi Hao's stillness, Shuyang becomes anxious. After a moment's hesitation, he descends from his bed to approach Chi Hao's, reaching out to lift the covers. "Hey, do you have a fever? Are you delirious?" Just as his hand is about to make contact, Chi Hao, unable to contain himself any longer, abruptly throws off the covers, glaring fiercely at Shuyang. Get lost. On the afternoon of the second day of school, young Master Shi stands in the dormitory, weeping miserably at his roommate's bedside. Chi Hao is taken aback as the tears he had suppressed cascade from Shuyang's eyes. Upon witnessing Shuyang's tears, he instantly regains composure. This morning, he had expended considerable mental and emotional energy, Everything that transpired upon returning to school felt surreal. Shi Yang's crying brings him back to reality. Wake up, Chi Hao. You have no refuge from this. He descends from his bed, facing Shi Yang, pursing his lips awkwardly as he attempts to console him. I'm sorry, please cease your tears. Yet, Shi Yang only cries louder, leaving Chi Hao at a loss for words. What should he say in this situation? His companions, Yu Yu and Li Bing, do not react this way normally. He quickly recollects Shi Yang's earlier outpourings and tentatively suggests, if you don't stop crying, I could eat your leftovers? Oh, is it true that you are so impoverished that you cannot afford a meal? Could it be that you were faint from hunger earlier? Good heavens, my father did not deceive me. Chi Hao truly suffers greatly. In comparison to Chi Hao, do not indulge too much in happiness. Shi Yang gradually stifled his sobs, feeling somewhat awkward. What happened to you just now? I thought you were dead. Chi Hao replied. Well, I had blood drawn this morning. I might be experiencing a bit of low blood sugar. That must be it. Shi Yang feigned understanding. He picked up the leftover meal from his desk. Surprised, aren't you? I have sweet and sour fish here, which is remarkably effective for low blood sugar. Rest assured, this meal has not been touched since I brought it. I guarantee there's no trace of my saliva on it. He glanced at the lunchbox with a tinge of reluctance before handing it over to Chi Hao, saying here, take it. It's not out of pity for you. I'm rather reluctant myself. Chi Hao looked at Shi Yang, then at the box he offered, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately accepted it. Thank you. During their days together, they had either been in a silent standoff, a one-sided Cold War from Shi Yang's perspective, as Chi Hao completely ignored him, or engaged in arguments, with Chi Hao telling Shi Yang to get lost. This was the first time they had a calm conversation, and both felt a bit awkward. After Chi Hao began eating, Shi Yang climbed onto the bed, preparing for a nap. Chi Hao, wake me up before class in the afternoon. Let us go together. All right. After finishing his meal, Chi Hao also climbed onto the upper bunk and closed his eyes. The events of the morning at the health check center flashed through his mind rapidly. He believed he had behaved naturally, without revealing any flaws. Yet, why was he being investigated? Prior to this, he had only interacted with the unfamiliar Xiao Jianhong. The issue must lie with him. Although his contact with Xiao Jianhong had not been lengthy, Chi Hao sensed that he was a genuine scientist. Assuming Xiao Jianhong himself posed no problem, then it must be his superiors who had grown suspicious of him. Since arriving on Blue Star, he had never dared to relax for even a moment. He was confident that he had never used any language from his home planet or referenced even a single formula from it. Thus, it should not be that he inadvertently revealed any traces. So where exactly did the problem originate? Could it be that his compatriots from his home planet had caused trouble? Were they under nationwide pursuit? Chi Hao's thoughts began to wander, leading him into a muddled slumber. It was only when a loud knocking at the door jolted him awake that he came to his senses. Chi Hao, Shi Yang, are you both all right? Why didn't you go to class this afternoon? Chapter 52. No one's catching me? The camaraderie among boys can sometimes arise in the most inexplicable of ways. After a shared experience of skipping class, Shi Yang swiftly considered himself a friend of Chi Hao. During dinner, the two walked side by side to the cafeteria. Throughout the journey, Shi Yang's chatter was incessant. Chi Hao, do you know that when you were named Best Debater, I particularly loathed you? We had an agreement that if I maintained my title, I would be admitted to the genius class at Qingyan. Attending the same high school as my brother has been my lifelong dream, and you thwarted that. After the competition, I reviewed all your matches and realized how exceptionally skilled you are. No wonder you were the former Best Debater. You single-handedly carried the show. Chi Hao responded with nonchalant murmurs of acknowledgement. Chi Hao, I saw the news about your math award. You know, when that news broke, the entire world went wild. Everyone around me was discussing you, and our school broadcast played that video of your award ceremony every day. Even at my family's dinner table, my father constantly praised you. Do you know how I felt at that moment? Chi Hao continued with his indifferent I felt one thing. This kid Chi Hao must not be human. Huh? More like a beast. Ha ha ha. Chi Hao, you are simply incredible. Chi Hao replied, what a false alarm. Fortunately, after they received their meals, Shi Yang was preoccupied with eating and ceased his incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Deputy Zhao returned to the aerospace department, holding all the examination results. Cheng Tianyu awaited him in the office. On his desk lay two additional health reports. One from a day Chi Hao was found at the age of 5, and another from a few days prior when he joined the genius class. After presenting the freshly minted results, Deputy Zhao watched as Cheng Tianyu placed them next to the other two reports. How'd it go? Deputy Zhao pondered before responding. He was fully cooperative throughout. Oh, did he have any questions? Yes. After the full-body MRI, he inquired about the nature of the examination and why it took so long, mentioning he had never undergone anything similar before. That's normal. If he hadn't asked, it would have been suspicious. Cheng Tianyu paused for a moment before asking, "Are you certain all the tests were performed by him personally?" "Rest assured, Director. I personally oversaw the blood draw." "What was the coagulation speed?" "It stopped bleeding in about 3 minutes. For an average person, it typically takes 1 to 5 minutes, which is quite normal." "Very well. Thank you for your hard work." Once Deputy Zhao departed, Cheng Tianyu opened the examination report and scrutinized it meticulously. From the findings, Chi Hao appeared to be an ordinary human boy. If one were to identify any anomaly, it would merely be a congenital cyst in his brain, along with slightly delayed overall development. His bone age was significantly younger than that of his peers. Although Chi Hao was 13, his bone age was only around 10. This is a common phenomenon. Many individuals experience it. Cheng Tianyu closed the report and leaned back in his chair. It seems this time he had come up empty-handed. Chi Hao is not the one. I have indeed become somewhat entranced. 8 years have elapsed since the discovery of the remnants of a self-destructed spacecraft in Blue Ocean Town. The site of this discovery was initially designated as a military restricted area. However, despite exhaustive investigations, no harmful substances were detected, and monitoring continued for another 3 years. After this period, the deep pit created by the excavation was transformed into an artificial lake, publicly presented as a green redevelopment project by the local government, effectively concealing the past. Yet, in truth, following the discovery of the spacecraft debris, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. All vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters from the crash site exhibited rampant growth within mere months. A small cluster of ornamental roses, typically standing at a height of 30 centimeters to 1 meter, burgeoned into towering floral trees reaching over 10 meters. Nearby, several peach trees bore fruit as large as watermelons. They had cautiously attempted to transplant these mutated plants, but once the soil was altered, the transplanted specimens rapidly reverted to their normal growth rates. Thus, the issue did not lie with the plants themselves, but rather with the soil beneath the spacecraft. They painstakingly excavated the soil, transporting it to a secret research facility in the capital. The analysis revealed an abundance of unknown active substances within the soil, with concentrations increasing nearer to the surface. After purifying all soil containing these active substances, they procured a small vial of liquid. Initially, they diluted the liquid and conducted experiments on animals. When 1 drop of the active substance was diluted 1,000-fold and injected into a laboratory mouse, the creature thrived for a year without food, its fur gleaming and health flourishing. After confirming its non-toxicity, they proceeded to experiment on death row inmates. By diluting 1 drop of the active substance 100-fold and administering it intravenously, the inmates experienced a significant reduction in hunger within a month. Following a series of various tests, this remarkable active substance was validated as safe and devoid of side effects. Upon reviewing the confidentiality agreement, Cheng Tianyu was profoundly impressed by the findings regarding this substance. If compelled to assign it a name based on the final description, Cheng Tianyu would willingly dub it the elixir of immortality. After numerous internal meetings, a consensus emerged. Although the spacecraft had undergone an internal explosion, leaving behind only fragments of its exterior, the presence of such formidable and miraculous active substances indicated that the life forms aboard the vessel, regardless of their form, had undoubtedly survived and successfully escaped. The explosion was likely a means of self-preservation for these beings. No biological characteristics of these entities remained at the site. In essence, 8 years ago, a group of extraterrestrial beings arrived on Blue Star aboard a spacecraft far more advanced than our own, eluding detection by satellites and landing discreetly in a remote area of Huagua, obliterating all traces of their presence before vanishing from the public eye forever. Such high intelligence. Such advanced technology. Were they? Where do they come from? And what is their purpose for coming here? Do they harbor hostility toward humanity? Countless questions plague humankind, leading to the establishment of intricate webs to ensnare such beings. Overnight, the streets of Nanyao City became adorned with new surveillance cameras. Regrettably, after a month of relentless searching, no peculiar creatures were discovered. Simultaneously, a comprehensive census was conducted to prevent these beings from masquerading as humans. At that time, all individuals without household registration or any verifiable background underwent a day of scrutiny at the police station, complete with complimentary physical examinations. Alas, it proved futile. To this day, extraterrestrial entities roam freely. These elusive beings, akin to terrifying monsters, lie in wait in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Yet humanity is not entirely in the dark. A confidentiality agreement states, it is speculated that such entities possess a physique similar to that of humans, standing approximately 2 meters tall. Thus, this examination took place. Chi Hao met the criteria for triggering the highest level of monitoring. He emerged from Lanhai Town, coinciding with the appearance of the spacecraft, boasting an exceptionally high IQ and an enigmatic lineage. Though significantly shorter, he remained highly suspect. Nevertheless, his blood, DNA, skeletal structure, cerebral composition, and myriad biological traits compellingly attested to his humanity. It seems yet again they have misidentified their target. Chung Tianyu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Those not of our kind must have different intentions. Cursed aliens! I shall capture you in due time. That night, Chi Hao tossed and turned, unable to find peace. With every footstep echoing on the stairs and every subtle sound in the corridor, his heart raced with fear that humanity had come to apprehend him. Although he bore a striking resemblance to humans, he was, after all, not one of them. Previous examinations had been mere formalities. This time, the rigorous scrutiny made the discovery of his extraterrestrial identity an inevitable conclusion. If humanity truly sought to capture him, he believed escape was beyond his capacity. How then could he negotiate with humanity? Lost in thought, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping Shi Yang. This individual could serve as a bargaining chip. However, should he take a hostage, he would irrevocably position himself against humanity. Contemplating the array of human weaponry, Chi Hao swiftly dismissed the notion of confrontation. What folly! And what of his human friends? Would they remain allies in such a scenario? He lay quietly, savoring what might be his final moments of freedom. Time slipped away, and dawn gradually broke. The corridor began to stir as students awoke, the cacophony of their morning routines filling the air. Suddenly, a piercing alarm clock rang out in their dormitory. Shi Yang groggily extended a hand from beneath the covers to silence the alarm. Chi Hao, wake me in 5 minutes. Let's go have breakfast together. All right. Until he arrived at the classroom, until the class commenced, and until the regular lessons concluded on Wednesday. Even when his elective computer course began, no one came to apprehend him. That day was remarkably tranquil. It struck him as peculiar. Why had no one come to seize him? This defied logic. Chapter 53. Do not interfere aimlessly. The computer class had concluded, and students gradually departed the classroom. Chi Hao was preoccupied with packing his bag when his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wong, stood at the doorway, smiling and beckoning him. Chi Hao, someone is looking for you. Chi Hao lifted his gaze, and Mr. Wong stepped aside, revealing Xiao Zhao, who stood behind him. Finally arrived, Chi Hao thought, feeling a strange calm wash over him. After all, he had already lived for 8 years on this earth, basking in the sunlight. He cast a somewhat melancholic glance around the classroom, bidding farewell to his normal life. Farewell, classmates. Farewell, Mr. Liu, the computer teacher. Chi Hao, it's only been a day, and you don't recognize me? Uncle Zhao entered the classroom with a warm smile, surveying the surroundings as he walked. Upon seeing the intricate lines of computer code displayed on the white screen, he remarked, your learning environment is quite impressive. Mr. Liu, the computer teacher, mistook Xiao Zhao for Chi Hao's guardian and chuckled as he explained, in the first lesson, I created a small game using computer programming to pique the students' interest in the subject. After all, interest is the best teacher. Chi Hao held a fondness for this teacher and wished to avoid being taken away in front of him. He abruptly stood up and stepped out from beside Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao raised an eyebrow, smiling as he nodded at Mr. Liu before casually following Qi Hao outside. Qi Hao, what's the matter? You seem rather unhappy today. Here, take a look at this. Are you happy now? He produced a pass from his pocket and handed it to Qi Hao. Qi Hao was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. He incredulously lifted the pass in his hand. It was a simple card, roughly the size of his student ID, with his photo and name on the front, and a small chip on the back. It did not appear to be counterfeit. Yet, this was implausible. Could it be that in the vast cosmos, on the distant planets of Zeta and Blue Star, identical species had emerged? He found this notion hard to believe. To apply the language of his own academic discipline, the probability of such an occurrence within the realm of statistics is 0. When Xiao Zhao had entered earlier, Qi Hao had been too engulfed in despair to observe closely. But now, reflecting on it, both his homeroom teacher and director, Zhao, had looked upon him with warmth, their faces adorned with smiles. In the corridor, there were no suspicious individuals. He was not surrounded. He would not be taken away. This implied that he had indeed passed the physical examination. The only reason he could have passed the examination was that his DNA sequence was highly similar to that of humans, with a likelihood of exceeding 99. Given that the probability of different species sharing identical DNA is 0, the only conclusion he could reach was that he was indeed human or exceedingly close to it. How could this be possible? For the first time, Qi Hao felt as though his intellect was insufficient. Seeing him holding the pass with a dazed expression, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Xiaohao, have you become foolish with joy? You are far too early in your elation. Qi Hao's heart sank once more. Initially, he had planned to assign you to the project team this weekend, but Professor Xiao and Professor Wang had a disagreement. Professor Wang insisted that the orbit of W star would not intersect with Blue Star. Unable to withstand the pressure, Professor Xiao instructed me to bring you over immediately. As Xiao Zhao spoke, he approached Qi Hao, draping an arm around his shoulder and leading him outside. Come with me, Qi Xiaohao. By the way, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your colleague in the project team. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Everyone calls me Director Zhao, but you, he winked at Qi Hao, may call me Uncle Zhao if you prefer. At that moment, Qi Hao felt a slight stiffness in his body as Zhao's arm rested on his shoulder. He discreetly relaxed and replied decisively, All right, Uncle Zhao, I will rely on you from now on. To Qi Hao's surprise, the research institute was not far from Huan University. They departed from school at 5 o'clock and arrived at the gates of the institute by 5:30. The research institute was vast, yet appeared rather unremarkable from the outside. The imposing double iron gates, though grand, were stark and lacked any signage. That evening, Xiao Zhao personally drove, and although the guard at the entrance recognized his license plate, he diligently inspected the vehicle. Xiao Zhao took the opportunity to register Qi Hao at the guard post. Being a high-tech research facility, the registration process was quite advanced, involving facial recognition and fingerprint scanning. Typically, the visitors here were middle-aged men and elderly individuals. This was the first time a young boy had wandered in, prompting the guard to cast curious glances at Qi Hao. Observing this, Xiao Zhao gently nudged Qi Hao forward and cheerfully introduced, Do not underestimate this young lad. He is the newly appointed researcher. A genius. The guard straightened in respect and saluted Qi Hao. Xiao Zhao beamed with pride, seemingly more delighted than if he had praised himself. Qi Hao silently regarded him. It was no wonder he had taken a liking to Uncle Zhao. His meticulous attention to detail rendered every interaction smooth and pleasant. It was hard to imagine what the scene would have been like had yesterday's physical examination revealed any issues. He preferred not to dwell on that thought. After completing the registration and thanking the guard, he re-entered Director Zhao's car, and the massive iron gates gradually swung open before him. The vehicle proceeded slowly into the research institute. The car continued until it reached the center of the institute, stopping in front of a grand circular building. At last, a plaque adorned the upper part of the building, inscribed with 6 powerful characters, Tianxiong Research Center. Qi Hao emerged from the car, standing beneath the enormous plaque, gazing up in admiration and nodding thoughtfully. Xiao Zhao parked the car and joined Qi Hao, noticing him studying the plaque. He too looked up and proudly remarked, What do you think? These are the words penned by our venerable General Huang Yunzi himself. His calligraphy is remarkable. The strokes are vigorous, and the spirit is magnificent. After his praise, he turned his attention to Chi Hao. Chi Hao touched his nose and remarked, "I must say, the structure of this building is quite impressive, and the name is aptly chosen." Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback before swiftly donning a smile. "Chi Hao, I never imagined you had an understanding of architecture. Quite remarkable indeed." Alarm bells rang in Chi Hao's mind. "No, I don't know anything about architecture. I was just speaking nonsense. I merely find this building truly beautiful, resembling an eggshell." Xiao Zhao was left speechless. Even the astute director, Zhao, could not find a way to respond to this statement. After presenting their passes to the security guard, the two entered through the main gate. The lobby was exceedingly grand and spacious, entirely white. Upon reaching the second iron gate, they scanned their faces and fingerprints on the machine. With a beep, the heavy silver metal door slowly opened automatically. Upon entering, they found themselves in a long corridor, with doors on either side leading to various rooms. Some rooms were open plan, while others were secure behind identical silver iron doors. Chi Hao felt a sense of wonder, glancing around. It feels so technologically advanced, as if we've stepped into outer space. Before Xiao Zhao could respond, a thunderous voice erupted from the nearest open room. "Wang Kun, you must cease your delusions. An equation lacking parameters is incomplete." It was Professor Zhao's voice. Another sharp voice interjected. "Even if the equations derived by our team are not perfect, they are far more convincing than your obscure equation." Following this, several voices chimed in. Indeed, the entirety of Huagua's mathematical elite is gathered here, and Professor Wang is renowned alongside Professor Liang Hezhong, having dedicated decades to this field. "Professor Xiao, who exactly is this Chi Hao who purportedly derived this equation? Is he not the child rumored to have achieved first place in the Hope Star competition through dubious means? How old is he? 13? Haha." Xiao Jianhong retorted, "What being 13? Knowledge has its own order of acquisition." The sharp voice interrupted him. "Director Xiao, you are from the aerospace field. We specialize in mathematics. You have your expertise, and we have ours. Let's not interfere with one another." Chapter 54. I am Chi Hao Xiao Jianhong, and Wang Kun both serve as deputy leaders of the assault team. The adage two tigers cannot share one mountain holds true in the academic realm as well, particularly among these titans of various industries, who are already the zenith of their respective fields. The situation becomes precarious. After toiling for 3 arduous months to yield results alongside their prized disciples, the moment Xiao Jianhong merely brushes his lips together and mentions doubts about the findings to the higher-ups, all that effort evaporates. Not only is the labor of 3 months rendered futile, but the anticipated rewards also vanish into thin air. What gives? It's not just Wang Kun who feels aggrieved. The PhD students he brought along were equally discontented expressions. Fortunately, although Wang Kun can be somewhat obstinate, he is not entirely unreasonable. After all, having worked together for such a duration, Xiao Jianhong is well known for his unwavering dedication to the project, not one to deliberately set traps for others. Thus, he extended an opportunity for Xiao Jianhong to clarify his position. Regrettably, Xiao Jianhong failed to seize this chance, exacerbating the conflict. In truth, one cannot entirely fault Xiao Jianhong. Although the equation ultimately derived by Chi Hao is elegantly concise, the journey to that conclusion entailed intricate tensor analysis and differential geometry, rendering the derivation process exceedingly convoluted. Chi Hao spent countless hours in Liang Hezhong's tea room, meticulously filling dozens of sheets of A4 paper. The small notes in Liang Hezhong's book merely encapsulated the commencement of the equation's derivation. Wang Kun did not err when he remarked that Xiao Jianhong is indeed not an expert in mathematics. The mere fact that he could comprehend the derivation process through the explanations of Chi Hao and Liang Hezhong was already quite commendable. The most critical issue, however, was that the extensive derivation he submitted to Director Zhao while applying for a researcher position was not readily available for him to present as evidence when Wang Kun demanded proof. Wang Kun, witnessing Xiao Jianhong's inability to substantiate his claims and lacking any supporting documentation, became incensed. The two venerable professors found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute within the conference room. Their students, too, set aside their tasks to join the fray, and the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos. At that moment, someone entered the conference room from outside, striding directly to the center of the fray, and called out in a resonant voice, "Esteemed seniors and respected teachers, let us all take a breath. Over the past 3 months, we have all invested immense effort into advancing this project, and each individual has exhibited extraordinary dedication and remarkable talent. On behalf of the Aerospace Department, I extend my gratitude to you all." With that, he bowed deeply to the assembly. "Ah, it is Director Zhao." Upon witnessing his bow, the two heated parties, who had been nearly at each other's throats, momentarily ceased their quarrel, though they continued to glare defiantly at one another. Zhao's interjection quelled the discord for the time being, yet he understood that this resolution was merely superficial. The true arbiter of peace would not be himself, but Qi Hao. Rising to his full height, he surveyed the assembly, registering the expressions on each face, and then offered a subtle smile. "As many of you are eager to understand the proof of this equation, let us now invite the esteemed mathematician, researcher Qi Hao, the first to derive this equation, to present it to you." Upon finishing his statement, he cast a cheerful glance towards the entrance. The crowd followed his gaze, collectively turning towards the door, where they beheld a slender, exceptionally handsome youth, his expression impassive, entering while adorned in the uniform of Huada, affiliated high school. The young man strode confidently to the side of Xiao Zhao. After coming to a halt, he slightly lifted his chin, casting a glance at the venerable experts and professors, who were old enough to be his parents or even grandparents, and revealed a faint smile. "Greetings, everyone. I am Mikiao. I shall now demonstrate the derivation of this equation." For this assembly of seasoned professors, earning their acknowledgement and respect was not through noise, but rather through impeccable professional prowess. Xiao Zhao promptly handed Qi Hao a whiteboard marker, guiding him toward the adjacent whiteboard. Qi Hao stood before the whiteboard, without uttering a single superfluous word, and began to write directly. Initially, murmurs of skepticism filled the air. "Who is this child? Wow, he sure acts the part. Is there no security? What kind of place is this where anyone can just walk in?" Gradually, the clamor subsided. "She'll quiet down. Did he skip some steps? Goodness, is this how the proof should proceed? How did I not think of that? No way, this child must have memorized it beforehand. How old is he, anyway?" As the room fell increasingly silent, Qi Hao abruptly halted his pen, prompting immediate protest from the audience. "Don't stop. Keep writing. Wait, why did you pause here? Can the Poincar lemma be applied in this context?" Qi Hao cast an innocent look at Xiao Zhao, saying, "Uncle Zhao, the whiteboard is full. Is there another one?" It was then that the audience realized the 5 whiteboards arranged in a row had been entirely filled with his writing. Xiao Zhao exclaimed, "Was proving an equation meant to be this complicated? I feel remiss." All eyes turned toward him, urging him to act. A bead of sweat formed on Xiao Zhao's brow. He quickly tilted his head slightly, whispering a few words to his left collar. Soon, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from the hallway, and 5 uniformed guards entered the conference room, bringing with them 5 additional whiteboards. Xiao Zhao nodded toward Qi Hao, who was now at the center of attention. "Qi Hao, continue writing. We have plenty of whiteboards." Qi Hao subtly shook his head, mouthing, "Still not enough." Xiao Zhao replied, "I stand corrected." As the 10 new blank whiteboards were lined up, the spacious conference room was now filled to capacity. Qi Hao positioned himself at the far left of the first whiteboard, raising his pen once more. Chapter 55, How to Conclude. Behind him stood the researchers engrossed in their studies. Qi Hao wrote the derivation process with remarkable speed and fluidity. Such a complex proof, even with a clear concept and an understanding of the subsequent steps, would typically cause most individuals to pause occasionally to reflect, and sometimes to revisit earlier steps to ensure no detail was overlooked. However, Qi Hao did not pause. In a short span, the observer saw him move from the first whiteboard on the left to the second, and then swiftly to the third. As he advanced through the proof, more than half of the gathered researchers found themselves unable to keep pace. At that moment, those who remained closely behind Qi Hao progressing from one whiteboard to the next, were specifically responsible for this part of the derivation. Wang Kun stood at the forefront of this group. His eyes were fixed intently on the tip of Qi Hao's pen, silently urging, soon, very soon. All 7 parameters will soon be involved. The equation will be derived, just as I have done, though the process is more succinct. The result will be the same. Yet, he had only just completed the 5th whiteboard. The team members behind Wang Kun shared his anxiety, tinged with a subtle anticipation and excitement. For 3 months, they had struggled to incorporate this 8th parameter into the equation. Would this young prodigy create a miracle? Finally, Qi Hao arrived at the 6th whiteboard. The vast conference room fell silent, the only sound being the collective breaths of the audience, thick with tension. Even Xiao Jianhong, who had previously witnessed a complete proof, felt the atmosphere's weight, unconsciously clenching his right hand into a fist. Qi Hao raised his arm and inscribed the first formula on the 6th whiteboard. A somewhat graying researcher fixated on the tip of Qi Hao's pen, his lips silently moving as he mouthed each letter and number. Suddenly, someone leaned in close, whispering softly, "What is so difficult about proving this equation? It's just an added variable." The researcher instinctively retorted, "Nonsense, it's not that simple. Even Professor Wang couldn't do it." The whisperer continued, "Professor Wang couldn't because of the time constraint." This individual was immensely irritating, buzzing like a mosquito, truly vexing. The researcher's thoughts were disrupted once more, and in frustration, he elbowed the talker aside without even glancing at him, muttering softly, "That S not it. Given another year, we wouldn't have figured out that we needed to combine these 3 theorems to include this parameter." Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Xiao Zhao mimicked this exchange, engaging another mesmerized researcher at the periphery of the crowd with a few words. Afterward, he cast a lingering glance at Qi Hao, who was still fervently writing at the whiteboard, and quietly exited the conference room. He remained utterly oblivious, even though he conversed with others in whispers, almost inaudibly. At the moment he made contact with the first person, the tip of Qi Hao's pen hesitated imperceptibly. Therefore, I must inquire, is there truly any issue with my medical report? It's driving me mad. Despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, his hand continued to write with fluidity. At last, Qi Hao completed the final formula. He lowered his slightly aching right arm, turned around, and smiled at the crowd. Yet, no one acknowledged him. Those gathered around the whiteboard remained fixated on it. Qi Hao was momentarily taken aback and swiftly scanned his surroundings. Xiao Zhao stood at the back of the crowd, seemingly never having left. Upon catching Qi Hao's gaze, he immediately raised both hands high, thumbs up, and silently mouthed "awesome." Qi Hao instantly beamed like a child rewarded with candy. He cautiously squeezed through the onlookers surrounding the whiteboard and made his way toward Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao promptly approached him, pulling him close and affectionately massaging his sore arm. To be honest, I am astounded. I never grasped mathematics during my school days. This room, full of formulas, nearly took my life. Qi Hao displayed the bashfulness of youth, opening his mouth as if to speak, then closing it again. "Xiao, is there something on your mind?" Uncle Zhang, do you have the derivation process for that equation from before? I would like to see it." "That equation, hasn't it already been proven to be incomplete? Please just show it to me." Qi Hao elongated his words, feigning a pout. Even he found his own tone somewhat distasteful. Xiao Zhao clearly found it difficult to resist. "I have an electronic version. I'll pull it up for you right now." "Please just stop talking." Qi Hao continued in the same tone. "Can you send to my phone?" "No, my phone is confidential. You can view it here." "Also, no more that way of speaking." "Oh, all right then." Qi Hao returned to his normal tone, took Xiao Zhao's phone, and moved to a corner of the conference room, focusing intently on the screen. Xiao Zhao followed him closely, seemingly unfazed. Qi Hao quickly perused the entire derivation process, and when he looked up, he saw Xiao Zhao still accompanying him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle Zhao, I apologize for using your phone for so long. Here, I return it to you." At that moment, Wang Kun had thoroughly examined the entire process. He clenched and unclenched his right hand multiple times, then suddenly raised his leg and walked towards the 6th whiteboard. He intended to review it once more. A few of Wang Kun's postdoctoral students exchanged glances upon witnessing his hand movements. Those who had spent considerable time with Professor Wang knew he had a peculiar trait. When he was deeply engrossed in thought or particularly excited, he would unconsciously exhibit this small gesture. The question remained whether this was due to the former or the latter. Professor Wang's students, upon graduating, have assumed significant positions in various prestigious universities and have emerged as luminaries in the field of mathematics. After thoroughly reviewing the entire derivation process, they found themselves utterly convinced. Although reluctant to admit it, the undeniable truth remains. Xiao Jianhong is indeed correct, while they are in error. However, this situation effectively places their mentor, Professor Wang Kuan, in a precarious position akin to being subjected to public execution. One cannot help but wonder how today's events will ultimately unfold. Chapter 56. Resolving disputes. Wang Kuan stood before the sixth whiteboard for an interminable duration, fixating on the most pivotal step, his heart heavy with regret. It was precisely this step that rendered his proof incomplete. How unfortunate, how vexing. How could he have overlooked it? What was to be done now? He could not help but lament. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would not have allowed his conflict with Xiao Jianhong to escalate to such an impasse. Now, how could he possibly salvage his dignity? His position within the group had always been exalted. In terms of knowledge, reputation, and connections, he was among the elite. How would he now command the respect of his peers? Resentment bubbled within him as he reproached old Xiao for his methods. First, he feigned an inability to provide evidence. Then he inexplicably summoned a mere child to publicly humiliate him. Even the act of humiliation was not executed by his own hand. The arrival of Qi Hao, brought forth by Director Zhao, was something he deliberately chose to overlook. He felt a surge of indignation and considered storming off. Yet he recognized that such a reaction would be impulsive. He had already lingered long enough before this wretched board. Perhaps it was best to concede this time, with the promise of future opportunities to reclaim his stature. Clenching his fists, he turned away. Indeed, all eyes were upon him, particularly the infuriating Xiao Jianhong and the bewildering Qi Hao. What now? Is there an issue with this equation? Xiao Jianhong finally relished this moment, feeling a sense of vindication. Wang Kuan's expression darkened as he slowly nodded, bracing himself for further humiliation. If he were in Xiao's position, he would certainly seize this opportunity without hesitation. Come forth, Qi Hao. Enlighten us on your proof process and how you conceived of it. Qi Hao was pulled into the center of the crowd by Xiao Jianhong. All gazes turned towards the youthful visage of the boy. Qi Hao shyly smiled at everyone before stating in a clear, melodious voice, "The reason I was able to prove this equation is that I stood on the shoulders of giants." The researchers exchanged glances, their expressions marked by puzzlement. Giants? Could he be referring to his mentors? After a brief pause, Qi Hao continued. These two giants are Professor Liang Hezhong and Professor Wang Kuan. At this proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Wang Kuan blinked in surprise, though his expression noticeably softened. Professor Liang has authored a work specifically addressing this topic, which I had struggled to comprehend until I fortuitously encountered Professor Wang's proof process. He casually recounted several of the most groundbreaking steps from Wang Kuan's team. These steps were indeed extraordinarily ingenious, a source of pride for the entire team. Qi Hao's ability to articulate this demonstrated his genuine understanding of the subject matter. Wang Kuan's demeanor subtly shifted. He began to regard Qi Hao with newfound respect. This young lad possessed considerable insight. Not only did Wang Kuan's expression brighten, but his fellow researchers also felt a sense of relief. At that moment, I was engrossed in reading a book by Professor Lingbo, wherein he utilized two theorems in the derivation of indefinite integrals. An unexpected idea struck me. Could I apply these two theorems alongside the one found on page 189 of Professor Liang Hezhong's book in this step? He gestured towards the sixth whiteboard. Remarkably, it was proven. After Qi Hao spoke, he turned to another mathematics professor present, Professor Lingbo. His reputation was only second to that of Liang and Wang. In the work mentioned by Qi Hao, he indeed utilized these two equations. Lingbo, who usually kept a low profile and spoke little, was momentarily taken aback before displaying a look of sudden realization. So it was a combination of coincidence and enlightenment. Much like Archimedes discovering buoyancy, Such occurrences are not uncommon in the annals of scientific history. "Gee, you must have a great fondness for mathematics," remarked Professor Ling Bo. His interest piqued. Regardless of whether Ling truly thought this or had other motives, Chi Hao nodded affirmatively. Day and night, I pondered, yet could not arrive at a solution. It consumed my thoughts and disrupted my peace. This sentiment resonated deeply with all the researchers present. A rare smile flickered across Wang Kuen's face. Then, if we consider this transformed equation, will W star intersect with blue star's orbit in 10 years? Chi Hao inquired cautiously, concern etched across his face. It was not the correct equation, but rather the transformed one. Thus, his equation was not erroneous, but the version prior to transformation. Chi Hao's implication was clear. The final equation was an enhancement based on Wang Kuen's work. Did this mean Wang Kuen deserved half the credit? Wang Kuen abruptly looked up at Chi Hao, for this was the crux of his concern. Meanwhile, what Wang Kuen deemed significant, Xiao Jianhong dismissed entirely. After a considerable wait, he finally addressed the matter at hand. Indeed, W star will intersect, and the intersection point will be directly above our homeland. Xiao Jianhong seized the conversation. Thus, we must prepare for the next battle. Time is of the essence, comrades. W star has granted us merely a decade. Among the researchers present, many had ventured into the realm of cosmic sciences and nodded in agreement. Consider this. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. In comparison, 10 years is almost negligible, a mere blink of an eye. With this realization, all were disinclined to continue their disputes, and the storm passed. Some even expressed their gratitude to Wang Kuen for guiding the team to identify this pivotal 10-year time frame. Wang Kuen's expression was complex. He glanced at Chi Hao, who obediently followed Xiao Jianhong, pondering that since Chi was so agreeable, perhaps remaining at the institute was acceptable. Otherwise, he had countless ways to expel Chi Hao. Outside the crowd, Xiao Zhao observed the entire spectacle, finally comprehending why Chi Hao had previously requested the proof process from Wang Kuen's team. It had taken less than 10 minutes. He had lent his phone to Chi Hao, and the entire interaction had spanned no more than 10 minutes. In the span of 10 minutes, Chi Hao meticulously documented every step, discerning the components of value. Subsequently, a few words diffused the tension, a revelation that astonished Xiao Zhao even more than any mathematical proof. Is this truly human? Without even glancing at Xiao Zhao's countenance, Chi Hao understood he was treading a precarious path. Yet, he had no alternatives. The sacrifices he had made to enter this research institute were too substantial. He was determined to remain, resolutely refusing to let inexplicable interpersonal dynamics sway his resolve. Nothing was more urgent than the quest to find his compatriots. As it stands, regardless of how many secrets Xiao Zhao and his associates might possess about him, their demeanor remained primarily observational. However, who can assert that a specimen under the lens of scrutiny cannot escape? Chapter 57. A taste of skill despite the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Chi Hao's life had finally entered a temporary period of tranquility. On Thursday and Friday, nothing unusual transpired. The first week of school unfolded with a mix of tension and excitement in the initial 3 days, followed by serene calm in the latter 2. Thankfully, it had all passed. As soon as school dismissed on Friday afternoon, Shi Yang eagerly rushed home. Chi Hao first returned to his dormitory to retrieve his original laptop before following a pre-researched route to the largest computer market in the capital, where he sought out a store named Geek Paradise. This establishment had been mentioned by Teacher Liu during Wednesday's computer elective class. Connecting it to Liu's earlier discussion on contemporary hacker culture sparked a thought in Chi Hao's mind, prompting him to silently commit the store's name to memory. The shopkeeper was a stylish young man adorned with a tattoo on his left arm and sporting red ear studs. His tattoo depicted an amusing, clawing little robot face. Upon Chi Hao's arrival, the shopkeeper was engrossed in a game, wearing headphones. Chi Hao wandered through the store and paused at the innermost counter, leaning over the glass display to examine the specifications of a particular laptop. This laptop is intended for business use. It might not suit your needs, the shopkeeper remarked. What are your requirements and budget? I can help you find something. Chi Hao pondered for a moment before mentioning a popular game that was currently trending online. I need it for this game and would like a higher configuration. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he sized Chi Hao up. I didn't expect you to be a seasoned player. Seasoned player? Kiao feign understanding, nodding as if he were in the know. The shopkeeper, now animated, pulled Chi Hao toward a laptop. Trust me, you should buy this one. It features an i9-14900HX processor, expandable to 64 gigabytes of RAM, a full-powered RTX 4060 graphics card, and an 18-inch screen. I guarantee an exceptional gaming experience. As the shopkeeper continued his enthusiastic pitch, detailing the sound card, Chi Hao leaned in closer and whispered, I was sent by Teacher Liu. The shopkeeper paused, looking perplexed. Who is this mysterious Liu? I don't recognize the name. Has he purchased a computer from me before? After a moment's realization, he added, yes, Teacher Liu comes here often. So, could you offer me a discount? Chi Hao fixed his gaze intently on the shopkeeper. After a brief hesitation, the shopkeeper awkwardly averted his eyes. All right, I'll give you a discount. He silently led Chi Hao to another laptop, this time skipping the introduction and simply taking it out. 15. 6-inch screen, top specifications. 25,000, and it's yours. 23,000, Chi Hao countered. The shopkeeper, becoming anxious, replied, Brother, I quoted you the fair price. Why are you haggling? Why don't you just go steal one? 22,900, Chi Hao persisted. I'm a bit strapped for cash. Strapped for cash and still playing this? Fine. 22,500. If you want to bargain further, just leave. Brother, do you accept second-hand computers? Later that evening, Chi Hao returned to his dormitory, content, cradling his new laptop, which had the game pre-installed. By chance, the delivery of the online shopping he made on Wednesday evening arrived one after another. Outside the dormitory unit, there was a rather sizable waterproof bag, which Chi Hao dragged upstairs with one hand. Along the way, whenever a classmate inquired, Chi Hao patiently explained, It's cold in the dormitory during winter, so I bought an extra blanket. Each weekend, after Shi Yang left, the dormitory was left with just him. Other dormitories were filled with bright lights and joyous laughter. Dragging the large bag and carrying his notebook, Chi Hao opened the dormitory door. The room was shrouded in darkness, and upon pressing the switch, it was instantly illuminated. Standing at the threshold, he did not enter immediately, but carefully surveyed the room before finally stepping inside with the bag. The dormitory door closed behind him. Throughout Saturday, apart from venturing out for meals, Chi Hao remained confined within his room. On his way to eat, he encountered a classmate who asked what he had been busy with indoors. Chi Hao immediately grabbed the classmate's arm, lamenting that the game was exceedingly difficult. He had spent an entire day struggling to pass a particularly challenging level in Tiger Vanguard. Seeing the redness in Chi Hao's eyes, his classmate felt a pang of sympathy. That level is indeed tough. Once I finish this report, I'll help you with it. Chi Hao smiled gratefully at the kind-hearted classmate, saying, It's a deal. When you're free, I'll come find you in your dorm. Upon returning to his room and closing the door, Chi Hao rubbed his sore eyes. In truth, he had not slept for a day and a night. After Shi Yang returned home, the dormitory became his solitary domain, and there were many tasks he could only tackle on weekends. On Friday, after a brief gaming session, he had logged off. Then, he closed his eyes and mentally recalled the dozens of books he had perused on Thursday at the first library of Huan University. The library boasted an extensive collection, and he had taken one of each book pertaining to hacking and cybersecurity. Hacking defense, from beginner to expert, the Hacker's Handbook, The Art of Human Hacking, Psychological Warfare, Network Security and Penetration, Mastering Encryption and Decryption, Fundamentals of Hacking Attacks and Penetration Testing, Advanced Penetration Testing, among others. On Thursday, he had placed these books beneath a stack of mathematics texts, found an unoccupied corner of the library, and sat on the floor. Each book was meticulously perused from cover to cover, and upon finishing one, he would move on to the next. These volumes encompassed a broad spectrum of fields, including hacking techniques, network security, penetration testing, and malware analysis and countermeasures, with content ranging from beginner to advanced levels. As the library closed, Chi Hao returned the books to their rightful places, having already formulated a rough plan in his mind. With his brain fully engaged, his learning capacity was extraordinarily formidable, rivaling that of AI. Now, a day and a night later, he felt a sense of assuredness. For Chi Hao, The crucial factor was not merely whether he could penetrate successfully, but the necessity for stability, ensuring that his movements left no trace. Success was the only option. Failure was not permitted. After all, he was up against the entirety of humanity. The soft blue glow emanating from the computer screen illuminated Chi Hao's focused and composed visage. Then, tonight, let him have a preliminary taste of his prowess. If someone were to pass by the door of Chi Hao's dormitory at this moment, they would never suspect that the occupants within were not resting. The bag filled with a thick quilt firmly sealed the gap of the door. Chapter 58. A triumphant first battle. Niu Siyuan, a distinguished mathematics educator, has dedicated the past decade to guiding high school seniors at Boya High School in Xinhai City. At the age of 59, he is on the brink of retirement, but has graciously accepted the school's invitation to continue his service. Since graduating from university at 22, Niu has ascended from an ordinary teacher to a highly esteemed educator. Over the past 10 years, he has focused exclusively on guiding graduating classes, yielding notable achievements due to his extensive teaching experience and stringent pedagogical methods. Consequently, numerous parents have sought to enroll their children in his classes, leading to a gradual elevation of his status within school. As one of the oldest teachers at the institution, Niu has garnered respect from younger faculty members. However, this reverence has contributed to a sense of arrogance in the seasoned educator. Initially, his approach in the classroom involved merely reprimanding students, but in recent years, his methods have escalated to physical punishment. What began as a slap in moments of frustration has evolved into the use of a customized stainless steel ruler, which he employed to strike students, leaving visible marks on their skin. On one occasion, he miscalculated the force of his strike, resulting in a severe bruise that was evident when the child returned home for the weekend, prompting the parents to confront the school demanding action. Upon hearing of the situation, Niu felt a surge of anxiety. However, the aggrieved parent was soon silenced by a coalition of other parents and school officials. They questioned why only their child was targeted, urging them to reflect on their child's own shortcomings. With the impending college entrance examinations, they speculated on the motives behind wanting to remove teacher Niu from his position, suggesting it stemmed from a desire to shield their underperforming child from accountability. The school administration offered timely support, asserting that the teacher's intentions were rooted in a deep commitment to his student's success, emphasizing the necessity for parental cooperation. The student, a girl, under the weight of pressure from the school, her parents, and public opinion, ultimately chose to withdraw from school, and the incident faded into obscurity as the exams approached. In the aftermath, Niu felt emboldened by the experience, having learned from the previous incident. He resolved to target only male students, specifically those with poor academic performance, ensuring that even if complaints arose, parents would likely side with him. His teaching style increasingly relied on psychological manipulation. He lavished praise upon high-achieving students while denigrating those who struggled, deeming their very existence unworthy in his eyes. Cheating, in his perspective, was akin to committing an unforgivable sin. If a child resorts to cheating, accompanied by moral blemishes, such as engaging in public brawls, once discovered, he will undoubtedly pursue the matter with relentless fervor. In the realm of the internet, this pursuit is even more straightforward. Upon encountering news suggesting that Chi Hao had cheated in the Hope Star competition, Niu Siyuan was instantly consumed by rage, akin to a bull provoked by a red cloth, and immediately launched a vehement attack against Chi Hao. Without delving into the specifics of the news, he unleashed a barrage of insults. On various websites, he posted no fewer than 100 comments regarding this incident. Alarmingly, he was a mathematics teacher, although he lacked the qualifications to participate in the Hope Star competition. Each of his posts began with a declaration of his status as a distinguished mathematics teacher with decades of experience, rendering his statements profoundly misleading. As soon as the situation took a turn, he hastily deleted his posts overnight. For Niu Siyuan, the matter was entirely resolved at the moment he erased his comments. Much like the first time he struck a student, the act of striking, the tirade, and the deletion of posts marked the conclusion for him. Had he not targeted Chi Hao this time, or if his post had not garnered such attention, the outcome would indeed have unfolded as he envisioned. Among the dozens of individuals Chi Hao later identified, Niu Siyuan's ID ranked first. In the shadows, Chi Hao's eyes gleamed before the screen, fixating on you, Neo-Seuyuan. You shall serve as the subject to test the adequacy of my hacking skills. On a Saturday night, news of a senior high school teacher physically punishing and verbally abusing a student quietly seized the headlines across major portals, firmly establishing itself as a trending topic. Despite the programmers' relentless efforts, they were unable to replace this news. The programmers were on the brink of madness. Employees at each portal website were sweating profusely, and some technicians who had already clocked out were urgently summoned back to work. Frustration surged within them as they cursed the hacker organization responsible for simultaneously breaching a multi-layered security system, including firewalls and intrusion detection systems, across numerous major portals. The most egregious blow was that, after breaching the security, the hackers altered the system, rendering access to the backend impossible for anyone but themselves. The audacity was appalling. Ultimately, the beleaguered security teams of various websites had no choice but to seek assistance from law enforcement. The cybersecurity division of the Public Security Bureau operated in 3 shifts. Those on the day shift had long since returned home to rest. The night shift colleagues, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of reports, were left astounded. With no alternative, they resorted to making phone calls for reinforcements. Consequently, many were roused from their slumber, yawning as they returned to work. These individuals were seasoned professionals, resolute in their determination to eradicate the hacker organization disrupting the peaceful night. Yet, after a night of investigation, they uncovered not a single trace within the backends of all the portal websites. As the police busily attended to the chaotic scene, Chi Hao, who had been vigilantly monitoring the developments, finally revealed a satisfied smile. Defeating magic with magic. Sometimes it is not that justice is delayed, but merely that the time has not yet arrived. He hoped that the girl who had once dropped out of school could witness this long-awaited retribution. With the initial victory secured, Chi Hao cautiously took his second step, a step he had been eager to take ever since returning from his physical examination. He located Xiao Zhao's profile and at last discerned the true nature of his adversary. The Ministry of National Defense of Huagua, specifically the Aerospace Division, which had been established 8 years ago, the very year he arrived on Blue Star. Chi Hao sat in front of his computer in a daze. Could it be that he was not merely a bystander? Were they not seeking another Zeta Star dweller, but him all along? Chapter 59. Breakthrough Progress. Chi Hao sat quietly before the computer, his mind unusually alert despite 2 sleepless nights. During his time on Zeta, he had visited the simulated explosion site of the spaceship. The craft they had used to escape was a miniature vessel, devoid of any space for the occupants to move. The majority of its volume was consumed by the energy storage and respiratory support systems. There was not even a designated maintenance compartment. Instead, a rectangular toolbox, the length of an arm, was affixed to the wall of the cryo chamber for emergency use upon arrival at a new planet. This design suggested that, in the event of severe damage to the hull, the occupants would quietly perish in their slumber, becoming mere debris amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, akin to countless fragments of space junk. To mitigate this grim possibility, the Zeta people devoted several centuries to successfully synthesizing a superalloy. This remarkable material not only withstands extreme temperatures and possesses exceptional strength, but also resists corrosion, boasting a claim of eternal durability. Their cryo chambers were constructed from this same material, filled with a nutrient solution. Upon lying in the chamber and receiving an injection of the cryogenic fluid, an individual would enter a state of deep hibernation. During hibernation, metabolic rates approach a near standstill, significantly reducing respiratory needs. However, a minimal amount of oxygen remains necessary. The nutrient solution within the chamber is supplied through a metallic mask of the same alloy, while metal conduits connect to the respiratory support system, ensuring a sufficient supply of oxygen. Upon pressing the self-destruct button, multiple detonation points within the cryo chamber would explode simultaneously, obliterating the sophisticated instruments and erasing the biological information of the Zeta occupants. The interior of the spaceship would also detonate, but the nature of the materials guarantees that some remnants of the cryo chamber and the vessel's walls would remain. These remnants should not be underestimated, as they contain advanced technology that, should humanity acquire and study them diligently, could significantly enhance the research of aerospace materials within 5 to 10 years. Chi Hao fell into deep contemplation. Could the fervor for these materials have spurred the aerospace department's relentless pursuit of extraterrestrial beings for 8 years? Yet, 8 years had passed, and based on his understanding of humanity, they must have gleaned considerable benefits from these remnants. Chi Hao opened his computer once more, this time searching for the advancements in aerospace materials research in Huagua over the past 8 years. The results were disheartening. Nothing. No breakthroughs at all. Despite Huagua's leading position in the field of aerospace materials worldwide, the past 8 years yielded no significant progress. Unyielding, Chi Hao cautiously infiltrated the internal websites of relevant research institutions and scientific academies, only to find the same lack of results. 8 years, and still no breakthroughs. It was peculiar. While major advancements were absent, surely there should have been minor ones. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Chi Hao moved the mouse to shut down the computer and take a brief respite. At this moment, a line of small text at the bottom of the web page he was about to exit captured his attention. A revolutionary alloy material had emerged, heralding a new chapter in humanity's exploration of the cosmos. When was this news published, and why had it not appeared during his earlier search? Chi Hao rubbed his eyes and hurriedly clicked on the link. Title: Revolutionary Alloy Material Emerges. Opening a new chapter in human cosmic exploration. Date: Huli Calendar 2020, in a prestigious domestic materials science research institute, after years of dedicated study. A groundbreaking new alloy material was successfully synthesized. This alloy, renowned for its extraordinary strength, exceptional corrosion resistance, and superb thermal protection capabilities, has been hailed by the industry as the key to cosmic exploration, signifying a significant step forward for Huagua in its quest to conquer the stars and seas. The date of the news was Huli Calendar 2020. No wonder he had not found it earlier. Such information was absent from public online sources. This was not fresh news, but rather an old report from 40 years ago. Thus, even within internal websites, this news occupied only a modest corner. Chi Hao read the article attentively, and a sense of admiration welled up within him. The people of Huagua were truly remarkable. 40 years ago, the technological level of Huagua lagged considerably behind that of the current year, 2060. Under such backward research conditions, they had managed to develop an alloy of this caliber. This alloy exhibited traits akin to those found in the materials researched by the Zeta people. Suddenly, Chi Hao's hand, which was moving the mouse, froze. Wait, this alloy? Wasn't this the significant breakthrough he had been searching for? Yet, the breakthrough had occurred not within the past 8 years, but rather 40 years ago. The development of such a material typically required no less than 5 years and could extend to 10 years. Remarkably, this alloy had already made its debut 4 decades prior. Chi Hao's hand trembled violently, making it difficult for him to grasp the mouse. He pressed his left hand firmly against his right arm, but the tremors only intensified. Soon, his entire body began to uncontrollably shake. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Steady, he must remain steady. He forced himself to regain composure. Finally, his hand stopped shaking as much. Biting his lower lip, he opened a new web page. This time, he searched for the title, In the Past 50 Years. What breakthroughs has the aerospace industry of Huagua achieved? Chapter 60. New weapons. Upon pressing the enter key, the screen was instantly filled with answers. Over the past 50 years, China's aerospace industry has achieved a series of groundbreaking, milestone advancements in aviation materials and rocket technology. 40 years ago, in the year 2020, a revolutionary alloy material emerged, heralding a new chapter in humanity's exploration of the cosmos. 34 years ago, in 2026, the rocket engine combustion chamber was crafted from a chrome-nickel iron alloy, marking a marvel in aerospace engineering. 25 years ago, in 2035, a historic leap was made with a breakthrough in nuclear fusion rocket technology, with national laboratories leading a new era in space exploration. Subsequently, Chi Hao came across a speculation from foreign media, which was regarded as a joke among the Chinese. China successfully captured a living extraterrestrial being 50 years ago. A living one. Chi Hao's heart raced as he calculated. After acquiring fragments of the Zeta starship's alloy shell, and conducting research for about a decade. Achieving a mere 10% imitation would already be nearing the limits of research capabilities. This seemed plausible. Based on this foundation, developing the alloy for the engine combustion chamber took a total of 16 years. Although slightly slow, the timeline appeared reasonable. The technology for nuclear fission developed on the basis of high-temperature resistant materials researched previously took another 10 years longer, which also seemed quite sensible. The timeline indeed aligned. Could it be that 50 years ago, they truly captured a Zeta being? Chihao stared silently at the screen. After a moment, he shook his head. No, this news could not possibly be true. 50 years ago, China's technological prowess was far inferior to what it is today. As long as the Zeta starship could safely land, even in the heart of a city, their compatriots would certainly be able to effectuate a successful self-rescue. After all, from the moment of their birth, they had been preparing for this very moment. The Fireseed project effectively simulated every conceivable scenario that could occur during landing, even including contingencies for landing on a planet inhabited by highly advanced cannibalistic tribes, with corresponding plans and training in place. Furthermore, the spacecraft was equipped with personal armor and small weapons. Chihao was confident that even if China had sent someone to capture them, with the armed forces of 50 years ago, it would have been highly improbable to succeed against the Zeta individuals cultivated by the Fireseed project. Taking a step back, even if a Zeta being were indeed captured, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, never surrendering quietly. The silence surrounding the event was so profound that even spies sent by other countries struggled to glean any useful information. Why then did such a rumor arise? There are no smoke without fire. All rumors are mere shadows of truth. So, from where did this wind originate? Chihao's left index finger gently tapped the table as he fell into deep contemplation. Everything pointed back to 50 years ago in the year 2010. What had transpired that year? Where should he begin his inquiry? Suddenly, he recalled a cave located in the southern part of Anyang, mentioned by his history teacher during class on Monday. In Anyang, a city that he recalls, upon his arrival on Blue Star, he endeavored to assimilate into society swiftly, avoiding any common missteps. To achieve this, he immersed himself in extensive reading, perusing any books or periodicals he encountered while collecting scrap materials. Among the many texts he received were those detailing various cities. What did they convey? In Huagua, 2 cities have unearthed a significant number of prehistoric human fossils. Notably, Xining is predominantly associated with Paleolithic fossils, while Anyang ranks as one of the cities with the most discoveries of Neolithic human remains. The Neolithic period spans from 10,000 to 5,000 years ago. Remarkably, in a cave recently excavated in Anyang, inscriptions from Zeta Star were found. Chihao's fingers drummed increasingly rapidly on the table. It is a fact that Zeta Star script appeared in Huagua 10,000 years ago. 50 years ago, there were rumors of Huagua capturing extraterrestrial beings. Following the year 2010 in the Huali calendar, Huagua's aerospace industry began to ascend. Is there a connection among these 3 elements? This time, Chihao resolved to shift his approach, commencing his investigation from Anyang. Was there any significant news from 50 years ago in this city? He swiftly crafted a small program to extract relevant information. Soon, the program yielded results. There had been no noteworthy news related to the aerospace industry in Anyang over the past 50 years. During this period, the city had only seen the gradual excavation of numerous historical relics. It appeared that an official archaeological team had been stationed there, continuously digging with little of value unearthed. Undeterred, Chihao hacked into the Anyang government website, seeking to review all internal network information from the past 50 years. The site was pristine. The internal network of Anyang seemed as if it had been meticulously purged, offering only the cleanest of content. Renowned tourist city, archaeology-friendly city. Unfortunately, none of this was what he sought. Leaning back in his chair, Chihao felt a sense of defeat. Both the publicly accessible network and the internal site yielded no useful information. Reluctant to concede, he pondered alternative methods, or perhaps different avenues. Yes, he would explore other pathways. An idea sparked, and he accessed the external network, conducting searches in various languages. This time, he finally made a breakthrough. A struggling tabloid in the United States on the verge of closure had reported a story 50 years prior. The archived version of the newspaper could be found online. In faded black and white, somewhat unclear. The article contained only a few brief sentences. In 2010, the Hawaii Navy may conduct military exercises. A carrier transported new weaponry from Anyang to the capital, Hwan. Accompanying it was a blurry photograph of a large weapon, heavily covered, positioned squarely on the deck. American news outlets speculated wildly about this being a new type of weapon developed by Huagua, due to the lack of response from the Chinese side regarding this matter. In the subsequent absence of any new weaponry emerging from China, the issue ultimately faded into obscurity. However, even though it was meticulously concealed, Chi discerned the true identity of this new weapon at a glance, solely based on its outline. It was a fully intact Zeta Star escape vessel, untouched by self-destruction. Chapter 61. An empty seat. Chi was roused from his slumber by the shrill ring of his phone. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently dozed off at his desk. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the soft, warm hues of sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a hazy glow throughout the room. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented. It was Xiao Jianhong on the line, his voice brimming with excitement. "Chi," he exclaimed after 3 days of meetings. "We have tentatively decided that the proposal to install thrusters on the asteroid has been designated as the preferred plan. Next, we must discuss the specifics of project execution. All researchers on the roster are required to attend a meeting this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Shall I come to fetch you?" Glancing at his phone, Chi noted it was now 11 o'clock on a Sunday morning. He estimated he had only managed 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the meeting, the thought of Wang Kun and his associates made his head throb. He rubbed his swollen temples and, after agreeing on a departure time with Xiao Jianhong, climbed to the upper bunk and promptly fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, his alarm chimed, prompting him to rise with disheveled hair. He hastily washed up, donned his down jacket, and ventured to the first floor of the dormitory to purchase a loaf of bread from the vending machine, along with a bottle of mineral water. He then meandered slowly towards the school's north gate. At 2:20 p.m., as Chi ambled to the north gate, Xiao Jianhong's car arrived just in time. Chi opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. The two punctual individuals exchanged a knowing smile. Once Xiao Jianhong started the engine, Chi took a sip of the chilled mineral water while nibbling on the dry, cold bread. As they drove, Xiao Jianhong disapproved. "Your eating habits are rather unhealthy. At your age, you should be nourishing your body properly." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chi offered a shy smile. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I've been cooped up in the dormitory playing games these past few days and didn't have time to visit the cafeteria." "Playing games?" Xiao Jianhong turned to scrutinize Chi during a red light. Noticing the redness in his eyes, he remarked, "You've been pulling all-nighters, haven't you?" Chi replied. Xiao Jianhong opened his mouth, ready to admonish him for neglecting his studies in favor of gaming. However, the words lingered on his tongue, as he recalled that despite being only 13, Chi was already his colleague. After a moment's pause, he dryly advised, "Moderation is key when it comes to gaming. You still need your rest." Chi remained silent, his head gradually drooping against the seat as he succumbed to sleep. How many hours had he gamed to be this exhausted? Upon arriving at the Tianxiong Research Center, Xiao Jianhong turned off the engine and glanced at the time. It was 2:50 p.m., leaving them with 10 minutes before the meeting commenced. He sat in the driver's seat, fixated on the ever-changing time displayed on his phone. At 2:55 p.m., he gently shook Chi's shoulder. "Chi, wake up. We've arrived." In truth, the moment the car halted, Chi had already stirred. However, seeing that Xiao Jianhong had not immediately exited the vehicle, he allowed himself a few more moments of drowsiness. Two individuals alighted from the vehicle and made their way directly to the grand conference room on the first floor. Upon entering, they found that most attendees had already gathered. In the center of the room stood an enormous, pure white, oval conference table with 3 vacant seats at the head. At the far end of the room, a colossal electronic screen, nearly the size of an entire wall, dominated the space. Following closely behind Xiao Jianhong, Chi entered the room and noticed an unoccupied seat on the right side, near the head table. Xiao Jianhong swiftly advanced towards that position. Chi Hao's gaze flickered as he observed name cards placed before each attendee, but upon quickly surveying the surroundings, he realized there was no name card bearing his name. After a moment's contemplation, he chose a random seat closer to the entrance. Just as he settled in, two individuals clad in military uniforms entered the room, one after the other. This was the first time Chi Hao had seen Xiao Zhao in military attire. He appeared quite spirited. Leading the way was a tall, middle-aged general, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue military uniform, adorned with several medals on his chest. His nose was prominent, and his gaze was sharp. As Chi Hao's eyes met his, the general paused slightly and nodded politely. He then strode past Chi Hao with purpose. This marked the inaugural meeting between Chi Hao and Cheng Tianyu. Xiao Zhao, following Cheng Tianyu, halted beside Chi Hao's seat and, lowering his voice, exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are you sitting here? I save you a spot up front." Chi Hao stretched his neck to glance at the 3 vacant seats at the head, which Xiao Zhao had indicated. The military figure who had just passed was now making his way towards those very seats. Chi Hao turned back and flashed a grin at Xiao Zhao, silently expressing gratitude for the regard. Xiao Zhao chuckled heartily and proceeded forward alongside Cheng Tianyu. After their departure, a researcher seated beside Chi Hao leaned in and remarked, "Director Zhao was just teasing you. The vacant seat in the center wasn't reserved for you. That is the designated seat for General Huang Yunze. He seldom attends meetings of this caliber, hence it remains unoccupied." Chi Hao cast a complex glance at the researcher. "Thank you for the reminder. I am not a fool," he thought to himself. The meeting commenced promptly at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 62. Discovering vulnerabilities. This marked the first formal meeting that Chi Hao attended since his arrival in Huagua, and it was, to date, the most prestigious conference he had participated in. As the organizer, Cheng Tianyu's style of presiding over the meeting was perfectly aligned with the impression his appearance conveyed, efficient and authoritative. With him at the helm, the meeting was devoid of much superfluous chatter, and the discussions were considerably streamlined. It was no wonder that in just 3 short days, the project had made significant progress, having already settled on a solution to address the concerns surrounding the W asteroid. Chi Hao listened attentively for a brief period and quickly discerned that Cheng Tianyu was a remarkably learned and highly logical leader. During each researcher's presentation, he refrained from interjecting, instead choosing to listen intently. He did not take notes. That task was left to Xiao Zhao, who dutifully recorded the proceedings. When critical data was presented, Cheng Tianyu invited the reporting researcher to display these pivotal figures on the expansive electronic screen. As the meeting progressed, the discussions became increasingly specialized, and the data displayed became more detailed. Once the final researcher concluded their presentation, Cheng Tianyu synthesized the data, revealing a clear trajectory on the electronic screen. It became evident that the W asteroid's trajectory resembled a flattened ellipse, set to skim over the southern pole of the blue planet in approximately 2 years. By the 6th year, it would reach the farthest point from the blue planet before reversing course. Originally, it was expected to narrowly evade the blue planet at the end of the 8th year. However, due to a closer proximity this time, it would be ensnared by the blue planet's gravitational pull, gradually approaching and ultimately colliding with it. The W asteroid, approaching from the northeast, would have its trajectory altered southward following the installation of thrusters. In the 9th year, it could pivot from a southwest direction to a true south, achieving a 30-degree shift. Once redirected, the asteroid would follow this new path, liberating itself from the blue planet's gravitational influence and averting a catastrophic collision. Should this endeavor succeed, it would be a monumental achievement, marking the first time in human history that a near-blue planet asteroid trajectory was successfully predicted, allowing for a deliberate alteration of its course to eliminate the threat before it could reach the blue planet. Yet, if the project were to fail, the substantial economic losses and the decline of Huagua's international standing would pale in comparison to the catastrophic consequences of an asteroid impact on Huagua. Therefore, this project must succeed. Failure is not an option. Chi Hao directed his gaze toward the dataset displayed on the screen. The data was primarily divided into 2 segments. The first segment pertained to the predictions regarding the W asteroid's trajectory prior to the installation of the thrusters, which utilized the data he had provided. The second segment speculated on how the W asteroid would alter its path post-thruster installation, a prediction crafted by Wang Kuen's team. Chi Hao focused intently on the second segment, his intuition suggesting that there were flaws in its conclusions. He scrutinized the reasoning process, finding no issues with the calculations of the thrust produced by the thrusters. The angle deviations induced by thrust are inconsequential. However, an inexplicable intuition gnawed at him. The final outcome ought not to be this way. The predictive data provided on-site had already been submitted to third parties over the past 3 days and had undergone extensive validation. Consequently, Cheng Tianyu did not linger at this juncture, but rather proceeded onward with the meeting. As Chi Hao fell into contemplation regarding the second segment, the meeting had advanced to the next phase. Cheng Tianyu surveyed the researchers present, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers, a signature gesture he employed before commencing his remarks. The ambient buzz of discussion in the conference room diminished, gradually giving way to an attentive silence. Cheng Tianyu nodded to the assembly and began his address. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the data provided. It is due to your contributions that our nation possesses the courage and confidence to confront the existential crisis beyond our world. On behalf of the country, I express my deepest respect to each of you. Naturally, you shall receive returns commensurate with your efforts. I assure you, just as in previous instances, I will not let you down. His opening words were met with resounding applause, accompanied by bursts of knowing laughter. Amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Chi Hao's gaze finally fixed upon a hypothetical condition within the inference. When the rotation of asteroid W stabilizes, installing thrusters at point A will generate a thrust of XXX. When the rotation stabilizes. At that moment, Chi Hao comprehended where Wang Kuen and his team had erred. Their calculations were predicated upon this assumption, that asteroid W's rotation was stable. This time, their mathematical execution had been flawless. They had indeed committed no errors. Their misjudgment lay in their inadequate understanding of celestial bodies. The astrophysicists in Wang Kuen's team had concluded, based on asteroid W's shape, size, internal structure, and the gravitational influence it experienced when nearing the blue planet, that it could maintain stable rotation. Present observational data seemed to support this conclusion. Given that asteroid W exhibited a regular shape, considerable size, and a uniform internal structure, with minimal effects from centrifugal forces. Yet, they were unaware that the internal structure of W is subject to change. Chi Hao recalled a crucial excerpt from the description he had received regarding asteroid W. Over the past century, it had collided with multiple celestial bodies, resulting in a reduction of its radius from an initial 10 kilometers to approximately 1 kilometer now. The inhabitants of the blue planet were oblivious to the fact that such impacts not only altered the size of asteroid W, but also transformed its internal structure, rendering it loose and porous, thus compromising its rotational stability. This was in fact common knowledge on Zeta, inscribed in the elementary literacy textbooks. As asteroid W draws closer to the blue planet, its instability will become increasingly pronounced. When the blue star people finally make their discovery, the manner in which W will alter its trajectory, contingent upon the installation of the thruster at point A on asteroid W as originally planned, remains utterly unpredictable. Chi Hao opened his mouth, intending to articulate something, yet promptly sealed it shut once more. He observed the self-satisfied Wang Kuen and then glanced at the other researchers brimming with confidence. The conference room radiated an atmosphere of joy, yet within him, a profound sorrow began to well up. However, he found himself unable to voice any of it. Chapter 63. Divided Paths on One Side. Chi Hao found himself lost in a myriad of thoughts. Meanwhile, Cheng Tianyu, having concluded his opening remarks, delved into the crux of the matter. Everyone was aware that the time until the orbital intersection was a mere decade. Our preliminary plan is to complete the task at least a year in advance. Thus, in reality, we have only 9 years remaining. Professor Wang Kuen and I propose that, given the pressing timeline and the weighty task at hand, we should divide all research personnel into 2 groups, each responsible for distinct work. I wholeheartedly endorse Professor Wang's suggestion. The reports presented earlier were all remarkable. Based on the content of those reports, I will segment the work into two parts. The first part involves the installation and debugging of the thrusters. Colleagues assigned to this group will oversee several responsibilities. Primarily, they will be tasked with transporting the thrusters to the surface of asteroid W for installation and securing them. Once the installation is complete, they will be responsible for debugging the thrusters to ensure they can generate the calculated thrust. Additionally, during the installation and debugging process, it is crucial to closely monitor the environmental changes on the surface of W to avert any unforeseen incidents. Upon hearing this, Chi-Hao mused, "Unfortunately, the true concern should not be the environmental changes on the surface of W, but rather the alterations within its internal structure." The expressions of the other researchers were equally grim. The tasks assigned to this group sounded arduous and fraught with danger. Surely, the boss did not intend for them, those who excelled in intellectual pursuits, to be dispatched into space to toil in laborious tasks. Physical labor was not their forte either. The researchers exchanged glances, each hesitant to volunteer, remaining silent. Chang Tianyu noticed their expressions and furrowed his brow, about to speak when Zhao, standing nearby, cleared his throat softly. At Zhao's prompting, Chang Tianyu recollected an important detail he had neglected to mention. He remembered to clarify that the specific installation tasks would be delegated to the astronaut team. This group would primarily focus on the design, manufacturing, and remote monitoring of the thrusters. Remote monitoring? As long as one remained on Blue Planet, that posed no issue. The expressions of the attendees brightened at this revelation. However, before their relief could fully settle in, Chang Tianyu added, "The first debugging after the thrusters are installed will still require us to select one individual from among you to accompany the astronaut team. Of course, prior to the journey into space, all necessary training would be provided, along with generous compensation. Yet, that was a discussion for another time. What sort of another time is this? A business trip to space is not merely an ordinary assignment. What if one does not return?" Wang Kuan and the others had already resolved to refuse the responsibilities of the first group at all costs. Chang Tianyu observed their expressions with a hint of resignation. In truth, he understood their apprehensions. Despite their current demeanor, these individuals were all exceptional talents in their respective fields. Except for Chi-Hao. In other words, each had already achieved success, belonging to the upper echelon of life on Blue Planet. Except for Chi-Hao. He let out a barely noticeable sigh before continuing with his discourse. The second group is responsible for monitoring and orbital calculations. The tasks within this segment are well known to everyone. As per usual, the colleagues in charge of monitoring will continue to utilize satellites to observe the variations in W's position and velocity in real time. Meanwhile, those responsible for orbital calculations must ensure that our computations remain flawless based on the monitoring results. In the event of any discrepancies, they must be prepared to start anew at any moment. Additionally, there will be dedicated personnel tasked with data analysis, collecting and interpreting data from the thruster's operational processes, evaluating its effectiveness, and adjusting as necessary. Upon hearing this, Chi-Hao's regard for Chang Tianyu elevated yet again. This arrangement is nothing short of meticulous. If the second group can indeed follow his directives for real-time monitoring and adjustments, the rotational issues of asteroid W may very well be promptly discovered by the Blue Star inhabitants. Timely detection could provide a glimmer of hope for the situation. Hence, while this group may seem at ease, they are, in fact, the linchpin for the project's success. The first group emphasizes fieldwork, while this group underscores accountability. Monitoring is an exceedingly tedious task. Consider the challenge of observing an almost unchanged asteroid over the span of several years. Can those tasked with recording these observations discern subtle anomalies amidst thousands of data points? This presents the first difficulty. Once an anomaly is identified, will it garner the necessary attention? This constitutes the second challenge. Among these researchers, who possesses the requisite sense of responsibility to remain vigilant over such an extended time frame? Chi-Hao and Chang Tianyu's gazes instinctively turned toward Xiao Jianhong. Wang Kuan, who had been intently observing Chang Tianyu, could no longer contain himself. Just as Chang Tianyu was about to speak Xiao Jianhong's name, Wang Kuan interjected. "Reporting, sir, I volunteer to join the second group." This aligns perfectly with my area of expertise. I possess the experience, capability, and confidence to excel in this role. Wang Kuin's assertion was not unfounded. He indeed appeared to be a suitable candidate. Previously, he had led efforts primarily focused on orbital calculations and had seemingly executed his responsibilities commendably. However, Cheng Tianyu hesitated. Through Zhao's prior relay, his perception of Wang Kuin was somewhat nuanced. While he undoubtedly possessed professional competence and demonstrated commendable leadership, his subordinates were notably respectful. There were concerns regarding his propensity for grandstanding and misrepresentation. Despite having arrived at an erroneous conclusion regarding non-intersecting orbits, which could lead to significant losses, he had the audacity to embellish the blunder as an achievement. Chi Hao, this is all thanks to me. As the overarching leader, Cheng Tianyu approached matters with a comprehensive perspective and was unafraid of offending anyone. There are many capable individuals. Wang Kuin is not the sole option. In his view, Chi Hao possesses considerable prowess, though he remains on the monitoring list. Although his monitoring level has been downgraded from A to C, the situation has yet to be fully clarified. Who else might be in the mathematics group? Professor Lingbo. His deliberation lingered a moment too long, causing Wang Kuin's demeanor to falter. At that moment, Xiao Jianhong unexpectedly spoke up. I applied to join the first group, as my background is in aerospace, perfectly aligned with the field. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuin immediately felt a wave of relief. Cheng Tianyu pondered. From a professional standpoint, it indeed seemed most reasonable for Xiao Jianhong to lead the first group while Wang Kuin helmed the second. Perhaps he had been overthinking the matter, since both individuals were willing. Cheng Tianyu finally nodded in agreement. Wang Kuin felt a sense of calm wash over him, and his team members, who typically followed his lead, were also filled with delight. The disparity in workload between the two groups was striking. One group faced a heavy workload with modest compensation and the peril of being dispatched into space, while the other offered a lighter load, greater rewards, and proximity to home. Working under the auspices of our esteemed Wang Kuin promised a bright future. With the leaders confirmed, the subsequent arrangements became considerably simpler. Each leader would select their respective team members. Professor Ling Bo, who maintained a close rapport with Xiao Jianhong, also joined the first group. Other researchers, upon the invitation of the two leaders, determined their placements. Everyone rose and took their seats on either side of the conference table according to their groups. Before long, only Chi Hao remained at the far end of the long table, sitting alone with no one to invite him. Witnessing this scene, Wang Kuin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With an appropriately feigned concern, he inquired, Chi Hao, I've just noticed you haven't been assigned yet. Which group do you wish to join? Xiao Jianhong hesitated, intending to extend an invitation to Chi Hao. Just as he was about to speak, several hands reached out from behind him, tugging at his sleeve. Someone whispered discreetly behind him, Group leader, this child only knows how to calculate trajectories and lacks other skills. Our group is focused on propulsion development, which does not align with his expertise. He should be in the second group, where his knowledge is applicable. Xiao Jianhong harbored similar thoughts. However, the child was brought by him and had contributed significantly to advancing the project. It would be unthinkable to sever ties immediately after crossing the river. Moreover, every group ought to have a mathematician. One cannot simply consult Wang Kuin and his team for every mathematical conundrum. The team members behind him seemed to anticipate his thoughts, quietly adding, furthermore, should we encounter any mathematical challenges, we have Professor Ling in our group. Chapter 64. Joining a group, they spoke in hushed tones, but alas, due to his extraordinary hearing, Chi Hao could discern their words from a distance. He sighed inwardly. Xiao Jianhong had not invited him, and though initially taken aback, he soon grasped the underlying reasons. Reflecting on the kindness Xiao had shown him on their journey, Chi Hao couldn't help but marvel at the intricacies of human nature. Yet deep down, he too yearned to join the second group, much like Cheng Tianyu. His mistrust of Wang Kuin mirrored that of his companion. Observing Wang Kuin's methods, one could easily predict the trajectory of the project. Although Wang Kuin possessed a somewhat off-putting demeanor, Chi Hao knew that if he were to join the second group under Wang's leadership, his experience would be far from pleasant. However, he felt no fear. As long as he could expose any problematic data at critical junctures, The ensuing matters would be manageable, revolving merely around the distribution of credit. Yet the allure of wealth, power, fame, and influence held no significance for Chi Hao. His sole desire was to avert disaster, for it would cost countless lives. Chi Hao cherished life more than anyone present, even that of the Blue Star inhabitants. However, as an extraterrestrial being, currently enveloped in the risks of exposure, he found himself limited in his capacity to act. His foremost priority was to ensure his own safety. Thus, should humanity choose to forfeit the opportunity to admit him into the second group, he would respect their fate and refrain from further interference. With his head bowed, Chi Hao sat quietly, awaiting the final decision of the humans in the conference room. Wang Kuan, feigning concern, was elated to see that the first group remained silent regarding recruitment. In his eyes, Chi Hao was insignificant, a mere student with accolades in mathematics, unworthy of comparison with the titans of various fields. Allowing him to be present was already a concession. He, along with everyone else, including Cheng Tianyu, shared a similar sentiment. Chi Hao was merely a calculator of trajectories. His mission had concluded, and he possessed no residual value. Wang Kuan had devised a plan. Should Chi Hao now speak up, seeking to join their second group, he would regretfully respond, "Sorry, kid, our group is focused on this. You might as well go play at home." Firm in his resolve, Wang Kuan eagerly awaited Chi Hao's plea. Yet, Chi Hao remained silent. Observing Wang Kuan's expression, Xiao Jianhong assumed Wang desired Chi Hao's inclusion in their group, and his guilt began to wane, anxiously hoping Wang would extend an invitation to Chi Hao. Professor Ling Bo, seated just below Xiao Jianhong, listened impassively to the analyses of others in the group. Noticing the atmosphere grow increasingly frigid as Chi Hao went unacknowledged, Ling Bo's brow began to furrow in concern. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly awkward, with neither group daring to extend an invitation, and Chi Hao remaining silent. A few empathetic researchers began to feel a twinge of embarrassment on his behalf. Chi Hao continued to sit quietly, awaiting the final outcome. Cheng Tianyu glanced at his watch, realizing that considerable time had already been squandered on group discussions. Further delays were unacceptable as he had other commitments lined up. Since Chi Hao had no group, it would be best to temporarily withdraw him from the project team. After all, he was merely an inconsequential participant. He leaned his elbows on the table, fingers interlaced, preparing to speak when, to everyone's surprise, the usually reticent Zhao suddenly interjected, "Chi Hao, you should join a group." Cheng Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, turning to shoot Zhao a glance, only to find Zhao's gaze averted. Understanding dawned on him. Zhao was indeed attempting to support Chi Hao. Though the motive behind Zhao's intervention remained unclear, it was a trivial matter that would not disrupt the overall proceedings. Cheng Tianyu swallowed his initial response and acquiesced. "Then it is settled. Chi Hao will join a group. Today's meeting has yielded significant insights. I hope everyone continues to collaborate harmoniously in our collective quest to address the W asteroid issue." The meeting was adjourned, with the understanding that further inquiries could be directed to Director Zhao. With the dust settled, Chi Hao was to join the first group. He cast a surprised glance at Zhao, who smiled gently in return. Chi Hao pursed his lips, forming a silent expression of gratitude toward Zhao. He had not been placed in the second group, but had also not been expelled from the project team. For him, this meant the opportunity to remain and gather information about the home planet without being forced into the chaotic second group, a rather fortuitous outcome. Yet, it was regrettable that this project had not yet commenced, perhaps doomed to failure from the outset. He rose gracefully, stretching his stiffened limbs, and followed the departing attendees out of the conference room. He had never truly had the opportunity to be among those making choices, and this instance was no different. Upon exiting the Tianxiong Research Center, he realized it was already enveloped in darkness. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He had arrived with Xiao Jianhong, who was still ensconced in discussions with several colleagues about the next steps. Chi Hao shrugged, deciding to find his own way back. Other researchers brushed past him towards the parking area, none offering to assist him. Chi Hao paid them no mind, planning to reach the entrance of the research institute and request the guard to call a vehicle for him. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Assuming it was yet another individual rushing to retrieve a car, he stepped aside slightly. The footsteps slowed, and a large hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Kiao, allow me to give you a ride back to school," the voice offered. Upon hearing the voice of the individual, Chi Hao was taken aback. He turned around and politely addressed the newcomer, Professor Ling. "It is no trouble. I can return by myself." Ling Bo offered Chi Hao a gentle smile, replying, "Allow me to accompany you. In truth, I have long sought an opportunity to express my apologies." Chi Hao was momentarily taken aback, recalling their first encounter at the last conference where Ling Bo had assisted him in maintaining a feign. At that moment, he had been uncertain whether Ling Bo's intervention was intentional or accidental. In retrospect, it appeared that Ling Bo had indeed acted with purpose. Chi Hao, possessing a remarkable memory, was entirely convinced that during his 8 years on Blue Star, prior to joining the project team, he had never crossed paths with Ling Bo. What then? Could Professor Ling have to apologize for? Was he perhaps akin to Uncle Zhao? Seizing this opportunity, Chi Hao resolved to probe Ling Bo's true intentions. Internally, he sounded an alarm, though outwardly he displayed a demeanor of gratitude. "Professor Ling, I appreciate your kindness. By the way, I reside at the north gate of Huan University." Ling Bo interrupted him, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "I am aware of your residence and your school. You are in the gifted class at Hua University affiliated high school, correct?" The realization that Professor Ling had investigated him sent Chi Hao's internal alarm into overdrive. Maintaining a composed facade, he followed Ling Bo to the vehicle, which only started after he had fastened his seatbelt. "Chi Hao, allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Mathematical Sciences Center at Qingyun University and also the supervisor of Shi Yifei. The invitation letter you received from Shi Yifei was signed by me." Chi Hao's mind raced. After achieving first place in the Hope Star Mathematics competition, Shi Yifei had approached him with an exquisitely crafted invitation that bore his signature. Indeed, the signatory was Ling Bo. As Ling Bo spoke, he expressed his sentiments. "Though I teach at Qingyun and Old Liang is at Huan, we are old classmates. The annotations you made in Old Liang's book were treasured by him and shown to me. The moment I saw them, I resolved to bring you to Qingyun. Kiao, you are a true genius. Alas, it is regrettable that you were ultimately swayed by Old Liang." Chi Hao discerned genuine regret emanating from the professor before him. It appeared that a deeper connection existed between him and Professor Ling than he had previously realized. Regardless, once the administrative leadership at Qingyun intervened, our withdrawal of the invitation was decidedly unbecoming. Alas, the academic circle can be complicated at times. Here, I extend my apologies on behalf of Qingyun University. Chapter 65. Always putting on a show, it is rather surprising that the esteemed director of the Mathematics Science Center at Qingyun University would hold on to such a trivial matter for so long, even personally approaching the concerned party to apologize. Chi Hao expressed his astonishment. "Professor, you still remember this incident? It has been quite a while. I had nearly forgotten it myself." Ling Bo, while driving, turned a glance at Chi Hao. The boy's eyes were clear, and although a faint smile graced his lips, it did not reach his eyes. Ling Bo turned back to focus on the road, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy with an unspoken tension that lingered until they reached the northern gate of Huan University. "Professor, you can stop here. I will get out," Chi Hao said. However, Ling Bo remained silent and did not halt the vehicle, instead proceeding to the parking lot outside the northern gate. By alighting here, Chi Hao could save himself a short walk. He thought to himself, is this really necessary? It's just a few steps. This Professor Ling seems a bit peculiar. As the car came to a stop, Chi Hao swiftly unfastened his seatbelt and reached for the door. Just as he was about to open it, a soft click echoed. The door had been locked. Sitting in the passenger seat, he retained his position with his hand still extended towards the door, unmoving. Ling Bo chuckled softly from behind him. "Relax, child, there is no need to rush. I've been hoping for an opportunity to have a proper conversation with you." Slowly, Chi Hao reclined back in his seat, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. He regarded Ling Bo with an impassive expression. "I'm all ears for whatever you wish to convey." Streetlights filtered through the car windows, casting shadows and illumination upon Chi Hao, yet his face remained shrouded in darkness. Even at such proximity, Ling Bo found it difficult to discern Chi Hao's features in the dim light. Thankfully, he had replayed their previous encounters, during their last meeting in the conference room, and earlier during Chi Hao's television interview, countless times. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling that his eagerness was rather conspicuous. Finally, having the chance for a private conversation with Chi Hao, even someone as composed as he was, could hardly suppress his emotions. Look at this child, so tightly wound, as nervous as a little hedgehog. He tilted his head back, mimicking Chi Hao's posture, leaning against the driver's seat. Dear child, please don't be anxious. I was unable to visit you in Lanhai town due to my illness. Otherwise, Yu Chi Hao interrupted him. That matter is long past. Professor Ling, what is it you wish to convey? Please be direct. I have yet to have dinner and am rather hungry. Oh, you're hungry? Then let me treat you to dinner first. I am well acquainted with the restaurants around here. I used to frequent this area often. Chi Hao felt a surge of frustration. Why does someone from Qingyan come to Huan every day? No, I insist. What is the purpose of your summons? Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling their recent grouping together. Could this Professor Ling be another Wang Kuan? Are you perhaps concerned that I might threaten your position in our group? Rest assured, I assure you. I am merely here to learn alongside everyone and broaden my horizons. Given my capabilities, I merely hope not to cause any disruption. You need not worry at all. He thought this would satisfy Ling Bo, but to his surprise, Ling Bo burst into laughter upon hearing this. You may deceive others with such words, but not me. Goodness, I have lowered my stance to this extent. Is it still insufficient? Chi Hao began to feel somewhat exasperated, contemplating how to deflect this eccentric Professor Ling. When Ling Bo inquired with a smile, Child, don't you find it exhausting to maintain this facade? Chi Hao leaned back firmly against his chair, opting not to respond. Ling Bo seemed oblivious to the turmoil he had stirred within Chi Hao's mind and continued his narrative with serene composure. At the age of 5, you were discovered at the entrance of the Red Star Welfare Institute. Throughout your primary school years, your performance was unremarkable, yet at 12, you achieved an impressive 5th place in your class and gained admission to Blue Ocean Town No. 1 High School. Shortly after the start of the term, you brought home the gold medal from the National Junior High School Debate Competition. Next, you shattered the school's record in the men's 1,000-meter run, and then you became the first contestant in the history of the Star of Hope Mathematics competition to achieve a perfect score. Such brilliance! And yet you do not recall anything from before the age of 5? Who are your relatives, and how did you end up at the gates of the Welfare Institute? Are you not even the slightest bit curious? Chi Hao replied, I am currently more curious about you. Professor Ling's calm voice finally betrayed a hint of excitement as he spoke those last few words. Child, would you be willing to undergo a genetic test with me? I may very well be your biological grandfather. The abrupt shift in Professor Ling's tone and the bizarre content of his statement completely took Chi Hao by surprise. He stood there dumbfounded. He had thought Professor Ling was merely peculiar, only to discover he was quite mad. Chapter 66. Past events of the Ling family, you must believe me. Ling Bo implored earnestly, turning to grasp Chi Hao's hand. What absurdity! Chi Hao finally managed to extricate himself from Ling Bo's vehicle. Upon disembarking, he hastily jogged toward the dormitory, exuding an air of someone fleeing in disarray. This was the first time since his arrival at Blue Star that he felt such an amusing sense of incredulity. How could there be someone so indiscriminately claiming to recognize their grandson? Upon returning to the dormitory, he paused at the entrance, scanning the room meticulously. Excellent. During his absence, no one had ventured inside. It seemed that even if someone had been observing him from the shadows, their efforts were minimal. His long-practiced discretion and caution had proven to be prudent. Feeling somewhat relieved, he was drawn to the allure of the rather unyielding upper bunk. He intended to retire directly to bed, but for some inexplicable reason, the hopeful gaze of Professor Ling kept surfacing in his mind. His intuition informed him that the professor genuinely wished to acknowledge him. Were it not for Chi Hao's clarity regarding his own origins, he might have been led to believe there was a deeper connection between them. Perhaps a search would be in order? After all, it would consume too much time. Resolute in his decision, Chi Hao dismissed his earlier hesitations and promptly powered on his computer. He first set up counter-tracking and counter-surveillance protocols, configured a disposable multi-layered access point, and then casually scripted a small program to initiate a comprehensive online search. In the meantime, he retrieved the remnants of his lunch, hastily resolving his dinner. Within mere moments, the screen displayed the information he sought. Brushing crumbs from his hands, he seated himself before the monitor. When the image of Professor Ling's son, Ling Jianhui, appeared on the screen, Chi Hao instantly comprehended the fervent glances directed at him by Professor Ling. The resemblance between him and Ling Jianhui was strikingly profound, an uncanny 8 out of 10 similarity. Ling Bo's only beloved son, Ling Jianhui, had mysteriously vanished on his 12th birthday from a restaurant owned by the Ling family. Following the incident, the family mobilized their extensive connections, launching a nationwide search that lasted a year before resorting to clandestine inquiries. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, Ling Jianhui had seemingly evaporated from existence, remaining unfound. What was most poignant was that Ling Jianhui had been merely 12 years old at the time of his disappearance, coinciding with Chi Hao's age. The youth on the screen, even in a handful of aged photographs, radiated an innate charm that was instantly endearing. It was evident that he had been raised with the utmost care and affection. The impact of his disappearance on his parents must have been utterly devastating. Yet, even with their striking resemblance and similar ages, to assert a familial connection solely based on these factors would be an outrageous leap. Professor Ling, however, did not appear to be a man of such folly. There must be other factors at play. As Chi Hao pondered these thoughts, he casually typed in Ling Bo's name. Almost instantaneously, the application provided a comprehensive overview of Ling Bo's history. Chi Hao, upon finishing the reading, could not help but marvel at his own lack of discernment. The professor, whom he had previously suspected of being somewhat eccentric, was, before the age of 18, nothing short of a quintessential success story. Ling Bo, the youngest scion of the Ling family, exhibited extraordinary intelligence from a young age, leading his parents to groom him as the heir to the family legacy. However, in his youthful exuberance, he resented the stringent expectations imposed by his parents. With a free-spirited nature and diverse interests, he fell passionately in love with rock music at the age of 18. Consequently, he refused to enroll in a prestigious business school as per his parents' wishes and, with his elder brother as assistants, redirected his university application to pursue a degree in music. This decision ignited a severe conflict with his parents, culminating in his eventual departure from home. Disheartened, Ling Bo's parents shifted all their resources and aspirations onto his elder brother. After years of dedicated nurturing, when Ling Bo reached the age of 32, his father officially declared that the family business would be entrusted to his elder brother. This elder sibling, a paragon of filial piety, had consistently mediated between their parents and the rebellious younger brother, striving to reintegrate him into the family fold. Following the announcement of the succession, this devoted brother promptly hosted a banquet at one of the family's upscale restaurants, inviting their parents and the entire Ling family. Having matured into a family man himself, Ling Bo gradually came to appreciate his parents' sincere intentions. He had made several attempts to reconcile through his brother, but his parents, perhaps too heartbroken, consistently declined his requests for a meeting. Finally presented with an opportunity to mend their relationship, he eagerly brought his spouse and son along. Little did anyone anticipate that, during this family gathering, he would lose track of his child. His son, Ling Jianhui, much like Ling Bo in his youth, was a renowned prodigy. At the age of 11, he had already advanced to middle school. In his first year there, he exhibited astonishing talent and remarkable capabilities. In language arts, he participated in a national middle school debate competition, earning the title of Best Debater. In mathematics, he competed in a national contest, not only securing first place, but also becoming the youngest participant in the competition's history. Physically, Ling Jianhui differed from Chi Hao. He inherited Ling Bo's tall stature, exceeding 170 centimeters by the age of 11, taller than Chi Hao at present. The application also unearthed a brief interview segment. In the video, after winning the mathematics competition, Ling Jianhui, with a bright and clear voice, expressed, "My future aspiration is to become a proud astronaut, exploring the unknown universe for my country." Chi Hao was left astounded by Ling Jianhui's seemingly enchanted life, recognizing the familiar accolades and aspirations. With similar appearances, comparable ages, and nearly identical achievements upon entering middle school, along with the same dreams, it was no wonder that Professor Ling was unsettled. He appeared to be nothing less than a mirror image of Ling Jianwei. After absorbing this information, Chi Hao began to comprehend the professor's perspective. It has been nearly 30 years since he began searching for his son. After so many years of fruitless searching, encountering a mere replica of his son would compel anyone to try, even if the hope is faint. After all, what if this truly is the flesh and blood of his own child? It would be akin to a grandchild descending from the heavens. Alas, it seems that Professor Ling's beautiful dream is destined to remain unfulfilled. As Chi Hao closed his computer, he pondered while climbing the stairs, reflecting on the stark reality. Just before he fell into a deep slumber, he mused, he may be an extraterrestrial genius, but this Professor Ling is undoubtedly a local prodigy of Huagua. According to his resume, he has dabbled in music while concurrently picking up a bit of mathematics. This casual learning has astonishingly brought him to such heights. No wonder he was the first to see through Chi Hao's pretenses. It appears that Huagua indeed harbors hidden talents. How humbling, how humbling. With a turn, Chi Hao drifted into a profound sleep. On Monday morning, Chi Hao, who had enjoyed a particularly satisfying night's rest, and Shi Yang, who had relished his weekend meals at home, encountered each other in the classroom. Upon seeing one another, both inexplicably felt as if they had forgotten something over the weekend. It wasn't until their history teacher, Su Anji, entered the classroom with a large stack of textbooks that they exchanged glances and simultaneously recalled their oversight. They had forgotten to seek Su for supplementary lessons over the weekend. Instantly, they shrank back, fearing they might draw the history teacher's ire. However, to their surprise, Su was not only unperturbed but radiated joy. His on-site investigation application had been unexpectedly approved last Friday, and he was set to lead a team to Anyang City. The school had rearranged the timetable, swapping Monday's history class with next semester's biology class. Su enthusiastically distributed the assignments collected last week, sharing this delightful news with the students, introducing the biology teacher, and then leaving in high spirits. He had completely forgotten about providing supplementary lessons to the two newcomers. Feeling relieved, Shi Yang raised his hand to Chi Hao. "We are truly fortunate. Come, let us celebrate with a high five." Chi Hao merely twitched his lips, ignoring him. After the history teacher departed, the biology teacher entered the room, prompting the students to collectively gasp at the sight of the new instructor. Finally, it was no longer a male teacher, an intelligent and graceful lady. Chi Hao, unable to resist, stole a few more glances. The most beautiful woman he had previously encountered was a reporter named by Yu Tong, sent by the television station to interview him. Yet, this biology teacher possessed a commanding presence far surpassing that of Bai Yutong. Chapter 67. An unexpected visitor, though the biology teacher was young. She possessed a remarkable ability to manage her students. Upon noticing her classmates making a ruckus from their seats, she merely smiled and bent down to retrieve a rolled-up poster from beneath the podium. The students eagerly watched as she gradually unveiled a vividly illustrated skeleton. The biology teacher, tall and self-sufficient, hung the image on the left side of the blackboard without assistance. "Class, let's first greet our friend, Little Bai," she announced. This depiction is drawn to scale, representing the average height of an adult male. "Hello, Little Bai." The students feebly greeted the skeletal figure. The teacher chuckled and unfurled another poster of the same size. This time, it was an anatomical chart of the human body. In stark contrast to the stark white skeleton, this chart was a riot of colors, with each organ and blood vessel rendered with excessive clarity. Shi Yang, observing the coiled pink intestines, felt a wave of nausea from his breakfast. The biology teacher affixed this chart to the right side of the blackboard. Satisfied with the now quieter classroom, she stoked the flames of anticipation. "Before we proceed, I will assign today's homework. You are to draw the anatomical structure on the right. Extra points for color. We will have a quiz on it next class." At this, the enthusiasm of the students waned. "Oh no, so much homework. Why must we have a quiz right away?" It became evident that no matter how attractive a teacher might be, an avalanche of unreasonable assignments could swiftly diminish their charm. If this teacher, on top of assigning excessive homework, also had a penchant for quizzes, she would become utterly detestable. After concluding her lecture and rolling up the posters with satisfaction, the biology teacher departed. Shuyang approached Chi Hao, stating, "I want to be having lunch today." Recalling the detailed explanation of intestinal structure and function that the teacher had provided earlier, Chi Hao understood Shuyang's reasoning. He chuckled and nodded. "All right then, I'll have lunch alone." Shuyang's eyes widened in surprise. "Aren't you disgusted?" Chi Hao thought of Yu, who, like Shuyang, relished food, but did not share his finicky nature. "I once had a friend who told me that nothing should interfere with eating. By the way, Shuyang, why are you so fussy?" "You're the one being fussy," Shuyang retorted, huffily walking away. True to his word, he indeed skipped lunch, and by the time school ended in the afternoon, he was so hungry he could hardly move. As he climbed the dormitory stairs, he desperately wished to lean on Chi Hao for support. "Chi Hao, carry me up. Get lost." The two bantered jovially as they arrived at the dorm entrance, where they encountered a tall figure standing with their back to them. Upon hearing their approach, the figure turned around. "Professor Ling?" Shuyang exclaimed in astonishment, his face lighting up with joy. "You came to see me, didn't you?" He. He turned around and proudly introduced to Chi Hao. "Chi Hao, this is Professor Ling, my father's superior, who has specially come to the school to see me." Professor Ling, Chi Hao. Naturally, Professor Ling was not there to visit Shuyang. He had learned from the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, about Chi Hao's dormitory and had come directly without paying attention to who else lived with him. "All right, I came to see you." "Oh my, why has this turned into a visit?" The awkward atmosphere from the car last night once again enveloped Chi Hao. Silently, he squeezed past Shuyang, opened the dormitory door, and entered first. He had no intention of inviting Ling Bo inside. Clearly, coming from a small town, he was oblivious to etiquette. While Shuyang quietly grumbled, he enthusiastically ushered Professor Ling into the room. Ling Bo stepped into the cramped dormitory, where Chi Hao had already seated himself, engrossed in his own activities. Shuyang hurriedly attempted to clear off his cluttered chair to make space for Ling Bo to sit. However, Ling Bo's gaze remained fixated on Chi Hao. In the midst of this awkward situation, a loud grumble echoed from within the room, causing Shuyang's face to flush. He had skipped lunch and was now so hungry that his stomach protested. He desperately tried to inhale deeply, attempting to tighten his abdomen, only for another loud grumble to escape. Ling Bo chuckled. He glanced at his watch. It was still before 5 o'clock, and the school had not yet begun serving dinner. "You must be hungry. Come, I will take you both out for dinner right now. I know all the best restaurants around here." Shuyang cheered. Chi Hao, however, remained seated, motionless. Ling Bo turned to Chi Hao. "What do you like to eat? What flavors do you prefer? Can you handle spicy food?" "I love meat and seafood, and I can eat spicy food like a champion," Shuyang chimed in enthusiastically. Ling Bo paused for a moment, then directly addressed Chi Hao. "Chi Hao, come join us for dinner." Reluctantly, Chi Hao turned to face Ling Bo. Indeed, as soon as he did, Professor Ling's gaze was upon him once more. If he hadn't already discerned the reason for this scrutiny last night, he might have genuinely thought this person was peculiar. That gaze who could eat in such a gaze? "I had lunch earlier. I'm not hungry yet. You two go ahead." Ling Bo was about to insist further, but now slightly dizzy, Shuyang urged Professor Ling. "Chi Hao ate a lot at noon. He's not hungry. Let's go ourselves." Seeing the unmistakable refusal written all over Chi Hao, Ling Bo sighed. He had come to foster a connection, and it would be counterproductive if things went awry. "Then I'll pack some dishes for Chi Hao to take back." Chapter 68. The adhesive bandage. Once the two individuals finally departed, Chi Hao sprang to his feet, hastily tidying up before rushing out of the dormitory. If his deductions were accurate, Professor Ling would return after dinner to seek him out. He found a study room, dined at the nearby cafeteria, and remained in the study room until after 9 in the evening before returning to his dorm. Upon entering, he discovered Shuyang already nestled under the covers, fast asleep. As he stepped inside, his eyes were drawn to the desk, which was cluttered with a plethora of takeout boxes. "Close the door, it's cold," Shuyang called out, shrinking deeper into his blankets as the chilly breeze swept in. Chi Hao shut the door and approached Shuyang's bed, directing his words at the furry head peeking out from the blankets. "Next time you dine with Professor Ling, Remember not to bring me leftovers. Yang, hearing this, momentarily disregarded the cold, poking his head from the covers. You're dreaming. He asked my dad's superior, not a subordinate. He might occasionally check on me, but he wouldn't come by all the time. There won't be a next time. Yet the very next day, there was indeed a next time. After school on Tuesday, Hao encountered Professor Ling once more. This time, he did not ascend to the upper floors but waited downstairs by the dormitory. In the biting winter wind, his tall figure appeared somewhat pitiable, slightly hunched against the cold. Upon seeing Professor Ling, Yang paused, muttering softly, "Wait, is my dad getting promoted?" Hao's lips twitched as he seized Yang, who was about to rush towards Ling Bo. "You should head back to the dorm. I have matters to discuss with Professor Ling He. He is here to see me." Yang protested. The two began to tussle as they made their way toward Ling Bo, who approached them with caution. Upon their meeting, Ling Bo asked Hao, "Xiao Hao, do you have a moment?" Seeing Hao nod, they both turned to Yang. "Yang, why don't you head upstairs? I need to speak with Hao." Yang was left speechless. However, Hao and Ling Bo did not abandon him as he had feared. They remained nearby, sheltered from the wind, conversing for a brief while. Soon after, Hao made his way back to the dormitory alone, while Professor Ling lingered until Hao's figure disappeared into the building before he slowly turned to leave. Yang, peering out from the window above, waited until Hao entered the dormitory, then bounded down to meet him. "Hey, what did you need to discuss with Professor Ling?" Hao rolled his eyes and bypassed him, casually shedding his down jacket. Yang instinctively caught the jacket, trailing closely behind. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Professor Ling is my dad's direct superior. You didn't offend him, did you? He seemed a bit off. Why didn't you invite him up to warm up?" Hao, exasperated, retorted, "Be quiet." Oh, it was evident that Yang had many more questions, but noticing Hao's expression, he wisely chose to remain silent. Hao sighed in relief and pulled out his textbooks to begin his assignments. Yang rested his head on his desk, blinking his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, he suddenly sat up straight. "Hao, I know what you just discussed with Professor Ling." Hao lazily glanced at him. "Oh, really? What did I say?" "You wanted to borrow money from him. It's winter, and you can't afford a coat. You've been wearing that one ill-fitting down jacket every day. If you're short on cash, why didn't you tell me sooner? I have some money to spare." Hao retorted, "Shut up." "Oh." Hao rubbed his temples, thinking to himself that he had already declined quite clearly and expressed his thoughts. Tomorrow, Professor Ling would surely not appear again. On Wednesday afternoon, there was an elective course. Hao had chosen computer science, while Yang attended music class. The two parted ways at the classroom entrance, heading to their respective lecture halls. However, during his favorite computer science class, Hao found himself unusually distracted. It was a gloomy day, with the north wind howling and tiny snowflakes beginning to fall since the morning. In such cold weather, would that enigmatic Professor Ling be waiting downstairs in their dormitory, freezing? Hao shook his head, trying to dispel thoughts of Professor Ling from his mind. He could not dwell on him any longer. He felt as if he was being affected. After the elective class concluded, Hao contemplated for a moment and decided against returning to the dormitory, opting instead to head directly to the study room. As he approached the entrance, his phone suddenly rang. Curiously, he pulled out his phone to find an unfamiliar number. He had very few contacts in his phone, apart from his grandfather's regular weekend calls. He seldom received messages from others. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A cheerful voice, filled with laughter, came through the receiver. "Hao, it's been a few days. I heard you found your family." Chapter 69. Kinship identification. Could it be that such an absurd matter has actually stirred Xiao Zhao? Hao found it somewhat ridiculous. In truth, Professor Ling was rather unfortunate. "How about you accompany him on this trip?" Xiao Zhao suggested to Hao. Hao replied, "Uncle Zhao, you certainly have a knack for reveling in chaos." However, Xiao Zhao's suggestion was not merely out of curiosity. It was primarily for his own benefit. If only Hao were indeed Professor Ling's grandson, his daily workload would diminish, and interactions with Hao would become more natural. Despite the absence of any evidence, Xiao Zhao harbored a lingering suspicion that Hao knew something. This is the dilemma of dealing with intelligent individuals. One can never truly decipher what thoughts lurk in their minds. Xiao Zhao was quite adept at persuasion. After ending the call with Xiao Zhao, Chi genuinely began to contemplate whether he should agree to accompany Professor Ling for a kinship test. Just as Uncle Zhao had mentioned, it was merely a matter of making a trip. It would only take a bit of time. This would spare him the daily anxiety of sneaking back to the dormitory after class while Professor Ling, like a stalker, trailed him in the bitter cold. What torment! While he was mulling this over, his phone rang again, displaying an unfamiliar number. Chi instinctively felt that this call must be from Ling Bo. Upon answering, it was unexpectedly Shi Yang. Chi, have you finished your class? Professor Ling has already bought us dinner, and it's still warm. Hurry back to eat. Oh, it was still Ling Bo. Chi glanced at the swirling snowflakes and sighed. Shi Yang, is Professor Ling beside you? Please let him take the call. Oh, sure. Soon, Professor Ling's voice came through the line. Xiao Hao, what do you need? Professor Ling, there's no time like the present. Let us find a place to conduct the test now. Chi was someone who, once a decision was made, acted without hesitation. This momentous news left Ling Bo momentarily speechless. After searching for so many years, he inexplicably felt that this time was the closest he had ever come to finding an answer. Although it was highly probable that his son no longer existed. What if he had left behind a descendant? Yet if the outcome were to bring disappointment, he instinctively murmured, it's quite late, and you haven't had dinner yet. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. Now, it was Chi who was resolute in pursuing the test. Let's go and have the examination done now. We can learn the results sooner. You surely know where there is a paternity testing facility in Huan City, right? Yes, there is one near Huan University. Please send me the address, and let us meet at the entrance of that facility. See you shortly. Xiao Hao, I drove today. Shall we go together? No need. I will go alone. Since we're not relatives, there's no need to be so close. After hanging up, Ling Bo quickly sent his location. Indeed, it was not far. He jogged briskly, reaching the doorstep of the identification center in less than 20 minutes. A few dozen meters away, he spotted Ling Bo leaning against the car, awaiting his arrival. However, as the two approached the entrance together, they were halted by the security guard stationed there. It was nearly 6 o'clock. The center was about to close for the day, and he instructed them to return tomorrow. Ling Bo found himself at a loss, uncertain whether he felt more disappointment or anticipation. He glanced at Chi who promptly pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Do you know of any places in Huan City that conduct paternity tests around the clock? All right, thank you. Please send me the address. Is an appointment necessary? Good. We'll head there right away. After hanging up, Chi flashed a faint smile at Ling Bo. Professor Ling. Uncle Zhao knows of a hospital that offers 24-hour paternity testing. Let us go. Once Chi nodded, the matter of the paternity test seemed to be set in motion, as if fast-forwarded, leaving Ling Bo in a state of surrealism. En route to the hospital, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Beside him, Chi sat quietly in the passenger seat while he drove, the snow gently falling outside, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. It was only when they entered the hospital grounds that he felt as though he had been abruptly jolted from a dream. This hospital was familiar to Chi, as it was the same one he had visited previously with Xiao Zhao for a medical checkup. Ling Bo stood at the entrance, surveying his surroundings with a slight frown. The Ling family had once held a certain prestige in Huan, yet he had never heard of this establishment. He followed Chi into the outpatient hall, which was brightly lit but eerily empty, with only a few patients scattered about. Chi confidently approached the consultation desk, and soon a strikingly attractive nurse followed him. Mr. Ling, Mr. Chi, please come with me. The subsequent procedures unfolded seamlessly. They had their blood drawn, oral swabs taken, and provided hair and nail samples, all efficiently completed in just over half an hour. They were informed that the results would be ready in 24 hours. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary hospital. After the tests, Chi mood noticeably brightened, while Ling Bo suddenly felt a sense of emptiness wash over him. At 60 years of age, he could no longer spring into action at the slightest hint of news about a child, regardless of the city. It was not due to a decline in physical stamina, but rather an overwhelming psychological fatigue. The instances of disappointment had been far too numerous. He gazed at Chi profile, lost in thought. Perhaps this would indeed be the last time. The child before him, in both appearance and intellect, bore an uncanny resemblance to Jianhui. Even if he were not truly his what difference would it make? Chi Hao was an orphan, and he, a lonely elder, both equally pitiful in their own right. Perhaps, in a twist of fate, Chi Hao had been sent to him by the heavens, recognizing his profound solitude. Chi Hao, who never considered himself pitiable, was unaware that at this very moment, Professor Ling was making a decision. He could never have anticipated the unforeseen events that the future held. At this instant, he was simply filled with joy at the prospect of finally being free from Professor Ling. Chapter 70. Brought oversight on Thursday evening, precisely 24 hours later, Chi Hao received the verification results from Xiao Zhao. As anticipated, there was indeed no familial connection between him and Ling Bo. The report stated unequivocally, through the comparison of the DNA sequences between the tested individual Chi Hao and the suspected relative Ling Bo. This institution confirms that there exists no biological direct grandparent-grandchild relationship between the tested individual Chi Hao and the suspected relative Ling Bo. When Xiao Zhao sent the electronic report to Chi Hao, he appeared somewhat regretful. I observed Professor Ling's earlier fervor, visiting you daily and arranging to leave you his property. I genuinely thought you were related. The frequent visits to the university had indeed been a burden for Chi Hao. As for the notion of receiving a house, he found it quite incredulous. Uncle Zhao, are you suggesting that Professor Ling even contemplated gifting me a house? Well, it's in the past now. I merely mentioned it in passing. Regardless of Professor Ling's previous intentions, they hold no weight now. Our hospital's test results are never erroneous. Chi Hao wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao Zhao's sentiment. Thus, irrespective of what Professor Ling had planned, upon seeing this result, everything would be rendered moot. After all, they were essentially two unrelated individuals. Then, Uncle Zhao, should I inform Professor Ling of this verification result? You need not concern yourself with that. The applicant is Professor Ling himself. The hospital has already notified him as soon as the results were available. At this juncture, Xiao Zhao sighed. I heard that old Ling was quite disheartened upon receiving the call. It was only natural for him to feel sorrowful, considering the high hopes he had previously harbored. Without Xiao Zhao needing to articulate it, Chi Hao could envision Professor Ling's emotions upon receiving the results. Yet, such was the reality. There was no recourse. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Let us discuss more pertinent issues. Tomorrow is Friday, and I must travel out of town for business. You have something of yours still with me. I initially intended to deliver it personally, but with this sudden trip, it has become unfeasible. I will ask old Xiao to pass it to you when I see him in the morning. Still grappling with his feelings regarding Ling Bo, Chi Hao remarked, Uncle Zhao, your emotional transition is remarkably swift. You seamlessly shift to work matters. Truly commendable. However, it shouldn't be so. I can't possibly have left anything with you. And there's no need to trouble Professor Xiao. Just have it sent via courier. Xiao Zhao chuckled. This particular item isn't suited for courier delivery. What is it? It sounds quite mysterious. Must we trouble Professor Xiao to assist with its delivery? Kiao recalled Xiao Zhenong, who was encircled by a throng of people. As the head of the Aerospace Engineering Department at Huazhong University and concurrently the leader of the aerospace project team, he likely had scarcely a moment to rest. Uncle Zhao, let us not burden Professor Xiao. I can rise 3 hours early tomorrow and retrieve it myself. Rise 3 hours early? Come by yourself? Xiao Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. The journey from Huazhong University to the Research Institute takes over half an hour by car, covering nearly 30 kilometers. Moreover, Xiao Jianhong resides in the university's staff quarters, and it would be a simple matter for him to assist in carrying something home at night. However, Chi Hao would rather rise at 5 in the morning than trouble anyone else. Despite their relatively brief acquaintance, Xiao Zhao has gleaned some understanding of Chi Hao's character. It appears that, aside from a select few close individuals, he deliberately maintains a subtle emotional distance from others. Indeed, a polite smile is perpetually gracing his features. Yet prolonged interaction reveals a scarcely perceptible sense of detachment. Chi Hao's demeanor reminds one of a small clam, nurtured in the depths of the ocean, cautiously encased in its thick shell for protection. It is no wonder that Xiao Zhao feels an irresistible urge to tease this little clam. Recalling that the boy had mentioned needing to rise 3 hours earlier tomorrow, Xiao Zhao could not help but inquire, how will you get here tomorrow morning? Please don't tell me you intend to ride your bike. Chi Hao replied, "You've guessed correctly. I calculated that it's only 30 kilometers from our school. If I cycle, I can certainly make it in an hour and a half. A round trip would take exactly 3 hours. Are you certain you want to ride in this frigid weather?" "It snowed just yesterday," Xiao Zhao responded, shaking his head in bemusement. "Forget it. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it to you." After finalizing these practical matters, just as Xiao Zhao was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered his previous custom of bringing back small gifts for his nieces and nephews whenever he traveled for work. Souvenirs like commemorative coins, fridge magnets, and trinkets. Although Chi Hao is his colleague, he is still only 14. One wonders if such charming little items might also delight him. Should he also procure a few for him? He then casually asked, "By the way, Chi Hao, do you have an interest in archaeology?" Chi Hao replied, "Not really, Uncle Zhao. In just this brief conversation, you've touched upon 3 different topics. But archaeology? The renowned ancient capitals of our country are just those 2, Xining to the north and Anyang to the south. So, I assume your business trip destination is, indeed, Anyang? Why would an aerospace agency send its most capable personnel to a site of archaeological significance?" He couldn't help but recall snippets of conversation he had overheard during his first encounter with Xiao Jianhong at Liang Hezhang's home. Any significant archaeological discovery must be reported simultaneously to the Bureau of Cultural Relics, the Public Security Department, and the Aerospace Agency. Wasn't your agency established just 8 years ago? Such considerable authority. Moreover, don't you oversee matters in the sky? Why should you concern yourselves with artifacts unearthed from the ground? He recalled hearing that all characters unearthed from that cave were backed up by the agency, and even the 2 most frequently occurring characters were restored with the agency's assistance. Our aerospace agency wields considerable power. We oversee everything. Beyond archaeology, it is said that even the dietary choices of astronauts aboard their spacecraft are dictated by the agency. Moreover, he had privately discovered that 50 years ago, the intact Zeta starship was secretly transported from Anyang to the capital, Huan. Could it be that the archaeological team has made some new discoveries in Anyang? If there were indeed new findings, should they not be conducted in secrecy? Was it truly reasonable to embark on such an overt business trip? At that moment, Chi Hao's mind was in turmoil. Xiao Zhao seemed to have said something else, but Chi Hao did not catch it, until Xiao Zhao raised his voice. Chi Xiao Hao, are you listening? Do you enjoy little gifts related to archaeology?" Chi Hao made an effort to swallow hard. I like them. As long as they pertain to archaeology, I adore them. All right then. When I return, I shall bring you a small gift. A present from the archaeological sacred site. Let's call it a whisper from the ancients, he chuckled. This child, maintaining distance from others, was quite familiar with him. Xiao Zhao contentedly concluded the call. After finishing the call outside, Chi Hao hurried back to the dormitory. He aimed to search for information about Anyang before Shi Yang returned. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, he found it pleasantly dark. Shi Yang should still be in the classroom studying. Chi Hao swiftly removed his down jacket, pulled out a chair, and powered on the computer. However, just as he set up the counter-tracking and countermeasure programs and was about to configure the jump point, the sound of light footsteps echoed in the corridor. The second young master of Huada affiliated high school, a prodigy from the talent class, Shi Yang, hummed a popular song while treading on the remnants of snow and ice. Making his way home, just as Shi Yang's hand grasped the doorknob, Chi Hao quickly shut down the webpage. Shi Yang pushed open the dormitory door while humming. The lights were on in the room, and his roommate, who always returned later than himself, was seated at the desk, diligently studying under the desk lamp. "Oh, Kiao, you are back earlier than I am today." Shi Yang cheerfully greeted him. "Wonderful. Everyone is here. We can retire early tonight." Chi Hao quietly closed the book he had just opened for show. He sighed. There was no remedy. This was the vexation of living in a dormitory. It seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow after school, when Shi Yang returned to his own home, to conduct his search. Chapter 71. A new roommate, Shi Yang found himself in restless slumber. Just as he was on the brink of sleep, a series of gentle knocks echoed from the dormitory door. In discomfort, Shi Yang turned over, burying his head deeper into the covers. The knocking paused momentarily, only to resume again after a brief interval. On the verge of being awakened, Shi Yang, in a daze, seemed to hear his roommate getting out of bed. It must be Chi Hao going to answer the door, he thought, And with that reassurance, he turned over once more, surrendering to sleep. Clad only in autumn attire and a down jacket, Chi-Hao swiftly and quietly opened the dormitory door and slipped outside. Standing before him was a security guard, who immediately stood at attention upon seeing Chi-Hao, saluting him softly. "Researcher Chi-Hao, this is a key from Director Zhao," he said in a hushed tone. Chi-Hao, momentarily taken aback, accepted the cold brass key. The guard then produced an envelope from his pocket, presenting it to Chi-Hao with both hands. "The items have been delivered. I shall take my leave now. I will return to escort you at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." After another salute, the guard promptly turned and descended the stairs. Chi-Hao, wearing slippers, chased after him for a couple of steps, but was unable to catch up. The dormitory building was enveloped in silence that night, and wary of raising his voice, Chi-Hao returned to his room, bewildered, clutching the key in the envelope. A key? Did Ling Bo truly intend to grant him an apartment? Inside the dormitory, Shuyang was deep in slumber. Chi-Hao stealthily approached his desk, draping a towel over the lampshade before illuminating the lamp. The envelope was sealed, and he carefully tore it open, revealing a thin, rudimentary map. Noticing a building marked as the Tianxiong Research Center, Chi-Hao immediately understood. This was a map of the Research Institute. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again. Indeed, this delicate piece of paper was the very map he had longed for. His heart raced with excitement. Little Zhao would never have delivered a map to him without reason. Suppressing his doubts, Chi-Hao scrutinized the map and quickly comprehended its significance. His earlier enthusiasm was misplaced. The map held little value, merely outlining the general layout of the Research Institute along with a few notable buildings. From his previous visits, he had perceived the extensive grounds of the Institute, and now, with this map, he discovered it spanned over 1,000 acres, divided into two distinct areas. The Tianxiong Research Center, where he had previously visited, was situated in the front area, while the map also encompassed the larger back section, the Rocket Technology Research Center. A substantial portion of the map, 3/4, was dominated by the Rocket Technology Research Center. At the periphery of the map, a small cluster of buildings was marked as the employee dormitory, encircled in red ink, with the inscription, Chi-Hao, Building 8, Room 203. Chi-Hao picked up the key, which indeed bore the engraving 8 to 203. So that was it. The benefits at the Research Institute are quite commendable. Employees without housing are even allocated dormitory spaces. This is truly wonderful. I will soon possess my own independent sanctuary, allowing me greater convenience in pursuing my interests. Chi-Hao carefully folded the map and secured it alongside the key, casting a glance in Shuyang's direction, contemplating. Soon, on weekends, I shall have my own little nest. The following afternoon, as soon as classes concluded, Chi-Hao eagerly returned to the dormitory, packing a suitcase with great enthusiasm. By 5 o'clock, the security officer who had delivered the key the previous night appeared punctually once more. With a joyful heart, Chi-Hao grasped his suitcase and followed the officer to the vehicle. Everything proceeded with an astonishing smoothness. By 5:40 p.m., he stood before a modern, gray 3-story building. Though not tall, the structure boasted an elevator for each unit. His unit consisted of 2 households per elevator. Chi-Hao felt a surge of satisfaction as he declined the officer's offer to accompany him upstairs, opting instead to enter the elevator alone. Exiting the elevator, he found room 203 directly to his left. With excitement, Chi-Hao produced the key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a tastefully simple yet cozy living room, bathed in soft light that danced upon the creamy floor tiles and pale green sofa. Pulling his suitcase behind him, he gingerly stepped into the foyer. This would be his very own domain. He approached the sofa, stretched out his arms, and reclined, the plush cushions enveloping him instantly. How delightful! Springing to his feet, Chi-Hao eagerly embarked on an exploration of his new abode. To his surprise, he discovered it was a 2-bedroom apartment. On either side of the living room lay entrances to separate rooms. Chi-Hao first pushed open the door to the left bedroom. Elegant gray curtains swayed gently in the evening breeze. Beneath the window stood a white adjustable desk paired with a black swivel chair. And in the center of the room lay a single bed, accompanied by a double-door wardrobe against the wall. Perfect. Reclining on the bed, Chi-Hao blissfully thought. The room across must surely be the study. In the past, he had visited Yu and Li Bing's homes, which shared this very layout. A study was an essential addition to any home. As the excitement began to wane, Chi-Hao rose, intending to place the suitcase in the study. As he re-entered the living room, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Chi-Hao froze, disbelief washing over him as he turned toward the door. The lock rotated slowly. Then with a click, the door swung open. A tall figure stood outside, holding a black rolling suitcase. Chi-Hao stood there, momentarily dazed. The new roommate first regarded him with surprise, then stepped back to check the door number, shrugging with a resigned smile. "Hello, Chi-Hao, it seems we meet again." Chapter 72. Caught you, Professor Ling. "How? Are you here? Have you perhaps mistaken the room?" Chi-Hao's bewilderment manifested in these three inquiries, emerging directly from his very soul. Innocently, Ling Bo withdrew the key from the lock and handed it to Chi-Hao. Indeed, the key bore the inscription 8-203. After much ado, it became evident that the room across was not a study, but rather another bedroom. However, this did not add up. Did not Professor Ling possess his own residence? Why would someone with a home suddenly take refuge in the staff dormitory? Such a scenario defied logic. Typically composed, Chi-Hao found himself unusually flustered today, confronted by the stark contrast between reality and his imagination. Unable to maintain his composure, he returned the key to Ling Bo and swiftly retreated to the previous bedroom, shutting the door behind him as he fervently attempted to reach Xiao Zhao by phone. "We're sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service." Chi-Hao could only watch helplessly as Professor Ling smiled and nodded at him, dragging a suitcase into the adjacent bedroom. Reluctantly, he found himself thrust into a cohabitation arrangement with Professor Ling. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if unseen hands had orchestrated this circumstance. Yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. In truth, the total area of this residence was quite ample. Constructed merely 8 years prior, the layout was exceptionally logical, with each bedroom featuring its own private bathroom. The square footage approached 100 square meters, more than sufficient for 2 occupants. Certainly more spacious than the diminutive dormitory at the university. However, since Professor Ling's arrival, Chi-Hao felt the allure of the apartment had inexplicably waned. When Professor Ling, having tidied up, knocked on the door to invite him to dinner, Chi-Hao mustered a strained smile and rigidly accompanied the professor downstairs. The area they inhabited was not a typical family compound associated with the research institute, but rather a specially constructed enclave for elite researchers, intended for temporary residence during intensive project efforts. The enclave comprised a mere dozen small villas arranged in a circular formation. The dining hall was centrally located, conveniently close to each building. This design was implemented considering the advanced age of these esteemed researchers, with the organization thoughtfully accommodating their physical well-being. Ling Bo appeared quite familiar with the area, casually detailing to Chi-Hao, "Do not underestimate this dormitory complex. It was designed by the most renowned architect in our nation, with meticulous attention given to numerous intricate details." Chi-Hao somewhat dismissively replied, "Oh, like what?" "For instance, each room possesses only one key, which can unlock all doors within that room, a precaution against potential mishaps while elder experts are alone. Of course, the most ingeniously designed aspect is the dining hall." At that moment, as they stepped into the dining area, Chi-Hao abruptly halted, standing transfixed at the entrance. The dining hall, while not overly expansive, boasted a single level that soared nearly 3 stories high, creating an exceptionally open atmosphere. The sight that halted Chi-Hao in his tracks was the entire ceiling of the restaurant, astonishingly crafted from a single, translucent pane of glass. At this hour, as dusk descended and the night enveloped the sky, the soft indoor lights filtered through the glass roof, harmonizing beautifully with the twinkling stars outside. Standing at the entrance, Chi-Hao found himself entranced. Ling Bo had quietly stood behind him for a while before continuing, "The most exquisite feature is indeed the restaurant's ceiling. It is breathtaking, isn't it? When I first visited, I felt exactly as you do now." Chi-Hao, snapping back to reality, offered an apologetic smile to Ling Bo. Ling Bo led him to a table nestled in the corner of the restaurant, surrounded by towering green plants that subtly separated the space, creating a tranquil sanctuary. Once seated, Chi Hao surveyed his surroundings, feeling that merely being in this place was a delight. It was needless to say that dining here during challenging project phases could indeed alleviate some of the associated stress. Although Chi Hao was preoccupied with his thoughts, the atmosphere between the two remained pleasant. After finishing their meal, they walked along the cobblestone path back to their accommodation. Despite the early hour, Chi Hao politely bid Ling Bo good night and hurried to his own room. Upon entering, he exhaled deeply. Spending an extended period alone with Ling Bo had stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within him. Perhaps it was because Professor Ling was the only person to have seen through his feigned indifference toward Wang Kun upon their very first meeting. Standing still, Chi Hao reflected on the events since Professor Ling's arrival, realizing that their interactions had been relatively harmonious. If he could get along well with Shi Yang, he certainly ought to manage with Professor Ling, who was far more mature and composed. Moreover, they would only share the living space on weekends, so surely they could coexist peacefully, right? Comforting himself, he opened his suitcase and tidied his room. After hastily refreshing himself, he locked the door and retrieved his computer. Before powering it on, he listened intently. The silence in the living room suggested that Professor Ling was likely in his bedroom, perhaps even asleep. This thought oddly soothed Chi Hao. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a lingering restlessness that night. Regaining his composure, he opened his laptop. Drawing from his previous successful forays into the digital realm, Chi Hao believed his hacking skills to be quite proficient. As before, he set up counter-tracking and countermeasures, layered multiple proxies, and encrypted his communication before deploying his custom penetration program to infiltrate the internal network of Anyang City. He recalled Xiao Zhao mentioning an urgent business trip over the phone the previous day. Thus, perhaps tonight, he might uncover some new clues. Gradually, Chi Hao became fully absorbed in his thoughts. In the adjacent room, Ling Bo, after returning, took a moment to rest on his bed. His purpose for moving in was solely to gain a deeper understanding of Chi Hao and ideally to foster connection. Yet he was well aware of the adage that haste makes waste. Reflecting on the expression of wariness and resistance the child had when they first met today, Ling Bo let out a silent sigh. Very well, he thought, I shall take my time. After resting for a while, he rose to wash up in the bathroom, ready to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. Just before sleep, Ling Bo opened his suitcase, retrieving his pajamas. In doing so, he uncovered the laptop quietly resting at the bottom of the case. Since encountering Chi Hao, he had not once turned on that computer. Nearly 3 decades had passed, and despite the web having once harbored any trace of information, it would have been impossible to elude his notice. Even though he understood that during the era of his son's disappearance, people predominantly relied on paper documents and electronic communications were far less prevalent than they are today. He pondered, what if? What if he could stumble upon a scrap of information online? At that time, Huagua had not even established a dedicated discipline of computer science, merely offering it as a course under the mathematics department. In his desperate search for his child, he must have been driven to madness. Forsaking music to immerse himself in mathematics, dedicating all his energy to it. Alas, decades slipped by, yielding nothing. After casting one last glance at the laptop, Ling Bo quietly closed the suitcase, turned off the light, and lay down in bed, intending to sleep. However, after an indeterminate time, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Was it the unfamiliar bed? Feeling somewhat vexed, Ling Bo sat up. The bedroom was eerily silent, without a hint of movement. That child, Chi Hao, had not emerged from the bedroom even once since entering, as if guarding against intruders. Ling Bo sat in a daze for a while, before finally rising from the bed, reopening the suitcase to retrieve the laptop. It should be noted that the Aerospace Research Institute excelled in cybersecurity defense. The multi-layered firewalls and intrusion detection systems employed there were personally constructed by Ling Bo himself. They had successfully thwarted numerous attacks from foreign hackers, exhibiting almost no vulnerabilities. He recalled the renowned hacking duel between top hackers from Huagua and the United States a few years prior. After that encounter, it was unlikely any hacker would be foolish enough to target this system again. While contemplating this, he powered on a laptop and connected it to the Institute's network. Almost instinctively, he opened the tracking system he had developed. This was a formidable system, integrating both defense and tracking capabilities. Since that fateful duel years ago, it had become his habit to activate it, even for mundane tasks on the computer. To his astonishment, upon opening it, the system immediately alerted him to unusual communication traffic. Lingbo was taken aback. He quickly scrutinized the alert details. Indeed, the traffic exhibited an unnatural regularity in both time and space. A skilled individual. Moreover, this expert was currently within the Institute's internal network. Lingbo was nearly propelled from his seat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He swiftly modified several critical cache records and implanted an almost imperceptible redirect command. His fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, though a sense of unease lingered in his mind. He had clashed repeatedly with several renowned hackers around the globe, becoming quite familiar with the characteristics of the encrypted data packets they typically employed in their previous endeavors. However, this particular algorithm felt entirely alien, as though the opponent were a novice. Had the United States recently recruited new talent? Yet, no matter how formidable the expert might be, once he triggered that command, Lingbo let out a cold laugh, akin to a seasoned hunter lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the slightest movement of that command. At last, the command was activated. The adversary was directed to the virtual server simulated by Lingbo. This server was infamous as the Shadow Trap, where America's top hackers had collectively suffered defeat. Initially, Chi Hao remained oblivious to the situation. By the time he realized he had entered a false server, it was already too late. In that fleeting moment of recognizing the anomaly, Chi Hao's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, desperately attempting to eliminate all backdoor programs, erase log records, and fabricate an exit path. Yet time had run out. In the adjacent room, Lingbo pressed down heavily on the final key. At last, I have you. On the screen, a series of Wi-Fi access point signal strengths emerged, with the foremost being Building 8, Room 203. Chapter 73. A new understanding. Chi Hao felt a chill enveloping him the moment he entered the virtual server. It was as if an intricate net had unfurled before him, intent on ensnaring him completely. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. At this moment, all backdoor programs have been meticulously eradicated, and the log records have been largely purged. All that remained was to fabricate a plausible exit path. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled violently as they struck the keyboard. He needed to be quicker, much quicker. Outside the bedroom door, there seemed to be some faint rustling. Perhaps Professor Ling was wandering about in the living room? At this critical juncture, Chi Hao could spare no energy to ponder the trivial activities of the unrelated Professor Lingbo. Let him do as he wished. His entire focus was riveted on the screen before him, his fingers moving so swiftly that they nearly left afterimages. Not enough, still not enough. Faster, even faster. As his hands quickened their pace, Chi Hao's heart raced in tandem. The subtle sounds from outside abruptly morphed into the unmistakable noise of a key sliding into the lock. The soft click resonated in his ears like a thunderous explosion. Every part of his body trembled. His hands and feet felt as cold as ice. Gritting his teeth, he did not turn back, but input the final string of characters with trembling resolve. He had finally completed all the operations. His hands fell limply to his sides. The room was deathly silent. Behind him, Professor Lingbo stood at the open doorway, observing as he executed the final step, until he witnessed it with his own eyes. Lingbo, despite his reluctance, had to concede that the individual he had just captured was indeed Chi Hao. The youth sat motionless in the swivel chair, neither turning nor speaking. Lingbo let out a sigh and stepped inside. The bedroom was small, within mere strides. He reached Chi Hao and gently nudged him aside on the chair. Lingbo positioned himself before the computer, slightly bending over as he entered a series of commands on the keyboard. The content on the screen began to flicker. Lingbo remained bent over, meticulously scrutinizing all that appeared on the display. Chi Hao kept his head bowed, rigidly seated beside him, seemingly incapable of even moving his eyes. It was only when Lingbo straightened and looked at him that he broke his silence. The Anyang City Cultural Relics Bureau? The Relic Excavation Center? Recent archaeological discoveries? Chi-Hao, are you interested in archaeology? It appears my previous understanding of you was woefully inadequate. I believe it is imperative that we reintroduce ourselves. Chi-Hao still kept his head lowered, immobile, though his body seemed to relax slightly. Ling Bo sighed, laying the matter bare. Your skills are commendable, yet you lack experience. Do you dare to play in such a place? Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, I wonder how you would have concluded this endeavor. Chi-Hao clenched his hands tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. Just moments before, as Professor Ling had leaned forward to examine the computer, Chi-Hao's gaze had inadvertently fixated on Ling Bo's neck. The human neck, akin to that of the Zeta beings, is a convergence of numerous vital blood vessels and nerves, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable. A single, forceful strike could potentially induce irreversible nerve damage. Alternatively, one could constrict the neck. Within mere minutes, this could lead to asphyxiation, resulting in unconsciousness. Chi-Hao's fingers tightened as if in a spasm, his knuckles blanching from exertion. He was confident in his ability to regulate the pressure, sufficient to incapacitate without inflicting fatal harm. Furthermore, his strength was formidable. While Professor Ling was nearing 60, certainly not his equal in physical prowess. However, what then? This was a research facility, fortified with impeccable security. Should he act, escape would be nearly impossible. He needed to devise a meticulous plan, ensuring every detail was flawless before proceeding. This would require time. Yet, would Professor Ling afford himself sufficient moments to deliberate? Would he immediately escalate the matter to higher authorities? If he did report it, how would Chi-Hao account for his actions? If no explanation sufficed, should he then opt to act without delay? The professor's previous words buzzed in his ears. He seemed to have heard them, yet their meaning eluded him, until Ling uttered that final sentence. Fortuitously, you encountered me. Otherwise, one would ponder how to conclude this affair. In disbelief, he lifted his gaze. Chi-Hao, you ought to feel fortunate that your intrusion was not into any military organization, nor did it involve any information detrimental to the state. Otherwise, you would presently be contemplating how to justify your actions to the authorities. Chapter 74. Longitude and latitude. Prior to being apprehended by Ling Bo, Chi-Hao had indeed made substantial progress. His suspicions were confirmed. There had indeed been new discoveries in Anyang. It was this revelation that prompted Xiao Zhao to hasten his visit. While Chi-Hao was being interrogated, Xiao Zhao was meticulously examining a fragmented image in front of him. This image had previously been uncovered several times among the historical relics excavated in Xining. Due to its simple structure, being merely a rudimentary circle, it was easily recognizable despite its incomplete state upon each excavation. Past collaborative studies conducted by archaeologists and historians concluded that this symbol likely bore no significant meaning. Some scholars had even posited that this circle could represent a primitive man's self-portrait. As for the indistinct lines atop the circle, they speculated they might signify hair. Nonetheless, this circle was not a novel find. Why, then, would such a long-acknowledged image, resembling a head, prompt the leader to send him here in haste? Xiao Zhao found himself perplexed but unafraid to inquire. Standing before him was Su Anji, a renowned professor from the history department of Huan University, his face radiating excitement. Su Anji, this is astonishing, truly astonishing. This discovery will undoubtedly overturn many of our historical understandings. Xiao Zhao scrutinized the circle once more. He felt at a loss. He could discern no apparent upheaval. With humility, he asked, Professor Su, which aspects of our understanding are you referring to? Su Anji, I am fortunate to be present at the site to witness the birth of this historical marvel firsthand. Xiao Zhao, maintaining his humble demeanor, pressed further. Professor Su, could you elaborate on this marvel? Su Anji trembled with excitement. It is unimaginable, truly unimaginable. This predates the invention by the Hebrew Alexander by a full 7,000 years. Can you fathom that? Xiao Zhao, I apologize, but I cannot. I am unaware of what this marvel you speak of actually is. Can we still engage in a pleasant conversation? Su Anji, Director Zhao, the photograph in your hand lacks clarity. Xiao Zhao, may I express that in my eyes? All circles appear quite similar. Suanji, how can they not differ? Come, follow me. Cradling the photograph, Xiao Zhao trailed Su Anji into the archaeological cave. Today, the cave was under strict surveillance, with all foreign archaeological teams barred from entry. Thus, only the official archaeological team from Hua country and Xiao Zhao's entourage were present within the cave. Su Anji led Xiao Zhao to a large circular structure, significantly larger than the previously discovered images, approximately the size of a watermelon. This particular image was as large as a car tire. Su Anji excitedly pointed at it, addressing Xiao Zhao. Behold, this image is extraordinarily precious, remarkably preserved, and the patterns upon it are astonishingly clear. Do you see the intricate lines crisscrossing the circle? At last, we have something of significance to discuss. Xiao Zhao leaned closer to the cave, scrutinizing the figure etched upon the wall. Indeed, he was an expert. Upon the circular depiction, several indistinct fine lines seemed to emerge. Were it not for Su Anji, he might have overlooked them entirely. Yet, were these lines merely the result of age? Cracks in the cave's wall? Xiao Zhao voiced his skepticism, characteristic of a science student. Su Anji shot him a stern glance, then retrieved a palm-sized astrolabe from his backpack. He held the astrolabe beside the circle, gesturing for Xiao Zhao to take a closer look. At first, Xiao Zhao was perplexed. He examined the astrolabe and then the figure. Was it not merely a circle? Gradually, however, his eyes widened as he fixated intently on the image upon the wall. The lines etched into the cave's surface exhibited an extraordinary regularity. These horizontal and vertical lines mirrored those found on the astrolabe, representing latitude and longitude. In a sudden flash, an utterly inconceivable thought struck Xiao Zhao. He could not contain himself and leaped up. Impossible. 10,000 years ago, they had just learned to create fire by drilling wood. They were unaware of whether the blue planet was round or square. How could they possibly depict a map and delineate coordinates? Professor Su, you are a historian, not a dreamer. Su Anji regarded Xiao Zhao's outburst with understanding. A few days ago, my reaction was even more intense upon this discovery. However, this is not the most significant finding. He pointed to a series of characters above the circle and said, assuming this circle represents our blue planet, these horizontal lines denote latitude, while these vertical lines indicate longitude. Now, what do you suppose this series of symbols signifies? Xiao Zhao swallowed hard, his throat dry as he replied, I surmise that this series of symbols represents coordinates. Chapter 75. A moment of leniency. The instant Xiao Zhao uttered his coordinates, Su Anji seized his hand. Su Anji's eyes sparkled with astonishing brightness as he fervently shook hands with Xiao Zhao, exclaiming, wonderful. At last, someone shares my hypothesis. I shall inform the team immediately. Even the leaders dispatched by the Cultural Relics Bureau have endorsed my conjecture. Why should you all remain skeptical? As he spoke, he pivoted to exit, but Xiao Zhao hurriedly reached out to halt him. Professor Su, may I inquire when you discovered this string of characters? It was unveiled on the evening of this past Monday. My application for on-site investigation was approved the preceding Friday. I led my team to Anyang on Monday afternoon, and upon arrival, I promptly entered the cave. Su Anji recounted, his excitement still palpable. This pattern has been unearthed numerous times before, so initially, like others, I paid it little heed. However, the beam from my headlamp illuminated this sequence of symbols. When I stepped back, I beheld the entirety of this figure. In that moment, amidst the surrounding darkness, this circle was the sole element illuminated by light. Director Zhao, can you envision that scene? Do you know what my first sensation was? I felt as if I were gazing upon a celestial body adrift in the abyss of the universe. At the time, I found this thought rather amusing, yet I drew closer for a closer inspection. Ultimately, I discovered these intricate lines crossing each other. In that instant, I was utterly electrified. Su Anji's gaze returned to the characters on the wall. We all understand that utilizing longitude and latitude allows us to accurately pinpoint any location on our blue planet. Director Zhao, I believe this design and its coordinates convey a message, deliberately left to guide others. Professor Su, why did you not hold this belief previously? Because this is the only image discovered thus far that is preserved in such impeccable condition. Previous depictions featured indistinct traces. and this string of symbols has emerged for the very first time. Is it truly singular? How splendid! Upon your discovery, did you promptly report it to the Cultural Relics Bureau as per protocol? Indeed, Suanji said, animated. I immediately share my findings with my team, yet their reactions were profoundly disheartening. Let's not dwell on that. Consequently, I captured that photograph. He gestured toward the image in Xiao Zhao's hand, which he submitted to the Bureau's internal review channel. Within half an hour, the Bureau contacted me, stating they would dispatch experts for an on-site investigation and designated me to personally escort you. Prior to that, I was instructed not to discuss it further with anyone, citing concerns about misinformation. Director Zhao, as fellow scholars of cultural relics, I must confess that, while it may sound like an implausible tale, I genuinely believe my assessment to be sound. Xiao Zhao felt a sense of relief. In truth, my perspective aligns with that of your team members. Suanji was taken aback. No, but didn't you just feel that this character resembles a coordinate? Xiao Zhao said, wrapping his arm around Suanji's shoulder as they strolled towards the cave's entrance. Hey, I merely mentioned it casually. In fact, this circle, when compared to any celestial body, doesn't it seem more akin to something else entirely? Suanji inquired, more like what? Xiao Zhao responded, more like the head of a prehistoric man. Look at those lines. Don't they resemble hair? Suanji Mu said. Indeed, there have been scholars who have posited such theories before. Really? Those scholars must have quite the imagination. Xiao Zhao retorted. Is that so? It seems we are in agreement. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhao continued. By the way, Professor Su, are the photos on your phone clearer than this one I have? May I take a look? Oh dear. I apologize for my clumsiness. I seem to have accidentally deleted it. Suanji chuckled good-naturedly. No worries. The cave is closed today. I can return early tomorrow to snap another shot. I still believe my perspective is correct. Xiao Zhao thought to himself. No, Professor Su, you will no longer have the opportunity to enter the cave. He had successfully completed his task and carefully stored the sole physical photograph in his possession. After preserving the electronic photo from the Cultural Relics Bureau's intranet, he had also completely deleted the online version. He would return to the capital with this only tangible photograph, submitting it alongside the digital copy to his superior, Cheng Tianyu. He was confident that no other photos would circulate outside. Before departing, he wandered around, intending to procure some local souvenirs for the children. The vendors warmly beckoned him. Come and see these pendants. They are crafted in imitation of the ancient characters found in the cave, symbolizing good fortune. Wearing one will serve as a talisman for safety and ensure your promotion and prosperity. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but smile. These merchants were more eloquent than himself. As he sifted through a large collection of pendants presented by a vendor, he suddenly spotted a familiar one. Those two characters that appeared most frequently. They were rather aesthetically pleasing. He'd choose this one. How had the experts analyzed it? It symbolized beauty and blessings. Recalling his earlier experience of deceiving the experts, Xiao Zhao shook his head. Forget it. It's best to simply enjoy the pendants for their beauty. With his small gifts in hand and the precious photograph secured, he departed Anyang that night, flying towards the capital. At that very moment, a shape identical to the one in the photograph was displayed on Chi Hao's computer screen. The setting had shifted from Chi Hao's bedroom to the living room. Ling Bo had completed a thorough examination of Chi Hao's computer, leaving behind only this single image. It appeared that the photograph from the Anyang cave site was your objective for tonight. Pray tell, what is so extraordinary about this image that warrants such a significant risk? Chi Hao had now regained his composure. Ling Bo not only refrained from reporting immediately, but had also assisted him in erasing traces from the internet. Not only did this afford him ample time, but it also returned the initiative to his hands. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it became for him. He swiftly organized his thoughts in his mind. First and foremost, he could not fabricate entirely. This Professor Ling, whom he encountered after arriving on Blue Star, was the most astute opponent he had come across. God knows whether he had any knowledge of history. The words he uttered needed to be predominantly truthful, with minimal fabrication. To make the distinction between truth and falsehood most challenging. Our history teacher mentioned this cave site during Monday's class, and I was quite intrigued, even requesting the teacher to visit the site together. If you don't mind the trouble, you could verify this with a history teacher. I assure you it is all true. Oh, I see. Then, Where did you acquire your computer skills? Chi Hao replied without a flicker of his eyelids. Our computer science instructor, Mr. Liu, presented several examples of hackers during class. I found it fascinating and went to the library after class to find a few books to read. Ling Bo chuckled. It seems your mischief began after arriving at Huada affiliated. However, your skills cannot be acquired merely by reading a few books. Chi Hao fell silent. Noticing his reluctance to speak the truth and glancing at the time, which was approaching midnight, Ling Bo pondered for a moment before transferring the photographs on the screen to his computer. He then rose from the sofa. As soon as he moved, Chi Hao sprang up as well. Where are you going? It was then that Ling Bo realized Chi Hao resembled a poised little leopard, ready to pounce. His expression suggested that if Ling Bo misspoke, he would leap at him in an instant. Ling Bo couldn't help but laugh. If I intended you harm, I had more than enough time before entering your room. Had it been 30 years ago, perhaps you would have already been taken away. Yet now, I no longer harbor such thoughts. When a person, even at great risk, must undertake a particular action, some of their behaviors may be forgivable. After all, I have once engaged in actions similar to yours. At this juncture, Ling Bo paused, seemingly reminiscing. After a moment, he continued, Rest assured from this day forth, I will keep a vigilant eye on you. As long as you refrain from such actions, I shall act as if nothing has transpired. With that, he turned, presenting his back to Chi Hao, unguardedly making his way toward his bedroom. It is late. You must rise early for work tomorrow, so go rest. Ling Bo returned to his room. Chi Hao gazed at the firmly shut door of Ling Bo and then at the computer on the coffee table, astonished that such a tumultuous affair had been so gently set aside by Ling Bo. He found himself momentarily indecisive. Although Ling Bo had spared him tonight, he was now aware of his secret. What if he changed his mind in the days to come? On Zeta Star, there exists a saying, a secret can only rest eternally when the flame of life has extinguished. He possessed various methods to bring others to their demise in silence. For instance, the simplest notion of synthesizing a colorless and tasteless poison from the ubiquitous plant stems and leaves of the blue planet, provided one meticulously controls the timing of its onset. Chi Hao shook his head, banishing such thoughts from his mind. Even he had to concede that from their very first encounter, Ling Bo had consistently shown him kindness. Moreover, this evening he had, in fact, assisted himself once again. Never mind, isn't there a saying on Zeta Star? Life is akin to the resplendent stars. Each one is utterly unique. It would be unwise to indiscriminately deprive them. Did Professor Ling not just mention that he would keep a watchful eye on him from now on? How fortuitous! For he too desires to keep a vigilant gaze upon him henceforth. Chapter 76. Identity exposed that night. Both Chi Hao and Ling Bo hardly closed their eyes. Ling Bo made every effort to maintain an air of nonchalance, but once he entered his bedroom, he abruptly relaxed. Chi Hao's gaze that night had, on several occasions, made him question whether the boy harbored intentions to harm him. Fortunately, he had chosen to spare Chi Hao, and in turn, the boy refrained from any outrageous actions. Once the internal apprehension subsided, curiosity surged within him. He was not inclined to believe a single word of what Chi Hao had said. It was evident that the boy was concealing something significant, a secret he would rather fight to protect than divulge. Ling Bo's curiosity intensified. As a true top-tier hacker, he had meticulously sifted through Chi Hao's life post the age of 5. Beyond his exceptional intelligence, Chi Hao's existence appeared utterly mundane. His life, in fact, could be described as dreary compared to that of other children, an unremarkable routine of commuting between school and the orphanage. If there were indeed a secret being concealed, it must have transpired before his adoption. Thus, Ling Bo pondered, had anything unusual occurred in the vicinity of Blue Ocean Town prior to Chi Hao's adoption? The soft sound of footsteps echoed from the living room, causing Ling Bo to instinctively hold his breath. The footsteps moved towards Chi Hao's bedroom, followed by the sound of a door closing. Excellent. The boy had finally retreated to his own room. Ling Bo's gaze fell upon the computer on the desk. He painstakingly slowed his movements as he approached the table, gently opening the device. As the night deepened, his mind grew increasingly alert. At that moment, he was perusing the records from the Blue Ocean Town police station, much like he had done for decades in search of his son. Chi Hao's information was rife with ambiguity. Origin unknown, birthplace unknown, ethnicity unknown. According to the records, the police had twice mobilized personnel to locate his family. Strangely, the first search had ended rather abruptly, only to be followed by a second search a week later. Why was that? Had they discovered a potential relative only to realize it was a misunderstanding? Ling Bo furrowed his brow in contemplation. No, his assumption was misguided. The reason for the premature termination of the first search was that all personnel at the precinct had been reassigned to another urgent project that week. Ling Bo felt a twinge of surprise. What significant social case could warrant such a deployment of police resources? However, the records were vague, merely referring to the situation with a code name. Casually, Ling Bo set search parameters in the social news section. He found it. That very night, in the northeastern corner of Blue Ocean Town, a small aircraft had been discovered, having crashed. The experiences of the past 3 decades have enabled Ling Bo to connect everything almost instantaneously. That night, in the northeastern corner of Blue Sea Town, a small aircraft had crashed, yet there were no subsequent news reports regarding this incident. Ling Bo opened the satellite map, drawing a straight line from the suspected crash site to the Red Star Welfare Institute. 13 kilometers. A child's walking speed is approximately 3 to 4 kilometers per hour. And according to the police records, Chi Hao was found at the entrance of the Welfare Institute just as dawn was breaking. Ling Bo sat dazedly in his chair. For the second time in his life, he despised his own cleverness. No wonder people say that those who possess excessive intelligence often meet with unfortunate ends. At that moment, the bedroom just a few steps away felt like a monstrous flood, and Ling Bo yearned to distance himself from it as quickly as possible. Was there truly a human being within that room? He wanted to rise, yet his legs felt powerless. He wished to prop himself up with his arms, but feared making too much noise. Ling Bo slumped in his chair, trembling slightly, when suddenly a realization dawned upon him, and he strangely calmed down. This being had been on Blue Star for nearly 9 years. However, during all this time, it had exhibited no unusual behavior. If it were indeed malevolent and terrifying, the first to be affected would surely be Blue Sea Town, where it had resided for 8 long years. Ling Bo forced himself to muster some energy, attentively listening for even the faintest sound from the bedroom across the way, while anxiously reopening the webpage. The more he read, the more at ease he became. From the evaluations of Chi Hao's elementary school teacher, classmates, and the Welfare Institute staff, he appeared to be a gentle, non-aggressive, and even kind-hearted child. He even had 2 close friends. It was evident that during his elementary years, he was exceedingly cautious, as reflected in his carefully maintained average grades, 20th, 19th, 21st. His most notable achievement in a competition was related to the director of the Welfare Institute. Ling Bo recalled the interview video that had looped on television. In that interview, the boy displayed little emotion for the most part. The only time he smiled was upon hearing about the prize money. It was said that he had given the entire sum to the director of the Welfare Institute. It seemed that this entity was capable of interaction and had likely developed feelings towards humans. Ling Bo's taut nerves began to ease slightly. What a thrilling night this had turned out to be. Yet, after all this, it could have remained inconspicuous, as it did during its elementary years, safely blending in with the crowd. What prompted it to deliberately reveal its unusual nature and subsequently join the project team? This was entirely contrary to its survival strategy of the previous 8 years. Ling Bo's thoughts drifted to the photograph from that evening. Chapter 77. Displace time and space. Ling Bo magnified the photograph, employing the meticulous spirit of a scientist, leaving no detail overlooked. Regrettably, after studying throughout the night, he remained perplexed by the chaotic lines that offered no clarity. Unyielding in his pursuit, he summoned the fervor he once had for computer studies and delved into archaeological materials, only to become increasingly confounded. According to previous scholarly works, this photograph was merely an unremarkable piece of art, perhaps a primitive man's doodle, a skull, hair. It bore a slight resemblance, yet something felt amiss. Could it be that his own aesthetic sensibilities were flawed? As dawn broke, he had yet to unravel any threads of understanding. He even began to feel sympathy for Chi Hao, who had taken such immense risks for this insignificant scribble. Had he known that his true identity was exposed due to such a trivial image, he would surely have been filled with regret. At this juncture, Ling Bo had gradually come to accept Chi Hao's new identity, reflecting on his past hopes that the young man might be his grandson, and the painstaking efforts he had made to arrange this dormitory. He wished fervently for time to reverse, regardless of the martial prowess of the individual residing across the hall. It was undeniable that Chi Hao's exceptional intellect would raise suspicions should Ling Bo suddenly request a change in accommodations. Thus, he resolved to make do with the current arrangement. If anything were to befall him, he would sacrifice himself for humanity, bearing the mantle of Ling Bo. With this poignant sentiment, he lay fully clothed upon his bed, awaiting the arrival of morning. Meanwhile, Chi Hao, whom he perceived as a formidable adversary, lay ensconced beneath his covers, silently weeping throughout the night. Although he dared not approach the computer again, every detail from that image was indelibly etched in his mind. With a mere glance, he recognized it as a coordinate. On Zeta Star, they denoted any location on the planet using longitudinal and circumnavigational lines. The circumferential lines were consistent across planets. Thus, he deduced that the coordinate indicated a location near Anyang City. However, the values representing the longitude were both unclear and unknown, rendering him incapable of making a judgment. After all, 10 millennia was an unfathomably long span of time. Though the cave had been remarkably preserved, it was possible that the image once bore markings for the longitudinal starting point, now forever lost to the ravages of time. Chi Hao could not help but mock his former aspirations. He had once hoped to reunite with his kin from the mother star on Blue Star. He could no longer deceive himself. Numerous signs had long indicated that more than one Zayton had indeed visited Blue Star. Yet this was not in the present, but rather 10,000 years prior, during a time of savagery. Each seed of planetary fire departing Zeta Star adhered to a singular rule. If the destination planet had already developed its own civilization upon arrival, they were required to initiate the self-destruct sequence of their spacecraft to conceal their identities. Chi Hao adhered to this rule. In stark contrast, there exists another code. If the destination planet is still a desolate wasteland, devoid of any true civilized society, then this escape vessel shall serve as their safest sanctuary. With its nourishing fluids, an array of survival tools and weaponry, and an indomitable exterior, it is sufficiently equipped to ensure their initial safety. Subsequently, they must seek every possible avenue to execute the ultimate planetary seed plan. This is where Chi Hao diverges from the other 99 companions. As the youngest ember, Chi Hao remains utterly ignorant of the final mission of the Planetary Seed Initiative. The supreme leader of Zeta had once personally met with him, gazing intently for a moment before remarking to the others that his age rendered him unsuitable for the plan. Undoubtedly, all of their compatriots were profoundly unfortunate. Yet at least one exception could be made for the entire planet. Let him be that singular exception. The difference between 199 individuals is negligible. This decision reportedly faced considerable opposition at the time. However, his tender age precluded his understanding, and he was subsequently carried away. Ultimately, the dissenting voices bore no fruit. As he departed from Zeta, the singular hope of the populace rested upon him living well on the new planet. Yet, he was acutely aware that the farewells of others starkly contrasted with his own. The other 99 seeds underwent semi-militarized management before their final departure and were cognizant of the ultimate destination of all other seeds. Thus, those who initially arrived knew that they were bound to appear. However, neither party anticipated that, due to the tumult of time and space, they would be separated by millennia. Who, then, would be the compatriot from 10,000 years ago? What message might he or she have desperately endeavored to leave behind? The spacecraft upon which she had relied for survival had been discovered by Huagua in Anyang 50 years prior and secretly transported to the capital. Although he had yet to locate it, leads had begun to emerge. Since she had exerted every effort to leave a message in the place once inhabited, it stands to reason that more detailed information must reside within the spacecraft. Was there a task that he must undertake? Chi Hao suddenly sat up in bed. A tabloid reported that 50 years ago, Huagua had captured an extraterrestrial. Could it be that her remains were also concealed within that vessel, now preserved somewhere in the capital? He sat there, dazed, with his slightly swollen eyes wide open, awaiting the dawn's arrival. Chapter 78. A small gift on the following morning. Two individuals who had spent the night in sleepless torment hesitated to be the first to emerge, instead quietly listening to the sounds coming from the opposite room, each adopting a stance of stillness. Ultimately, it was Ling Bo who could no longer withstand the tension. His life was typically well-ordered, with breakfast at 7 each morning having become a steadfast habit. After enduring a long night compounded by fright, he held out until 8 o'clock before conceding to his exhaustion. With a show of courage, he stepped out of his rather inconsequential room. Almost immediately, the door to Chi Hao's bedroom swung open as well. The two stood at their respective doorways, striving to appear nonchalant as they exchanged glances, together crafting an illusion that nothing had transpired the previous night, all the while fervently wishing that the other would vanish from Blue Star at once. Ling Bo, with a thick skin honed over time, managed to muster a sheepish smile first. "Good morning. How did you rest last night?" "Quite well." The two thespians exchanged their perfunctory greetings before proceeding together to the dining area for breakfast. Unlike the previous day's synchronized stride, today they seemed to have an unspoken agreement to walk in a staggered formation, one leading and the other following along the cobblestone path. Ling Bo, being taller and taking larger strides, unfortunately found himself in the lead, and as a result, his pace quickened involuntarily. Thus, they raced into the dining room, arriving at the same cozy nook they had occupied the day before. Encircled by lush greenery, that very nook, which had once felt serene, now seemed to evoke a sense of dread. In Ling Bo, sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, bringing a touch of warmth to the chilly winter day. Yet it failed to dispel the chill within Ling Bo's heart. The eloquent Professor Ling, who had spoken so freely the night prior, now found himself at a loss for words. As they waited for the staff to serve breakfast, he lowered his gaze to the coffee before him, fervently whispering to himself, "Oh heavens, send someone else my way. I must not allow Chi Hao to discover that I know of his origins." Perhaps his earnestness reached the heavens, for soon a figure appeared to rescue him. Director Zhao arrived as if he were a hero descending with the dawn. Having returned to the capital after a restless night, Zhao had not anticipated being assigned a last-minute task to deliver wristbands. He had come specifically to bring a small gift for Chi Hao and Ling Bo. Upon spotting the two in their usual nook, Zhao, with an air of familiarity, plopped down beside Chi Hao and greeted them with enthusiasm. "Good morning. How was it? Sharing a room with such clever company last night?" Neither acknowledged him. For someone as socially adept as Director Zhao, this silence was unusual. Clearly, something had transpired the night before that he was unaware of. Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled, appearing harmless. "Chi Hao, I came to check on you and bring you a little gift." With that, he produced 2 silver wristbands from his pocket, light and elegantly designed, exuding a sense of modern technological aesthetics. Each wristband featured a small electronic screen. These were the latest innovations developed by the Research Institute, boasting multiple functionalities. In the future, the latest notifications and developments regarding work will be disseminated through this wristband. The two individuals must remember to wear this wristband whenever they are active within the Research Institute's premises. Each wristband possesses distinct permissions, and henceforth, when entering any confidential areas, there will be no need to carry cumbersome access passes as before. Simply swiping this wristband will suffice. This implies that within the premises, the wristband will be able to track one's whereabouts. Chi Hao quietly touched the map tucked in his pocket. His initial plan was to fill in the blank spaces on the map that Xiao Zhao had given him through the internet. The area is vast, and perhaps the spacecraft is hidden within one of the towering workshops. He had indeed set his sights on the remarkably tall building at the very center of the park. Unfortunately, that plan was thwarted last night by Ling Bo. For now, it was inconvenient for him to browse the internet freely. This morning, he contemplated the idea of pretending to stroll casually around the park. However, with the wristband now in place, would it not seem rather peculiar? After all, he noticed that other staff members only operated within a limited area. Yet, refusing this wristband was not within his purview. Chi Hao accepted the wristband from Xiao Zhao and silently secured it around his wrist. The metallic band felt cold against his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. Xiao Zhao promptly expressed concern, stating that it would feel a bit chilly initially, but would warm up with time. He then rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a matching wristband adorning his own wrist. Ling Bo, seated across the table, observed Xiao Zhao nestled closely beside Qi Hao and could not help but admire Xiao Zhao's audacity. At that moment, he conveniently forgot his own past endeavor of delivering meals to Qi Hao's dormitory. As Xiao Zhao delivered the wristbands for entry, he rose to leave, but suddenly recalled something. He returned to his seat and reached into his pocket once more. This time, he produced a small golden pendant. Qi Hao, he said, I brought you a small gift during my business trip yesterday. Take a look and see if you like it. Qi Hao, who had been absorbed in fiddling with the wristband, lifted his gaze upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words. With a smile, Xiao Zhao placed the pendant in his hand. Here, this design symbolizes safety and conveys a meaning of beauty and happiness. Oh, why are you trembling? Is this wristband really that cold? Hasn't it warmed up yet? Qi Hao's lips quivered slightly as he softly uttered, Thank you, his voice seemingly laced with tremors. Xiao Zhao did not pay much attention to this, and, after presenting the small gift he had casually purchased, stood up once more, waved goodbye to the two, and hurriedly departed as he had come. Qi Hao clenched the pendant tightly in his left palm, not casting another glance at it until he finished his breakfast. Ling Bo, seated across from him, observed the entire scene unfold. Chapter 79. Urgent reserves regardless of the challenges faced, this peculiar breakfast finally came to an end. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Qi Hao and Ling Bo arrived punctually at the Tianxiong Research Center building. Upon their arrival, they found a dozen individuals waiting outside. Apart from a stranger clad in a light blue work uniform, the rest were members of the team. The moment Ling Bo spotted Xiao Jianhong from a distance of several meters, he opened his arms wide and exaggeratedly approached him. After embracing the other man, he heartily patted Xiao Jianhong on the back, whispering through clenched teeth, Old Xiao, I am truly grateful to you. I wonder where you found such an extraordinary protege as Qi Hao. Xiao Jianhong paused momentarily, then chuckled. It's indeed a matter of fate. I happened to encounter him at Old Liang's place, as you know. Oh, by the way, Old Ling, I hear you finally discovered the whereabouts of your grandson and plan to transfer the villa to him. Is this news genuine? Ling Bo replied. I appreciate your concern. Standing on the periphery of the crowd, Qi Hao listened intently to the banter between Ling Bo and Xiao Jianhong. Noticing that Ling Bo had not mentioned anything about the online incident, he felt a sense of relief. However, for some inexplicable reason, he sensed an unusual look in Ling Bo's eyes this morning, as if it was he who had been caught last night, rather than Ling Bo. As he was pondering this, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning around, he found a lanky young man, significantly taller than himself, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses and a somewhat bashful smile, greeting him. The young man appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, and standing amidst a group of middle-aged individuals, he seemed strikingly youthful. Noticing Qi Hao's response, the young man leaned in closer, striving to conceal his excitement, and whispered, Excuse me, are you here to gain experience through your family connections? You look incredibly young. Qi Hao was immediately reminded of the skepticism he faced during his initial appearance among the researchers. Observing the young man before him, he thought to himself, even in this setting, there are those who come through connections. How substantial must their background be? Yet, is this something one can casually discuss? Casting a glance at the young man, he disinterestedly turned back to listen to Ling Bo. The young man, whose hair was somewhat long and fell over his forehead, quickly brushed it back with his hand. Seeing no familiar faces among the older attendees, he tugged at Qi Hao's sleeve once more. Hey, young scholar, who brought you in? If you tell me, I'll share mine as well. Qi Hao's lips twitched slightly as he casually pointed to Ling Bo in the crowd. The young man immediately exclaimed in delight, I know that person. That is Uncle Ling. My dad says his family is incredibly wealthy. Oh, by the way, my name is Wang Junjie, and my father is Wang Kuan. Qi Hao responded, My apologies, my apologies. I wouldn't have guessed you were the son of Professor Wang Kuan. However, as he surveyed the surroundings and noticed that all present were from the same team, he found it somewhat peculiar that there wasn't a single member from the second team. At this moment, Shout Jinhong observed that everyone had gathered and raised his voice. From today onwards, our Group 1 and Group 2 will be working at different locations. Our Group S work site will be the Rocket Technology Research Center located at the back. He gestured towards the middle-aged man in a light blue work uniform standing beside him, introducing him as Director Huang of the Research Center. He will guide us on a tour of the entire facility today so that we can familiarize ourselves with the surroundings and meet the engineers with whom we will collaborate in the future. Director Huang, a technical expert who ascended to his position through sheer competence, was not fond of socializing. He merely greeted everyone before leading the way towards the back of the research institute. A group of esteemed theorists from various fields followed him, trickling into the facility. Chihao strolled leisurely at the rear of the crowd. At that moment, Wang Junjie was anxiously pacing in place. The address and access pass provided by his father were undoubtedly for this location. Why was there not a single familiar face? Wasn't it customary for someone to be waiting for him, just as in the past? Fortunately, amidst the group, there was a child even younger than him, and the adult accompanying the child, Uncle Ling, had unexpectedly dashed to the front of the line. It seemed that he, like the person entrusted by his father, was also an unreliable adult. This stirred a sense of camaraderie in Wang Junjie, prompting him to hastily catch up. In unfamiliar surroundings, encountering another unfortunate soul often leads to an instant bond. Upon reaching Chihao, Wang Junjie whispered his grievances. It appears your father's choice is not very reliable either. By the way, are you also majoring in aircraft design? I am passionate about innovating aircraft and researching AI robots. I truly cannot fathom why my father has placed me in the military. Can innovation truly thrive here? As Wang Junjie continued to express his discontent, Director Huang led them through the second iron gate of the Research Institute, officially entering the Rocket Technology Research Center. The architecture within the center starkly contrasted the modern buildings outside. It consisted of large, expansive workshops. As they walked among these towering structures, they resembled a flock of small quails, curiously trailing behind Director Huang into the first workshop. The workshop was bright and spacious, comparable in size to a gymnasium, bustling with industrious activity. Technicians clad in matching light blue uniforms were diligently assembling various components at different stages of construction. Their arrival did not attract much attention. Only the occasional passerby would cast a fleeting glance their way. Leaders from higher echelons frequently visited for inspections, and as long as the reception was managed by Director Huang, they could swiftly be dismissed regardless of their rank. However, today, this group was treated with a certain distinction. Previously, Director Huang would merely lead visitors on a brief tour, pointing out various aspects along the way. Yet today, he astonishingly paused, pointing out individual assembly components and commencing an on-site explanation. Who were these individuals? As Chihao stepped through the factory gates, his gaze was immediately captivated by a completed set of wing supports leaning against the wall. This appeared to be a prototype of an ancient Zeta aircraft. For the first time, he experienced a profound sense of urgency regarding his knowledge reserves, which he had always navigated with ease. Goodness, such an archaic structure. There was nothing remotely similar in the repository of information within his mind. This is disastrous. His reservoir of knowledge was evidently inadequate,